Transformed into a villain, I discovered that I had already captured the heart of the protagonist. Yet I find myself utterly devoid of joy, for the character I embody in the original narrative is a celestial being. The original protagonist is indeed afflicted by a twisted mindset stemming from a sense of celestial castration. Not only did he forcibly marry the heroine relying on his family's power, but for 5 years following their union, he subjected her to daily torment. However, apart from leaving the heroine with a visage adorned in sleep's residue each day, nothing of significance was accomplished. It was precisely under these circumstances that the protagonist made their entrance, while the heroine remained an untouched paragon of virtue. It was precisely because I stumbled upon this novel video that I commented with 3 dog emojis. Suddenly, my vision darkened, and I found myself transported to this place. In that moment, I could not afford to ponder further. I ran frantically towards the restroom. My dear brother, you must not forsake me. Oh, heavens. Yet, with the assistance of those 5 ever-present girlfriends, a look of astonishment spread across my face. I had narrowly escaped death, my dear brother. Just as I was basking in my good fortune, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. The villain rescue system is officially activated. This system will assist the host in combat, severing the protagonist's halo. The system will assess the degree of severance accomplished by the host and award severance points accordingly. According to the points, one can exchange for items within the system's marketplace. The blind box prize pool holds the potential to bestow the protagonist's abilities upon the host. A glimmer of joy sparkled in my eyes, just as I pondered how to execute a dramatic reversal. A tense voice emanated from the entrance. Madam, she is from the Shun family. However, before she could complete her sentence, she suddenly gasped in horror. Young master, I am truly sorry, it was not my intention. It was evident that the young maid was filled with dread due to the pathological torment inflicted upon the wife by the original owner. However, I merely interjected with a fleeting glance, saying, "Are you implying that the lady has returned?" The young maid hurriedly bowed her head, responding affirmatively. "All right, I understand." I waved my hand. The little maid hastily rose from the ground and departed, yet her steps appeared somewhat unsteady. It was not said, but rather implied, that just moments ago, his demeanor had been rather peculiar. As I emerged from the restroom, meticulously attired once more, a hint of exasperation lingered upon my visage. I could distinctly hear the murmurs of the young maid. The original character is indeed designed in such a manner. However, no one dares to mock the original character regarding this matter. However, before I could ponder further, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed from the distant end of the living room. My eyes instantly sparkled. Truly, she is the heroine, a being capable of captivating even the Dragon King. Yet, within the depths of my eyes, there resides another kind of brilliance. Even though she is the leading lady, she is now my legally recognized wife. At this moment, a transparent panel materialized, revealing the following details. Name, Lu Ruyan. Role, protagonist, childhood sweetheart. Age, 24. Charm, 93. Fragmentation degree, 0. Gazing upon that entry marked with a mere 0, a flicker of illumination ignites within my eyes. Thus begins the inaugural step in shattering the protagonist's halo, and it shall commence with you. As I gaze upon the entrance where Lu Ruyan is changing her shoes, I implore her not to change footwear, but to join me in the room. However, upon hearing your indifferent voice, Lu Ruyan's smile instantly faded, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Yet, as she observed your figure ascending to the second floor, she gritted her teeth and slowly followed you. As Lu Ruyan ascended to the second floor, a delicate little hand unexpectedly emerged to grasp her. Before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself being drawn into the adjacent room. At this moment, the young girl anxiously spoke up, "Sister-in-law, please do not go." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan quickly covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Ro, are you out of your mind? How can you address me like that in the Bai Zhou residence?" However, at this moment, a smile graced my lips within the confines of the room. This little girl is indeed remarkable, just as I had observed. Name, Chinro. Identity, significant female supporting character, half-sister. Age, 22. Charisma, 88. Fragmentation, 0. It appears that the distinction of being half-siblings is indeed crucial. At this moment, Chinro, filled with urgency, grasped Lu Ruyan's hand and implored, Do not enter the room with him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan wore a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Ro, I understand your concern for me. However, having been married to this demon for 2.5 years, I have grown accustomed to his torment. Rest assured, I can still endure this minor physical suffering. I'm also grateful to the heavens that this demon is, after all, a eunuch. It is indeed not him, rather, it is she. Qin Ro has just earnestly requested to witness the truth. However, Lu Ruoyan appeared even more anxious than she was. All right, Ro, I cannot linger here any longer. If he cannot wait any longer, something unfortunate may occur. Let's persevere a little longer. Brother Qin will return to rescue us. As she spoke, Lu Ruoyan opened the door. Qin Ro originally intended to reach out and grasp her. However, Lu Ruoyan solemnly extended a finger towards her and said, "Remember, do not address me as sister-in-law in the Bai family from now on. Your identity must never be revealed, otherwise both of us will be doomed." However, Qin Ro was on the verge of tears, her anxiety palpable. She loathed herself for stuttering at such a critical moment, and now she could only watch helplessly as Lu Ruoyan entered the room. "I cannot proceed." She hurriedly quickened her pace. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a somewhat somber voice echoed, "Xiaoro, just in time, please go to the shop in the southern part of the city and retrieve the clothes that the young master ordered." Upon hearing that sound, Qin Ro's body trembled as she anxiously turned her head. It was Butler Li. However, Butler Li nodded nonchalantly, urging, "Well, why not hasten along?" However, it seems that Qin Ro has more to express. However, he was interrupted by Butler Li's frown. "What is it that has delayed the young master's affairs? You should be aware of the consequences of such negligence." Upon hearing these words, Qin Ro was drenched in cold sweat. She hastily nodded and said, "It is I who shall attend to this immediately." As I cast a fleeting glance at the firmly shut door, I felt a slight clenching of my teeth. "Sister-in-law, hold on for me." As he watched Qin Ro depart, a glimmer of light flickered in Butler Li's eyes. He then took out his phone and sent you a message. At this moment, I find myself seated upon the bed in my bedroom, gazing at Lu Ruoyan, who has just closed the door and is approaching me. She halted 3 meters away from you, her voice cold as she inquired, "Are you going to strike me again?" Upon hearing these words, the corners of my mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, the original owner clung to his wife, acquired through coercive means, unworthy of the blessings such a union could bestow. A warped psyche can only rely on such means to enrich its spiritual realm. Thus, the protagonist ultimately finds himself vanquished for the umpteenth time. However, at this moment, I chuckle softly as I tap the bed 7 times. "You're my wife, after all. What purpose would there be in striking you? Come, take a seat." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan slightly gritted her teeth, remaining utterly still. "What tricks do you intend to play?" I, of course, did not respond to her. Instead, I slightly raised my head with a sense of intrigue and remarked, "Surely, you do not wish for Qin Ro to come to harm, do you?" Upon hearing the name Lu Ruoyan, her pupils instantly dilated, exclaiming, "What? You? Is it truly surprising?" I glanced at her with a playful expression. "Do you genuinely think that anyone can just waltz through the gates of the Bai family?" With that, my tone shifted as I commanded her to come over. The sudden sound startled Lu Ruoyan, causing her entire body to shudder. Yet, she gritted her teeth and chose to sit beside you. "Please, I beg you, do not harm Ro. She's still just a child." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced my lips. "It seems that your performance shall be the determining factor. What do you desire?" A gentle smile graced the corners of my lips as I slowly turned my head to gaze upon her. Lu Ruoyan instinctively raised her hands to shield herself. Suddenly, as if recalling something, her expression turned peculiar as she remarked, "Do not assume I am unaware of your true identity. What more can you possibly do?" Hey, my temper flares. Upon hearing that remark, I immediately stood up and, with a swift motion, grasped her hand, producing a sharp sound. In the next moment, Lu Ruoyan gasped in astonishment. How could this be possible? At this moment, she could only slowly close her eyes. Tears ceaselessly streamed down her cheeks. "Brother Qin, I'm truly sorry. I acted solely to protect your sister." Upon detecting that Lu Ruoyan's fragmentation degree has increased by 0.01, I heard a voice emanating from the system. A gleam of satisfaction appeared in my eyes, for my conjecture was indeed correct. The degree of fragmentation seems rather insufficient, does it not? Yet soon, as my actions persist, the fragmentation level of Lu Ruyin steadily escalates. The prompts within the mind should be densely woven. As day follows day, I light a candle by my bedside. The ancients do not deceive me. When my body and mind are fully at ease, I turn to gaze upon the beloved by my side. At this moment, Lu Ruyin appeared as if she had just emerged from a refreshing bath. With her eyes closed, it was difficult to discern whether the droplets on her eyelashes were beads of sweat or tears. Her name is Lu Ruyin, the protagonist of this tale, a childhood sweetheart. At the age of 24, she possesses an allure rated at 99, with a fragmentation level of 22. Surprisingly, not only has the degree of fragmentation been noted, but the Charm 9 value has also seen an enhancement. At this moment, the system notification sound, which had previously been overshadowed by the commotion, echoed once more. The detection indicates that Lu Ruyin's fragmentation level has reached 20. A fragmentation score of 2,000 has been obtained. The system marketplace is now open. As my thoughts stirred, the marketplace interface unfolded before me, revealing 5 blind boxes in a spectrum of colors, each corresponding to its respective price. My gaze fell upon the most expensive blind box, which demanded a staggering 100,000 points, provoking an involuntary expression of disbelief. The system, you could have simply taken it directly, yet you presented me with a box instead. I am utterly devastated. Dear host, please do not be overly moved. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. Am I truly moved by this? Of course, I am fully aware that this vividly colorful blind box is the finest of its kind. Yet, the staggering 10,000 points of disconnection weigh heavily on my mind. I pursed my lips slightly. She turned her gaze towards Lu Ruyin, whose eyes were gently closed. Her current state was far from satisfactory. I couldn't just focus on one singular issue. I gazed helplessly at the vibrant green blind box, choosing not to ponder further. Please exchange it for a 2,000 green blind box. Congratulations to the host on unlocking the green mystery box, receiving a reward of 20 shares in Qianyunji National Corporation. However, upon hearing the system's prompt, my expression instantly darkened. I inquired of the system, what is my current identity? You are now the foremost heir of the 4 prominent families in the southern region, the sole successor of the Bai family's eldest son. What use is a mere share of a worthless company to me? Ahem. The system felt a bit awkward, but still responded. Host, please pay attention to the question. All blind box rewards stem from the protagonist. Upon hearing these words, my pupils constricted, and a flicker of astonishment flashed in my eyes. Glancing at the clock, I noted that it was still light outside. Hastily, I donned my clothes and pushed the door open, stepping out. At the very moment you departed, Lu Ruyin, lying upon her bed, opened her eyes. Bai Zhou, you wretched soul, why, if you're not of the celestial realm, did you make me wait for over 2 years? Subsequently, as she accused you, she pulled the sheet over herself, pleading, Brother Qin, forgive me. At that moment, as I descended the stairs, Butler Li entered, holding a fragrant document. Young master, a transfer agreement for the shares of Qianyun Group has just been delivered, bearing your signature. I glanced over the document, and with a sense of satisfaction, nodded in approval at its contents. However, observing your expression, Butler Li suddenly remarked, the young master has not smiled like this in quite some time. Upon hearing this, I darkened my expression and remarked, Uncle Li, surely you must be suffering from some grave ailment. Coughing slightly, Steward Li offered an awkward smile. Young master, what I mean to convey is that the Qianyun Group has always been in direct conflict with your Xingzhou Group. They have perpetually been adversaries. How could their shares have come into your possession? Upon hearing this, I offered a wicked smile. Uncle Li, there is much more that you remain unaware of. I currently lack the time to elucidate. I must attend to my esteemed shareholders. Uncle Li, please prepare the car for me. I shall make my way there myself. You go and assist me with another matter, and do so swiftly. As I whispered a few instructions in his ear, in the depths of Butler Li's eyes, a sudden glimmer of determination emerged. Young master, you mentioned him allow me to investigate this matter. Old Li, I shall personally take care of him. No, I immediately shook my head. There is no rush, this person still holds great value. Remember, do not alarm the snake in the grass. Soon, the vehicle gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the Qianyun Group. At that moment, an impatient voice resonated. Do you not comprehend the words on the sign? It explicitly states that only authorized vehicles are permitted to enter. At this moment, while I was still leisurely resting my eyes, I was unexpectedly roused from my slumber. The protagonist had yet to arrive, and it astonished me that there were still individuals in this world daring enough to impede the progress of my vehicle as the young master of the Bai family. Upon merely opening his eyes, a peculiar sight emerged before him. Name: Wang Ji. Role: secondary male character. Age: 29. Disruption level: 0. At this moment, I am perplexed as to how a mere chance encounter could lead me to individuals entwined within the protagonist's network. Wang Ji. Wang Zirant, all the Dragon Kings originally from security background? This Wang Ji is, in fact, the head of security during the Dragon King's tenure as a security guard. As the plot unfolds, the protagonist ascends to dominate the entirety of the underground realm of Jiangqing. Upon reaching this point, I extended my hand to stop the bodyguard who was preparing to exit the vehicle. Subsequently, I lowered the window and called out, "Come here, you know who." However, upon hearing your voice, Wang Ji uttered, "Damn it, who knows where that ancestor came from?" as he sauntered lazily towards the car, brimming with a sense of resentment towards the affluent, and remarked, "What do you want?" I gazed at him with great interest and remarked softly, "You do not know me." Who would have thought that such words would provoke disdain from Wang Zhiji? "You affluent young masters, why do you all speak in such a monotonous tone? This is the Qinyan group, not your private residence. Not everyone will accommodate you like your family servants. Moreover, given your immense wealth, why must you impose difficulties on a mere security guard like myself? Isn't there a regulation that permits me to deny you entry? Though the statement holds merit, I find myself gently beckoning you to come closer." Upon witnessing this, Wang Ji leaned his head closer to the window and inquired, "What's the matter?" "You're absolutely right. However, given my considerable wealth, why would I impose difficulties upon you? Am I to burden myself instead?" Just as my words lingered in the air, a sharp sound resonated, a resounding slap echoed as my hand struck Wang Ji's face. Wang Ji abruptly sat up on the ground, achieving a dismemberment level of 10 and acquiring 500 dismemberment points. Upon hearing the prompt, a flicker of determination flashed in my eyes. A single strike could yield a staggering 710 disparity. As I delivered a resounding slap, the bodyguard in the passenger seat swiftly opened the car door and leapt out. At this moment, Wang Ji, dazed from the slap, covered his face and exclaimed, "How can you strike someone like this? Just because you have money, does that make you exceptional? Is there no one to oversee this? The owner of a Mercedes has struck again." At that moment, the bodyguard acted decisively, delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on Wang Ji's mouth. A colossal shoe print abruptly appeared on Wang Ji's face as he clutched his bleeding mouth. "I implore you to consider your words." The bodyguard approached and delivered a swift kick to his shoulder. "Are you aware of whom you are addressing? Wang Ji's disconnection degree has reached 20. Do you still dare to ask our young master to move his car? Wang Ji's disconnection level has reached 30. I shall not trouble you any further. Today, I shall not impose upon you this blind entity. Wang Ji's fragmentation rate has reached 40. Listening to the incessant chimes of the system notifications, a look of satisfaction fills my eyes. Within such a brief span of time, I have amassed 4,000 fragmentation points. It seems that the golden mystery box worth 100,000 points is not as distant as it once appeared. The commotion caused by the bodyguards unilaterally attacking Wang Ji naturally attracted considerable attention. Soon, 7 or 8 security personnel, similarly attired as Wang Ji, hurriedly rushed over. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. Why are you hitting each other? Quickly cease this, or we shall call the police." At that moment, Wang Ji, pinned to the ground, heard the voices rallying in his support. The anguished cries grew even more resounding. "Help! The owner of the Mercedes is attacking again. There is no law, no justice." A group of 7 or 8 security guards, all vigorous young men, upon hearing that the affluent were once again oppressing the less fortunate, charged forward with fierce expressions, filled with righteous indignation. At that moment, the leading middle-aged security guard, upon noticing the license plate number, abruptly halted his steps and commanded everyone to remain still. "How could the captain allow this? Captain, our people have been assaulted. This group of wealthy individuals is truly oppressive." This middle-aged man is undoubtedly more knowledgeable and experienced than these young individuals. He then bellowed with authority, silencing their chatter. He then hurriedly made his way to the side of the car. "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire if your surname is Bai?" "Oh," I gently furrow my brow. "Do you recognize me?" The captain of the security team immediately donned a charming smile. "Oh, Master Bai," he exclaimed, "how could you say such a thing? While I may not be acquainted with you personally, how could I possibly overlook your distinguished vehicle? You are, after all, the sole heir of the Bai family. As humble servants, we naturally must pay close attention." Upon hearing these words, not only the group of security personnel that was about to rush forward, even as Wang Ji lay on the ground, groaning softly, his heart could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The Bai family of Jiangcheng, the foremost family in Jiangcheng, the local emperor of Jiangxing. It's over, it's over, it's over. This is a direct affront to the crown prince. It has been detected that Wang Ji's fragmentation level has reached 50. A total of 2,500 fragmentation points have been acquired. At this moment, the security captain, Baoran, turned his head and commanded Wang Ji to come over. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji felt a jolt throughout his body, entirely disregarding his own injuries. He hurriedly crawled towards the 7th position. Subsequently, the captain of the security team bellowed, "Have you lost your senses? It is a privilege for you to be struck by young Master Bai." Wang Ji's severance value reached 60, earning him 3,000 severance points. Wang Ji is now overwhelmed with tears and snot. "Sir, I'm deeply sorry I deserve this. I failed to recognize you, and I was mistaken. Mr. Bai, please forgive me, I implore you." Gazing at Wang Ji, who knelt outside the car, overwhelmed with emotion, I gently tilted my head and remarked, "I still prefer your earlier, untamed demeanor. Perhaps you should revert to that version of yourself." Wang Ji has achieved a fragmentation level of 70, garnering a total of 3,500 fragmentation points. This leaves me utterly astounded. There's no harm in a supporting character reaping some benefits. This has already reached a staggering 14,000 points, with a divide of 7. Yet Wang Ji's anguished cries have yet to cease. "Mr. Bai, how could I dare to be unruly? I must be blind to the truth. Mr. Bai, I implore you, grant me mercy." Upon hearing this, my expression remained unchanged. Is it truly impossible to restore? With a snap of my fingers, I continued, "Please, Mr. Bai, do not." Wang Ji's fragmentation level has reached 80. He has acquired 4,000 fragmentation points. I then turned to the so-called head of security and inquired, "Am I permitted to enter now?" He immediately displayed a look of embarrassment. Mr. Bai could indeed enter, but I had already pleaded with Wang Ji on his behalf. This entrance is undeniably our internal gateway. External personnel are required to yet the security captain had not finished his statement. I slowly retrieved the fragrant equity transfer agreement. "Who says I am no longer an insider of the Chinyan Group?" The security captain, upon catching sight of the words on the agreement, came to an abrupt halt. "Wang Ji, oh, Wang Ji, you truly deserve this. A severe punishment is warranted. Mr. Bai, please come in." In the end, he waved his hand decisively and urged, "Quickly, open the door." Wang Ji, who was relentlessly beaten by his bodyguards, was in a state of utter despair. He wept bitterly, urging for the equity transfer agreement to be presented. "Are you toying with me?" he lamented. Wang Ji's severance value reached an astonishing 90, earning him a total of 4,500 severance points. Subsequently, the grand gate swung open, allowing the vehicle to gradually enter the Chinyan Group. However, Wang Ji's division value showed no signs of advancement. I raised an eyebrow in contemplation, realizing it was merely 10 short. If there is no way to mend the rift, then perhaps it is best to sever ties altogether, sparing myself the future burden of concern over secondary characters. Consequently, I spoke up and instructed to halt the vehicle. The security captain outside the door observed the vehicle that had just entered coming to a halt once more. He promptly hurried over, inquiring, "Sir, do you have any further instructions for me to carry out?" I turned to him and spoke calmly. "As a shareholder, I believe I should have a voice regarding the recent personnel changes. Although I do not comprehend the reason behind your inquiry." He hastily nodded in agreement. "Of course, Mr. Bai, you are indeed a shareholder. Starting tomorrow, I wish to no longer see that individual. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the security team leader was initially taken aback. He then promptly nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will report this to the personnel department as soon as I return." Indeed, at the very moment his words fell, a notification echoed in his mind. Wang Ji's severance degree had reached 100, earning him 5,000 severance points. Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving a complete severance from the protagonist. You have earned an additional reward in the form of a random mystery box. The selection process for the mystery box is currently underway. Congratulations, host, for drawing the purple mystery box. You have received the reward, the Green Mountain Bone-Crushing Hand. What is this? Why do I suddenly feel that something is amiss? This, by all accounts, appears to be a martial arts technique. The protagonist of the original tale indeed honed his skills in a place known as Qingshan. Furthermore, his 7 senior sisters also emerged from the vast expanse of this great Qingshan. Goodness gracious, it feels as though I have become the protagonist, akin to the junior apprentice, spewing forth incessantly. Though this entity possesses remarkable strength, I find myself utterly devoid of joy. At this moment, in the conference room of Qianyun Group, several major shareholders are convening a meeting. The esteemed female secretary entered without consent, pushing the door open. Mu Dai was in a precarious situation. The young master of the Na family had made his entrance. What is this? Who does he think he is? Does he believe that having a great deal gives him the right to act with impunity? I have never encountered someone so brazen. Yet, before their cries of condemnation could fully resonate, a peculiar voice emerged, drifting softly from behind the female secretary, beckoning, "Today, you shall witness it all." The cacophony within the conference room abruptly ceased at that moment. The female secretary, bearing news of grave import, turned pale. Without uttering a word, she bowed deeply to Mr. Mu and swiftly exited the conference room, as if fearing the bloodshed might splatter upon her. As I entered, I did not pause. Casting a sweeping glance over the entire scene, I spoke softly, "Who said that my advantages grant me the license to act as I please?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those in the conference room turned rigid, yet no one dared to voice an admission. However, I did not expect anyone to acknowledge this at such a moment. Instead, I directly stated, "Ah, you are correct. There are many who can act with impunity. So what? At this moment, your demeanor is reminiscent of an arrogant and overbearing scion of a wealthy lineage. The individuals within the conference room are intimidated by you, and thus, they remain silent, refraining from expressing their thoughts. Yet there exists a beauty, frigid and piercing, that gazes upon you with a chilling voice, declaring that you are unwelcome at the shareholders' meeting of our Qianyun Group." Upon hearing this voice, I turned my gaze towards her. Her name is Mu Qianqian, the leading female protagonist, the 3rd disciple. At the age of 27, her charm level stands at 94, with a fragmentation degree of 0. Remarkably, one's charm seems to surpass that of Lu Rian prior to her transformation, even by a slight margin. How astonishing! As Mu Qianqian expressed her disdain for the scrutinizing gaze directed at you, your somewhat faint voice resonated. "Are you convening a shareholders' meeting?" Mu Qianqian furrowed her brows. "This is none of your concern. I implore you to leave immediately. Otherwise, I shall summon the security." The security guard, upon hearing these words, found them amusing. The bodyguard standing behind me also scoffed at the remark. Indeed, the stain on his collar was none other than that of your family security personnel. Subsequently, I took out the document and said softly, "As the major shareholder, my absence renders this shareholders' meeting rather futile, does it not?" As soon as those words escaped your lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the silent conference room. Everyone gazed at you with expressions of utter disbelief. Mu Qianqian furrowed her brows even more, taking the document from your hands. She swiftly flipped through the pages, and with each passing glance, her expression grew increasingly grim. This group of scoundrels, with a resounding slap, slammed their hands heavily upon the conference table before them. The closer I am, the clearer I see. Goodness, on that solid wooden conference table, a handprint was left behind. Yet it also led me to contemplate my strategy in silence. Truly deserving of her status as the protagonist's senior sister, it is evident that one cannot overpower such a woman. A more thoughtful and long-term approach is required. Subsequently, Mu Qianqian nonchalantly tossed the documents onto the table for the remaining shareholders to peruse. She then turned to you, her voice sharp and commanding, inquiring what benefits you bestowed upon them that warranted such actions betraying me, betraying my mother. Mother, A spark of inspiration ignited within me. Just as I was about to contemplate alternative solutions, you took the initiative to propose it yourself. Ahem, I gently coughed once. I have not offered them any advantages. They merely wish to abandon the shadows for the light, perhaps. You have turned from darkness to light, implying that I am the shadow while you embody the brilliance. Mo Qianqian's back molars are now clenched tightly together. At this moment, the conference room was filled with exclamations of astonishment. What? This accounts for a full 20. My goodness. Even Mu Dai's share is merely 20. How did he manage to persuade so many minority shareholders to transfer all their shares to him? The expressions on the faces of these individuals were filled with astonishment, and one by one, they turned their gazes towards Mu Qianqian. In that moment, they felt as though the heavens of their Qianyun group were about to collapse. They recognized that their own Qianyun group was in conflict with Xingzhou group in numerous business ventures. Now, the rival in the kite competition has surprisingly become a major shareholder of their group, standing alongside Mu Qianqian in equal stature. What a terrifying battle in the commercial realm. However, regarding their current performance, I naturally exhibit a great deal of composure. This group of shareholders is only aware that these shares originate from a multitude of minor stakeholders. However, these so-called numerous minor shareholders are, in fact, meticulously prepared by Mu Qianqian for her beloved junior disciple. Mu Qianqian is already on the brink of embracing the chaos. I am eager to witness what such a strong female lead is truly like when she succumbs to disorder. I then found an empty seat and sat down slowly. Looking at Mu Qianqian, I said softly, Mu Dai, now that all the shareholders have arrived, we may commence the meeting, shall we? At this moment, Mu Qianqian clenched her delicate fists tightly, trembling with rage. She could not fathom how the group she had meticulously arranged could betray her. She certainly cannot comprehend it. The system is beyond human resistance. Ha ha. What reasoning can there be? At that moment, the middle-aged man seated closest to Mu Qianqian slowly rose to his feet and softly whispered in her ear, if it truly cannot be resolved, perhaps it is time for you, madam, to take action. Upon hearing these words, Mu Qianqian furrowed her brows slightly, then gradually nodded in his direction. After taking a deep breath, she spoke, due to unforeseen circumstances, I need to verify certain information, therefore. I propose that we suspend the meeting. I concur, and I also agree that we are all in accord. This group of shareholders undoubtedly stands firmly in support of Mu Qianqian. I gazed upon the situation with an air of indifference and nodded slightly. Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Qianqian gritted her teeth and turned to leave. However, it was just after Mu Qianqian's departure that I found myself smiling. The formidable mastermind behind Qianyun Group is none other than Mu Qianqian's mother. Now, she finds herself unable to manage this unexpected variable, and undoubtedly, she will seek assistance from her mother. Isn't this precisely in my favor? Truly, thank you. Before long, the door of the conference room swung open once more, ushering in a fragrant breeze, and it was at that moment she made her entrance. With a resounding call, all the shareholders around me unexpectedly stood up, bowing respectfully towards her. Yin Dai, you have arrived. Before me appeared a brand new panel. Name Mu Yun. Identity, significant supporting female character. Mu Qianqian, foster mother of the protagonist, object of affection. Age, 36. Charisma, 98. Fragmentation, 0. Upon gazing at this panel, I cannot help but draw in a deep breath of cool air. Goodness. In the original narrative, the protagonist frequently engages in clandestine meetings with his third senior sister. During her busy work hours, he even takes it upon himself to care for her mother. Very well, very well. Is this the kind of care you speak of? While I was stunned deep within my heart, the melodic voice reminiscent of a hook reached my ears. Bai Zhou, it has been so long since we last met. Do you recall the time in our childhood when I held you in my arms? Upon hearing these words, my eyes twitched slightly. Is this merely a ruse? I am a man who possesses the script. The original text describes your face as untouched by the passage of time. Yet the system panel has just revealed everything to me. Instantly, I rose with a smile. Aunt Yun, how could you say such a thing? Of course I remember. Upon hearing your response, Mu Yun has also discerned your true nature. This lad is evidently here to stir up trouble. After all, whether I have embraced you or not, I am fully aware of it myself. You speak in accordance with your own words, for Xing undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Yet, she maintains a facade of composure, displaying no signs of discomfort, and continues to address you with a smile. Dear Xiao Zhe, how many years has it been since you last met Aunt Yin? Come, let Aunt Yin prepare a cup of tea for you. Let's have a pleasant conversation together. In truth, upon entering, Mu Yun's gaze fell solely upon you, her heart easing with a sigh of relief. After all, had your father been the one to arrive here, she would undoubtedly have found herself devoid of any means to cope. Listening to Mu Yun's words, I certainly understood her intentions for seeking me out privately. Thus, I simply nodded in agreement. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Aunt Yin. At this moment, Mu Qianqian, who stood behind Mu Yun, grasped Mu Yun's arm and exclaimed, Mother, please don't. As she spoke, her vigilant gaze remained fixed upon you. However, Mu Yun gently patted her hand and said, You are the major shareholder of the company. Stay and attend to your responsibilities. Mother and Xiao Zhe will simply go for a cup of tea. In Mu Yun's eyes, you are merely a frivolous playboy, a mere dilettante. How could you possibly surpass yourself in play? Thus, she completely disregarded you. At this moment, she enters the prepared room, taking a seat across from you at the coffee table. Now, I find myself with ample time to admire this enchanting Mu Yun, possessing an impressive charm value of 98. The form-fitting chi pao accentuated her exquisitely perfect figure. The slit of the dress was elegantly smoothed by the chair she sat upon, leaving only a slender, fair gap that sparked boundless imagination. I found myself gazing at her unabashedly. If it were Mu Qianqian or his wife, Shun Qingying, their eyes would immediately betray a look of disdain. Yet, Mu Yun remained unfazed, calmly extending her hand to complete the act of brewing tea. In truth, Mu Yun's inner thoughts were in stark contrast to her outward expressions. She had certainly noticed the glimmering gaze you directed at her. Such looks were not unfamiliar to her. After years of navigating the tumultuous world, she had encountered a myriad of such glances. Yet you Beis are quite different. It is indeed rather pitiable that a celestial being would entertain such thoughts. Everyone familiar with the original tale is aware of this, yet none dare to broach the subject. Mu Yun is no exception, only daring to stifle a quiet chuckle within her heart. At this moment, she has placed a small cup of freshly brewed tea before you, softly stating, This is exquisite Mingxian Longjing. Do savor its flavor. Upon witnessing this, I instinctively lifted the teacup, downing its contents in one swift motion. Subsequently, I nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming how delightful the flavor of the tea was. Wasn't that rather redundant? Mu Yun chuckled and remarked, As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. Shall I fetch you another cup? While her laughter masked any deeper meaning, Mu Yun's thoughts were far from idle. How could one indulge you with such an expensive tea? All you could comment on was its flavor. I remember when Brother Bai started from scratch, this vast family estate rests solely on the shoulders of such a second-rate successor. Honestly, it might be wiser to seek out a bright child from an orphanage and educate them from the ground up, rather than relying on this. After pouring you another cup of tea, Mu Yun got straight to the point, for it was evident that subtle hints would elude your understanding. Qianqian informed me that, astonishingly, you currently possess 20 of the shares of our Qianyan group. Listening to this, I maintained a composed demeanor and nodded, saying, Indeed, that is correct, Aunt Yun. Would you like me to take a look at the equity transfer agreement? There's no need for that, Mu Yun said with a light laugh, waving her hand. I am merely curious about the method you employed to persuade so many minor shareholders to willingly relinquish their stakes to you. It was indeed a prize I won in a lottery, but I can share it with you. Subsequently, a hint of enigmatic amusement graced my eyes. I then turned to Mu Yun and remarked, This matter, Mu Qianqian has not disclosed to you. Has she? Qianqian. Your response left Mu Yun momentarily astonished, as she inquired with confusion. How could Qianqian possibly know? Yet the smile upon my face has grown even more vibrant. It seems that the business strategies your daughter has employed in my realm are not as omnipotent as one might have presumed. Upon hearing your words, Mu Yun, who was just about to lift the teacup before her, felt her delicate hand tremble slightly, causing the cup to topple over. In an instant, the scalding tea spilled onto her skirt. The sound that Mu Yun emitted upon being scalded made my heart tingle slightly. Yet, with quick reflexes, I took 2 steps toward the station. Be careful, Aunt Yun, it's hot. Then my hand landed gently on Mu Yun's thigh. Mu Yun's rupture value increases by 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, the smile in my eyes deepened. At that moment, a thought flashed through Mu Yun's mind. How dare he? What audacity he possesses! He is the celestial eunuch Bai Zhou. A flicker of anger unmistakably surfaced within her, yet she maintained her composure admirably. In that instant, she swiftly released her grip and retrieved a tissue from the table, offering it to you. As I accepted the tissue, a faint smile graced my lips. Thank you, Aunt Yun. Look at your reaction, Aunt Yun. Surely, you cannot be suggesting that you are unaware of this matter. Mu Yun's clumsiness in spilling the teacup was solely due to her nervousness. Now, as you bring up this incident, she instinctively brushes you aside, having just sought playful banter with herself. She then turned her head, gazing at you with a smile, and said, Xiaozhe, what are you talking about? Aunt Yun is getting older and cannot be frightened easily. How could Qian possibly commit such an act? This is indeed against the law. Oh, is that so? My voice is calm and serene. Then, I slowly retrieved my phone from my pocket. A single unread message awaited me, naturally sent by Butler Lee. It was a brief video clip. I directly pressed play and then handed the phone to Mu Yun, saying, Aunt Yun, perhaps you could take a look at this. In the depths of Mu Yun's eyes, a glimmer sparkled. The video on the screen instantly revealed her daughter. Seated across from her was a man in his 50s who handed a USB drive to Mu Qianqian. Subsequently, Mu Qianqian presented a golden card to this man. Observing the situation on the screen, Mu Yun's hands clenched the phone slightly tighter, and a distinct flicker of unease appeared in her eyes. Mu Yun's fragmentation value increased by 1. This is precisely the task I entrusted to Butler Lee before my departure from the villa. The original text describes Butler Lee as the most capable assistant of the Bai family. Thus, I have no need for any further probing. At this moment, Mu Yun gazed at the surveillance footage. Although her expression revealed only slight fluctuations, her heart was already tumultuous. Qian had always been meticulous in her endeavors. How could she have fallen into his trap? Wasn't he the one who had never bothered with the affairs of the company? As she frantically devised countermeasures in her mind, she remained oblivious to the opportunity that presented itself at that very moment. I have once again approached her, and this time my courage is greater. As I extended my hand, I softly whispered into Mu Yun's ear, Aunt Yun, surely you wouldn't want your woman to end up in prison, would you? The increment of 1 in Mu Yun's severance value caused her body to shudder profoundly, yet she astonishingly failed to detect any irregularity at that very moment. This brought me an exquisite sense of serenity. Mu Yun, indeed, remained oblivious, as her mind was racing, contemplating strategies. Should I feign ignorance and pretend to be unaware of the situation, only to chastise Qian with a sense of frustration? No, that wouldn't do. If I were to proceed in such a manner, the initiative would. Wait, at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly realized something. It seemed that the initiative had already been seized, as a glimmer of intrigue sparkled within her pupils. In the beginning, when Mu Yun received you alone, her demeanor was entirely that of superiority, treating you as a mere child, believing she could casually elicit a confession with just a few words. However, ever since I sipped that cup of tea, it seems as if everything has fallen into your rhythm. This Bai Zhou appears somewhat different from the former Wan, as she slowly turns her head, her heart filled with a sense of bewilderment. It turned out that you were unaware of how closely you had approached. What could possibly account for that expression of longing on your face? At this moment, Mu Yun finally regained her senses. With a decisive gesture, she placed her phone on the table and stood up, creating distance between you two. Mu Yun's severance value increases by 1. Mu Qianqian's severance value increases by 0.1. The second sound of the system's notification caused my eyelids to flutter instantaneously. Indeed, utilizing this angle to sever Mu Qianqian was the correct approach. At this moment, I am still savoring the experience. Rising to my feet, slightly chilled in demeanor, Mu Yun spoke coldly. How dare you defame my daughter as a lawbreaker based solely on a video of dubious origin? You are utterly naive. Her emotions are no longer as steady as they once were. Yet, I remain as steadfast as ever. As I walked towards her, I spoke softly. Aunt Yun, you must know in your heart whether your daughter is truly involved in this matter. I soon found myself standing behind Mu Yun, taking a few steps with an air of intrigue. With a tone that carried a hint of mystery, I continued. As for this video, I have yet to present it to my father. I trust that Aunt Yin comprehends the implications of my words. Upon hearing your words, Mu Yun's heart sank momentarily. Should this video fall into the hands of your father, the Qianyun group would face a cataclysmic blow. In that instant, Mu Yun turned on her heels and, gazing coldly at you, retorted, "What do you mean?" Listening to these words, I slowly raised my palm, extending it gently as I whispered, "Aunt Yun, after all these years, do you not wish to find someone to lean on?" Chapter 11. You bastard. What have you done to my mother? The journey to Qianyun group has been remarkably fruitful. So far, Bai Zhou's score of riff points has already reached 28,500. At this rate, Bai Zhou feels he could soon redeem the coveted silver mystery box that costs 50,000 points. However, his words seem quite absurd. Isn't it rather lonely for you? Goodness, you are indeed a rogue. But as the antagonist, what harm is there in being a little rogue? Yet, judging by Mu Yun's increasing score of riffs, it's evident that she is on the verge of losing her composure. With a sharp clap, she forcefully removed Bai Zhou's hand from her face and quickly stepped back, her brow furrowing as she exclaimed loudly, "Bastard! I am your Aunt Yun. I am your Aunt Yun." It seemed Mu Yun was attempting to awaken Bai Zhou to reality through the reminder of their familial bond. However, she couldn't comprehend why. Upon hearing her furious voice, the light in Bai Zhou's eyes only intensified. In that moment, regret washed over Mu Yun. She regretted allowing Bai Zhou into this private room. She regretted her confidence when her daughter tried to intervene. How could she have let this younger generation toy with her like this? And what else more? This young man is a eunuch. What could he possibly say to insult her? The thought ignited a fierce anger within her. Yet, she understood that this was not the moment to confront Bai Zhou openly. Even if he seemed indifferent, the Bai family behind him, and his father, were not adversaries they could afford to provoke. Nevertheless, everyone has their limits. Bai Zhou, you have gone too far. Now, please leave Qianyun group immediately. Bai Zhou recognized Mu Yun's fury, but he relished this effect. Maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, he replied, "Aunt Yun, have you forgotten that I am also a major shareholder of Qianyun group?" Mu Yun nearly exploded with rage at Bai Zhou's shamelessness. Clenching her fists, she declared, "If you refuse to leave, then I shall." She stomped her foot like a petulant girl and turned to leave. To Bai Zhou's surprise, he had not anticipated such a reaction from Mu Yun. Nevertheless, he did not let her depart without a word. "Then, the matter concerning your daughter may prove to be somewhat troublesome." Hearing her daughter's name, Mu Yun halted in her tracks. Although there was no blood relation between her and Mu Qianqian, she had devoted everything to raising her. Her love for Mu Qianqian was genuine. Thus, she could not simply disregard her, but to allow an emasculated youth to insult her daughter? Absolutely not. She was Mu Yun, a formidable woman who had risen quietly while Bai Zhou's father basked in glory. How could she be so easily subdued? She cast a piercing glance at Bai Zhou, her voice growing hoarse yet icy, troublesome. "Then let it remain so." Ah, Mu Yun. At that moment, she seemed to revert to her prior self, the spark in her eyes no longer reflecting the tension she had displayed earlier. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, contemplating his next move. Taking down Mu Yun was assured, yet he had never intended to do so today. After all, he had just recently subdued Shen Qingying, and Mu Yun was indeed a formidable opponent. In the original narrative, Mu Yun had aided the protagonist significantly. Bai Zhou had come to this place merely to create a rift between Mu Yun and Mu Qianqian, and now that rift had been opened, bringing unexpected delight. His mission for the day was thus deemed a success. As he observed Mu Yun's seemingly indifferent attitude, he decided against further dialogue. With a casual demeanor, he remarked, "Since Aunt Yun has made her decision, I shall not disturb you any longer." After saying this, Bai Zhou turned to leave. However, merely 2 steps away, he glanced back at Mu Yun with a playful smile. "By the way, Aunt Yun, should you change your mind or have any needs, do remember to call me." Mu Yun, now infuriated, shouted, "Even if I die out there, I will never call you." Bai Zhou couldn't help but smirk at her declaration, thinking, why would she set such a flag? The system's persistent notifications echoed in his mind, indicating that Mu Yun's heart was far from calm. Anger was only one aspect. She might even be contemplating other matters. Yet, Bai Zhou simply chuckled and continued on his way. The roles had unexpectedly reversed. It was now Bai Zhou who was leaving. This was not due to some sudden whim, but rather Mu Yun's abrupt change in attitude. Troublesome? Then let it remain so. Clearly, she had devised a counter-strategy. And now, it was Bai Zhou's turn to contemplate how to navigate her newfound resolve. As Bai Zhou reached the door, he had already swung it open when another notification chimed in, prompting a smirk to play on his lips. He turned back, placing his hand to his nose and inhaling deeply, the aroma of tea. Mu Yun's face flushed crimson. Get lost. Before her outraged cries could fully escape, Bai Zhou shut the door with a resounding clap. In his mind, the system chimed once again. Notification, Mu Yun's rift value 5. Notification, Mu Qianqian's rift value 0. 1. Notification, Mu Yun's rift level has reached 20, earning 2,000 rift points. Wow, has it truly surpassed 30,000? Who would have thought that Qianyun Group could yield such remarkable gains? Just as Bai Zhou reveled in his success, a furious voice erupted nearby. Bastard Bai Zhou, what have you done to my mother? The voice was unmistakably Mu Qianqian's. Startled by her fierce outburst, Bai Zhou instinctively turned to see Mu Qianqian storming toward him, her face a mask of fury. The sight of her left him momentarily taken aback. He was aware that this woman was the third senior sister of the protagonist, a formidable force whose strength could leave a hole in the table with a mere slap. Instinctively, he raised his hands in a gesture of placation, stammering, No, I didn't say anything. Please, remain calm. Yet, how could Mu Qianqian heed Bai Zhou's explanation? Just moments before, she had distinctly heard her mother's sharp reprimand echoing in her ears. Approaching him, she launched a swift kick aimed at Bai Zhou's face. Bai Zhou's eyes widened in sheer terror, despair flooding his senses. It was over. He was destined to meet his end here. But in the next instant, as he beheld her long leg approaching, a muscle memory akin to machinery surged within him. Instinctively, he raised his hand. With a resounding clap, he seized Mu Qianqian's ankle, and with another swift motion, his other hand locked onto her arm. Then, with a sudden thrust of his body, he pinned her against the wall in a high-knee stance. The unexpected turn of events left Bai Zhou momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian voiced her astonishment. How do you know the Qing Shan Quo Gu technique? Ding. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. Chapter 12. Let us see how you treat me unkindly. The atmosphere in the corridor was decidedly peculiar. Bai Zhou's Qing Shan Quo Gu hand had successfully subdued Mu Qianqian. Thankfully, Mu Qianqian was wearing long pants. What a shame. However, it was fortunate that this floor of Qianyun Group appeared to be exclusively prepared for Mu Yun, hence there were no other individuals present. At this moment, Bai Zhou's expression was one of bewilderment, while Mu Qianqian's eyes were filled with incredulous astonishment. Yet, Bai Zhou's momentary confusion swiftly transformed into a flash of realization. Mu Qianqian's words had jogged his memory. He recalled that after entering Qianyun Group and decisively severing ties with Wang Ji, the system had rewarded him with an additional gift. A purple mystery box. The Qing Shan Quo Gu hand had emerged from this very purple mystery box. At that time, Bai Zhou had jested that he seemed to have become their junior disciple, never expecting it would truly come to fruition. Nevertheless, it was indeed fortuitous. He had anticipated a severe beating from the protagonist's senior sister, yet the Qing Shan Quo Gu hand had proven its worth. However, Bai Zhou was also self-aware. Recognizing that this did not imply he was Mu Qianqian's equal, he understood that he had caught Mu Qianqian off guard. The disparity in information had led her to underestimate her own strength, resulting in her being controlled in a state of unpreparedness. The most remarkable aspect of the Qing Shan Quo Gu hand was its ability to immobilize anyone, regardless of their prowess. Once ensnared, escape was impossible. It was indeed formidable, especially considering it was a power wielded by the protagonist. Of course, Mu Qianqian was not preoccupied with such contemplations. She glared at Bai Zhou, her voice cold and commanding. Answer my question. How did you acquire the Qing Shan Quo Gu hand? Where did you learn it? Her tone snapped Bai Zhou back to the present. With Mu Qianqian so close, their proximity was undeniable. Yet Bai Zhou retorted nonchalantly, Does it concern you? You. Mu Qianqian's gaze flickered. Bai Zhou's attitude incensed her, prompting her to exclaim, I warn you, if you refuse to answer, I will not hold back. Oh, my temper. Bai Zhou seized the moment, exerting force. A muffled groan escaped Mu Qianqian's lips, indicating her discomfort. Bai Zhou's voice followed. Mu Qianqian, do you not grasp the situation? Gome, let me see how you intend to treat me unkindly. You. Beep. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. Her cheeks flushed faintly, a clear indication of her anger. Yet, Bai Zhou was unfazed. You scoundrel, I command you to release me at once. And what makes you think you possess the authority to command me? Bai Zhou tightened his grip further. The clarity of pain was now evident in Mu Qianqian's joints. After all, the Qing Shan Quo Gu hand was aptly named. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, a testament to her discomfort. Her gaze towards Bai Zhou was now filled with resentment and fury. Yet she gritted her teeth and coldly demanded, release me. Witnessing her predicament, Bai Zhou felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought that such a formidable warrior would find herself at his mercy? With a playful smile, he taunted, beg me. Beep. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. How dare you? Mu Qianqian's frustration escalated, yet she was unable to muster the strength to break free. I would never beg you, you scoundrel. Release me immediately. Do you hear me? Mu Qianqian refrained from struggling, fully aware of the Qing Shan Quo Gu hand's potency. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was reluctant to relent, knowing that once he released her, controlling her again would be an arduous task. However, he feigned indifference, stating, if you refuse to beg, then I'm left with no choice. As he spoke, Bai Zhou continued, beep. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. Beep. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. You scoundrel. The color on Mu Qianqian's face was fading. Yet Bai Zhou remained calm, exuding an air of confidence. I could easily prolong this for an entire day. But you, this is your Qinyan group. Your secretary and shareholders are waiting for you. If they send someone to find you, because you've been gone too long and witnessed this scene. Bai Zhou took a leisurely moment to appraise Mu Qianqian. Beep. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. You. Mu Qianqian's pupils began to betray her growing anxiety. Bai Zhou was right. If others saw her in this state, it would be disastrous. Yet, the thought of begging him, a scoundrel with designs on her family's enterprise, was utterly unacceptable. You must be dreaming. I would rather die here than beg you. Her eyes flickered, and Bai Zhou recognized her internal struggle, yet he remained unperturbed. Finally, she uttered, I beg you. Release me. Beep. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. Her voice was scarcely above a whisper. Ah, how delightful. Bai Zhou's lips curled into a smirk. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Beep. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. I said I beg you, release me. Mu Qianqian's words were nearly spat through clenched teeth. Yet, Bai Zhou was indifferent, reveling in his triumph. Oh, if only you had said so sooner. You could have avoided all this discomfort. Beep. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. At this moment, Mu Qianqian was seething with rage, wishing she could end Bai Zhou's life. However, the pressure around her ankle had noticeably eased. Bai Zhou was preparing to release her. Everything seemed to be preordained. Ding! The sound of the elevator echoed. The elevator doors slowly opened, and the voice of a female secretary followed. President Mu, are you down there? Before she could finish her sentence, she gasped in shock. The sight of a man and a woman in such a compromising position was unmistakable. She froze in place, desperately mashing the button to close the elevator doors. Yet, the doors took a full 30 seconds to finally shut. Mu Qianqian and Bai Zhou's gazes locked, both frozen in place. Beep. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. Beep. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. Beep. Mu Qianqian's severance value. Beep. Beep. Detection of Mu Qianqian's severance rate reaching 10. Reward. 1,000 severance points. A 0. 1 increase had surged to 10. Bai Zhou swallowed hard. He could distinctly feel Mu Qianqian's body trembling violently within his grasp. Moreover, her previously flushed cheeks had turned pale, her beautiful eyes practically ablaze with fury. Bai Zhou realized that Mu Qianqian was on the verge of a complete breakdown. The tension was palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Zhou turned and fled. Bai Zhou, I will kill you. Chapter 13. Is it true that our CEO Mu took the initiative? Bai Zhou naturally escaped unscathed from the clutches of the protagonist's senior sister. This was primarily due to the female secretary who, after the elevator doors closed, remained in a dazed state. She had not selected a floor, so Bai Zhou pressed the button to open it. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian, who was pursuing Bai Zhou, halted abruptly upon seeing the secretary in the elevator, casting a venomous glare as she watched Bai Zhou slowly depart. Inside the elevator, the secretary was equally unprepared for Bai Zhou's sudden entrance. Her first instinct was to exit, but upon noticing Mu Qianqian's flushed complexion, she froze in place. As the elevator descended gradually, she awkwardly turned to face the corner, attempting to blend into her surroundings and hoping Bai Zhou would not notice her. However, reality proved to be less forgiving than her aspirations. Repeatedly chanting, "You can't see me," in her mind, the secretary suddenly felt an itch at the back of her head, followed by Bai Zhou's voice. "Just now, did you see everything?" The secretary stiffened, shaking her head frantically without turning, her voice a panicked denial. "No, Mr. Bai, I saw nothing." Her face paled as she began to worry whether Bai Zhou might eliminate her to silence her. To her surprise, she heard a sigh, alas. Then Bai Zhou's voice, tinged with resignation and fatigue, continued, "You know I'm already married, but your CEO, sigh." Upon hearing this, the secretary's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you saying it was our CEO who took the initiative?" Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Bai Zhou silently celebrated within himself. There are numerous ways to fragment a person. They need not solely focus on the individual, but can also target those around her. For instance, the current scenario. Rumor-mongering. As the saying goes, the power of gossip is formidable. A minor misunderstanding could trigger a catastrophic butterfly effect. Sigh. Bai Zhou gazed upwards at the elevator ceiling from a 45-degree angle, his melancholic profile capturing the secretary's attention. How could one claim she was the one taking the initiative? Oh dear, the scent of tea? Bai Zhou surprisingly displayed a hint of heartache. Turning away, his lips twitched. "It's all my fault. I cannot provide her with happiness. So her resentment towards me is justified." Sigh. Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. At this moment, the secretary's perception of Bai Zhou had transformed. Who would have thought that this notorious playboy harbored such depths? His sorrowful demeanor appeared utterly genuine. Unable to ensure happiness for our CEO? Could it be due to a deficiency? Fearing he could not make Mu Qianqian happy, did he hastily marry another woman in hopes of dissuading her? This is not your fault. Poor man. The secretary felt an instinctive surge of maternal concern, almost reaching out to pat Bai Zhou's head. Goodness, one could hardly underestimate a woman's imagination. Just from Bai Zhou's casual remarks, the secretary concocted an entire tragic romance drama. At that moment, Bai Zhou's voice broke through again. "You are Qianqian's secretary, aren't you?" Hearing Bai Zhou casually refer to her CEO by name felt less odd now. The secretary nodded instinctively. "Then please advise her for me." Bai Zhou's tone grew urgent. "Don't pursue me like today anymore. Today, that was a chase." But the secretary empathized, sighing and nodding. "All right, but I cannot guarantee that she will change her steadfast affection." Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Bai Zhou struggled to suppress a laugh. "Thank you." With a soft chime, the elevator doors slowly opened. Bai Zhou offered the secretary a deep nod before turning to leave, leaving her with a profound gaze as she watched his seemingly tearful back. Moved, what a pair of love-struck souls. Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Bai Zhou's back trembled, barely containing his laughter. With this rumor he spun about Mu Qianqian, coupled with the natural gossiping instincts of women, one could only imagine the chaos that would unfold within the Qinyan group. Speaking ill behind someone's back and spreading rumors is utterly distasteful. Yet, as the antagonist, what does Bai Zhou care for decorum? What is it worth? And is it delightful? His objective was to employ any means necessary to sever the protagonist's network of relationships. He was already in ruins. What was there to fear about further collapse? Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Bai Zhou's bodyguard had long awaited his descent. As Bai Zhou emerged from the building, the bodyguard promptly fell in step behind him. The driver had already parked Bai Zhou's Maybach in front of the building and opened the door for him with thoughtful consideration. Once inside, Bai Zhou recalled the earlier scene in the hallway. Though Mu Qianqian might not possess the same combat prowess as the protagonist, she was certainly one of the esteemed disciples of the Great Blue Mountain. With only his Qing Shan wrong bone technique, confronting her head-on was not feasible. Thus, he must continue to confront Mu Yun directly. For some reason, a faint scent of tea permeated the air, eliciting a smile from the corners of Bai Zhou's lips. "Aunt Yun, my apologies." As Bai Zhou pondered this matter, just as the vehicle was about to completely depart from Qinyan Group, he spotted a familiar figure, Wang Ji. At this moment, Wang Ji, clad in casual attire, bore a bruised face, limping as he dragged a suitcase, tears streaming down his cheeks as he walked toward the exit. Bai Zhou had no intention of acknowledging this minor character whom he had completely severed ties with. However, unexpectedly, with just a glance, Wang Ji's status seemed to shift. Name, Wang Ji. Identity, secondary male supporting character. Age, 29. Charm, 55. Transformation rate, 0. The area once associated with fragmentation had now transformed into a transformation rate after reaching 100. What is this transformation rate? Bai Zhou did not hesitate to inquire within his mind. The system promptly replied without delay. Response to host. You have fragmented the components of the protagonist's halo. Upon fragmentation, these components become entirely new entities. The host can, in their own manner, transform this new entity into a part of their own halo. Note, transformation rate does not yield fragmentation points, but upon completion, random blind box rewards will still be granted. Such a concept exists. Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback by the system's explanation. He had assumed that severing the protagonist's halo was the end. Little did he know, he still needed to manage the aftermath. In this context, it appears that after being fragmented, Shen Qingying and her companions, the female protagonists, would indeed experience a similar degree of transformation. Must they then descend to the role of sycophants? Absolutely not. A sycophant is an utterly unthinkable position for one who embodies the essence of a villain. This transformation, without a doubt, must encompass more than a singular approach, akin to the fragmentation itself. As for the method to employ, Bai Zhou has yet to ascertain. Now is not the time to deliberate on such matters. However, he did reach out to pat the bodyguard in the passenger's seat, instructing, once we exit, follow that security guard whom you previously confronted. Keep a discreet watch, but do not let yourself be detected. Although the bodyguard was unaware of Bai Zhou's intentions, he nodded affirmatively, assuring, I will complete the task. Bai Zhou's vehicle glided slowly out of the gates of the Qinyan Group. At the pinnacle of the Qinyan Group, a pair of mature and enchanting eyes observed from above, fixated on the scene below. After Bai Zhou's departure, a flicker of indignation appeared within those eyes. This little rascal dares to provoke me. Today's events shall not be forgotten. Just as her thoughts crystallized, a sharp knock resounded, followed by the voice of Mu Qianqian. Mom, may I come in? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun quickly inhaled deeply, reorienting herself before boldly responding. Come in. Mu Qianqian strode in with her long legs, but as soon as she crossed the threshold, Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at her daughter with a puzzled expression, why are you exposing your thigh? Chapter 14. Surely, my mother and I cannot be bullied by him? With a glance at her exposed thigh, Mu Qianqian gasped. Oh no! Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value 0. 1. Hastily, she pulled her pant leg down from the top of her thigh. Wasn't this the result of Bai Zhou letting go just moments ago? The descent had been remarkably smooth. However, if it continued, this only proved that Mu Qianqian's thigh had nearly no gap, effectively trapping her pant leg. Perhaps it was merely the heat that prompted her to cool off a bit. Although she harbored a deep disdain for Bai Zhou, the thought of her mother discovering such a situation would be utterly embarrassing. Moreover, her mother would undoubtedly be furious. It was better to take revenge on Bai Zhou herself later, without involving her mother. At that moment, Mu Yun was also quite flustered and did not ponder deeply. She simply waved her hand, beckoning Mu Qianqian over. Once Mu Qianqian approached, Mu Yun spoke in a low voice, tinged with disappointment. How could you be so careless? The mole you planted in the Xingzhou group has been discovered by Bai Zhou. What? Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? We communicated in secret, and the transaction location was within our family's property. How could Bai Zhou know? Mu Yun's gaze deepened in contemplation. I do not know how he found out, but he has already placed the footage of your transaction with that mole on my desk. What? Panic washed over Mu Qianqian. Engaging in corporate espionage and directing others to steal trade secrets was indeed illegal. On one hand, she feared the repercussions. On the other, she worried about the Bai family behind Bai Zhou. If both issues erupted simultaneously, not only would she be in trouble, but her mother and the Qianyan group would be ruined. What should we do now? Mu Qianqian was clearly less composed than Mu Yun. The latter's eyes were profound, and there was an unexpected fierceness in her mature gaze as she slowly uttered 4 words. Eliminate all evidence. What? Mu Qianqian gasped. Mom, you mean? Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and nodded. And we must act swiftly. We may not be able to touch Bai Zhou, but a high-ranking executive is of little consequence to us. Listening to her mother's words, Mu Qianqian's eyes showed signs of struggle. But this is... Seeing her daughter in such a state, Mu Yun sighed softly, embracing her shoulders and speaking earnestly. Qianqian, I know you're kind, but we cannot allow that little brat, Bai Zhou, to bully us. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value 0. 1. Upon hearing her mother's declaration, Mu Qianqian's face flushed crimson, undoubtedly recalling the earlier encounter with Bai Zhou in the corridor. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and mutter, "He is such a scoundrel." Mu Yun nodded in agreement, then paused, asking with surprise, "Qianqian, why is your face so red? Am I blushing?" Mu Qianqian was taken aback. Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value 0. 1. Ah, Mom, I just say it was a bit warm. Hey, Mom, why is your face so red too? Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value 1. Cough. Mu Yun cleared her throat and released her daughter, saying, "You are right. It is indeed a bit warm. Now, why don't you step outside for a moment? I need to make a call to arrange something." "Okay, Mom." Mu Qianqian hurriedly averted her gaze from her mother's. As she turned, she gritted her teeth. That scoundrel Bai Zhou made me look so awkward in front of Mom. Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value 0. 1. Unbeknownst to her, after Mu Qianqian turned away, Mu Yun also gritted her teeth. That little brat, making me look so embarrassed in front of my daughter. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value 1. In the back seat of a Maybach, as Bai Zhou sped through the streets of Jiangsheng under the evening sky, he was bewildered by the incessant notification sounds in his mind. What were these two up to? Cooking? Bai Zhou couldn't quite comprehend it, so he decided to focus on something he could understand. Before him lay the interface of the system shop. The balance of 3,500 rupture points filled him with excitement. He had not anticipated that a simple visit to the Qianyan group would yield such an abundance of rupture points. He was now less than 20,000 points away from the silver mystery box. Furthermore, he could exchange for 3 purple mystery boxes. Thus, Bai Zhou found himself in a state of indecision. Should he accumulate more points for a grand exchange? Or should he first redeem a few purple mystery boxes for a taste? Yet, if he were to amass a substantial amount of points from the Qianyan group, reaching 60 or 70,000, would he not then hope to wait for 100,000 points to exchange for a golden legendary item? Never mind. I'll exchange for 2 smaller ones first. Something is better than nothing. Skills never hurt. He believed that there would surely be greater opportunities than the Qianyan group in the future. Thus, Bai Zhou declared, "I would like to redeem 2 purple mystery boxes. Please reserve 10,000 points as a contingency fund. It may prove invaluable in case of unforeseen circumstances." Ding. Deducting 20,000 rupture points, obtaining 2 purple mystery boxes. Would the host like to open them? Open all of them. Ding. Approximately 5 seconds passed. Congratulations. The host successfully opened a purple mystery box. Receiving the reward. Hidden Mountain Technique. Congratulations. The host successfully opened a purple mystery box. Receiving the reward. Golden Finger of the Mountain. Bai Zhou. 2 streams of information flooded his body, accompanied by a rush of muscle memory. After absorbing this knowledge, Bai Zhou suddenly realized, were all the rewards akin to martial arts techniques? The first reward, as the name suggests, was a stealth technique for concealing oneself. The second reward, similarly, was akin to the golden Vajra finger, granting exceptional finger strength capable of breaking gold and splitting stone. However, Bai Zhou noted that in total, he had opened 3 purple mystery boxes, and all had yielded similar martial arts techniques. Surely, the contents of the purple mystery boxes were not exclusively martial arts? This question went unanswered by the system, seemingly encouraging Bai Zhou to explore on his own. With a hint of frustration, Bai Zhou lowered his head and clenched his fist. The cracking sound resonated, and he felt himself growing stronger. He even solemnly thought to himself, if I were to confront the protagonist now, in a fight it should be a fair match, right? He used to kill me 7 times in 3 minutes. What a pity. A trace of regret appeared on Bai Zhou's face. No, I must restrain myself and save up to draw for a golden legendary item. As Bai Zhou continued to devise his saving strategy, his phone, nestled in his pocket, suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID displaying stewardly, he promptly tapped the screen to answer the call. However, it seemed that Bai Zhou had forgotten that he had just acquired the Qin Shan Duanjin Ji. He was not yet proficient in its application, and thus, with a crisp crack, his phone unexpectedly folded in half. The screen instantly plunged into darkness. What the heck? Bai Zhou exclaimed in astonishment at this spectacle. The driver, caught off guard, was startled and turned to investigate. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed a plume of white smoke erupting, accompanied by a flash of fire. What the hell? The driver exclaimed in shock. The phone's battery had distorted, leading to an immediate explosion. One could only imagine the force of it. Bai Zhou, in a state of panic, instinctively reached for the window to discard the device. But the window button was pressed with such force that it broke. What the? The driver's voice cracked in disbelief. This is it. Bai Zhou was alarmed, fearing he might meet his demise in his own Maybach. If he were truly to be killed by a phone explosion, it would be utterly humiliating. There was no time to lose. Flames were already reaching for the sky. In a reflexive motion, Bai Zhou clasped his hands together, fingers tightly intertwined. With a sudden burst, the impending explosion of the phone battery was inexplicably extinguished by the sheer force of his fingers. Wow, what the hell? The driver, turning his head, could only utter a series of astonished exclamations. Is this even humanly possible? Meanwhile, Bai Zhou gazed at his hands, which had reduced the phone to mere fragments, equally astonished, and then muttered, is this even a scenario conceivable by a human mind? Thank goodness I had already stored this in my brain. Otherwise, I'd be left dumbfounded. Chapter 15. The Master's finger techniques are extraordinary. Bai Zhou's remark was undoubtedly a playful jab at the original text. The so-called Qin Shan Duanjin finger was a skill attributed to the protagonist in the original narrative. Although he had not fully mastered the technique, the power he exerted was certainly on par with that of the main character. When he had read the book, he had been utterly impressed by how the protagonist could dispatch a minor adversary with a mere finger. Little did he expect that the Qin Shan Duanjin finger possessed such extraordinary capabilities, capable of extinguishing even a blazing smartphone battery. How utterly outrageous! However, upon reflection, he remembered that the protagonist was a war god, a dragon king. In that instant, everything seemed to fall into place. Just as Bai Zhou rationalized the situation, he noticed that the vehicle had come to a halt. The driver, now dramatically twisting his head, gazed at him in bewilderment. Ahem, the driver likely hadn't caught his earlier quip. Bai Zhou casually remarked, basic skills, don't panic. Upon hearing these words, the driver nearly lost his composure. Young master, my goodness, your finger skills are simply astounding. How on earth did you do that? Is it indestructible? Enough with the nonsense. Bai Zhou interrupted, observing the driver's admiration flowing forth like an unceasing torrent. Quickly, open the window. Yes, young master, right away. Please don't point at me. The driver hurriedly pressed the button to lower the window beside Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou swiftly discarded the remnants of a shattered phone out the window. Turning back, he found the driver still gazing at him with an awestruck expression. Hand me your phone. Yes. The driver, not daring to hesitate, quickly retrieved his phone and offered it to Bai Zhou. However, just as Bai Zhou reached out to accept it, he suddenly recalled the uncontrollable force of the Qin Shan Duanjin finger. With a slight grimace, he retracted his hand and instructed, "You, call Butler Lee and put it on speaker." "Of course, young master, just a moment." The driver swiftly complied, and the call was soon connected, revealing Butler Lee's voice laced with curiosity. "Young master?" "Yes, it's me." Hearing Bai Zhou's voice, Butler Lee felt a wave of relief. He had tried to contact the young master earlier, but the call had barely rung before it indicated that the line was busy. Subsequent attempts had resulted in the phone being turned off, leading him to worry something had gone awry. Now, he finally felt reassured, yet he couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what happened to your phone?" "Ahem, you don't need to know." Indeed, it was unnecessary. The situation was far too foolish. Yet, Bai Zhou felt powerless to alter the original narrative. The only thing he could do was change his fate. As for the Qingshan Duanjin finger, he resolved to exercise better control over it. "What's the situation?" he inquired directly. Butler Lee, uncertain of Bai Zhou's predicament, understood that there were things the young master preferred to keep private, so he responded accordingly. "Lu Wu, that scoundrel, has returned home and is currently dining with his wife and child. Shall I eliminate the entire family?" Butler Lee's tone was flat, as if such matters were commonplace. Bai Zhou, too, had grown accustomed to the gravity of such discussions, for he was indeed a nefarious villain. Nonetheless, this time he replied, "Not yet. Send me your location. I will arrive shortly." Bai Zhou refrained from executing a direct and ruthless course of action. For Lu Wu was the key to manipulating Mu Yun and Mu Qianqian. If he were to eliminate him, it would only serve their interests. Lu Wu still had his uses, so he could not be disposed of just yet. The conversation unfolded on speakerphone, with the driver in the vehicle not worried about any secrets being disclosed, as he dared not eavesdrop. Of course, he hadn't grasped any significant information. His mind was still preoccupied with the earlier spectacle. Bai Zhou's formidable finger technique had left him utterly astounded. He was still pondering. How could anyone refine their fingers to such an extent? How had the young master achieved this? Could it be because the young master was a celestial being? What the hell? Who says only women have peculiar thought processes? This male driver was equally astounded. He found himself feeling a strange sympathy for Bai Zhou. The young master was truly pitiful. However, as fate would have it, while one door had closed on the young master, another had opened. With such finesse in his fingertip skills, no woman could possibly resist him. "Were you lost in thought?" Bai Zhou's voice interrupted the driver's reverie. The driver jolted, his body trembling slightly, and replied nervously, I was thinking of anything, young master. I still believe that you are truly remarkable. My admiration for you flows like the surging waters of the Yellow River, unstoppable." "Silence," Bai Zhou commanded. "Drive, right away." The sun had fully set by this time. Bai Zhou's Maybach glided into an upscale residential complex, a property belonging to the Bai family, allowing him to enter the underground garage without incident. Butler Lee had been waiting for some time. Without waiting for Lee to open the door, Bai Zhou cautiously hooked his finger on the door handle, and with a soft click, the door swung open, this time without any unusual occurrences. Bai Zhou let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had nearly mastered the Qingshan Duanjin finger. At last, he could control it well enough to avoid any catastrophic phone explosions. Yet, he did not forget to instruct the driver, "Drive away and bring me a different car. And also, buy me a new phone." The driver was puzzled as to why a new phone was necessary, but refrained from questioning it further. Accompanying Bai Zhou in the elevator, they ascended to the designated floor. Standing before the closed door, Butler Lee, without needing further instructions from Bai Zhou, pressed the doorbell. The family of three, engrossed in their meal, paused in surprise. Lu Wu thought to himself, who could it be? We're in the middle of dinner. With a sense of unease, he rose to answer the door, peering through the peephole. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down his face, and his complexion turned ashen. Standing outside were Bai Zhou and Butler Lee. The significant detail was Butler Lee. Typically, Bai Zhou, the young scion, would only bring along his inconsequential lackeys when he ventured out, relying on brute force. However, Butler Lee was different. He was not merely Bai Zhou's subordinate, but rather a servant to Bai Zhou's father. Thus, Butler Lee's presence signified that something serious was afoot. "Have I been discovered?" Lu Wu trembled at the door, feeling a wave of panic. Yet he attempted to reassure himself. "No, it's impossible. Mu always conducts himself with caution. But what about you? Husband, who is it? Hush! The voice of the wife came from behind. Lu Wu quickly turned around and rushed back, covering his wife's mouth. In the midst of her astonished gaze, he spoke hurriedly. Take our daughter back to the house and soothe her to sleep. No matter what sounds you hear outside, do not come out. What on earth is happening? The wife wanted to inquire further, but Lu Wu, filled with urgency, interrupted. Do not ask, just go quickly. Outside the door, Bai Zhou and Butler Li stood still, quietly waiting. Just as Butler Li was about to ring the doorbell for the second time, the door creaked open, revealing Lu Wu's grinning figure. Observing Bai Zhou and Butler Li, he immediately exclaimed, "Oh, young master, what brings you here? You should have notified me in advance, so I could personally greet you downstairs." Bai Zhou chuckled softly but did not respond, walking past Lu Wu into his home, followed closely by Butler Li. Lu Wu, sweating profusely, closed the door and hurried inside. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou had already arrived at the dining room and, upon seeing the lavish spread, could not help but exclaim, "Wow, king crab! Goodness, Lu Wu! You must have purchased this with Mu Qianqian's money, right?" Bai Zhou's directness caught Lu Wu off guard, causing his complexion to turn pale. Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain composure, saying, "Young master, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "Don't understand?" Bai Zhou waved his hand to Butler Li, commanding, "Go and chop off his daughter's hand. Let us see if he comprehends then." "Stop!" Lu Wu cried out in alarm. "What kind of skill is it to bully a child?" "Bully a child?" Bai Zhou chuckled lightly, adjusting his belt. "Then I shall go and bully your wife." Chapter 16. I shall take care of your wife and children. Do not worry. Thud. Lu Wu knelt before Bai Zhou, his posture rigid. "Young master, I have spoken. I beg you, spare my wife and children." With that, his head struck the ground with a resounding thud. How fragile! The sound was so sharp that it caused the ever-composed Steward Li, who stood nearby, to flinch slightly. Thinking to himself, "You didn't react this way when your daughter's hand was severed. Why are you so terrified of the young master threatening your wife? What could a eunuch possibly do to her?" Of course, Steward Li dared not voice such thoughts aloud. That would be a grave disrespect to the young master. Bai Zhou expressed his regret. Lu Wu knelt too swiftly. He had not yet demonstrated that he was no longer a eunuch. Such a pity. Bai Zhou adjusted his belt and walked past the kneeling Lu Wu, taking a seat at the head of the dining table. The sight of the lavish spread before him made Bai Zhou's stomach growl. After a mere breakfast and an afternoon of exercise with Shun Qingying, he had only savored a couple of sips of fragrant Mingxian Longjing tea. Thus, he waved his hand grandly. "Go, serve me a bowl of rice." Before Lu Wu could react, Steward Li sprang into action, deftly entering Lu Wu's kitchen. In no time, he returned with a steaming bowl of congee. This simple act sent a chill down Lu Wu's spine, for he realized that Steward Li had never set foot in his home. Yet, the familiarity of the operation made Lu Wu instantly comprehend. Every move he made was under their scrutiny. It dawned on him just how naive he had been, entertaining the notion that Mr. Mu acted with caution. How could he have overlooked the fact that the local tyrant of Jiangsheng was Bai Zhou's father, not Mu Qianqian's mother? Now Lu Wu understood everything. He had no intention of concealing his fear any longer. Raising his head to meet Bai Zhou's gaze, tears welled in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Young master, you need not say anything. I only hope you can spare my wife and children. They know nothing." His red-rimmed eyes betrayed genuine emotion. However, Bai Zhou seemed oblivious, inhaling deeply from the fragrant congee and tearing off a long leg from the king crab. Steward Li promptly offered Bai Zhou a pair of tongs, but in the next instant, with a resounding crack, the crab shell shattered between Bai Zhou's fingers. Seeing this, Steward Li's brow arched in evident surprise. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou, while clearing the crab shell, casually remarked to Lu Wu, "I shall take care of your wife and children. Do not worry." Upon hearing these words, even Steward Li, not to mention the righteous Lu Wu kneeling on the ground, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of their eyes. The essence of those words felt peculiar, yet Lu Wu could not pinpoint the flaw in them. Thus, he closed his eyes and hoarsely spoke, "Young master, do as you wish." Lu Wu understood the rules. He knew the fate of betraying the Bai family. Yet, with his eyes shut, he heard Bai Zhou, amidst his meal, mumble, "Why would I harm you? Do you think I am like Mu Yun and Mu Qianqian? It took a moment for Lu Wu to comprehend Bai Zhou's implication. He stood frozen, then incredulously opened his eyes, stammering, "Young master, are you suggesting?" Lu Wu, a high-ranking executive at the Xingzhou Group and a commercial spy specially recruited by Mu Qianqian, was no novice. Had he not been well-versed in the original plot, he might have been as oblivious as the Bai Zhou of the story, only realizing the unsettling truth midway through. Thus, Lu Wu, being astute, quickly grasped the meaning behind Bai Zhou's words. "Mr. Mu intends to kill me? Impossible. But what about Mu Yun?" Bai Zhou's rhetorical question, uttered while indulging in crab, made Lu Wu's eyes twitch violently. Indeed, what Mu Yun? Lu Wu had never laid eyes on her, yet he was aware of her legendary status in Jiangxing. The specifics of her legend mattered little. What was significant was how a seemingly frail woman carved out a space for herself in such a tumultuous environment. However, Lu Wu seemed to struggle with self-persuasion, while Bai Zhou grew weary of his rambling. "Enough," he waved dismissively. "Stop kneeling on the ground. Go. Serve me another bowl of rice." Lu Wu, still dazed, felt as though he were in a dream, for events had unfolded at an astonishing pace. He had often imagined the consequences of being discovered, even considering leverage to negotiate. Yet, who could have anticipated that the young master would enter without any intention of bargaining? Everything was straightforward, devoid of any convoluted tactics, leaving him bewildered. As Lu Wu served Bai Zhou, he suddenly realized something amiss. Wait, is this really the young master? The heir of the Bai family, a thoughtless wastrel, upon discovering my betrayal, would surely seek vengeance at once. What is he doing? For a brief moment, he almost mistook Bai Zhou for his father. Lu Wu was not the only one harboring such a misconception. Even Steward Li, who had stood by Bai Zhou's father since humble beginnings, shared this sentiment. He had witnessed the rise of Bai Zhou's father, and now was he to witness Bai Zhou's evolution? Yet, this transformation seemed to have occurred too rapidly. How could such a stark contrast arise overnight? Was this what they referred to as enlightenment? Whether Bai Zhou had truly attained enlightenment was not the matter at hand. He had already savored 3 rounds of congee and 5 varieties of dishes. Remarkably, Lu Wu's wife and children had obeyed his instructions, remaining hidden. As the night deepened, Bai Zhou rose, stifling a yawn, and addressed Lu Wu. "Go, embrace your wife and children and sleep." "What?" Lu Wu was momentarily bewildered. "This is it? You enter my home, frighten me into submission, merely to share a meal? Young master, this..." Lu Wu attempted to say more, but Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. "What? You do not wish to sleep? Shall I take your place?" No. Lu Wu frantically waved his hands, retreating into his room while casting anxious glances back at Bai Zhou. The living room was left to Bai Zhou and Steward Li. Once Lu Wu had entered, Bai Zhou's demeanor shifted, taking on a more serious tone as he turned to Steward Li. "Uncle Li, find a place to hide. Do not let anyone discover us. Let's see what unfolds tonight." With that, Bai Zhou snapped off all the lights in the living room. Steward Li, uncertain of Bai Zhou's intentions, inclined his head slightly. "Yes, young master?" His gaze suddenly narrowed, and he swiftly and warily began to search the darkened room. How could it be that I momentarily felt the absence of the young master? Could it be that he has already taken a taxi home? The thought struck him like a bolt. A taxi home? Suddenly, from the empty corner, a voice pierced the silence. "Uncle Li, why don't you hide?" The sound startled Butler Li, nearly causing him to leap from his spot, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. I fancied my skills in stealth were unparalleled. Yet how did the young master manage it? Of course, it was due to the system's reward of the elusive Qing Shan technique. However, Bai Zhou had no time to explain this to Butler Li, as he too was embroiled in his own turmoil. Although he was well versed in the original plot, aware that Mu Yun would dispatch an elite assassin to resolve issues when faced with certain challenges, he was uncertain whether Mu Yun would resort to such measures during these 2.5 years leading up to the official unfolding of the narrative. Thus, Bai Zhou found himself in a gamble. Chapter 17. Have I bet wrong? Women are truly fearsome. As time progressed, the night advanced into its later hours. Bai Zhou began to feel drowsy. However, having read an abundance of novels, he understood that this hour was the prime time for assassins to strike. Thus, he summoned all his focus. Yet, An unsettling stillness enveloped the surroundings. Doubts began to creep into Bai Zhou's mind. Have I miscalculated? Indeed, the assassin had yet to arrive. Could it be that Mu Yun had no intention of eliminating Lu Wu? No, that was utterly inconceivable. Mu Yun's abrupt shift in demeanor within that room had signaled to Bai Zhou that she must have devised a solution. Analyzing the plot of the original narrative, it was evident that her solution would involve silencing Lu Wu permanently, ensuring that no evidence remained. But the assassin had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that the attack was postponed until tomorrow? The likelihood of that was slim. Mu Yun was already aware that she possessed evidence of Lu Wu's espionage. She would undoubtedly act swiftly to avoid any lingering threats. What could be the reason for this delay? Bai Zhou felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Had I misjudged? Or was there something in the original work that I had overlooked? With his eyes closed, he began to recall the details of the original narrative. Although Mu Yun's storyline was not extensive, Bai Zhou remembered it vividly. After all, she was an alluring and mature woman. Ahem. He reminded himself that his certainty regarding Mu Yun's intent to hire an assassin stemmed from explicit mentions in the text. Later in the story, the protagonist gradually became aware of potential traitors in his midst. By that point, he had established close ties with Mu Yun and her daughter. The protagonist had even voiced concerns regarding this issue, but Mu Yun reassured him that she had it under control. The narrative also hinted that those suspected of treachery would meet untimely ends. Mu Yun had claimed that her assassins were meticulously selected and specially trained. The protagonist had even alluded to the notion that the most vicious hearts belong to women. Yet, Mu Yun countered that the families of these individuals were well cared for. Suddenly, Bai Zhou felt as if he had grasped a critical clue. He leapt from the shadows, urgently calling out, "Uncle Li, come with me." Li the butler was momentarily stunned, having believed that his young master had long departed for home. Yet, witnessing Bai Zhou's determined figure, he hastened to follow. Bai Zhou arrived at the door of the room Lu Wu had entered earlier. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open with a resounding thud. In that instant, a glimmer of cold steel flashed before him. "Stop!" Bai Zhou bellowed. Li, following closely behind, witnessed a flower pot being kicked aside. Whoosh! It flew through the air, crashing into something. A muffled groan from a woman indicated that she had been struck. Ding! Mu Yun's severance value 1. Ding! Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. Bai Zhou was not surprised by the system's notification. After all, Lu Wu was the key to controlling Mu Yun and Mu Qianqian, and his intervention had thwarted Lu Wu's assassination. It was only natural that his severance value would increase. However, Bai Zhou was more concerned with the validity of his suspicions. He swiftly turned on the lights in the room, and the scene before him brought clarity. His assumptions had indeed been correct. Lu Wu was drenched in sweat. Terror etched across his face, his mouth gagged, and his limbs restrained at the corners of the bed. A young girl, appearing barely old enough for kindergarten, lay unconscious on the adjacent bed. A woman, seemingly a decade younger than Lu Wu, clad in night attire, was sprawled nearby. Dirt and remnants of the flower pot smeared across her face, blood trickling from her lips. Lu Wu's wife was nowhere to be found. This left only one possibility: the assassin. The woman on the floor, realizing her plot had unraveled, narrowed her eyes defiantly, wiped the blood from her mouth, and hissed, "Die." She sprang to her feet, lunging with a knife aimed at the bound Lu Wu. Bai Zhou's voice boomed, "Uncle Li, Lu Wu must not die." Li, quick on his feet, dashed to shield Lu Wu. But unexpectedly, the woman pivoted, directing her blade towards Bai Zhou instead. Li gasped, "Master, watch out." Bai Zhou was well aware of the danger, yet he had not anticipated the assassin's cunning maneuver. Nevertheless, he was no longer the same Bai Zhou he once was. He extended his hands, and with a sharp crack, the assassin's blade met his fingertips. In the next moment, with a resounding snap, the knife shattered. What? Both the female assassin and Li, who had rushed to protect Bai Zhou, were taken aback, disbelief evident in their expressions. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Zhou stepped forward, extending his hands. With a swift, decisive motion, he dislocated the assassin's shoulder with an audible crack. "Ah!" As the assassin screamed in agony, Bai Zhou swiftly subdued her, bringing her under control. Ding! Mu Yun's severance value 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. Mu Yun had now reached 5. Good heavens! Li, who had been slightly delayed, gasped in astonishment. Master, your skills? Li was utterly flabbergasted. He had always thought of his young master as a delicate figure, a mere boy. How could he exhibit such prowess? The typical young master was arrogant and relied on his subordinates for any confrontation, always remaining in the background. But now, what on earth was happening? Not only had he shattered the assassin's weapon with ease, but he had also executed the dislocation with such finesse? Incredible. Even I could not achieve that. How could he? Of course, it was all due to the blind box draw. But that was not the crux of the matter. Bai Zhou, exasperated, called out, "Uncle Li, what are you dawdling for? Help me tie her up." "Oh, right." The dazed Li hurried to comply with his master's command. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou approached the bed, untying the bound Lu Wu. Lu Wu, now free to speak, unleashed a thunderous roar as he struggled to rise from the bed. Lunging to grasp the woman's shoulder, his eyes ablaze with fury. Why? Why is this happening? Tell me, you wretched woman, why? Though the woman's shoulder was dislocated, causing her evident pain, she remained silent, gazing deeply into Lu Wu's eyes, tears streaming down her face. Witnessing this poignant scene, Bai Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow. It was a close call. Had Mu Yun succeeded, the consequences would have been dire. However, Bai Zhou has now come to understand why the protagonist would later regard Mu Yun with such a scathing remark. The most venomous of hearts belongs to women. Who could have anticipated that the assassin meticulously chosen by Mu Yun was none other than Lu Wu's confidant? Reflecting upon the actions he had taken against Mu Yun within the confines of his room, Bai Zhou couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This woman, Mu Yun, is indeed formidable. Yet, upon further contemplation, he wondered if he should have taken the opportunity to torment Lu Wu's wife instead. Perhaps it would be better to refrain, as she is already so pitiable. There is no need to add to her woes. At that moment, Lu Wu was in tears, his voice bordering on hysteria, and Bai Zhou's voice soon cut through. "You should check on your daughter. With such a commotion, she hasn't awakened." Upon hearing this, Lu Wu was instantly startled, releasing the woman and dashing toward his daughter by the bedside. Finally, the woman spoke, her voice hoarse. "Rest assured, she is fine. After all, she is also my daughter." Hearing this, Lu Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed once more, "You." But before Lu Wu could unleash his fury, Bai Zhou interrupted him with a sharp retort. "Enough. Are you going to put on a tragic performance now?" Chapter 18. I implore you to torment my wife. Do as you wish. Although the original narrative is rife with tragic elements, the presence of Bai Zhou, the time traveler, has momentarily thwarted their attempts at suffering. Currently, Bai Zhou occupies the seat of honor in the living room, with Butler Li standing attentively behind him. Lu Wu, cradling his slumbering daughter on the nearby sofa, glares fiercely at the woman bound and kneeling before them. Bai Zhou has grasped the situation's intricacies. Lu Wu and this female assassin are a couple forged in adversity. Their divorce from his ex-wife was precipitated by this woman, whom Lu Wu mistakenly believed was a result of his own indiscretions. However, it appears that everything was meticulously orchestrated. Moreover, shortly after marrying this woman and having a child, Mu Qianqian arrived at their doorstep. It was then that Lu Wu resolved to become a corporate spy for Mu Qianqian within the Xingzhou group. Bai Zhou cannot help but marvel at the cleverness of it all. This female assassin was trained by Mu Yun through unconventional means. The specifics of her training remain unclear, as the original text does not elaborate. This group of assassins is unwaveringly loyal to Mu Yun, which allows her to maintain a foothold in the intricate landscape of Jiangxing. Bai Zhou shakes his head in resignation. He recalls the original narrative's portrayal of Mu Yun as a young woman who ventured out on her own to rebel against her father's use of her as a pawn for marriage, believing that no one should interfere with a woman's right to love freely. Yet what of her own actions? The assassins she trained are not also bound by her orchestrated unions? Having understood these revelations, Bai Zhou slowly raises his gaze to the kneeling assassin, where he perceives a glimmer of tenderness in her eyes. She is presently fixated on Lu Wu and recalling her prior declaration that the child is hers. Bai Zhou surmises that this tenderness stems from the infant in Lu Wu's arms. With this thought, A spark of intrigue ignites within him. He then speaks directly. I shall ask you a question, and you will respond. Do you understand? Upon hearing his words, the assassin turns her head, her gaze now icy. With a disdainful huff, she averts her face. Bai Zhou, undeterred, continues. Your group undoubtedly comprises more than just yourself. Mu Yun could not have invested extensive time and resources in training each of you individually. Therefore, you must still recognize your companions, correct? Indeed, there are many like Lu Wu, covertly under Mu Yun's control. The original text provides little insight into this, as Mu Yun's storyline is not extensively developed. Yet, these details could serve to aid in severing ties with Mu Yun and Mu Qianqian. Perhaps I can even extract further advantages from this situation. Bai Zhou is eager to have this knowledge at his disposal. However, upon hearing his remarks, the assassin responds coldly. I do not comprehend what you are saying. How unfortunate! Bai Zhou exclaims, annoyance creeping into his tone. He then turns to Lu Wu, remarking, It seems you and your wife share the same flaw. Lu Wu, momentarily taken aback, is then met with Bai Zhou instructing Butler Li, go, sever one of her daughter's hands. Let us see if she understands now. No. Both Lu Wu and the assassin cry out in unison, the latter's face paling instantly. Lu Wu kneels, despair evident in his voice as he pleads, Young master, I beseech you, spare my daughter. She is still so young. If you must torment someone, let it be this woman. Do as you please. Just ensure your satisfaction. Ah, Lu Wu, why propose to torment your wife? You knelt. Now, as I threaten your child, you kneel and beseech me to torment your wife? My interest in your wife has waned. Bai Zhou's voice drops to a low growl. Lu Wu, do you believe your betrayal of the Bai family has concluded? The mere utterance of this phrase sends a chill down Lu Wu's spine, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead as Bai Zhou's icy tone continues. The reason I refrained from killing you earlier was merely to use your pitiful life to draw out this assassin. Now, a cold laugh escapes Bai Zhou's lips as he turns to Butler Li. Uncle Li, deal with this troublesome traitor. As he speaks, Bai Zhou discreetly winks at Butler Li, who comprehends the unspoken command and strides towards Lu Wu, seizing him by the hair and dragging him towards the inner room. No, please. The pain of his scalp does not halt Lu Wu's desperate pleas. Young master, I implore you. You may kill me at your leisure, but please, do not harm my daughter. With a resounding bang, the bedroom door slams shut, followed by a chilling scream. Silence envelopes the room. Moments later, Butler Li emerges, wiping the blood from his hands with a cloth retrieved from an unknown source. Witnessing this, the assassin's face turns a shade whiter, her eyes revealing a flicker of panic. Bai Zhou, satisfied, nods approvingly and instructs Butler Li, the pesky individual has been dealt with now. Proceed to sever her daughter's hand and prepare a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork. Understood, young master. Butler Li swiftly produces a kitchen knife from seemingly nowhere and approaches the unconscious girl on the sofa. No, the assassin can no longer contain herself. Please, do not harm my daughter. Kill me instead. I beg you, take my life, but spare my child. I shall divulge all that you wish to know. At last, as the knife grazes the girl's skin, the assassin cries out in desperation. Indeed, it seems that every human possesses a vulnerability. Ding. Mu Yun's severance value 1. Ding. Mu Yun's severance value 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. Ding. Detected Mu Yun's severance degree has reached 20, gaining severance points 2,000. Listening to the cacophony of system notifications resonating in his mind, Bai Zhou nods in satisfaction, stretches lazily, rises from the sofa, and addresses Butler Li. Uncle Li, I leave the aftermath of this matter in your capable hands. The hour grows late, and I find myself weary. With that, he stifles a deep yawn. Butler Li nods slightly, assuring him, rest assured, young master, there will be no complications. As Bai Zhou prepares to depart, he glances back at the ajar bedroom door. Lu Wu lies amidst a pool of blood. However, the crimson pool was not composed of blood gushing forth from the neck or heart, but rather the nasal blood of Lu Wu. Steward Li certainly recalled that Bai Zhou had mentioned Lu Wu was not yet fated to meet his demise. As Bai Zhou descended the elevator and arrived at the underground garage, he encountered a dozen or so figures clad in black, hastening towards him. Upon spotting Bai Zhou, their immediate reaction was to halt in place and bow deeply. Young master. It was evident that these were the individuals summoned by Steward Li, tasked with cleaning up the mess left by Lu Wu's family. Bai Zhou merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further words, before taking his seat in the pristine new Maybach, recently vacated by the previous driver. No sooner had he settled into the vehicle than his phone began to ring, startling the driver to the brink of leaping from the car. This was a brand new vehicle, and would it soon be subjected to the young master's wrath once more? But wait, the phone that I had just purchased for the young master had yet to be presented to him. Whose call was this? A pertinent inquiry. The phone that Bai Zhou had brought down from the upper floor belonged to that female assassin, and the individual who had called her at 2:30 in the early morning could only be that very woman. Chapter 19. Now, it depends on your performance. As Bai Zhou retrieved his phone from his pocket, the screen displayed an unknown caller, which brought a smile to his eyes. He proceeded to answer the call. With the mastery of the Qing Shan Duan Jin technique, Bai Zhou no longer fumbled in such situations. However, upon connecting, the caller remained silent, seemingly waiting for him to speak first. Bai Zhou, more composed than the caller, chose to remain silent. Yet as time elapsed, he could distinctly hear a woman's hurried breaths on the other end, indicating her growing impatience. Finally, Bai Zhou broke the silence. Aunt Yun, calling me so late? Do you miss me? Beep. Muyun's 1. Beep. Muyun's 1. Beep. Mu Qianqian's 0. 1. Listening to the busy tone coupled with the continuous system notifications in his mind, Bai Zhou's joy was evident on his face. He could now effortlessly roll down the car window and discard the now useless phone out into the night. However, in doing so, he suddenly realized, why are we still in the underground parking lot? The driver, trembling slightly, turned to speak, young master. I was worried your phone might explode again. Bai Zhou replied, drive. Take me home. Understood, young master. Upon arriving at Bai Zhou's villa, he found the vast living room deserted, illuminated only by a small, warm lamp beside the sofa. Sitting there was his exquisitely beautiful wife, his childhood sweetheart, Shen Qingying. Shen Qingying seemed devoid of any drowsiness, perhaps due to having slept too much in the afternoon. She curled her legs on the sofa, appearing notably anxious. Beside her on the coffee table lay a bowl of cold congee, and she frequently glanced at the wall clock. The complexity of emotions in her eyes hinted at a longing for Bai Zhou's return, yet there was also a trace of apprehension. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Qingying's mindset had begun to subtly shift after the events of the day. In a corner of the living room, a door quietly creaked open, revealing a sleepy girl. Xiao Rou emerged, clad in an adorable cartoon strawberry bear pajama. Rubbing her eyes, she was uncertain whether she was up for a midnight bathroom trip or merely hungry. However, upon noticing the dim light in the living room, her gaze paused momentarily. Then, she dashed over to Shen Qingying, her bare, delicate feet pattering softly on the floor. Sister-in-law, she began, but realizing the late hour, she quickly corrected herself. Madam, why are you still awake at this hour? Shen Qingying's expression grew even more intricate as she took Xiao Rou's small hand, attempting to articulate her thoughts. She began, but the words faltered on her lips. Noticing the bowl of congee on the table, Xiao Rou inquired, Madam, are you waiting for young master to return? Beep. Shen Qingying's 1. You even cooked congee for him? Beep. Shen Qingying's 1. Flustered by Xiao Rou's question, Shen Qingying stammered, I didn't. You're mistaken. This congee is for me. Beep. Shen Qingying's 1. Inside, Shen Qingying felt a whirlwind of emotions. The reason she had gotten out of bed was that she couldn't sleep, tossing and turning alone. The cause of her insomnia? Her mind persistently replayed. Why hasn't Bai Zhou returned yet? They had been married for 2.5 years. Yet she had never been concerned about where he was when he was late. Like this afternoon, when Xiao Rou mentioned seeing something, her initial reaction was absurdly to think Bai Zhou might be with another woman. It was irrational. Even Shen Qingying herself couldn't comprehend why she felt that way. After all, this was the man who had deceived her for 2.5 years, whom she thought incapable, yet he turned out to be so formidable. Moreover, he had used Xiao Rou to threaten her, forcing her into. She should have loathed him. Yet why did she harbor such thoughts? The man in her heart was Xiao Gu, her childhood companion. Xiao Gu, I am so sorry. Beep. Shen Qingying's one. Xiao Rou, oblivious to Shen Qingying's tumultuous inner thoughts, accepted her explanation without suspicion. Oh, I see. But this kanji is cold. Let me heat it up for you. No need. Shen Qingying quickly grasped Xiao Rou's hand, striving to appear composed. I'm not hungry anymore. I just want to sit here. You should get some rest. We have a busy day ahead. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rou glanced at the clock, yawned, and remarked, just thinking about serving that rascal makes me sigh. Sister-in-law, what about you? I'm going to sleep soon. Shen Qingying smiled faintly. Xiao Rou yawned again. All right, sister-in-law. I'll just use the restroom before heading back to bed. With that, Xiao Rou swayed out of the room, mumbling, it's so late, and that rascal still isn't home. He must be off somewhere bullying innocent women. Hearing this, an inexplicable pang of sorrow welled up within Shen Qingying. Beep. Shen Qingying's one. Beep. Shen Qingying's one. Beep. Detected Shen Qingying's has reached 30, granting 4,000. As Bai Zhou approached the villa entrance, the system notification rang in his mind, filling him with delight. 4,000 points already? That brings my total to 16,500. He recalled that when Shen Qingying's reached 20, the system rewarded him with 2,000. Now, with only a 10% increase, the had doubled. Considering that a mere 10 had netted him 1,000 points, if Shen Qingying's reached 40, he would gain 8,000 points, and at 50, a staggering 16,000. Truly, she was the protagonist. That little brat Wang Ji couldn't even compare. While joy filled him, curiosity also lingered. Why was Shen Qingying awake at such an hour? Was she having nightmares? But as he entered and saw her sitting on the sofa, his doubts dissipated, replaced by a sense of intrigue as he approached her. As Bai Zhou pushed the door open and entered, Shen Qingying instinctively felt her body tense up in that instant. Clearly, she was exceedingly anxious. However, Bai Zhou's voice soon echoed, "Why are you still awake?" After uttering these words, Bai Zhou unexpectedly plopped down beside Shen Qingying, enveloped in a fragrant aura. Reflexively, Shen Qingying stood up, wishing to distance herself from Bai Zhou, exclaiming, "I will go to sleep now." Yet, before she could make her exit, Bai Zhou's voice rang out once more, "Why the haste? Sit down." Shen Qingying's body stiffened, but she remained rooted in place, gritting her teeth as she asserted, "I'm going to sleep." Nevertheless, Bai Zhou had no intention of letting her off easily, casually remarking, "If memory serves me right, Xiao Rou resides in that room. Does she not?" Ding. Shen Qingying's fragmentation value 0. 1. How did it come to her speaking, and why had the increase diminished so significantly? With a huff, Shen Qingying immediately sat back down, turning to Bai Zhou with a pleading expression, "Did you not promise me that you would not harm Rou?" Observing Shen Qingying's anxious demeanor, Bai Zhou felt a surge of delight, gradually placing his hand on her thigh while teasingly responding, "That will depend on your performance." Ding. Shen Qingying's fragmentation value 0. 1. Chapter 20. Madam, your meal has cooled. Allow me to warm it for you. Observing Bai Zhou, Shen Qingying gritted her teeth and, in a breathy voice, implored, "Could I possibly have a moment to rest?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou felt an overwhelming surge of joy within him. At the very least, her reaction now differed vastly from her previous demeanor. Nevertheless, he had no intention of granting Shen Qingying any respite. He found it peculiar that her disconnect value had risen so significantly in his absence, while his actions towards her had led to a notable decline. Yet, Bai Zhou firmly declared no. Ding. Shen Qingying's disconnect value 0. 1. Ding. Shen Qingying's disconnect value 0. 1. Ding. Shen Qingying's disconnect value 0. 1. Seeing Shen Qingying dawdle to such an extent, Bai Zhou feigned impatience and remarked, "Then you should rest well. Xiao Rou likely does not require it." As he spoke, he truly intended to stand up. With a sudden clap, Shen Qingying hastily grasped Bai Zhou's arm, her eyes reflecting a hint of desperation as she pleaded, "Do not harm Rou." Ding. Shen Qingying's disconnect value 0. 1. The incessant system notifications echoed in Bai Zhou's mind, each one resonating distinctly. Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 0. 01. Had it truly decreased by so much? Was he concerned that severing ties too swiftly in a specific context could be detrimental to Shun Qingying? The system notifications continued to flood his thoughts, though this time their duration was brief. Suddenly, a faint sound reminiscent of running water emanated from the distant corner of the living room behind the sofa. Bai Zhou paused, glancing upward. Shun Qingying, who had been with her eyes closed, abruptly opened them. The creaking of a door signaled the arrival of a soft, surprised voice. Young master, you have returned? Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 1. Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 1. Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 1. Bai Zhou was taken aback. Shun Qingying's disconnect value had returned to 1. It all made sense now. A peculiar smile crept across Bai Zhou's lips. However, Shun Qingying was in a state of despair, having forgotten that Xiao Rou was in the restroom due to her overwhelming anxiety upon seeing Bai Zhou. Huh? What is Madam doing? Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 1. Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 1. With no alternative, Shun Qingying lowered her head and instructed. You should go to sleep. Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 1. Xiao Rou, looking puzzled, asked, Madam, what do you mean? I'm having my meal. Oh, Madam, are you having dinner? It's well past mealtime. I will warm it for you. Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 1. There's no need. Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 1. Ding. Detection indicates Shun Qingying's disconnect level has reached 40, awarding disconnect points 8,000. Indeed, Bai Zhou's eyes sparkled with delight. The points had doubled. His disconnect points now surged past 20,000, reaching 24,500. Remarkably, he was on the verge of replenishing the consumption from 2 purple blind boxes today. Xiao Rou listened to Shun Qingying's words, a hint of confusion in her heart. Yet she dared not overtly disobey the command. Her sister-in-law had explicitly instructed her never to reveal her identity. This was a form of protection for both her and her sister-in-law. Thus, seeing Shun Qingying's demeanor, it seemed there were no pressing issues. Xiao Rou returned to her room with lingering glances, closing the door behind her. Bai Zhou did not intervene, although Xiao Rou's presence could enhance Shun Qingying's disconnect value. Bai Zhou understood the importance of sustainability. If he kept Xiao Rou around for too long, she would inevitably catch on. Once she did, he would lose one method of coercing Shun Qingying, along with a potential future leverage over Xiao Rou. Thus, Bai Zhou knew when to be judicious. Upon hearing the door close, Shun Qingying finally felt liberated, taking a deep breath. Cautiously, she glanced towards Xiao Rou's room, noting the door was tightly shut. Before turning to Bai Zhou with an exasperated hiss, Bai Zhou, you scoundrel. You are nothing but a scoundrel. However, Bai Zhou remained indifferent to Shun Qingying's insults. Shrugging nonchalantly as he replied, is this realization dawning on you now? Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 0. 1. Alas, it had dropped again. Yet Bai Zhou felt content. After all, Shun Qingying's disconnect level had reached 40. The prospect of a complete severance was now within reach. Seeing Bai Zhou's shameless demeanor, Shun Qingying's ire flared anew. I'm going back to sleep. Attempting to leave in a huff? That was not going to happen. Bai Zhou raised his hands. Very well. Just as well that Xiao Rou is still awake, saving me the trouble of rousing her. Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 0. 1. Shun Qingying gritted her teeth. Her fists clenched, her eyes burning with fury. Stop. Do not move. Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 0. 01. Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 0. 01. Ding. Shun Qingying's disconnect value 5. Bai Zhou slowly rose from the sofa, stretching languidly, and lightly remarked, you should get some rest. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Shun Qingying with reddened eyes. Scoundrel. Scoundrel. The greatest scoundrel in the world. As for Xiao Rou, she had not slept at all, worried about her future sister-in-law. How could she possibly rest? She remained pressed against her door, eavesdropping, but the spacious living room rendered her unable to hear anything. After what felt like an eternity, she faintly discerned the sound of dishes clinking. Cautiously, she opened her door just a crack, catching a glimpse of Shun Qingying, Her cheeks flushed and her steps hurried. However, she did not see Bai Zhou. Thus, filled with surprise, she sprang out. Sister-in-law, are you done with dinner? Ding. Shun Qingying's Disconnect Value 1. Chapter 21. Did you just realize I'm a scoundrel? Shun Qingying never anticipated that after such a long time, Xiao Rou had yet to succumb to slumber. Could it be the scene in the living room earlier? Ding. Shun Qingying's Fragmentation Value 1. Did you see everything? Shun Qingying's voice trembled slightly with trepidation. Xiao Rou, however, shook her head emphatically. How could I dare to look? Didn't you say my identity must remain concealed? Hearing Xiao Rou's response, Shun Qingying felt a subtle relief wash over her. Yet, the very fact that Xiao Rou claimed her identity must remain a secret stirred a tinge of helplessness in Shun Qingying's heart. She thought, oh, my dear Xiao Rou, Bai Zhou already knows your true identity. However, Shun Qingying knew she could not divulge this information to Xiao Rou. The secrets she needed to hide from Xiao Rou far outweighed those she had to conceal from Bai Zhou. Thus, she nodded in acquiescence and said, I've finished eating and tidied up the dishes. You should rest early, it's getting late. In truth, Shun Qingying's intention was to hastily extricate herself from Xiao Rou's presence to avoid further embarrassment. Yet Xiao Rou insisted, Sister-in-law, you should go to bed. I'll prepare you something for dinner in the kitchen. Ding. Shun Qingying's Fragmentation Value 1. Ding. Shun Qingying's Fragmentation Value 1. Ding. Detected Shun Qingying's fragmentation level at 50, gaining fragmentation points 16,000. Upon returning to his room, Bai Zhou had not yet settled down when he suddenly sprang up. What on earth is happening with Shun Qingying? How did her fragmentation level spike to 50%? With Shun Qingying's fragmentation level reaching 50%, she had amassed an astounding 40,500 points. Unable to contain his curiosity, he ventured out of his room to uncover the cause. Downstairs, Shun Qingying's complexion had turned pale. She sternly addressed Xiao Rou, what time is it? Still eating? Be cautious of gaining weight. I command you to sleep at once. But Xiao Rou attempted to protest, but Shun Qingying interrupted her, employing a forceful spell to push Xiao Rou into her room and promptly shutting the door. With her back firmly pressed against Xiao Rou's door, Shun Qingying's wide eyes betrayed her frenzied state of mind. She never expected that before she could even wash her hands and brush her teeth, Xiao Rou would thwart her. How infuriating! Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Shun Qingying caught sight of a furtive figure standing at the top of the staircase, Bai Zhou. Instantly, Shun Qingying pointed a finger in his direction, silently mouthing, you scoundrel. The exaggerated gesture was unmistakable, even if Bai Zhou could not read lips. He merely shrugged and turned away, embodying his usual nonchalant demeanor. He seemed to convey the sentiment. Did you just realize I'm a scoundrel? At that moment, Shun Qingying felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Bai Zhou in his sleep. Yet, she knew she could not, for her Xiao Ji was not yet home, and she had to protect Xiao Ji's little sister. Warm tears streamed down her cheeks once more. It was destined to be a sleepless night for Shun Qingying. Meanwhile, Xiao Rou, enticed by Shun Qingying's earlier actions, tossed and turned in her bed. And it was clear that the restless souls this night would not be limited to just the two of them. In another luxurious villa, the living room, though smaller than Bai Zhou's, remained an unattainable dream for ordinary folks. The dim yellow light beside the sofa illuminated a figure curled up on the couch. However, this silhouette was markedly different from Shun Qingying, easily discernible at first glance. Yet, the gleam in her eyes mirrored Shun Qingying's, complex, conflicted, anxious, and fearful. Muyun. On the coffee table lay not kanji, but a landline telephone. Moments ago, she had dialed that very number, only to hear Bai Zhou's voice on the other end. What did this signify? It indicated that Bai Zhou had foreseen her plan to eliminate all evidence. Her assassin had been intercepted. Lu Wu remained alive, yet her assassin had been apprehended? At this moment, Mu Yun resembled a wronged girl, huddled on the sofa, seeking solace in her own embrace. She bore no trace of the maturity and poise she had exhibited before others today. Such an oversight had never occurred before. What had gone awry today? Why did it have to be in front of Bai Zhou? A flicker of inscrutable light danced in Mu Yun's eyes. And what of Bai Zhou? Had he suddenly become enlightened? For years, he had been nothing more than a debauched wastrel. How could he possibly possess leverage against her? How could he disrupt her meticulously laid plans? That was the question. Bai Zhou, a name that rarely graced her thoughts. In Jiangcheng, someone like Mu Yun undoubtedly harbored ambitions. She had quietly manipulated many to cultivate her own power, opposing other formidable forces. Yet, she had never deemed Bai Zhou worthy of consideration. Who would have thought that after years of navigating Jiangcheng's treacherous waters, the first significant crisis she encountered would stem from this inconsequential playboy? Ding! Mu Yun's fragmentation value 1. Just then, Mu Qianqian's voice interrupted. Mom, why are you still awake at this hour? The living room lights suddenly illuminated. Mu Yun, akin to a small cat exposed from its dark corner, straightened her curled legs, leaned back on the sofa, and crossed her legs with an air of composure. Though Mu Qianqian's pajamas appeared somewhat austere and plain, they could not conceal her radiant charm. Approaching her mother, she spoke before Mu Yun could utter a word. Mom, did something go awry with Lu Wu? Mu Qianqian, a formidable woman in her own right, was sharp-witted. Yet, Mu Yun wore a maternal smile, exuding warmth as she replied. Silly girl, when has your mother ever faltered in her endeavors? I just spoke on the phone. Everything has been resolved. Mu Yun lit. But her capabilities ensured that Mu Qianqian remained oblivious. Upon hearing her mother's words, Mu Qianqian exhaled in relief, her gaze softening with sympathy. Mom, we must treat Lu Wu's family with kindness. Trust your mother's judgment. Now, go to bed. I shall retire as well. With a gentle gaze, she watched her daughter ascend the staircase, the momentary flicker of her expression betraying her composure. Ding! Mu Yun's fragmentation value 1. Ding! Mu Yun's fragmentation value 1. Ding! Mu Yun's fragmentation value 1. Ding! Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Ding! Detected Mu Yun's fragmentation level at 30, gaining fragmentation points 3,000. Mu Yun clenched her fists slightly, her body trembling with resolve, her pearly teeth grazing her lip. I must protect my daughter, that little scoundrel Bai Zhou. Chapter 22. As slumber enveloped him, it seemed as though someone had thoughtfully provided a pillow. The incessant barrage of system notifications did not intrude upon Bai Zhou's repose. However, it was evident that the events of the night were far from over. In Lu Wu's residence, Butler Li, with utmost professionalism, meticulously preserved the information extracted from the female assassin, creating both an audio recording and a written account, which facilitated the removal of Lu Wu and his family. Just as he was about to depart, his phone emitted a sound from his pocket. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a look of surprise flickered in Butler Li's eyes. He promptly answered the call, his tone imbued with a newfound respect. Master, you are still awake at this late hour? A deep voice resonated from the other end. Indeed, it's quite late. Why are you still up, Old Li? The moment Butler Li heard this, a knowing expression graced his face. I am assisting young master. I shall rest once my tasks are complete. The voice continued. Even after your work is done, do not rest just yet. Come and see me. Yes, master. It was undeniably arduous to serve in such a household. The dawn was approaching. Nonetheless, the villa he was now in, albeit grand and opulent, appeared considerably smaller than Bai Zhou's own residence, a testament to the latter's previous life of indulgence. In the study, a middle-aged man, slightly corpulent and exuding affluence, lounged on a soft sofa clad in plaid pajamas. Butler Li stood before this man, slightly bowing in deference. In various novels, characters of such prominence are often described as having an imposing presence without uttering a word. Yet, this middle-aged man radiated only warmth, resembling a kindly neighbor. However, Butler Li understood that this amiable figure was none other than Bai Zhou's father, the local sovereign of Jiangcheng, Bai Zhou, one of the prominent kings of the southern territories. Bai Zhou, ensconced in the sofa, held a burning cigarette between his fingers. Butler Li recognized it as Bai Zhou's lifelong favorite, the Bai General, a humble choice, unlike the ostentatious cigars favored by the newly wealthy. After what appeared to be a report from Butler Li, The inscrutable smile on Bai Zhou face remained unchanged. It was only after Butler Lee finished speaking that Bai Zhou took a gentle drag of his cigarette and remarked, "My son has been quite busy today. Do you know where the shares of Qian Yun Group originated?" Upon hearing this, Butler Lee momentarily faltered, instinctively responding, "Master, you are unaware?" Indeed, Bai Zhou wielded immense influence throughout Jiangcheng, and his primary concern was his only son, Bai Zhou. How could he be oblivious to Bai Zhou's actions? Was it possible that this mischievous lad had begun to operate in secrecy? Bai Zhou's expression was a curious blend of amusement and irritation, leaving Butler Lee astonished. Could it be that the young master had managed to operate under everyone's radar? Bai Zhou continued, "After all these years, I thought I knew my wayward son, but it appears I have underestimated him." Butler Lee kept his gaze lowered, refraining from any commentary. Suddenly, Bai Zhou raised his voice. "Old Hay." As the words left his lips, the study door swung open, revealing a towering figure, a man of formidable stature, entering with an air of commanding presence, starkly contrasting Bai Zhou's genial demeanor. "Master, you called for me?" His voice boomed. Bai Zhou nodded and instructed, "For the time being, accompany Xiao Zhou and assist him as needed." "Yes, master." After Old Hay acknowledged the command, he exited the study. Bai Zhou then turned to Butler Lee, saying, "This year's Haicheng Summit, allow Xiao Zhou to accompany me." "What?" At the mention of the Haicheng Summit, Butler Lee's pupils constricted in shock, his surprise evident as he instinctively queried, "Master, did you not say? Young master is not yet prepared?" "Huh. What more preparation is needed? If he continues to prepare, I fear I might lose control of him." With that, Bai Zhou then extinguished his cigarette and rose, adding, "Do not disclose this news to him just yet. We wouldn't want to inflate his ego prematurely. There is still time to observe." "Yes, master." Butler Lee bowed his head, watching Bai Zhou then depart the study. The astonishment in his eyes lingered, clearly indicating that the impending Haicheng Summit was no trivial matter. However, just as Butler Lee was about to leave the study, he turned to glance at the sofa where Bai Zhou had been seated. His expression shifted to one of intrigue, and he slightly pursed his lips before stealthily approaching. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. His slumber had been deeply restful, and upon awakening, he found that it was already well past noon. It was only after rising that he realized that Mu Yun had provided him with an additional 3,000 split points in the dead of night. His wallet now brimmed with a total of 43,500 points, mere thousands away from the coveted silver blind box requiring 50,000 points. Bai Zhou decided against purchasing any purple blind boxes, considering it prudent to gather a few more points and explore the potential treasures within a silver blind box. Speaking of gathering resources, the most bountiful source within the household was undoubtedly Shen Qingying. Thus, Bai Zhou promptly sprang from his bed, washed up, and set out to find his wife. However, in her absence, he unexpectedly encountered Old Li, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. More notably, a burly man, resembling a black bear, stood beside him. Upon seeing this man, Bai Zhou's eyes sparkled with recognition, recalling both the original owner's memories and the plot of the story. "Uncle Huzi, what brings you here?" Without hesitation, Bai Zhou leaped toward the imposing figure. The burly man, seemingly accustomed to such affection, effortlessly lifted Bai Zhou while laughing. "Young master, you've grown so much. I can hardly lift you anymore. Ha ha ha." Old Hay, as he was referred to in the original text, had no explicit name provided, only his nickname, Black Tiger. In every prominent family, there exists a facade of respectability alongside hidden depths. Black Tiger and his subordinates comprise the shadowy underbelly of the Bai family. It may sound somewhat cliché, as the original text described, yet Bai Zhou found himself unable to argue against it. Moreover, Bai Zhou was acutely aware that after the return of the Dragon King War God, an immense force sought to annihilate the Bai family. It was precisely due to the intricate support from the Bai family that they managed to endure until the later chapters of the narrative, when their downfall finally commenced. This highlights the formidable strength of the Black Tiger and his subordinates. With such resources at his disposal, why would Bai Zhou not utilize them? He placed his arm around Black Tiger's shoulder and inquired softly, "So, Uncle Hoozy, has my father truly permitted you to seek me out?" Black Tiger chuckled and replied, "Indeed. The master instructed me to lend some assistance to the young master." With a snap of his fingers, Bai Zhou exclaimed, "That's splendid. I happen to have a matter for you to assist me with, and your arrival is most fortuitous." Black Tiger immediately assumed a serious demeanor, stating, "Young master, you have but to command." Bai Zhou lowered his voice and whispered into Black Tiger's ear, "I need you to instruct your subordinates to scour the outskirts of every city in the southern region for a Taoist temple known as Qingxiaguan." Qingxiaguan? Black Tiger was taken aback. What does the young master seek with a Taoist temple? What for? Bai Zhou chuckled lightly. Because the original text reveals that the protagonist's mother resides within that temple. Chapter 23. Delivered to your doorstep? In the original narrative, a pivotal plot point is that Bai Zhou is undoubtedly well acquainted with. Given the nature of such tales, it is certain that the protagonist's family has met with ruin. However, there must be a few survivors, preferably female. One such survivor is the protagonist's sister, Xiao Rou, and another, a character of utmost significance, is the protagonist's mother. In the original text, it is written that upon the protagonist's return, he believed his mother to be deceased. Yet unexpectedly, one of his subordinates discovered a woman resembling the one in the photograph held by the protagonist at a place called Qingxia Temple. Upon visiting, the protagonist realizes that this woman is indeed his mother, leading to a profoundly touching reunion. However, the original work does not specify the exact location of Qingxia Temple, and Bai Zhou's memories from his previous life contain no trace of it. Thus, Bai Zhou speculates that this temple is not widely known. If he intends to locate the protagonist's mother ahead of time, he must act swiftly and deploy a thorough search. Nevertheless, Bai Zhou would never disclose this reasoning to He Hu, for even if he did, it is uncertain whether He Hu would believe him. Therefore, Bai Zhou gently patted He Hu's shoulder and mysteriously remarked, "You will understand in due time." He Hu, not probing further, promptly nodded, "Understood, young master. I shall make the arrangements immediately." After speaking, the burly man turned to leave, but at that moment, his gaze sharpened. He then leaned closer to Bai Zhou and whispered, "Young master, it seems someone is eavesdropping on our conversation." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou slightly turned, glancing in the direction He Hu indicated. Indeed, at the corner of the hallway stood a doorway, where a pale pink skirt was delicately draped, although only a hint was visible. He Hu's keen observation had caught it immediately. Upon seeing the pink skirt, a playful glint appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. Xiao Rou. Indeed, Xiao Rou's maid outfit was of a soft pink hue. It seemed that she had forgotten that the hem of her skirt flared outwards, inadvertently exposing herself. At this moment, He Hu's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he whispered, "Young master, shall I handle this?" "No need," Bai Zhou replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. "I will take care of this girl myself. You may attend to your own matters." "Understood, young master." With that, He Hu cast one last lingering glance at the pink skirt before striding away. Bai Zhou shook his head gently, muttering to himself with a touch of exasperation, "I intended to wait a while before addressing you. Yet here you are, presenting yourself to me." A smirk deepened in Bai Zhou's eyes as he turned toward Xiao Rou. At that moment, she was holding a small tray with a cloth atop it, seemingly engaged in tidying up a room. However, as she finished her task and prepared to leave, she stumbled upon the sight of Bai Zhou in earnest conversation with a burly man. Reacting almost instinctively, she concealed herself, straining to eavesdrop, hoping to catch some incriminating evidence against Bai Zhou. Unfortunately, not only did she fail to overhear their conversation, but she also inadvertently exposed herself. Now, hearing the man depart, she noticed another pair of footsteps approaching her direction. Xiao Rou's heart raced as she quickly took a deep breath to steady herself, presenting the tray with poise and stepping out. Indeed, as she emerged, she nearly collided with Bai Zhou. Xiao Rou hastily bowed. "Why, young master, good morning." Observing her flustered demeanor, Bai Zhou spoke nonchalantly. "Where has the lady gone?" Xiao Rou, upon hearing Bai Zhou's icy tone, momentarily froze before hastily responding, "Young master, it is already past 10. The lady should be at work in the company." Shun Qing's company belongs to the Shun family, and as the most capable woman of the clan, she ought to bear this responsibility. However, Bai Zhou's inquiry was not for this information, but rather to ascertain Shun Qing's presence at home. If she were absent, the situation would be considerably easier to manage. Unless there is anything else, I will take my leave. Xiao Rou was evidently growing anxious. Yet Bai Zhou's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently queried, "Were you eavesdropping just now?" In an instant, Xiao Rou's face drained of color, her body trembling slightly, but she strove to maintain her composure. "Young master, what do you mean?" "I was only listening." Before she could finish, she felt a sharp pain in her scalp, eliciting a cry of distress. Bai Zhou's hand had plunged deep in her hair, gripping it tightly. "Ouch! Young master, what are you doing? Let go of me. Please, I won't do it again." Before Xiao Rou could fully comprehend the gravity of her situation, Bai Zhou forcefully propelled her into his room, slamming the door behind them. "Stop pretending with me." However, just as Bai Zhou prepared to unleash his wrath upon Xiao Rou, his expression shifted bizarrely as he called out, "Uncle Li, what are you doing lying there?" Bai Zhou had intended to confront Xiao Rou, but upon entering his room, he discovered Uncle Li awkwardly sprawled on his bed, seemingly searching for something. Startled, Uncle Li quickly straightened up. "Why, young master, I was just helping you make your bed." "Making my bed?" Bai Zhou's lips twitched slightly. When had Uncle Li ever made his bed? Wasn't that the duty of other servants? Uncle Li was certainly up to something. Yet, this was not the moment for such considerations. Bai Zhou promptly commanded, "Open the secret chamber for me." The secret chamber? Indeed. Within Bai Zhou's villa lay a secret room designated for dealing with Shun Qing, as mentioned in the original text. Since Bai Zhou was a eunuch, he could do nothing himself and had to rely on other means to hear Shun Qing's cries. However, now that he had traversed through time, dealing with Shun Qing could be accomplished independently, without needing anything else. But as for Xiao Rou, "Very well, young master." Uncle Li nodded, grasping a lamp from the bedside table and giving it a gentle tug. Suddenly, a section of the bookshelf split apart, revealing a dimly lit room within. "Get in there." Bai Zhou commanded Xiao Rou, pointing toward the dark space. Notification: Xiao Rou's torture value 1. With a thud, she fell inside. Xiao Rou stumbled and fell to her knees, anxiously addressing Bai Zhou. "Young master, I beg you, have mercy on me. Where have I gone wrong?" A sharp crack echoed as Bai Zhou's palm struck her face, sending her reeling to the ground. The force of that slap left her head spinning. Bai Zhou, embodying a true antagonist, possessed no notion of tenderness or compassion. Moreover, Xiao Rou was merely the sister of the protagonist, not his own exquisite beloved. Thus, there was no necessity for gentleness akin to that displayed towards Shun Qing. "Get in there," he commanded. Amidst Xiao Rou's anguished cries, Bai Zhou seized her by the hair and dragged her into the chamber. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. A crucifix, a torture rack, an electric chair, hammers, axes, and even a spiked mace? Was this truly a dungeon of torment? Good heavens! Although the original text had alluded to such horrors, witnessing them firsthand left Bai Zhou's heart racing in shock. Xiao Rou, experiencing this dreadful sight for the first time, momentarily forgot her scalp's pain, her visage paling as she stood frozen in terror. Chapter 24. Locking the girl up. "Is this what you do?" Bai Zhou gazed at the scene within the room, unable to suppress a disdainful curl of his lips. The array of implements present seemed rather excessive. Did the original owner truly require such items? Yet, I have not seen any mention of these tools being utilized on Shun Qing in the original narrative. Ordinary items have been employed, certainly, but the peculiar assortment before me appears to be entirely new. As Bai Zhou lingered in his thoughts, Xiao Rou had already regained her composure. Although she could not discern the purpose of the various objects in the room, she could clearly envision the torment they would inflict upon her should they be used against her. "Flee!" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Rou turned to escape the secret chamber. However, it seemed that her fright had rendered her legs weak. She could not rise and could only crawl along the ground. Yet, how could Butler Li, standing outside, allow her to escape? With a resounding crash, the door to the secret chamber slammed shut, and Xiao Rou nearly collided with the closed door. Ding! Xiao Rou's fragmentation value 1. Now, thoroughly panicked, Xiao Rou pounded on the door, screaming, "Let me out! Please, let me out! Open the door! Let me— Ding! Xiao Rou's fragmentation value 1. A wretched cry escaped Xiao Rou's throat once more. The sound of the door closing and her anguished screams jolted Bai Zhou from his stupor. He swiftly seized Xiao Rou's thick hair, dragging her across the floor deeper into the chamber. Xiao Rou clutched Bai Zhou's arm tightly, struggling against the ground as she wailed. "Young master, let me go, young master. It hurts so much. Young master, what have I done wrong? Young master." Ding. Xiao Rou's fragmentation value 1. Ding. Xiao Rou's fragmentation value 1. With a thud, Bai Zhou tossed Xiao Rou onto what resembled a large, flat wooden board. As she landed, it seemed to trigger some mechanism, instantly binding her securely. It was as if she had been cast into a cell destined for punishment. Realizing her inability to move, panic surged within Xiao Rou. She looked to Bai Zhou, her eyes brimming with desperation, tears glistening and her eyelids reddened. Any other person witnessing such a pitiable sight would undoubtedly feel a twinge of compassion. Yet in Bai Zhou's eyes, she was merely the sister of the protagonist, the one destined to bring ruin upon her own family, ensuring his own demise. During this ordeal, Xiao Rou's fragmentation value increased by 1, qualifying for the first stage reward, granting Bai Zhou an additional 500 fragmentation points. This only served to further diminish Bai Zhou's concern for her tear-streaked visage. "Young master." Xiao Rou's voice trembled with urgency, laced with a hint of sobbing. "Young master, what do you intend to do? I don't understand. What have I done wrong?" Observing her anxious demeanor, Bai Zhou looked down upon her, speaking with a dispassionate tone. "What have you done wrong?" "That is a question you ought to answer, my dear." Xiao Rou's heart sank. It seemed she grasped something, yet fear held her back, and she could only gasp nervously, "Young master, I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying. I was not eavesdropping. I was cleaning the room, young master, A sigh escaped Bai Zhou, tinged with exasperation as he raised his hands. "What I find most vexing are those who refuse to admit their faults. Xiao Rou, you claim your name is Xiao Rou, but your true surname is Qiao, is it not? Xiao Rou." In that instant, her internal alarm bells rang, revealing the profound shock she felt. Her tear-filled eyes quivered, her mind screaming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he know my identity? No. It must be a ruse. He is testing me, undoubtedly testing me." Thus she immediately cried out, "Young master, what are you saying? My surname is not Xiao. It is Jiao. I am Jiao Rou. What nonsense are you spinning?" Bai Zhou replied, his expression unamused. Yet Xiao Rou seemed oblivious to the absurdity of her claim, continuing, "My mother named me this in hopes I would grow into a delicate girl. So I am Jiao Rou. Young master, you must have remembered incorrectly, mistaking Jiao for Qiao. They sound alike, but are entirely different characters." Strangely enough, her explanation came off as rehearsed, as if she had practiced it many times. If Bai Zhou had indeed discovered her real name through investigation, her defense might have been somewhat convincing. Surname Jiao, misheard as Qiao. How plausible. It was akin to a comedic skit. However, Bai Zhou, well-versed in the narrative of the original story, was unyielding in his pursuit of the truth. "You have forced my hand." As he spoke, Bai Zhou began to search the secret chamber. He recognized some items, but was unsure of their intended uses. Furthermore, deploying the bizarre assortment of items on Xiao Rou at this juncture felt premature. As Bai Zhou rummaged through the room, the system notifications echoed in his mind, illustrating the palpable psychological pressure he exerted on Xiao Rou. In mere moments, her fragmentation value surged significantly. Yet Bai Zhou understood this was merely the beginning. "What is this?" From a distance, Bai Zhou spotted an object that starkly contrasted with the decor of the room. Intrigued, he hurried over to retrieve it. But as he examined it, his expression shifted to one of confusion. "What in the world is this? A scratcher?" Bai Zhou's lips twitched slightly in disbelief. This item seemed entirely out of place in such a foreboding chamber. Just as he was about to set down the scratcher, the system's notification chimed in his mind once more. Instinctively, he turned to see Xiao Rou's face pale as she regarded the scratcher in his hand. Bai Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. Among the myriad of terrifying implements in this room, why was she so fearful of this one scratcher? Indeed, Xiao Rou felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. gazing at the scratcher in Bai Zhou's grasp. Perspiration beaded on her forehead as she thought, he wouldn't he dare use that against me, would he? That could be deadly. I often hear the anguished cries of my sister-in-law. Could it be due to this? At this moment, Xiao Rou's inner thoughts were entirely unknown to Bai Zhou. Observing Xiao Rou's anxious demeanor, Bai Zhou couldn't help but wonder, could this little girl possibly be afraid of being tickled? He was completely mistaken. However, as long as it produced an effect, that was sufficient. Thus, a sinister smile crept across Bai Zhou's face as he approached Xiao Rou step by step. Don't. Please, young master, don't come any closer, Xiao Rou exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. Are you frightened? Bai Zhou's tone bore a hint of levity. If you're scared, just admit it early to avoid further suffering. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rou clenched her teeth. Resolute in her thoughts. No, not for my sake, but for my sister-in-law's. I cannot divulge my identity. My sister-in-law has endured such beatings without revealing who I am. I could do the same. I can withstand it. With this determination, Xiao Rou even closed her eyes. Oh, witnessing this scene, Bai Zhou felt a surge of irritation. So you're being stubborn, are you? Then do not blame me. In the next instant. No, young master. Woo-woo. Ha. Young master, I beg you, spare me, please. Xiao Rou was utterly bewildered. She thought her master was about to unleash torment upon her. To her surprise, this was it. Just being tickled? But this seemed even more excruciating than being beaten. Yet at that moment, Bai Zhou noticed a peculiar issue. Why had Xiao Rou's threshold for pain not increased? Chapter 25. Is it possible to achieve such a thing? Just one away from unlocking the rewards of the second stage. Why is Xiao Rou both crying and laughing, yet remains utterly still? Could it be that she has grown accustomed to it? That simply cannot be allowed. I am counting on Xiao Rou to continue providing me with the fragmentation points necessary to exchange for new blind boxes. Thus, Bai Zhou directed his gaze around the room. This space was filled with an array of items, brimming with infinite possibilities. Before long, Bai Zhou identified his desired target. Then, Xiao Rou's piercing scream suddenly echoed through the confines of the chamber once more. Ding! Xiao Rou's fragmentation value 1. Ding! Xiao Rou's fragmentation value 1. Ding! Xiao Rou! The incessant notifications from the system reverberated in Bai Zhou's mind. One could easily imagine the torment Xiao Rou was enduring at that moment. However, Bai Zhou was entirely unconcerned. He was a villain, after all. For certain individuals, the notion of cherishing the delicate was utterly absent from Bai Zhou's lexicon. What he desired was indeed manifesting. Ding! Xiao Rou's fragmentation value 1. Detected. Xiao Rou's fragmentation level has reached 20, gaining 2,000 fragmentation points. Indeed, it was effective. Bai Zhou nodded in satisfaction. His fragmentation point balance now stood at 46,500, and with just 3,500 remaining, he would qualify to exchange for a silver blind box. How could Bai Zhou possibly relent? Ding! Xiao Rou. Detected. Xiao Rou's fragmentation level has reached 30, gaining 3,000 fragmentation points. Detected. Xiao Rou's fragmentation level has reached 40, gaining 4,000 fragmentation points. I say. Xiao Rou could no longer endure. The methods employed by this demon Bai Zhou were simply too terrifying. How could Xiao Rou, with her limited stamina, withstand such treatment? It must be noted that Bai Zhou's approach to Xiao Rou was starkly different from how he dealt with Xin Qingying. I am Xiao Rou. I am his sister. I admit it. Please spare me, I beg you. Upon hearing Xiao Rou's anguished cries, a faint smile appeared in Bai Zhou's eyes. Would it not have been better if you had spoken up sooner? Must you endure so much? Truly. As he spoke, Bai Zhou slowly approached Xiao Rou. However, just as Bai Zhou was about to utter a word, the urgent ringing of his mobile phone interrupted him. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, assuming it was Mu Yin calling due to the event of the night. Yet, when he answered, a man's voice came through. Young master, the person you instructed me to follow is about to be killed. What? Bai Zhou's eyes were filled with confusion. Who did I instruct you to follow? The man on the other end hesitated briefly before responding. The blind security guard from Qianyun Group yesterday. Did you not ask me to follow him? Oh, right. Bai Zhou seemed to recall, slapping his forehead. Wang Ji. I truly had forgotten about that little nuisance. When he left Qianyun Group yesterday, he had indeed instructed his bodyguard to follow Wang Ji. This was primarily due to the fact that once Wang Ji's fragmentation value reached its limit, it would automatically convert into transformation value. He had intended to see what purpose this transformation served and temporarily had his bodyguard follow him. However, after the incident with Lu Wu's family, it slipped his mind. Now, how was he about to be killed? Bai Zhou's tone took on an unusual quality. The use of about was quite clever. The bodyguard on the other end of the line also sighed, but quickly continued. He went to the herbal shop to fetch medicine and, for some reason, got into a dispute with someone. The other party seems to have some background, and he is currently being beaten. Young master, should I intervene? No need. Bai Zhou replied nonchalantly, as he had yet to resolve the matter with Xiao Rou. If he dies, then so be it. He is not an important figure. The bodyguard on the other end was taken aback. If he was not an important figure, why was he instructed to follow him? Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was preparing to hang up the phone to continue his education of Xiao Rou. However, at that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Warning. If an individual fails to complete transformation and dies, the transformation qualification will be lost, and the host will forfeit the corresponding transformation rewards. Ah, indeed. I almost forgot. The system had previously informed me. Once the transformation is completed, I can draw a random colored blind box. What if I were to miraculously receive a legendary golden one? Bai Zhou gritted his teeth slightly, glanced at the line Xiao Rou, and ultimately said, fine, send me your location. I will go there and, on the fly, ensure he is not truly beaten to death. Chapter 26. Are you out of your mind? Do you expect me to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Bai Zhou glanced down at the locked-up Xiao Rou, curling his lip in disdain. He figured a quick visit to Wang Ji wouldn't take long, and besides, Xiao Rou needed some time to recuperate. Thus, he turned and left the secret chamber. Just as the door closed behind him, Xiao Rou, lying there, shuddered again, her vacant eyes slowly closing, a cold tear trickling down her cheek. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Li? Where is he? In the vast living room, he found no sign of the butler, who had just been there to attend to him. A nervous young maid hurried over to inform him, Young master, Uncle Li just stepped out. In such a large villa, it was inconceivable that there would be only one servant. Moreover, Bai Zhou had no concerns about anyone witnessing the earlier events on the second floor, as access was restricted. Uncle Li left. A hint of confusion flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes. Did he not even say goodbye? It seems strange for him to be lying on my bed this morning. Is he hiding something from me? Perhaps this is something arranged by my cheap old father? Who can say? Wang Ji is practically on the verge of death, and I don't have time to ponder these matters. He addressed the maid, please. Arrange for the staff outside to prepare a vehicle. I need to go out. Yes, young master. The maid scurried off. Meanwhile, as Bai Zhou settled into the back seat of the Maybach en route to the scene involving Wang Ji, the previously erratic Uncle Li had already arrived at the entrance of a grand private hospital. After exiting the vehicle, he entered the hospital directly. No sooner had he stepped inside than a doctor in a white coat hurried over. Butler Li. Yes, Uncle Li nodded slightly. This private hospital was also a property of the Bai family, and Uncle Li must have given prior instructions before his arrival. Is everything prepared? The doctor nodded eagerly. All is ready. The testing equipment is cleared. We await your samples. Good. Let us proceed, Uncle Li commanded, and the doctor, like Uncle Li, stealthily took a side elevator to an unknown destination. The Chinese medicine shop where Wang Ji's incident occurred was not far from Bai Zhou's villa. It took little time for them to reach a similar vicinity. However, this area resembled a pedestrian street, and Bai Zhou's vehicle could not enter. So, he instructed the driver to find a parking spot and ventured in alone. No need to confirm his location via phone. A crowd had gathered in the distance, their shouts filled with ugly curses. It was evident this was the site of the incident. Bai Zhou pushed through the throng. Wang Ji lay on the ground like a dead fish, and suddenly, Bai Zhou's attention was captured by a girl in a white dress standing before him. Though he could not see her face, the light blue panel before him shone brightly. Name, Qi. Identity, female lead. Senior sister Qi. Age, 25. Charm, 94. Disruption level, 0. This was astonishing. A glimmer of surprise crossed Bai Zhou's eyes as he turned to glance at the shop sign. There was none, only a pale green banner with the character for medicine written in traditional Chinese. Indeed, Bai Zhou recalled that the female lead's senior sister came from a family of medicine practitioners, and their shop bore no sign, merely a character for medicine. What a remarkable coincidence! Wang Ji happened to visit this very shop owned by the female lead senior sister and nearly met his demise there. As for why she was called Qi Yi, Bai Zhou was uncertain. Was there truly a surname Qi? Perhaps, he mused, his cultural knowledge was lacking. Yet, the name seemed to be a product of the author's whimsy. At that moment, Qi Ye's voice, delicate yet firm, resonated. Mr. Jiang, this gentleman has agreed to part with the medicinal materials. There is no need for excessive violence. Though her flowing white dress did not convey authority, her unwavering gaze instilled undeniable conviction. The 3 or 4 intimidating figures in black standing before her hesitated to make another move. However, a sinister voice emerged from within the shop. Miss Qi, do not speak so ominously. Who said I intended to go to extremes? A young man in his 20s, with slick hair and dressed in an immaculate white suit, stepped forward. The moment he appeared, Bai Zhou's attention was rekindled, once again illuminated by the system panel. Name, Jiang Hao. Identity, supporting character. Age, 27. Charm, 65. Disruption level, 0. What a surprise. Another character intertwined within the protagonist's orbit. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao was merely a supporting character, as inconsequential as Wang Ji. Yet Bai Zhou, well-versed in the original storyline, recognized him. Jiang Hao's father, Jiang Tianfang, was a formidable figure in Jiangqing's underground world. This pedestrian street and its surroundings seemed to belong to Jiang Tianfang's domain. And leveraging his shady background, Jiang Hao often bullied others. In theory, he should be a minor antagonist. Yet, the protagonist's charisma rendered him a mere footnote in the narrative. In the original tale, the protagonist's first encounter with Jiang Hao occurred in Qi Ye's shop, where a series of oppressive events unfolded, leading to the protagonist's heroic intervention and a chance to win Qi Ye's admiration. Jiang Hao, unable to swallow his pride, sought trouble with the protagonist. When the protagonist retaliated, it resembled a divine intervention, culminating in a confrontation at Jiang's headquarters, where both Jiang Tianfang and Jiang Hao were forced to kneel before him. To save their lives, Jiang Tianfang pledged allegiance to the protagonist, who, in turn, accepted them to bolster his influence in Jiangqing's underground world. Although Jiang Hao's role was minor, he was now expressing disdain, looking down from his lofty position. Miss Qi, this suit of mine is quite expensive. As he spoke, he raised his sleeve, revealing a stain resembling a handprint. It is one thing for that fellow to request my medicinal materials, but to soil my clothing? Breaking his limbs seems a reasonable response. Does it not? Your clothing is merely stained, yet you wish to break his limbs. Seven Leaves expressed fury and astonishment. In the presence of such a multitude, do you still adhere to the law? Ha ha ha! Jiang Hao's laughter was brazen, undeniably audacious. On my family's territory, I am the law. Charge. But be mindful not to harm the delicate skin of Lady Seven. With that, the ruffians Jiang Hao had brought surged forward. At that moment, Bai Zhou perceived a voice nearby. Young master? It was indeed the bodyguard he had assigned to follow Wang Ji. Initially, he had intended to intervene, but the lady inside had leapt out first, thus he remained concealed. Upon spotting his young master, he hurried over to report. Bai Zhou nodded without uttering a word. Yet the bodyguard expressed his concerns. It seems Jiang Hao intends to harm this young lady. Young master, should we intervene? What for? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou instantly turned to his bodyguard. Do you wish for me to be the gallant hero? If you wish to go, then go yourself. I have no time for such antics. Chapter 27. This IQ makes my irrationality flare up. Indeed, Bai Zhou is the antagonist. The cliché notion of a hero rescuing a damsel is an endeavor reserved solely for the protagonist. I couldn't care less about such trifles, as they would only bring me unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Qi is the protagonist's senior sister, having descended from the lofty peaks of the Qing mountain to hone her skills. The few individuals brought by Jiang Hao pale in comparison before her. Even if I wished to play the role of a fool, it would serve no purpose. Observing the disdainful demeanor of the young master, The bodyguard couldn't help but curl his lips in disbelief, questioning. This isn't typical behavior for the young master, is it? Though he is a eunuch, he is still a man who cannot resist the allure of a beautiful woman. How could he pass up this opportunity to show off in front of her? Has he changed? Should I say he has undergone a transformation? The current subordinates, not just the driver with his wild imagination, but even the bodyguard, seemed to have overlooked the charade he was supposed to play. Yet, the young master had made his arrangements. Even if he wished to flaunt himself, he could only stand obediently. He couldn't possibly overshadow the young master, could he? Chia's cold voice echoed once more. What do you intend to do? Stay back. Her words, although seemingly tinged with fear, were nonetheless backed by the formidable martial skills she possessed from the Qing Mountain. Bai Zhou recognized her stances and movements immediately. They were the initial forms of the Qing Mountain's bone-breaking hand. He shook his head in disapproval, muttering to himself, "These poor souls are in for a world of hurt." Indeed, chaos ensued. Cries of pain and surprise erupted around them. "Ouch! My arm! It's dislocated." "Young Master Jiang, this woman is a seasoned fighter. She's too formidable." The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming how impressive she was. Bai Zhou had witnessed such scenes countless times in various novels, rendering him too apathetic to elaborate further. Jiang Hao, however, was visibly displeased, shouting, "Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle one woman. What good are you to me?" This line felt all too familiar. Yet, Jiang Hao abruptly shifted his tone. "You kid, stay put. If you dare run away, I'll kill you." Run? Bai Zhou was taken aback by this statement. Wasn't he bullying Chia? Who was this kid, and who was trying to escape? Just as he pondered this, he suddenly felt a slight tug on his pant leg. Looking down, he was shocked to see Wang Ji, a complete mess, resembling a pig's head, clinging to him. In a reflexive response, Bai Zhou kicked out, sending Wang Ji tumbling away. A familiar shriek followed. It was indeed Wang Ji's cry. How had he managed to crawl back to Bai Zhou's side and grasp his pant leg? After rolling on the ground, Wang Ji returned, clutching Bai Zhou's legs, his battered face gazing up at him. "Young master, please, on account of having once beaten me." His swollen lips struggled to articulate his plea. Bai Zhou's expression turned incredulous. "Are you out of your mind? What do you mean on account of having beaten you?" The surrounding crowd paused in confusion. How had this fellow become such a punching bag? Had he lost his wits? Surely, someone who had beaten you wouldn't be inclined to save you, but rather would take the opportunity to beat you even harder. However, the original narrative-esque setup often revealed its significance at critical moments. For instance, Jiang Hao, witnessing Wang Ji clinging to Bai Zhou's leg and mumbling something unintelligible, clearly saw him as a plea for help. With Bai Zhou's seemingly harmless appearance, Jiang Hao's fury ignited. "Damn it! Is this kid one of yours?" Jiang Hao stepped forward, pointing a finger at Bai Zhou's nose and shouting in rage. The bodyguard behind Bai Zhou moved to intervene, but Bai Zhou preemptively held him back, stepping forward himself. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Hao's face. Jiang Hao staggered back 3 paces from the force of the blow. Beep. Jiang Hao's severance value 5. Beep. Chia's severance value 0. 1. Beep. Wang Ji's conversion value 10. Bai Zhou's mind was flooded with the system's notifications. Yet at that moment, he was consumed by his own irritation. The original narrative had forced the antagonist's intelligence to plummet. He had assumed this would only occur before the protagonist, but it appeared to be a constant affliction. Did Jiang Hao think he could merely vent his frustrations on me because he was unable to subdue Chia? "Do you even know who I am?" Bai Zhou turned to his bodyguard, incredulously asking, "Is he always this brazen?" The bodyguard, wearing an expression of helplessness, whispered in Bai Zhou's ear, "He does tend to be quite arrogant, but Jiang Hao likely doesn't recognize you, young master, because he simply doesn't deserve to." Indeed, Jiang Hao was not worthy of such recognition. Even Jiang Hao's father, Jiang Tianfang, had never met Bai Zhou. It was common knowledge that Bai Zhou's father was the local emperor of Jiang City, and Bai Zhou was, after all, the crown prince. They were merely leaders of small underground faction, far beneath the threshold to meet him, not to mention Bai Zhenan. "You dare strike me?" Jiang Hao, cradling his swollen cheek, emitted a shrill cry reminiscent of a girl's. "I am Jiang Hao. My father is Jiang Tianfang. This is the Jiang family's territory, and you have the audacity to hit me? Enraged, Jiang Hao charged at Bai Zhou again, believing that invoking his name would instill fear and silence any retaliation. The narrative setup dictated such a low intellect. How could Bai Zhou not feel his irritation resurfacing? As Jiang Hao swung a fist toward Bai Zhou's face, the bodyguard instinctively shouted, "Young master, be careful." But Bai Zhou had no need for caution. "Young master, you are currently afflicted with a severe case of disdain for foolishness." Observing the fist, Bai Zhou swiftly raised his finger and struck Jiang Hao at the elbow joint. With a sharp crack, Jiang Hao's arm bent at a grotesque 90-degree angle. A piercing scream erupted suddenly. Ding! Jiang Hao's laceration value, 15. Detected that Jiang Hao's laceration degree has reached 10, earning laceration points 500. Detected that Jiang Hao's laceration degree has reached 20, earning laceration points 1,000. Ding! Wang Ji's conversion value 10. Standing there, as if an indifferent observer, Qi's beautiful pupils abruptly constricted. Was that the Qingshan Duan Jin finger? Ding! Qi's laceration value 0. 1. Ding! Qi's laceration value 0. 1. Ding! Qi's laceration value 0. 1. Ah! Jiang Hao continued to howl like a slaughtered pig, rolling incessantly on the ground. Young master! Jiang Hao's underlings finally realized that their master's predicament seemed even more dire than their own. They swiftly surrounded him. "Quickly! Take me to the hospital, quickly! Take me to the hospital!" Jiang Hao's screams seemed to reach a breaking point, even as these thugs awkwardly dragged him away. He couldn't refrain from turning back to shout, "Kid, this matter is far from over." Bai Zhou exhaled a sigh of relief. It felt good. His disdain for foolishness had found an outlet. Glancing around at the crowd that kept their distance in reverence, Bai Zhou remained indifferent. Casting a glance at the prostrate Wang Ji on the ground, he signaled to the bodyguards, "Take him away. We are leaving." Yet, just as Bai Zhou turned to depart, Qi's melodious voice suddenly resonated. "Please wait a moment." Chapter 28. Engaging in play, but at what cost? Wait a moment. The voice of Qia resonated with a hint of urgency. As a disciple of the great Qing mountain, she found herself in a perplexing situation. The narrative had yet to unfold, the protagonist had not yet appeared, and she had never crossed paths with Bai Zhou. Thus, she remained unaware of his true identity. However, she was unequivocally certain that the method Bai Zhou had employed to incapacitate Jiang Hao was none other than the Qing Mountain's secret finger technique. She too was proficient in it, and she understood that this technique was a closely guarded secret, passed down exclusively to the disciples of the great Qing Mountain. Yet, she was aware of her 6 senior sisters and 1 junior brother, none of whom she had ever seen in the presence of Bai Zhou on the mountain. How could he wield the Qing Mountain's secret finger? Could it be that after their descent from the mountain, their masters had taken on another junior disciple? How absurd! Regardless, as a disciple of the great Qing Mountain, she felt compelled to seek clarification. However, Bai Zhou, having turned his back, did not look back even as Qia attempted to continue speaking. He simply waved his hand dismissively, indicating, "I have no time to deal with you right now. Your matters can wait." What? Qia instantly froze in her tracks, her expression tightening. Ding! Qia's rift value 0. 1. Ding! Qia's rift value 0. 1. Ding! Qia's rift value 0. 5. What does he mean by having no time for me? What is the significance of this man's words? A strange sense of grievance welled up within her. She was acutely aware of her beauty, a basic self-awareness that could not be denied. Even if some men did not fall for her at first sight, their demeanor towards her was generally amiable. When had she encountered a man who claimed he had no time to engage with her? Moreover, there had been no dialogue between them. She had merely sought to inquire about the situation. Why was he so impatient with her? Ding! Qia's rift value 0. 1. Ding! Qia's rift value 0. 1. The system's notification echoed in Bai Zhou's mind, loud and clear. Yet, he was too preoccupied to pay it any heed. After all, Qia was one of the female protagonists, and the dialogue in her imagination had only caused her rift value to rise by a mere 0. 1. Ultimately, Bai Zhou had not anticipated encountering another of the protagonist's sisters so early in the narrative. He had yet to devise a strategy to fracture Chia's perception. Thus, he decided to postpone the matter. Bai Zhou continued on the path he had taken, with his bodyguard trailing closely behind, carrying the nearly unconscious Wang Ji on his shoulder. Gasping for breath, the bodyguard hastily approached Bai Zhou, stating, "Young master, Wang Ji's condition seems dire. If we do not get him to the hospital soon, he may not survive." Sighing at the bodyguard's words, Bai Zhou glanced at the faintly breathing Wang Ji. Truth be told, Wang Ji was not in any real danger of dying. However, Bai Zhou had just delivered a kick to his head, which had left him in his current state. Bai Zhou was reluctant to save this insignificant brat, but the thought of the rewards awaiting him after a successful transformation made him reconsider. Wang Ji's transformation had already reached 20. Allowing him to perish would truly be counterproductive. Resigned, Bai Zhou waved his hand, saying, "All right, my car is outside. Get him in the vehicle and head to the hospital." Understood, the bodyguard nodded. Yet, just a few steps later, he spoke up again, "Young master, what about Jiang Hao?" Bai Zhou shook his head in exasperation, saying, "With Jiang Hao's intellect, he certainly won't consider investigating my background first. He will undoubtedly gather his people and come looking for trouble right away. Ugh, what a small fry. Just take Wang Ji to the hospital, and then call for reinforcements to meet us there." Understood. The bodyguard snapped to attention. Wang Ji, in his current state, was fortunate to have the opportunity to ride in the back seat of a Maybach, albeit in a state of unconsciousness, thus missing the chance to enjoy it. Before long, they arrived at the most luxurious private hospital in Jiangsheng, a property of the Bai family, where they always sought medical attention. After parking, the bodyguard carried Wang Ji into the hospital. Almost immediately, a perceptive doctor rushed over, exclaiming, "Young master, what brings you to the hospital? Are you unwell? I'll arrange a full consultation at once." "Enough." Bai Zhou gestured dismissively at the doctor, indicating the unconscious man beside him. "Revive him. Right away." The doctor quickly organized for Wang Ji to be taken to the emergency room, while Bai Zhou was escorted to the exclusive VIP lounge reserved for the Bai family. Just as they stepped off the elevator onto the lounge floor, Bai Zhou spotted a familiar figure, his gaze sharpening with suspicion. Waving the doctor away, he approached the familiar silhouette. Who was this familiar figure? It was Butler Li. At that moment, Butler Li clutched a report, his face a mask of tension, his hands fidgeting nervously, much like a gambler shuffling cards. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, revealing his apprehension. Curiosity piqued, Bai Zhou called out, "Butler Li, what are you up to?" Li, startled, gasped sharply, spinning around with wide eyes as if he had seen a ghost. "Why, young master?" he stammered, his voice trembling with panic. In his haste, he concealed the report behind his back, forcing a strained smile. "Why, young master? What brings you here?" A glimmer of intrigue lit Bai Zhou's eyes as he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Look, a UFO? What?" The startled Butler Li turned abruptly, his nerves fraying. In a flash, Bai Zhou snatched the report from his hands, opening it with a flourish. "You!" Before Butler Li could react, Bai Zhou had read the prominent title, "Paternity Test Report." "By heavens!" Bai Zhou gasped, turning to Butler Li with exaggerated astonishment. "Butler Li, you fathered a child at your age. And no. You..." Butler Li's eyes darted, finally conceding, sigh. "Yes, young master. You know I'm getting older, but suddenly having a child? I truly did not expect it." Regret washed over Butler Li as he mentally berated himself for his disclosure. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou's expression morphed into one of playful mischief. "What? You don't suspect my aunt of infidelity, do you?" Butler Li's pupils dilated in shock. "And no, it's, oh dear, it's not her." "Not her?" Bai Zhou paused. "Butler Li, you seem to be living quite the adventurous life, even to the point of causing a scandal." "Young master, keep your voice down." Butler Li, now drenched in sweat, was clearly flustered. Bai Zhou's expression was one of ambiguous understanding, as if to say, "Do you not dare to look?" Stewardly nodded. "Well, let me show you." As he spoke, he opened the report, and in an instant, Bai Zhou's countenance darkened. "Li, my good fellow." His voice was hoarse. "I implore you, do not become anxious." Upon hearing this, Steward Li's gaze narrowed sharply. "Young master, it is all right. Please continue." The The tone of his speech shifted dramatically, and he discreetly concealed one hand behind his back. With a subtle flick, the edge of a dark knife handle peeked out from beneath his garments. Alas! Bai Zhou sighed softly, a look of sorrow crossing his face as he addressed stewardly. "This child is your own flesh and blood." "Really?" stewardly exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. In a swift motion, he withdrew the concealed hand. "Of course it is true," Bai Zhou replied confidently, handing the report to Steward Li. "If you do not believe me, see for yourself." "Ha ha!" The joy radiating from Steward Li's face was genuine as he waved dismissively. "Since you have seen it, I shall not look, ha ha ha. I was quite anxious just now. I need to use the restroom. Young master, please wait for me." With that, Steward Li dashed excitedly towards the restroom at the end of the corridor. Yet, the moment he entered, the smile on Bai Zhou's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a glint of coldness in his eyes. He quickly crumpled the personal identification report in his hand and stuffed it into his pocket. Chapter 29. Is the villain not protected by law? Bai Zhou could not recall ever reading in the original text about Butler Li having an illegitimate child. Whose paternity test report it was, he had no idea. The results of the paternity test remained a secret known only to Bai Zhou. Gazing at the corner of the corridor where Butler Li had just departed, Bai Zhou's eyes flickered with thought, reflecting, "Uncle Li, Uncle Huzi, and those other underlings. They are ultimately subordinates of my rather unworthy father, Bai Zhou." For the first time, Bai Zhou found himself surprisingly concerned about the fate of Wang Ji. That insignificant character. In the restroom, Butler Li was visibly elated, a broad smile plastered across his face. He muttered to himself, "It seems the young master has truly had an epiphany. Or perhaps the young master's previous debauchery was merely an act for others to see. Has he finally sensed that the time has come?" He chuckled to himself. "Old master, there's no need to worry about your legacy. The Bai family has a successor." Butler Li's exuberance seemed to surpass even that of a father rejoicing over the birth of his own son. He practically bounced out of the restroom. Upon returning, he found Bai Zhou seated calmly in the VIP lounge. It seemed Butler Li finally remembered something important, rushing over to inquire, "Young master, what brings you to the hospital? Are you unwell? Did you just let the matter of the paternity test slide, Butler Li?" But what else could he do? Bai Zhou dismissively waved his hand, saying, "I came across a small fry on the way, nearly beaten to death, so I took him to the hospital. Picked up on the way." Butler Li appeared confused, but deemed it unimportant and did not press further. However, Bai Zhou, with a hint of curiosity, addressed Butler Li, "Uncle Li, I want to eliminate someone. Is that troublesome?" The casualness of Bai Zhou's inquiry was striking. To his surprise, Butler Li responded without a hint of shock, calmly replying, "Who does the young master wish to eliminate? I shall take care of it immediately." The two discussed the fate of another with such nonchalance. Is this the privilege of their status? Because Bai Zhou's father is the local tyrant of Jiangsheng, he feels entitled to act with impunity. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Who can say? This is how the original novel is set up. Moreover, the protagonist, the god of war Dragon King, began his murderous rampage in Jiangsheng. After dispatching foes in Jiangsheng, he moved on to the southern territories, then the northern regions, ultimately culminating in a grand reunion. Does this imply that villains are not shielded by the law? Of course, such musings are ultimately futile. Bai Zhou waved dismissively at Butler Li, saying, "No need, Uncle Li. I will handle this person myself. I merely wish to inquire where I should clean up afterwards." Butler Li paused slightly before responding with practiced ease. "The Shijiu meat processing plant. It is an enterprise of our family." "Understood," Bai Zhou replied with his usual calm demeanor. In truth, Bai Zhou was aware of this so-called Shijiu meat processing plant, as it had been mentioned in the original novel. Whenever the Bai family needed to dispose of someone or handle evidence, they would go to this place. However, Bai Zhou recalled that the original character had no knowledge of this, as he only bullied others and left the ensuing matters to Butler Li and his associates. Thus, Bai Zhou's question to Butler Li was entirely reasonable. Butler Li, feeling puzzled, asked, "Who does the young master intend to eliminate?" Without raising an eyebrow, Bai Zhou replied, "Jiang Tianfang's son, Jiang Hao." Jiang Hao. Butler Li was taken aback. Indeed, Bai Zhou intended to eliminate Jiang Hao. This decision had been made by Bai Zhou alone while Butler Li was in the restroom. Based on his understanding of the original plot, Jiang Hao, while connected to the protagonist's circle, held far less significance than Wang Ji. At the very least, Wang Ji occasionally appeared in the original storyline, whereas Jiang Hao and Jiang Tianfeng faded into obscurity after introducing the protagonist to the underworld of Jiangqing. Given the previous increase in the severance value, it was evident that Jiang Hao was indeed less critical than Wang Ji. So why bother painstakingly severing his ties to the protagonist? In his mind, he posed a question to the system. If a person undergoing transformation dies, they lose their eligibility. If I eliminate someone still in the severance state, will they be 100 severed? The system's reply was undoubtedly, theoretically, yes, host, but you would also lose a potential candidate for transformation. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou swiftly resolved his course of action. While those within the protagonist's circle could be transformed into his own aura, Bai Zhou believed he must strive for excellence. Jiang Hao offered nothing of value in return. He was even less impressive than Wang Ji, who possessed talents in other areas. Thus, Bai Zhou decided to sever Jiang Hao through the simplest method, obtaining the severance points and a random blind box. As for everything else, it was of no consequence. At that moment, hearing Butler Li's voice, Bai Zhou turned. Uncle Li, do you know him? I do not, Butler Li replied, shaking his head. I have heard of Jiang Tianfeng, a small-time thug controlling a few streets. Nothing noteworthy. Not noteworthy, Bai Zhou mused, recalling how arrogant Jiang Hao had been outside that pharmacy, the fear he instilled in those around him due to his father's reputation. Yet, even such a character was dismissed by Butler Li as merely an inconsequential thug. It was astonishing how the protagonist's aura could overshadow a family as formidable as the Bai family. Why do you want to deal with Jiang Hao? Butler Li inquired. Listening to Butler Li's question, Bai Zhou smiled softly, rising to his feet and moving toward the exit of the lounge, saying, You will find out soon enough. Butler Li merely pursed his lips, refraining from further inquiry, and followed Bai Zhou's lead. The reason for Bai Zhou's departure was because he had just heard the system's notification. Ding. Wang Ji's transformation degree, 10. Indeed, as Bai Zhou and Butler Li made their way from the lounge to the hospital, they spotted Bai Zhou's bodyguard approaching. The bodyguard greeted Butler Li before addressing Bai Zhou. Young master, Wang Ji is no longer in danger. The doctor says he only has a mild concussion and some superficial injuries. Nothing serious. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou couldn't suppress a smirk. That mild concussion was likely the result of his own kick. Yet, it was no longer of importance as Bai Zhou entered the hospital room. When Wang Ji, with his head wrapped in thick bandages, saw Bai Zhou, he reflexively rolled off the bed. Ding! Wang Ji's transformation degree, 10. Kneeling on the floor, he hoarsely exclaimed, Young Master Bai, thank you. Thank you for setting aside past grievances to save me. Wang Ji, with a conversion rate of 10, expressed his heartfelt plea. What virtue or capability do I possess that would warrant your assistance, young Master Bai? From this day forth, my life belongs to you. If you do not disdain me, allow me to serve as your humble dog. Hearing Wang Ji's poignant words, Bai Zhou scoffed. Had it not been for the fact that his panel displayed a mere 50 conversion rate, which had not changed for half a day, he might have been swayed by such fabrications. However, Bai Zhou had other means to obtain the reward from the random blind box. So he directly said, You've managed to get out of bed? Then there's no reason to linger here. Let us go. Wang Ji, bewildered and still clad in a hospital gown, had not even received infor. Under the firm grip of Bai Zhou's bodyguard, he was unceremoniously led out of the hospital. As they arrived at the parking lot, with the bodyguard dragging Wang Ji and Butler Li following closely behind Bai Zhou, a sudden explosive sound erupted. Damn it. Kid, are you still claiming he isn't one of yours? Chapter 30. You are quite the pretender. Upon hearing the explosive sound, Butler Li was momentarily taken aback and turned to look. He could hardly fathom that anyone in Jiang City would dare to speak to his young master in such a manner. A man with an arm bandaged and slung around his neck approached, flanked by a dozen ruffians, striding towards them with an intimidating air. Butler Li slightly curled his lip. Could this be the Jiang Hao that the young master mentioned? Meanwhile, the bodyguard dragging Wang Ji turned to Bai Zhou in astonishment, exclaiming, This Jiang Hao is truly a fool. He hasn't even investigated your background. Young master, You truly are prophetic. Bai Zhou, rubbing his temples with a look of exasperation, replied, Of course. I am also a VIP member of Tomato. The bodyguard and Wang Ji both looked puzzled, as did Butler Li. Which establishment dares to grant our young master merely a VIP status? It should at least be a lifetime honorary supreme VIP. If he were not your man, would you be able to bring him to such a luxurious hospital for treatment? You must have some wealth. Jiang Hao's thunderous voice echoed. Now that I have brought so many people, let's see what waves you can stir. With a command from Jiang Hao, his group of thugs encircled Bai Zhou and his companions. White young master, save me. Wang Ji's voice quivered as he cowered behind Bai Zhou. If it weren't for the bodyguard supporting him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Logically, upon hearing Wang Ji's plea, Jiang Hao should have grasped the significance of the title White Young Master, but alas, he did not. Instead, wielding the only functional arm, he had to brandish a baton. He pointed at Wang Ji, declaring, Boy, stop whining. Once I deal with your master, I will break your limbs. Butler Li stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Zhou. Although the adversaries were merely lowly thugs, he could not allow his young master to be harmed. However, upon seeing Butler Li's intervention, Jiang Hao scoffed derisively. Oh, where did this old relic come from? With a curious tilt of his head, he addressed Bai Zhou, Kid. Is this old man your father? The moment those words escaped his lips, a cold glint flashed in Butler Li's eyes. Yet, Jiang Hao erupted into a boisterous laugh. Ha ha. Are you a primary school student? Trying to go home when bullied? Should I call my dad too? Perhaps our parents should have a chat? He leered at Butler Li, proclaiming, I fear that when you see my father, you will be begging for mercy on your knees. Butler Li merely curled his lip and quietly told Bai Zhou, Young master, I will make arrangements in the western suburbs immediately. Bai Zhou found himself in a rather absurd situation, watching the performance of a dim-witted antagonist. After nodding at Butler Li, he couldn't help but express a bit of exasperation towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Tian must be rolling in his grave for having produced such a fool. How dare you? Jiang Hao's fury erupted. You dare insult me when your demise is imminent. You are truly seeking death. Even if I beat you and your father together, your grandmother won't recognize you. As Jiang Hao's gang prepared to brawl, the bodyguard supporting Wang Ji suddenly whistled sharply. In an instant, from the corners of the parking lot, a multitude of individuals clad in black suits and dark sunglasses surged forth, instantly surrounding the area. Bai Zhou couldn't help but remark, What are you trying to portray? The Matrix? Yet realizing they were indeed his own people, he held his tongue. The parking lot felt as though it were bursting at the seams. The cacophony of shouting ceased abruptly. Jiang Hao's arm, which gripped the baton, trembled slightly. His cohorts, overwhelmed by the scene they had only witnessed in gangster films, found themselves paralyzed with fear, their weapons clattering to the ground, their faces pale and expressions terrified. One of them, trembling, approached Jiang Hao, nervously glancing around at the overwhelming crowd, stammering, Zhejiang Xiao, what is happening? Have we bitten off more than we can chew? Jiang Hao himself had never encountered such a multitude. Even in conflicts between his father's men and rivals, there had never been this many. For the first time, Jiang Hao regarded Bai Zhou with a mix of trepidation and respect, his hand shaking uncontrollably. He withdrew the baton and softly asked, May I inquire which faction you belong to, brother? Ding. Jiang Hao's rupture value 5. Look at the increase in Jiang Hao's rupture value. It surpassed Wang Ji's significantly. Hence, this fellow's caliber was evidently inferior to Wang Ji's. However, Bai Zhou seemed to disregard Jiang Hao's inquiry, instead glancing at his bodyguard with an odd expression, remarking, I asked you to gather more people, not to summon this many. The bodyguard, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, Young master, this isn't too many. It's just a few. If you think it's insufficient, I can call more. Bai Zhou responded with a deadpan expression. At that moment, Jiang Hao, still anxious, addressed Bai Zhou as brother. Yet Bai Zhou had no interest in further entanglements, simply gesturing, take him away, before turning to leave. Ding. Jiang Hao's rupture value 5. Detected Jiang Hao's rupture level reaching 30, gaining rupture points 1500. In an instant, Jiang Hao and his gang were all subdued to the ground, and Bai Zhou did not even glance back. Throughout, he had only uttered a single sentence about Zhang's ancestral grave emitting black smoke and had not exchanged another word with Jiang Hao. Yet Jiang Hao's screams continued to echo. "Brother, what does this mean? We are all in the same line of work. We can talk this over. Damn it, don't touch me. I tell you, my father is Jiang Tianfang. He is the boss. He is a big shot in the underground world. Let me go. If my dad finds out, he will not let this slide." A sharp sound rang out. Ding. Jiang Hao's rupture value 2. The slap came from Butler Lee, and its rupture value was less than that of Bai Zhou's silence. Nonetheless, it mattered not. Butler Lee seized Jiang Hao by the hair and yanked him up from the ground. Before Jiang Hao could let out a cry of despair, Butler Lee swiftly covered his mouth. With an icy demeanor, he slowly articulated, "Firstly, I am not the young master's father, nor do I possess the qualifications to be so. Secondly, take a closer look." He then forcefully directed Jiang Hao's head towards the direction in which Bai Zhou was departing. There, Bai Zhou was seen boarding the rear seat of a Maybach, the license plate reading Jiang 8BZ999. While it cannot be said that every resident of Jiangsheng is aware of who this license plate belongs to, the son of Jiang Tianfang certainly would know. Ding. Jiang Hao S rupture value 3. Ding. Jiang Hao S rupture value 5. Detected that Jiang Hao's rupture level has reached 40, gaining rupture points 2,000. Ding. Jiang Hao S rupture value 8. Ding. Jiang Hao S rupture value 10. Detected that Jiang Hao's rupture level has reached 50, gaining rupture points 2,500. Woo woo umumu. Woo woo woo. With his mouth gagged, Jiang Hao struggled frantically, yearning to scream, to escape. Above all, he longed to apologize, to plead for mercy. Yet, he found himself devoid of any opportunity. His pallid face was marred by tear stains, and his pristine white trousers were utterly soaked. At this moment, he comprehended the gravity of the predicament he had unwittingly stumbled into. No, it was not merely a hard surface, but rather a sharp nail that had pierced deep into his heart, leaving him in a state of excruciating anguish. Ultimately, Jiang Hao's whimpers were completely drowned out by a black minivan. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou appeared unaffected by the incessant barrage of system notifications echoing in his mind. Upon entering the vehicle, his phone rang once more, seemingly triggered by an unseen switch within the Maybach. Curiously, he pondered how it could ring the moment he sat down. Yet, upon glancing at the caller ID, Bai Zhou smiled. "Have you finally succumbed to your impulses?" Chapter 31. I shall no longer call you. Gazing at her phone, which was incessantly flashing with incoming calls, Bai Zhou's lips curled into a faint smile. With a decisive flick of her finger, she ended the call and tucked her phone away, patting the driver's shoulder as if nothing were amiss. "Take me to the meat processing plant in the western suburbs." Beep. Mu Yin S rupture value 1. Beep. Mu Yin S rupture value 1. Beep. Mu Yin S rupture value 1. Listening to the repeated notifications echoing in her mind, Bai Zhou wore a relaxed and carefree expression. At that moment, Mu Yun was in her study at the villa, clad only in a shimmering, champagne-colored nightgown. The delicate curve of her collarbone was truly tempting, evoking an urge to sprinkle salt upon it and savor a fine tequila in leisurely indulgence. Despite having spent the previous night awake, her skin remained flawless, showcasing her remarkable resilience. Yet today, she had no desire to venture outside, particularly to face her daughter, fearing any slip that might betray her composure. Thus, she paced restlessly in her study, awaiting Bai Zhou's call. Bai Zhou had grasped the leverage over her daughter, the corporate spy Lu Wu, and even held a card against her, a meticulously trained assassin. Surely, Bai Zhou would adopt the demeanor of a victor, calling to gloat and threaten her as he had done before. However, as the afternoon wore on, she had yet to hear from him. Unable to resist any longer, she reached out to Bai Zhou herself. Yet, recalling their previous conversation at Xinyan Group, a pang of regret pierced her. To her astonishment, within mere seconds of her dialing, she received a message. "The number you have dialed is currently busy." He actually hung up on her in the privacy of her study. The once dignified and poised Mu Yun felt akin to a shrew, nearly shattering her phone in indignation. Damn it, that little rascal. How dare he hang up on me? I am his Aunt Yun. I am his elder. Fuming, she clenched her fists and, in her slippers, continued to pace the room. In a fit of defiance, she muttered, "Fine. You dare to hang up on me. Then do not expect me to call you again." Standing by the window, surveying the greenery outside, she gritted her teeth. "I would rather jump out of here and perish than call you again." Yet, as the words left her lips, a fleeting memory surfaced. Hadn't she uttered something similar before? But, despite her resolve, she had still called Bai Zhou. Truly, that little rascal. Beep. Mu Yun S rupture value 1. Beep. Mu Yun S rupture value 1. Beep. Mu Chantian S rupture value 0. 1. Seated in the back of the Maybach, eyes closed, Bai Zhou reveled in the symphony of notifications resonating in his mind. Before long, his Maybach, accompanied by a black van, slowly entered the rear of the meat processing plant in the western suburbs. Butler Lee had already been informed to prepare for their arrival. Consequently, without a moment's pause, the two vehicles followed the guiding car into a vast warehouse. As the doors opened, the pungent aroma of pig's blood assaulted Bai Zhou's senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, trembling and following closely behind Bai Zhou, surveyed the rusted surroundings with palpable anxiety. "Master Bai, where are you taking me?" I feel a bit dizzy. I want to go back to the hospital for N4. Bai Zhou, lacking even the inclination to smile, replied curtly. "Think again." With that, Wang Ji dropped to his knees, crying out, "Master Bai, spare me, I beg you. Please don't kill me." Observing Wang Ji's pitiful demeanor, Bai Zhou shook his head in bemusement, internally questioning whether he had made the right choice. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. The moment had arrived, and he was on the brink of executing his plan. Thus, he grasped Wang Ji by the scruff of his neck, yanking him upright. "At the hospital, you pledged your life to me. What is this? Do you wish to retract that now?" Wang Ji trembled at the words, his body stiffening as he frantically waved his hands. "And no, I didn't mean that. Master Bai, please spare my life." At a loss for words, Wang Ji was torn. To refuse would invite death, yet to accept would render his previous declaration hollow. The gravity of the situation dawned upon him. Master Bai was genuinely intent on his demise. He did not wish to die. "Enough. Stop your wailing," Bai Zhou interrupted, recognizing Wang Ji's impending outburst. "If you wish to work for me, you must provide a reason for me to trust you." Wang Ji's eyes brightened at these words. Nodding vigorously, "Rest assured, Master Bai, I will do whatever you ask. Is that so?" Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. Wang Ji gulped. You want to send me to my death, will you?" Bai Zhou exhaled through his nose, releasing Wang Ji and gesturing for him to follow. As the van's doors swung open, Butler Lee emerged, carrying the unconscious Jiang Hao, who had evidently struggled vehemently, exhausting Lee's patience. Bai Zhou spoke first. "Uncle Lee, how does this work? It's my first time. Please guide me." "Master is jesting," Lee replied with a chuckle, gesturing for Bai Zhou to follow. Soon, the group entered a room within the warehouse. Upon entering, Bai Zhou couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. The room was bare, save for a massive meat grinder. Lee had already unceremoniously deposited Jiang Hao onto the floor and pointed at the grinder. "Master, it's quite simple, far less complicated than you might imagine." Bai Zhou felt a surge of distaste at the sight, realizing that the original text had never detailed how the Bai family dealt with such matters, and now witnessing it firsthand was truly shocking. Thud! Wang Ji crumpled to the ground, petrified. "Master Bai, spare me, please." Bai Zhou, already grappling with his own revulsion, rolled his eyes at the sound. He then turned and delivered a swift slap to Wang Ji's neck, avoiding the face to prevent a concussion. Pointing at the unconscious Jiang Hao, he asked, "You recognize this person, do you not?" Wang Ji nodded. "Yes. He is the one who did this to me." Bai Zhou nodded. "Very well. You are responsible for disposing of him." "What?" Wang Ji's pupils widened, as if they were the size of copper bells. However, Bai Zhou did not intend to grant Wang Ji an opportunity to respond. He pointed to the bucket on the floor and said, "Remember to wake him up, starting from his feet. I shall listen to his screams from outside. If I do not hear his voice, I shall eagerly await the sound of yours." After uttering these words, Bai Zhou exchanged a knowing glance with Butler Lee, who, understanding the unspoken command, departed the room alongside Bai Zhou. Slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, Wang Ji immediately sprang up, frantically banging on the door, simultaneously screaming, "Young Master Bai? No, I cannot. I dare not. Please let me out, young Master Bai. I beg you, I implore you. I bow before you. I bow before you." The anguished cries of Wang Ji fell on deaf ears for Bai Zhou. As for the choices Wang Ji would make, that was solely his affair. After what felt like an eternity, a sudden shriek echoed from within. Bai Zhou lifted his gaze, exchanging a bewildered glance with Butler Li. Was that Wang Ji's voice? Goodness! Could this lad have been slain by Jiang Hao? But immediately following, another agonizing scream pierced the air. Ding! Detection of Jiang Hao's dismemberment rate reaching 60. Awarded dismemberment points, 3,000. Ding! Detection of Jiang Hao's dismemberment rate reaching 70. Awarded dismemberment points, 3,500. Ding! Dismemberment points, 4,000. Dismemberment points, 5,000. Ding! Detection of Jiang Hao's dismemberment rate reaching 100. Awarded dismemberment points, 5,500. Congratulations, host, on successfully dismembering Jiang Hao completely. Received additional dismemberment reward. Random blind box. Random blind box is being drawn. Chapter 32. Wang Ji's remarkable feat. Listening to the incessant notifications echoing in his mind, Bai Zhou couldn't help but swallow hard. This reaction stemmed not only from the astonishing speed of the severance, but also from Jiang Hao's method of executing it. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, he could vividly imagine the scene, which made his complexion pale. However, this state of unease did not linger long, for he had mentally prepared himself for the role of a villain since he realized his predicament. Thus, he shifted his gaze to his wallet. To his astonishment, the balance displayed a staggering 82,000 points, causing Bai Zhou to gasp. He recalled that when he left his home earlier that day, his total was just over 50,000. Now he was tantalizingly close to being able to exchange for a golden blind box, with only a little over 10,000 points remaining. Initially, his intention when toying with Xiao Rou that morning had been to accumulate a mere 50,000 points to exchange for silver blind boxes to see what treasures they might yield. But now, should he continue to save? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue blind box." Well, it seemed that while Bai Zhou was still reveling in his surprise at having over 80,000 points, the blue blind box abruptly dampened his spirits. The blue blind box, merely a step above the green one, could be obtained for 5,000 points. With his current points, he could afford a staggering 16 of them. It was worth noting that Wang Ji had once managed to procure a purple blind box for him. In light of this, Jiang Hao paled in comparison to Wang Ji. Would you like to open the blind box? To be frank, Bai Zhou did not find such items particularly enticing at that moment. Yet, having something was better than nothing. So with a hint of disinterest, he replied, "Let us open it." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the blue blind box and received the reward. Specially modified Santana Classic 1. It has been parked in your villa's underground garage. Drive it out. Bai Zhou nearly leaped off the ground. Indeed, the contents of the blue blind box were rather mundane. Although he had an affection for the Santana Classic, it felt decidedly out of place parked in his villa's underground garage. His custom-made Maybach was now the most modest vehicle in his collection. Introducing a basic Santana into the mix felt jarringly incongruous. Bai Zhou recalled that this Santana was the protagonist's vehicle in the original story, aiding him in his disguise. However, Bai Zhou had no need to play the fool. Furthermore, the vehicle's selling point was its specialized modification. The protagonist had access to channels that enabled him to modify it to levels unattainable by others. But Bai Zhou, with his wealth, could easily modify any car he desired. Alas, Jiang Hao's demise was well-deserved. If Bai Zhou had to laboriously devise a way to completely sever ties with Jiang Hao only to receive this lackluster reward, he would indeed be livid. Yet, unbeknownst to Bai Zhou, this particular vehicle was unique in this world. Once it resided in his garage 2.5 years later, when the protagonist returned to Jiang City, what would become of it? That was a matter for another time. As soon as Jiang Hao's wails ceased, Butlerly approached the door they had locked, unlocking it from the outside. A powerful scent of blood surged forth from the room. A blood-soaked figure, trembling slightly, stepped out from the room, leaving a trail of crimson behind. At this moment, Wang Ji's eyes were devoid of any fear or tension, appearing instead in a daze, with a ghastly expression that radiated a palpable malice. His fists were clenched tightly as he approached Bai Zhou, his gaze fixed upon him, flickering with a hint of ferocity. His chest heaved, clearly struggling to catch his breath. Upon witnessing this, Butlerly furrowed his brow and moved closer to Bai Zhou. It seemed that Wang Ji's experiences and the scenes he had witnessed had caused some hormonal turmoil in his mind. If he were to lash out at Bai Zhou in a frenzy, it could spell disaster. At that moment, Wang Ji appeared to be genuinely losing his grip on reality, letting out a fierce roar directed at Bai Zhou. "Ah, kill!" Just as Butlerly prepared to intervene, a sharp crack resonated through the air. Bai Zhou delivered a resounding slap to Wang Ji's face. Not only did Wang Ji's voice cease instantly, but the malice in his eyes also transformed into clarity. Rubbing his stinging cheek, he turned to Bai Zhou and, with a raspy, tense voice, knelt before him. "Young Master Bai, my life belongs to you from now on." This proclamation echoed the one he had made in the hospital. Yet this time, Bai Zhou smiled. He had just received the system notification. Ding. Wang Ji's conversion degree 10. Ding. Wang Ji's conversion degree 10. Ding. Wang Ji's conversion degree 10. Conversion degree has reached 100. Congratulations, host, for completing the Halo conversion and receiving a conversion reward. Random blind box is being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully drawing a silver blind box 1. What color? Upon hearing the system's notification, Bai Zhou's eyes widened with excitement. A silver box. It required 50,000 severance points to exchange. After completing Wang Ji's conversion, he received it directly? What a windfall! Bai Zhou's grin was impossible to conceal. Now, the kneeling Wang Ji appeared more and more endearing in Bai Zhou's eyes. In comparison, Jiang Hao seemed utterly insignificant. Bai Zhou enthusiastically helped Wang Ji to his feet, beaming as he said, "Excellent. This is truly wonderful." He then turned to Butlerly, instructing Uncle Li, take him somewhere to clean up, and then return to the hospital to tend to his wounds. Of course, young master. Butlerly was utterly perplexed by Bai Zhou's exuberance. He noted the change in Bai Zhou's demeanor towards Wang Ji, pondering. It's just a subordinate acknowledging the young master as his leader. Why is he so delighted? Wang Ji, too, was bewildered. Previously, he had treated Bai Zhou as nothing more than a worthless piece of trash. Now, having knelt in submission, why was Bai Zhou so pleased? Did he truly possess some remarkable quality? This unexpected turn of events instilled in Wang Ji a newfound confidence. Little did they know that Bai Zhou's genuine joy stemmed from Wang Ji having drawn a silver blind box for him. Previously, he had contemplated whether to save points or exchange them directly. At present, it is no longer necessary. The silver blind box has reappeared. Let us directly invest our points into acquiring a golden legend. Stewardly has already departed with Wang Ji in a van. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou has once again settled into his Maybach, his face alight with excitement, his hands eagerly rubbing together. He is positively impatient regarding this silver blind box. After signaling the driver to commence the journey, he was about to instruct the system to unveil the blind box. However, fate had other plans, as his phone abruptly rang once more. This prompted Bai Zhou to furrow his brow and exclaim, "There's certainly something amiss with this back seat." This time, without even glancing at the caller ID, he chose to disconnect the call. Yet, upon doing so, it seemed he did not hear the usual notification sound regarding the points. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to this detail, his focus solely on the blind box. System, open the silver blind box. Ding! As Bai Zhou's anticipation mounted, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the silver blind box, gaining character coordinates 1. The expression on Bai Zhou's face visibly stiffened. What on earth? Chapter 33. The Black Road Tiger, Bai Luz, and the Duality of Black and White. According to the system's usual tendencies, I have previously opened green, blue, and purple mystery boxes. I am aware that the items within are directly proportional to their increasing value. Therefore, the silver mystery box must yield something far superior to all that I have previously encountered combined. However, what does this coordinate mean? A character coordinate? Ding dong. Just then, Bai Zhou's phone emitted a soft chime. It was a message from an unfamiliar number, sending him a location. Below it, a line read, Number 31, East Market. The positioning indicated that it was quite distant from Bai Zhou's current location. He was situated in the western suburbs, while the indicated location was near the eastern suburbs. A peculiar expression crossed Bai Zhou's face as he stared at the location on his phone, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Who could this be? Bai Zhou couldn't help but voice his confusion. Yet, the system would certainly not disclose the answer. It seemed as though the system wanted him to witness this with his own eyes. Although the item obtained from the silver mystery box had not directly brought about any qualitative leap for Bai Zhou, he still harbored a flicker of anticipation within. After all, this was the product of a silver mystery box. Thus, Bai Zhou promptly tapped the shoulder of the driver, who was currently behind the wheel, and said, "I'll send you a location. Please drive there now." However, before he could finish ding-dong, the phone he was holding buzzed again with another message notification. Moreover, it continued to chime incessantly, compelling Bai Zhou to lower his head to check. It was a barrage of messages from Shun Qingying. "Why aren't you answering my calls? Furious. Where have you taken Ro? The servants at home say they haven't seen her all day. You promised me you wouldn't harm her. You liar. Damn it." Upon seeing the flurry of messages from Shun Qingying, Bai Zhou suddenly realized, "Good heavens, Xiao Ro is still locked in my secret chamber. Several hours had passed. I must not let her suffocate in there. That would be a grave loss." With this thought, Bai Zhou quickly revised his instructions to the driver. "Take me home first. Then I'll send you a location for a simple reconnaissance at that place." "Understood, young master." The driver promptly agreed without hesitation. As Bai Zhou hurriedly returned home to rescue Xiao Ro, not far from where Bai Zhou had previously taken Wang Ji from the pharmacy, 2 streets away stood a 3-story mahjong parlor. The first and second floors were shrouded in thick smoke and cacophony, while the third floor exuded an unusual tranquility. A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a tank top, displayed his elaborate tattoos prominently. Despite his rugged appearance, he seemed exceedingly anxious, pacing back and forth by the window, muttering, "Son, you must not come harm." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase behind him, as a young lackey, resembling a petty thug, rushed up. "Boss." Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately turned, grasping the young man's shoulder and exclaiming, "Have you found my son? Where is Jiang Hao?" Indeed, this tattooed middle-aged man was Jiang Hao's father, Jiang Tianfang. He had heard that his son might have been bullied and had taken a dozen men with him to investigate. Fearing that his son might stir up trouble during daylight, Jiang Tianfang dispatched people to search for him. However, those sent reported that Jiang Hao was missing. Attempts to reach Jiang Hao by phone yielded only a dead signal. Consequently, Jiang Tianfang was now in a state of frantic worry. The young lackey, upon hearing Jiang Tianfang's voice, stiffened slightly, then replied, "There is still no news about young Master Jiang." "No news? Then why are you back?" Jiang Tianfang roared. "Get out there and find him. I want to know who has harmed my son. They will pay dearly." Yes, boss. I will definitely search, but someone has come to see you. I will not meet anyone." Jiang Tianfang, consumed with concern for his son, was nearly frantic. At this moment, he would not entertain anyone, not even the King of Heaven. Looking at the enraged Jiang Tianfang, the young lackey's face turned pale, but he gathered his courage to say, "Boss, this person is more significant than even the King of Heaven." He then stepped forward and whispered into Jiang Tianfang's ear. He arrived in a Cadillac Escalade. Jiang Tianfang seemed not to comprehend, waving his hand dismissively. "What Cadillac?" Suddenly, Jiang Tianfang's voice cut off, and his expression transformed dramatically, turning pale with concern. "What did you say? Repeat that." The young lackey, feeling helpless, turned and said, "Boss, you can see for yourself. It's parked right beside your Range Rover." With a swift motion, Jiang Tianfang dashed to the window to look down. Indeed, a massive, full-sized SUV was parked next to his Range Rover. From this angle, his Range Rover looked almost comically small beside it. Holy hell! Jiang Tianfang's pupils dilated. The Black Road Tiger, Bai Zhou's, and the all-consuming Cadillac Escalade. The Cadillac Escalade, fully imported, would hardly dent their finances. Yet, Jiang Tianfang knew that in Jiang City, there was only one person who could ride in an Escalade alone. This was an unspoken rule of Jiang City. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's fragmentation value 2. Bai Zhou. While hurrying home in the back seat of a Maybach, Bai Zhou was unexpectedly greeted by a system notification echoing in his mind. Jiang Tianfang? Bai Zhou paused. He knew Jiang Tianfang was Jiang Hao's father. Since Jiang Hao was connected to the protagonist, Jiang Tianfang was as well. However, he had never encountered Jiang Tianfang before. Why would his fragmentation value increase? Did he already know his son was dead? Bai Zhou was perplexed, but even if Jiang Tianfang knew, he felt no fear. Therefore, there was no need to concern himself. On the third floor of the mahjong parlor, Jiang Tianfang turned with the speed of a bullet. Quick, bring me my suit. So now he was no longer searching for his son, but rather seemed anxious, as if about to meet some dignitary while demanding a suit. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted their commotion. No need, just like this, casual is perfectly fine. The voice sounded so familiar. Bai Zhenan, Bai Zhou's father. He was the only person in Jiang City permitted to ride in an Escalade. At this moment, Bai Zhenan, dressed in traditional attire, descended the stairs step by step, accompanied by a lone bodyguard clad in black. Just one bodyguard. This was Bai Zhenan's confidence in his movements around Jiang City. Upon encountering Bai Zhenan, Jiang Hao Tian instinctively gasped in shock. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's fracture value 2. He then hurriedly stumbled to the staircase, lowering his head. Unable to meet Bai Zhenan's gaze, nervously stammering, Mr. Bai, it truly is you. I, Jiang Tianfang, am unworthy of such honor. It is indeed a privilege for you to visit me personally. I apologize, Mr. Bai, for not welcoming you in advance. I deserve punishment. I confess. As he spoke, Jiang Tianfang raised his palm and, with a resounding slap, struck his own face. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's fracture value 2. Goodness. Upon their first meeting, he resorted to chastising himself so severely. Although Bai Zhenan did not intervene, he waved his hand, saying, there are no such formalities. Ha ha ha. Will you not invite me to sit? Of course. Jiang Tianfang suddenly snapped to attention, exclaiming, Mr. Bai, please do take a seat. He hastily moved the cleanest chair for Bai Zhenan to occupy, while he remained with his head bowed, standing respectfully before him. Once seated, Bai Zhenan maintained a warm smile, looking at Jiang Tianfang and getting straight to the point. Xiao Jiang, are you searching for your son? At these words, Jiang Tianfang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, such a trivial matter. How could it warrant your attention, Mr. Bai? However, just as he uttered these words, he gasped in shock. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's fracture value 2. With a thud, Jiang Tianfang knelt on the floor, exclaiming, Mr. Bai, I apologize on behalf of my son. He is still just a child. He does not understand. Chapter 34. The True Villain? I am filled with rage. Jiang Tianfang's reaction was remarkably swift. As a local tyrant, he felt unworthy to even meet Bai Zhenan. In fact, Bai Zhenan might not even recognize him. Yet, his son was missing, and Bai Zhenan had personally come to his door. It was evident that his son's disappearance was somehow linked to Bai Zhenan. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tianfang knelt down. His voice quivered with urgency as he exclaimed, Mr. Bai, I apologize on behalf of my son. This scoundrel must have committed heinous acts to dare offend you. Mr. Bai, once my son returns, I will personally bring him to your residence to apologize. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's fracture value 2. Detected that Jiang Tianfang's fracture degree has reached 10. Gained 500 fracture points. Observing the increase in his fracture points, Bai Zhou wore a bemused expression. He unexpectedly turned to the driver and the bodyguard in the passenger seat, asking, have any of you contacted Jiang Tianfang or sent someone to inform him that I have dealt with his son? The driver and bodyguard exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads. No, young master. Why would we reach out to Jiang Tianfang without your directive? Indeed, what was going on? Bai Zhou was utterly baffled. He had clearly underestimated his father's affection for him. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Jiang Tianfang repeatedly bowing his head in reverence echoed as he knelt before Bai Zhou, who remained seated with unwavering composure. Observing Jiang Tianfang, Bai Zhou chuckled helplessly. "Little Jiang, please rise." "What are you doing?" As he spoke, he gestured to a bodyguard holding a box nearby. The bodyguard understood the cue and stepped forward to assist Jiang Tianfang to his feet. With a reddened forehead and tears in his eyes, Jiang Tianfang looked at Bai Zhou in confusion. "Mr. Bai Yu." Bai Zhou lightly waved his hand, producing his favored Bai Jiang from his pocket. Jiang Tianfang instinctively moved to light Bai Zhou's cigarette, but was restrained by the bodyguard. Bai Zhou preferred to strike a match himself. After taking a puff, he stated casually, "You should not apologize on behalf of your son. It is I who should apologize to you on behalf of my son." What? Jiang Tianfang was utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend Bai Zhou's words. Bai Zhou continued, his tone tinged with exasperation and frustration. "Your son merely scolded mine a few times and sought to confront him. Was it not a trivial matter that could be resolved through conversation? Yet, that rascal went and killed your son, which truly infuriates me." "What?" Jiang Tianfang's voice erupted as if a firecracker had detonated within his throat. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's fracture value 10. Detected that Jiang Tianfang's fracture degree has reached 20, gained 1,000 fracture points. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's fracture value 10. Detected that Jiang Tianfang's fracture degree has reached 30, gained 1,500 fracture points. What? Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tianfang's face turned ashen, and his entire body began to tremble violently. Just then, Bai Zhou's bodyguard released him. With a thud, Jiang Tianfang's limp body collapsed to the ground. Killed, dead. At this moment, Jiang Tianfang felt his words failing him. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou maintained his previous demeanor, apologetically stating, "Little Jiang, you are still young. You should be able to have another child." He then glanced at the bodyguard, who promptly opened the briefcase they were carrying. Instantly, golden gleams illuminated the area. The case contained 5 gleaming gold bars, each substantial in weight. Following Bai Zhou's instructions, the bodyguard placed the case before Jiang Tianfang. As Bai Zhou spoke, he stood up, leaning on the armrest. "I came here to apologize on behalf of my son. I will ensure that I discipline that rascal. Please do not take it to heart. Accept this gift. It should be sufficient for you to raise another son." Having said this, Bai Zhou turned and left, his sole bodyguard following closely behind. What a scene! Who was truly apologizing to whom? The father of the wrongdoer sat high above, while the father of the injured kneeled on the ground, bowing repeatedly. In the end, a life was lost, and all that was offered in return was a casual remark about having the ability to conceive another child. A few gold bars were left behind, and then he departed? To him, human life was merely. Had Bai Zhou been present, he would have been utterly shocked. Now, this was the essence of a villain. It appeared there was still much for him to learn. Just as the thunderous roar of the Cadillac's engine faded into the distance, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the mahjong parlor's 3rd floor. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's fracture value 10. Detected that Jiang Tianfang's fracture degree has reached 40, gained 2,000 fracture points. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's fracture value 10. Detected that Jiang Tianfang's fracture degree has reached 50, gained 2,500 fracture points. Bai Zhou listened to the incessant system notifications echoing in his mind, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. His fracture points had skyrocketed to 89,500. Remarkable. He was just 10,500 points short of redeeming a golden blind box. Bai Zhou felt a surge of relief, grateful that the transformation blind box from Wang Ji had yielded a silver one, which had deterred him from redeeming it. Otherwise, he would have had to start accumulating points for the golden blind box all over again. Splendide. Although he remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding Jiang Tianfang, the benefits he reaped brought him immense satisfaction. He even began to anticipate Jiang Tianfang's continued unraveling, hoping to amass enough points for a total of 100,000. With such expectations in mind, Bai Zhou's vehicle gradually came to a stop at the villa's entrance. Regrettably, after reaching 50, Jiang Tianfang's fracture value did not continue to grow. However, there would be ample opportunities in the future. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou had returned to his villa. After disembarking, the driver accessed the location Bai Zhou had sent him. Upon seeing the location, the driver paused momentarily and murmured, "Isn't this the vegetable market near my home? Stall 31. That stall seems to be in the fish section. Why is the young master so concerned about a fish seller?" Although he voiced these thoughts, the driver nonetheless started the car, heading toward the Eastern market, completing the young master's task while also being able to return home for a rest. What a delightful arrangement. Bai Zhou, oblivious to his driver's musings, continued on. He has now entered the villa. Under the attentive care of the maid, he changed his shoes. Upon entering, the anxious Shun Qingying sprang to her feet in the living room, her pupils reflecting a deep-seated anger, almost as if she were gritting her teeth. It seemed that had there not been other servants present, she would have confronted Bai Zhou directly. However, Bai Zhou walked past her with an air of indifference, making his way towards the room on the second floor. Naturally, Shun Qingying clenched her teeth and followed closely behind. Upon entering the room and closing the door, Shun Qingying could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed forward, grasping Bai Zhou's collar with both delicate hands, exclaiming, "Bai Zhou, you deceitful scoundrel! You promised me you wouldn't harm Ro. Yet, faced with Shun Qingying's desperation, Bai Zhou's expression remained unchanged. He did not utter a word, merely gazing quietly at the distressed Shun Qingying before him. Under Bai Zhou's steady gaze, Shun Qingying faltered first. Ding! Shun Qingying's fracture value 0. 1. Her hands trembled slightly before gradually releasing Bai Zhou's collar, even taking a cautious step back while lowering her head to murmur, I'm sorry." Shun Qingying had prepared herself to denounce Bai Zhou, yet she hadn't anticipated that a mere glance from him would cause her to relent. However, Bai Zhou was undoubtedly pleased with this turn of events. He slowly spoke in a chilling tone, "Kneel." Ding! Shun Qingying's fracture value 0. 1. What did you say? Shun Qingying stammered in confusion, her panic evident. Bai Zhou's voice remained icy. "You dare to speak to me this way? I am quite enraged right now." Ding! Shun Qingying's fracture value 0. 1. Chapter 35. I am exceedingly furious. Do you comprehend? You. Ding! Shun Qingying's severance value 0. 1. Shun Qingying immediately gritted her teeth, her complexion seemingly flushed with rage. She thought to herself, "I am currently seeking you out for an accounting, and you dare to utter such words at this moment? Truly infuriating. This scoundrel. There are limits to what one can endure. You. Have you not been outside for a day? Shouldn't you at least take a hot shower?" Ding! Shun Qingying's severance value 0. 1. Is that all? Goodness. After all that mental preparation, this is what comes out? It is evident that Bai Zhou's image in Shun Qingying's mind has reached a terrifying level. Otherwise, why would she cautiously release his collar while under his unwavering gaze? Upon hearing Shun Qingying's words, Bai Zhou nearly chuckled aloud, but chose to maintain his composure. Thus, he coldly replied, "What? Since when do you have a right to look down on me?" Ding! Shun Qingying's severance value 0. 1. Shun Qingying, devoid of temper, bit her lips slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Then, "May I go?" Just as Bai Zhou was about to refuse, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes, and he unexpectedly nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, go ahead. I shall await your return." Seeing Bai Zhou nod, Shun Qingying felt a wave of relief wash over her as she turned to leave. Given the spaciousness of Bai Zhou's abode, the bathroom was conveniently located within the bedroom. Just as Shun Qingying was about to step into the bathroom, she could not help but bite her lip, gripping the door frame as she stated, "I hope that when I emerge, you can share news of Ro with me." Without awaiting Bai Zhou's response, as if fearing his retaliation, she swiftly dashed into the restroom, locking the door behind her. However, Bai Zhou was unconcerned, chuckling softly to himself as he turned to pull the bedside lamp switch. With a whoosh, the secret door swung open, and Bai Zhou hurried inside. Upon entering, Bai Zhou heard a pronounced sound of deep breathing. Hiss! Who? That exhalation belonged to him. Thankfully, Xiao Rou was still alive. Although Bai Zhou had only ventured into this secret chamber once, he had gleaned its general layout. It was devoid of windows, seemingly designed to prevent escape, with not even a ventilation shaft in sight. The only means for air to escape appeared to be a narrow gap in the hidden door. What good was that little crevice? After such an extended period, Xiaorou must surely be on the brink of suffocation. Ding! Xiaorou's severance value 1. Amidst the system notification, Bai Zhou had reached the wooden panel that secured Xiaorou. He looked down upon her from above. Her complexion was ghastly, her lips pale. A day without food or drink was inconsequential. The critical matter was that she finally breathed fresh air. Upon seeing Bai Zhou return, tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Yet her eyes burned with fury directed at him. Gritting her teeth, she rasped, "Kill me. Scoundrel! If you dare, kill me. My brother is back. He will not spare you." Upon hearing Xiaorou's feeble threat, a sinister smile crept onto Bai Zhou's lips. He slowly picked up the items he had carelessly discarded before leaving that day. Ding! Xiaorou's severance value 1. Ding! Xiaorou's severance value 1. The urgent notifications rang out as Bai Zhou observed Xiaorou trembling once more. He realized that her psychological defenses were crumbling. Therefore, he added fuel to the fire, saying, "I truly do not care about your so-called brother. Killing you would be rather dull. I am far more curious about the expression on your brother's face when he sees you in this state." As he spoke, Bai Zhou lightly waved the weapon in his hand. Ding! Xiaorou's severance value 1. Kill me, scoundrel! Xiaorou's voice had become somewhat hysterical. Bai Zhou furrowed his brow and glanced back toward the outside of the secret chamber. The sound of water running in the bathroom was quite loud, and Shen Qingying, of course, did not hear anything. Yet, as Bai Zhou turned back, a sudden realization struck him. This is not good. With a low exclamation, Bai Zhou swiftly executed a maneuver, pinching Xiaorou's prominent front teeth between his fingers. Little girl, you actually think to bite your tongue and die? Have you watched too many dramas? Indeed, Xiaorou had attempted to take her own life, only to be discovered by Bai Zhou. As if to say, "Scoundrel, let go of me. Let me die." Ding! Xiaorou's severance value 1. Yet Bai Zhou lowered his head, whispering in her ear with a hoarse voice, "I advise you not to die. Otherwise, the consequences, you know." At his words, Xiaorou's pupils widened in an instant. Consequences? What consequences did she know? Could it be Shen Qingying? Ding! Xiaorou's severance value 1. Bai Zhou released his grip, and Xiaorou's voice erupted, "Scoundrel! Do not harm her. If you have the ability, come for me." He chuckled lightly, pressing a mechanism that instantly released the shackles binding Xiaorou's limbs. Xiaorou's scream echoed once more. This time, Bai Zhou seized her by the hair and dragged her out of the secret chamber. "Scoundrel, let go. Let go of me." Once they had reached the exterior of the secret chamber, Bai Zhou lowered his head to Xiaorou and whispered, "Hush, do you see the figure in the bathroom?" The bathroom in Bai Zhou's house, behind the frosted glass, cast a dark silhouette, causing Xiaorou's pupils to constrict. Ding! Xiaorou's severance value 1. Bai Zhou continued, "Shen Qingying is currently inside there. If you were to die, I would walk right in. I'm almost looking forward to it." Bai Zhou had tasted this before, but was it not merely to intimidate Xiaorou? No, it cannot be. As if recalling something, Xiaorou gritted her teeth and growled. "You are not the kind of person they say you are you? The kind of person they say?" Bai Zhou paused, turning to look at Xiaorou with some surprise. "You do not believe that what you saw that day was false, do you?" As he spoke, he took Xiaorou's small hand, and then, ding! Xiaorou's severance value 1. Xiaorou's pupils widened in shock, staring up at Bai Zhou with indignation. You. She was nearly a loss for words. Yet Bai Zhou nonchalantly replied, "Now, do you understand? I have yet to make Shen Qingying my woman for a reason. I have my plans." He lied. It was intentional. "Do not make me alter this plan because of you." Listening to Bai Zhou's voice, Xiaorou seemed momentarily stunned, collapsing to the ground in a daze. Observing the scene, Bai Zhou feigned innocence, saying, "Do you still wish to take your own life? I suppose I have no choice then." With that, Bai Zhou directly made his way toward the bathroom, striding toward the door. "Stop!" Xiaorou finally panicked. Ignoring the ache in her limbs, she crawled and rolled in pursuit, desperately clutching onto Bai Zhou before he could push the door open. She was determined to prevent him from advancing further. With a desperate gaze, she raised her eyes and, In a breathless whisper, implored, "Please do not harm my sister-in-law. I will comply with whatever you say. Whatever you wish, I will agree to it. I promise." Tears, like parched droplets, once again trickled from the corners of Xiaorou's eyes. Ding! Xiaorou's fracture value 1. Ding! Xiaorou's fracture value 1. Detected Xiaorou's fracture level reaching 50, gaining fracture points 5,000. Truly, she was a significant supporting character, offering far more fracture points than the minor roles played by Wang Ji and his ilk. Her balance had now soared to 94,500. The golden legend beckoned to her, gazing at the figure kneeling before her, clinging to her legs with a face full of desperation. Bai Zhou's lips curled into a slight smirk. Sister-in-law? Huh. Your so-called sister-in-law, just moments ago, was scolding me on your behalf. Hence, I'm exceedingly displeased. Do you grasp my meaning? Xiaorou's complexion paled even further, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. Ding! Xiaorou's fracture points 1. Ding! Xiaorou's fracture points 1. Amidst the sound of notifications, Xiaorou slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Brother, I am sorry. I am doing this for my sister-in-law. After all, do you share the same thoughts as your sister-in-law? No wonder you both are family. Chapter 36. My son is more impressive than I was in my youth. The notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Xiaorou's rupture value increased by 1. Ding! Xiaorou's rupture value increased by 1. Ding! Xiaorou's rupture value increased by 1. It must be said, Xiaorou's rate of increase in rupture value certainly surpassed Shun Qingying's by a considerable margin. After all, Shun Qingying was the protagonist's childhood sweetheart, so there had to be some distinction. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient. Listening to the ceaseless chimes in his mind, Bai Zhou felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Just as he was watching Xiaorou's rupture value nearing 60, the sound of water from the shower in the bathroom abruptly ceased. Ding! Xiaorou's rupture value increased by 1. In a swift moment, Xiaorou sprang up from the floor, panic-stricken, and darted away. Ding! Xiaorou's rupture value increased by 1. Bai Zhou observed Xiaorou's hasty retreat, shaking his head in regret. So close. He was on the verge of achieving a golden legend. However, he refrained from stopping Xiaorou's departure, fully aware that it was imperative to prevent Shun Qingying and Xiaorou from encountering each other in this manner. Once this misunderstanding was resolved, acquiring rupture value through such means would become exceedingly challenging. In fact, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. In that very moment, as Xiaorou dashed out of Bai Zhou's room and closed the door, the bathroom door was flung open by Shun Qingying, who appeared slightly unsteady, clearly having exerted considerable effort. Wrapped in a towel, Shun Qingying stood there, and even Bai Zhou felt a renewed sense of admiration. How to put it? She seemed even more enchanting than before. Yet, before Shun Qingying could utter a word, Bai Zhou smiled gently and remarked, "Shift change." The familiar notification sound, exclusive to Shun Qingying, replaced the previous chimes in Bai Zhou's mind. With Shun Qingying now taking over from Xiaorou, Bai Zhou began the lengthy process of accumulating rupture value. While the process was protracted, it did not imply that the world would pause to accommodate him. Meanwhile, in Bai Zhenan's villa, Bai Zhenan was seated comfortably on the sofa in the living room, perusing a newspaper. Who still reads newspapers in this day and age? Busy Butler Lee stood beside him, seemingly just arrived, reporting, "Young master has dealt with Jiang Tianfang's son. We have already taken care of it at the meat processing plant in the western suburbs." Bai Zhenan closed his newspaper and turned to Butler Lee, saying, "I just returned from Jiang Tianfang's place." Upon hearing this, Butler Lee was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a hint of resignation, "Your news travels fast, old master. If that is the case, then there is no issue. I will return to attend to the young master." But as Butler Lee prepared to leave, Bai Zhenan slowly raised his hand. "Hold on, old Lee." Butler Lee halted immediately, and Bai Zhenan continued, "Old Lee, you have been with me since I started my business, and now you are with Xiao Zhou. What do you think of my son compared to my younger self?" "What?" Hearing Bai Zhenan's inquiry, Butler Lee was momentarily stunned, seemingly perplexed by the question. Nevertheless, he shook his head and responded, "Old master, that is not comparable. Your era and the young master's current circumstances are entirely different, so." "Oh noes. Bai Zhou interjected, waving his hand dismissively. I actually believe my son is stronger than I was. Ha ha ha. Butler Lee recognized the sincerity behind Bai Zhou's laughter. Unsure of how to respond, he stood silently, listening as Bai Zhou continued. When I was Xiao Zhou's age, although I lacked his current background, I was still a formidable figure. But to kill so nonchalantly? Honestly, I wouldn't dare. My son is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. Your son has killed someone, and you are not the least bit anxious, even finding joy in it, and considering him impressive? TSK, TSK, TSK. The local emperor is indeed a local emperor. However, Butler Lee's eyes sparkled with evident astonishment. He recognized that Bai Zhou was lavishly praising Bai Zhou. Although Bai Zhou was Bai Zhou's biological son, he had never witnessed Bai Zhou bestow such accolades upon anyone else. To claim that his son surpassed him? What status could someone possess to exceed Bai Zhou? Butler Lee's eyes gleamed with shock, realizing that the young master had truly made a significant impression on the old master. Yet, with a hint of flattery, Butler Lee remarked, Old master, the young master's achievements are also due to your support behind the scenes. This merely proves that Xiao Zhou knows how to leverage resources. Bai Zhou's perspective is quite astute. It is evident that he holds great affection for Bai Zhou's transformation. With a beaming smile, Bai Zhou replied, I initially feared that after my departure, Xiao Zhou would struggle to manage the mess in Jiangcheng alone. Now it appears I was entirely mistaken. Ha ha ha. Unbeknownst to Bai Zhou, he was receiving such high praise from his father. At that moment, he was reclining in a large bathtub, with Shun Qingying nestled against his shoulder. Had this been in the past, Shun Qingying would never have dared to act so intimately with Bai Zhou. Yet now, she seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Bai Zhou felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, but just then, his phone, resting beside the bathtub, began to ring. The sound seemed to stir Shun Qingying from a reverie, yet she merely frowned and tightened her embrace around Bai Zhou's neck. Without even opening his eyes, Bai Zhou answered the call. The voice of his bodyguard came through the line. Young master, we have clarified the matters you asked us to investigate. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou abruptly opened his eyes, not for any other reason, but because the subject of their investigation pertained to the rewards obtained from the system's silver blind box. Chapter 37. The Golden Legend Calls. The reward from the silver blind box filled Bai Zhou with anticipation. Thus, he directly inquired over the phone, Where are you now? The reply was prompt. We have already spotted your villa, young master. Good. Come directly to the study upon your return. Yes, young master. After hanging up, Bai Zhou turned to glance at Shun Qingying, who was leaning against him. Although her long eyelashes still bore droplets resembling tears, her expression had transformed completely from before. Bai Zhou naturally brought up Shun Qingying's panel before him. Name, Shun Qing, identity, female lead. Protagonist, childhood, sweetheart. Age, 24. Charm, 99. Separation degree, 58, just 2% more, and he would obtain the reward for severing Shun Qingying's 6th stage. For the sake of his sustainable development, Bai Zhou chose not to push himself too hard. After all, there would be future opportunities. Ding. Shun Qingying's separation value 0. 1. Ding. Shun Qingying's separation value 0. 1. Ding. Shun Qingying. However, for reasons unknown, even after his departure, the system incessantly chimed in with notifications. As Bai Zhou donned his clothes, he listened to the continuous alerts echoing in his mind, casting a glance at Shun Qingying, who was curled up and trembling. Shun Qingying's separation value was just 1.5% away from 60. He felt that with a little more effort, he could acquire the 6th stage reward, allowing him to exchange for the golden blind box. Yet, Bai Zhou reconsidered and decided against it. He had already instructed his driver and bodyguard to report to him in the study. As for Shun Qingying, that could wait until the next day. Just as Bai Zhou emerged from his room, he caught sight of a sneaky figure. It was Xiao Rou, now clad in a pristine maid outfit, having bathed and restyled herself to appear as normal as before. A slight smile played on Bai Zhou's lips. Though he would defer the matter of Shun Qingying's separation value, he could certainly glean from Xiao Rou. Thus, Bai Zhou called out, Hey, come here. He gestured to Xiao Rou, who was hiding in the corner, peering over. Upon noticing his motion, she instinctively turned to flee, but Bai Zhou calmly remarked, "Do not forget what you promised me." Xiao Rou's body froze instantly, her face paling slightly as memories of their previous encounter flooded back. Lowering her head, gritting her teeth, she slowly approached Bai Zhou. "Why, young master, what do you command?" Bai Zhou regarded Xiao Rou with a playful smile and beckoned, "Follow me." Reluctantly, Xiao Rou trailed behind him. Meanwhile, the driver and bodyguard that Bai Zhou had dispatched earlier had returned. Having received Bai Zhou's prior consent, they made their way to the study without hindrance. After knocking, Bai Zhou's voice soon echoed from within, "Enter." Hearing this, the two pushed the door open. As they stepped inside, the bodyguard began, "Young master, you instructed us to." But he abruptly gasped, his breath hitching, and his pupils dilated in shock. The driver mirrored his bewilderment. The reason for their astonishment was that Bai Zhou was seated on the study sofa, his feet resting on the carpet, which, astonishingly, was made of the same material as the maid. Who was this maid? Of course, it was Xiao Rou. Ding. Xiao Rou's separation value 1. Ding. Xiao Rou's separation value 1. Ding. The notifications continued to resound in Bai Zhou's mind, yet he maintained a serene smile, as if nothing was amiss. The driver and bodyguard simultaneously gave a thumbs up. "Truly, young master, what a clever game." Ding. Xiao Rou's separation value 1. Ding. Xiao Rou's separation value 1. Ding. Xiao Rou's separation value 1. Bai Zhou, that scoundrel. Xiao Rou closed her eyes in despair, a tear escaping once more. The urge to succumb to despair threatened to overwhelm her. Yet she thought, "I cannot die. I must protect my sister-in-law. I cannot allow this beast to harm her." Ding. Xiao Rou's separation value 1. Chapter 38. What on earth is Lao Mo? An ambush in the middle of the road. As Bai Zhou listened to the system prompts echoing in his mind, a faint smile graced his face. This was precisely the effect he desired, a unique method to utterly dismantle Xiao Rou's psychological defenses. Observing the dazed expressions of his two subordinates, Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "All right, what have you uncovered?" At the sound of Bai Zhou's voice, his subordinates snapped back to attention. One of them stepped forward, presenting a notebook-like object to Bai Zhou, stating, "We've compiled a brief summary." As Bai Zhou perused the contents of the notebook, a slight frown creased his brow. He dismissed the less pertinent information without a second thought. The notes indicated that stall number 31 was a fish market run by a man named Su Wenmo. Su Wenmo. Bai Zhou pondered over this name, sinking into deep contemplation. He couldn't recall any character by that name from the original novel. How curious. Yet, the reward from the system's silver mystery box was indeed a character coordinate, given that all rewards from the mystery boxes stemmed from the protagonist. It was evident that this character was linked to him. However, how could he not have any recollection of such an important character emerging from the silver mystery box? Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Zhou, and his expression shifted oddly. An inner voice of exasperation echoed, "Oh no, system, you aren't pulling some Fusion World nonsense on me, are you?" Indeed, as a VIP member, Bai Zhou had encountered numerous works featuring multi-protagonist Fusion Worlds. If that were the case, the web of relationships stemming from multiple protagonists would undoubtedly expand. Yet, Bai Zhou found it impossible to feel any joy and couldn't help but continue his mental tirade. "System, if you're going to employ such a cliché trope, it would truly be disappointing." The system remained silent, while his driver interjected, "Young master, may I inquire about your particular interest in this individual?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou turned slightly to regard the driver, asking, "Do you know him?" The driver nodded, albeit cautiously. "I would say I know him well, but I live nearby and occasionally purchase fish from his stall. Over time, we've become somewhat familiar. We usually refer to him as Lao Mo, but we feel—" "Wait." Bai Zhou seized upon the keyword, his eyes brightening. "What do you call him?" The driver, perplexed by Bai Zhou's sudden enthusiasm, replied, "Lao Mo." With a resounding slap to his forehead, Bai Zhou exclaimed, "So, it's him." Upon hearing that moniker, he finally grasped the connection and let out a sigh of relief. It appeared the system had not resorted to any hackneyed plot devices. Lao Mo, indeed, was a pivotal character in the original storyline. Bai Zhou had been reading the original novel during that era when the phrase Lao Mo, I want to eat fish was trending. The author of the original work would surely not miss such a cultural reference. In the narrative, Lao Mo was also a hitman, although the protagonist possessed unparalleled combat prowess. There were times when he was preoccupied and would call Lao Mo, saying he wanted to eat fish. The original text did not disclose any side jobs for Lao Mo, nor did it reveal that his full name was Su Wenma. Who would have thought that Su Wenma would be referred to as Lao Mo rather than Old Su? At least Old Su would imply he had a wife. However, as Bai Zhou pieced together the identity of Lao Mo, a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes. He turned to the driver, asking, "Is the fish stall still open?" No, the driver shook his head. The East City market usually closes at 10, and it's barely dark now. We have a few hours left. Excellent. Bai Zhou waved his hand decisively. Take me there immediately. He rose from the sofa armrest, but suddenly remembered something. A pain scream erupted from Xiao Rou. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value 1. Bai Zhou nearly stumbled, catching himself as he turned to see Xiao Rou, tears streaming down her face. It hurts so much. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value 1. Bai Zhou cleared his throat awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had completely forgotten that the carpet was synthetic. However, apologizing to Xiao Rou was out of the question. He might even retort, "Why are you yelling? Keep it up, and I'll have your tongue cut out." Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value 1. After hastily departing with his subordinates, Xiao Rou's sharp cries echoed through the study. "You scoundrel! You are an absolute cad. Woe is me. I am a living being, not a carpet." Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value 1. Bai Zhou, indifferent to Xiao Rou's accusations, reclined in the back seat of the speeding Maybach, his eyes sparkling with ambition. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Truly, the silver mystery box rewards are remarkable." He was, of course, referring to Lao Mo, Su Wenma. This individual was one Bai Zhou was determined to secure. He was well versed in the original plot. Lao Mo made his entrance in the midsection of the narrative, remaining a consistent presence until the conclusion. At that point, the underground world had incurred the wrath of the war god protagonist, who single-handedly obliterated the organization. Upon receiving the news, Lao Mo frantically rushed to the organization's headquarters, witnessing the devastation. The protagonist mistook Lao Mo for an organizational member, and during their clash, Lao Mo managed to engage the protagonist for over 100 rounds before gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. This underscored Lao Mo's formidable strength. Ultimately, he fell to his knees before the protagonist, expressing gratitude for avenging his sister, who had been victimized by the organization years prior. Bai Zhou was uncertain how many years had passed since that tragedy, nor could he predict if he could catch up. However, having encountered a character capable of holding his own against the protagonist 2.5 years in advance, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? How much farther? Bai Zhou could hardly contain his eagerness to meet Su Wenma, prompting him to inquire. The driver, not daring to slacken his pace, replied, "Less than 10 kilometers." Just as Bai Zhou nodded in agreement, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. He sensed something unusual in the atmosphere. Almost simultaneously, the bodyguard, selected by Bai Zhou from Bai Zhou team, who sat in the passenger seat, also frowned. Leaning closer, he whispered to Bai Zhou, "Young master, I have the feeling we're being followed." It doesn't appear to be anyone from the family. Bai Zhou was accustomed to being followed. Typically, it was Bai Zhou's men discreetly protecting him. Today, however, something felt different. Just then, a loud horn announcing a portal from another world blared, and blinding high beams suddenly flooded into Bai Zhou's vehicle. The bodyguard in the passenger seat was instantly taken aback. "Young master, be careful," he exclaimed, just as a powerful impact surged through the vehicle. Bai Zhou nearly flew out of the Maybach. To his astonishment, the portal to another world had collided with them from the side. With a resounding crash, the Maybach was propelled into the air by the tremendous force. It collided with a nearby building and then careened awkwardly into a narrow alleyway. Amidst the chaos, a cacophony of sirens blared. "Are there casualties?" The once bustling street erupted into pandemonium, as the location of the collision ignited into a raging inferno. Passers-by fled in a frenzy, yet amidst the flames, several figures sprinted towards the alley where Bai Zhou's vehicle had fallen. Upon entering the alley, their movements synchronized perfectly, each brandishing a dark, menacing handgun. In an instant, 7 individuals surrounded the mangled Maybach. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The vehicle was riddled with bullets, transforming it into a mere sieve. The relentless barrage continued for several long moments, sufficient to obliterate even a dinosaur into mere fragments. Yet, their apprehension lingered. The leader, frowning deeply, stepped forward and wrenched open the rear seat of the Maybach's wreckage. His expression shifted dramatically, and he let out a startled cry. Where is he? Chapter 39. Was it all the young master's doing? Surely not. Upon hearing this person's exclamation, the remaining few rushed forward to investigate. Indeed, there should have been 3 individuals in the vehicle. Yet, only a few bloodstains remained in the front seat, and the interior was utterly vacant. What could possibly explain this? A voice rang out in disbelief. Could it be that the occupants of the vehicle emerged unscathed after being struck by a large truck? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Could it be that this was a driverless vehicle? A mere decoy? Damn, this notion of driverlessness. One must admit, this assassin's imagination is indeed quite expansive. However, they appeared well-trained, exchanging glances and nodding in unison. Withdraw. Just as they turned to leave, a sudden, anguished scream pierced the air. One of the assassins at the outer circle had his arm inexplicably bent at a right angle, the bones of his forearm protruding through his skin. The horrifying shriek, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, accompanied by the writhing body on the ground, sent chills down the spines of the group. What is happening? In an instant, they replaced the magazines in their handguns, alert to their surroundings. However, just as they raised their weapons, another scream erupted. One of their comrades had a gaping wound in his thigh, blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. Who? Who was there? The remaining assassins could not perceive any enemy presence, yet 2 of their companions had already fallen. Their faces turned pale, sweat glistening on their foreheads. Just as they were gripped by terror, a sickening crack echoed from the other side of the vehicle. Another assassin's chest caved in, and a torrent of blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. Bang, 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 bang. Acting on instinct, the assassins unleashed a barrage of bullets in the direction of their fallen comrade. In an instant, they emptied their magazines once more. As the gunfire subsided, silence enveloped the scene, save for the lifeless body of their comrade, riddled with bullets. Yet, in their heightened state of anxiety, a sharp crack resonated. The assassin nearest to the edge had his neck twisted, collapsing limply to the ground. A ghost! Finally, the remaining assassins broke down, some discarding their firearms in sheer terror as they fled toward the alley's exit. However, they scarcely had time to escape before the street, illuminated by flames, was teeming with people. The familiar voice of Butler Lee rang out. Hurry! Quickly go, save the young master. These assassins, already terrified by the apparitions, were momentarily stunned by Butler Lee's command. They watched as he charged in with the group. Upon seeing their firearms, Butler Lee's eyes widened with fury. You bastards! You all must die! With that, he produced a handgun from an unknown source. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out, and the assassins fell, each shot striking them between the eyes. Young master! After eliminating these assassins, Butler Lee let out a mournful howl and rushed inside. Yet, before he could assess the battered Maybach, the sounds of anguish nearby caught his attention. One individual was rolling on the ground, clutching a severed arm, while another wailed in despair, gripping his thigh. There are survivors. Butler Lee's brow furrowed, and he raised his weapon to shoot. But at that moment, Bai Zhou's voice suddenly called out, Uncle Lee. Upon hearing this voice, Butler Lee paused and turned toward its source, a look of surprise on his face. Young master? Emerging from the shadows, Bai Zhou supported his driver on the left and his bodyguard on the right. Blood from the vehicle stained his bodyguard, who was pierced by shards of glass, blood streaming profusely. The driver lay unconscious. As for Bai Zhou, aside from a few splatters of blood and dirt on his clothing, he appeared entirely unscathed. Butler Lee immediately signaled to his subordinates, who rushed forward to assist the bodyguard and driver. Bai Zhou instructed, "Quickly take them to the hospital." Butler Li approached with concern. "Young master, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Bai Zhou did not respond, merely furrowing his brow and shaking his head slowly. He then turned to the assassin with the severed arm. Step by step, he approached the still screaming assassin and crouched beside him, gazing into his eyes as he spoke softly. "Who sent you to kill me?" The assassin, clutching his arm and gritting his teeth in agony, with a pale complexion, shouted defiantly, "The young master of the Bai family, oppressing the weak and harming the innocent, deserves to be punished by all." Upon hearing these words, Butler Li erupted in fury. "How dare you?" Yet, with Bai Zhou present, he refrained from taking action. Bai Zhou, listening intently, felt a cold glint in his eyes as he gently rolled his neck, not willing to speak. Then, with a swift motion, he seized the assassin's arm, tearing through the flesh to expose the shattered bone. With a sharp pull, the bone was wrenched out. The assassin's hand was instantly mangled, and the intense pain distorted his screams, causing him to faint from the agony. Witnessing this scene, even Butler Li could not help but flinch, swallowing hard. The look in his eyes reflected a mix of astonishment and dread, secretly acknowledging the young master's methods truly surpass even those of the patriarch. The patriarch once claimed that the young master was more formidable than he. It seems he was right. Bai Zhou, having risen to his feet, approached another survivor, the assassin with a thigh wound. At this moment, Butler Li noticed that there were not only the one with the severed arm and the one with the thigh injury. There was also a corpse with a neck broken by an unknown force, and another whose chest had inexplicably caved in. "This," Butler Li could not help but exclaim. "Young master, did you do all of this?" Bai Zhou glanced back at Butler Li, nodding slightly without uttering a word. Indeed, this was the work of Bai Zhou. His Maybach had been specially modified, achieving an astonishing level of safety. The impact had not caused him any substantial harm, merely leaving him a bit dazed. However, the occupants in the front seat had suffered injuries of varying degrees. Yet Bai Zhou quickly realized that someone intended to kill him, and they would certainly attempt a follow-up attack. Thus, he swiftly exited the vehicle, bringing the driver and bodyguard with him. As for the subsequent apparitions, it is entirely due to Bai Zhou's elusive technique of concealing himself amidst the verdant mountains. Even the ever-watchful steward, Li, could not discern Bai Zhou's presence, let alone the anxious assassins in such an environment. Skillfully capitalizing on this advantage, Bai Zhou materialized like a specter in their blind spots. Employing the techniques of Qingshan Quogu and Qingshan Duanjin, he methodically dismantled them, leading to the current scenario. Upon receiving Bai Zhou's affirmation, Steward Li could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. How has the young master's prowess grown so formidable? Previously, during the incident at the Liu family's estate, I suspected it was merely an illusion, yet now it appears. Steward Li could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Gasping in disbelief, where on earth did the young master acquire such skills? This must be a fabrication. It is no wonder that Steward Li is so taken aback. After all, the former Bai Zhou was nothing more than a frivolous wastrel devoid of any learning. Had it been the old Bai Zhou, he would undoubtedly have been reduced to a sieve by now, rather than remaining unscathed as he is. Meanwhile, the Bai Zhou who now instills fear in Steward Li has approached another unfortunate soul. Upon meeting Bai Zhou's frigid gaze, this individual immediately faltered, shrieking in desperation, "Please, do not kill me. I will speak. I will speak." Chapter 40. Just escape death and still have mind to buy groceries? It seemed that this individual had been thoroughly frightened by the specter from earlier. Perhaps witnessing the ghastly state of his comrade had compelled him to confess. Observing such a compliant assassin, Bai Zhou refrained from wasting time and directly inquired, "Who sent you to kill me?" The panicked killer, clutching his injured thigh and pale as a ghost, stammered, I don't know." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou's brow furrowed in disbelief. "Are you mocking me?" With that, Bai Zhou seized a piece of iron debris from the ground beside him. With a swift thrust, it pierced through the wound in the assassin's thigh. No, it hurts so much." The assassin's screams echoed through the air, akin to someone having their heart ripped out. "I swear, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth." The assassin howled in agony, desperately explaining, We are from the Lianghua bar. Whoever pays us, we serve. Someone paid us to ambush everyone in this vehicle. And we just came. We don't know who it is. We're just hired help. Lianghua bar? At the mention of this name, both Bai Zhou and Butler Li raised their eyebrows in unison. Butler Li stepped forward, his expression darkening as he shouted at the assassin. Do you not know this vehicle belongs to our young master? How dare you have the audacity to attempt to assassinate him? Tears streaming down his face, the wounded assassin cried out, This was arranged by our boss. We had no idea. We were just following orders. At this moment, Bai Zhou turned slightly to Butler Li and softly asked, Butler Li, do you know about this Lianghua bar? In truth, Bai Zhou was aware, as it had been mentioned in the original text. His inquiry was deliberate. As in the original narrative, he was completely oblivious. Butler Li nodded in response, stating, It's an underground organization from the neighboring city of Yuqing. They operate without any principles. As long as there is a tempting offer, they can commit any act. Such an organization exists? Bai ou finit de surprise. For he knew well from the original text that Lianghua bar had a significant role. Moreover, it had previously collaborated closely with the Bai family. After the protagonist returned and killed Bai Zhou, Bai Zhun then went mad, vowing to exhaust all his resources for revenge, only to have his forces gradually depleted by the protagonist. Thus, he had no choice but to seek external help, with Lianghua bar being his first choice. Situated in the neighboring city, this also explained why they dared to target the heir of Jiangsheng. Furthermore, Bai Zhou was aware that the owner of Lianghua bar was a beauty. Sigh. Bai Zhou felt a sense of helplessness regarding this fact. The original text detailed how the protagonist was relentlessly pursued by Lianghua bar, leading to a confrontation at their headquarters, where he slaughtered their low-ranking members. It was then that the stunning owner made her appearance, instantly captivating the protagonist. The protagonist's charm began to take effect, and the ensuing events unfolded predictably. Consequently, the Lianghua bar, which initially assisted the Bai family, became a force under the protagonist's control. How utterly absurd. At this moment, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes as he mused. I never expected Lianghua bar to reveal itself so soon. But who commissioned this task? Currently, Bai Zhou had no leads. Meanwhile, Butler Li, with a hint of concern, spoke up. Young master, this place is still too dangerous. The authorities will arrive shortly. I suggest we take you to the hospital. Although Bai Zhou appeared unscathed, the impact from the interdimensional portal could have left him with internal injuries. However, Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. No need for the hospital. Uncle Li, please accompany me to another location. Uncle Li hesitated. Young master, your health. I'm fine, Bai Zhou insisted. You were the one who modified this vehicle. If something were wrong, could I still be standing here? Reluctantly acknowledging Bai Zhou's insistence, Butler Li agreed to swiftly escort him away from the scene. As for the guns, shell casings, bullet holes, and the remnants of the Maybach, others would handle the cleanup. Now, Bai Zhou had switched to a less conspicuous vehicle, no longer the ostentatious Maybach, with Butler Li at the wheel. Where was Bai Zhou headed? The Eastern Market. Despite having just survived a severe assassination attempt, he had not forgotten about Old M.O. In certain respects, Old M.O. could rival the protagonist, especially today. Had he secured Old M.O., his earlier predicament would not have been so dire. As the vehicle cruised along, Butler Li's phone rang. After answering, he promptly handed it to Bai Zhou. Young master, your father's on the line. Bai Zhou's phone had once again succumbed to destruction within the Maybach, with calls meant for him now reaching Butler Li. Upon taking the phone, Bai Zhou heard the voice of his estranged father for the first time since his arrival in this world. Xiao Zhou, are you all right? Are you hurt? I just learned of this news. How dare these scoundrels attempt to assassinate my son? Lianghua bar, is it? Don't worry. I will send people to Yuqing to obliterate that bar for your revenge. In his father's voice, Bai Zhunnan's urgency and fury were palpable. It was evident he was genuinely infuriated. Though Yuqing and Jiangsheng were separate cities, Bai Zhunnan possessed the capability to retaliate against Lianghua bar. However, Bai Zhou interjected. No need for that. Allowing my father to intervene will only make them think Bai Zhou is easier to bully. Bai Zhou spoke with a calm demeanor. devoid of any emotional turmoil that one might expect after a near-death experience, as if it were merely an ordinary occurrence. Both Bai Zhou on the other end of the line and Butler Li, driving, were momentarily taken aback by his response. After 5 seconds of silence, Bai Zhou's voice emerged, tinged with newfound satisfaction. My son is truly grown up. Hearing himself referred to as someone's son felt rather peculiar to Bai Zhou. However, with a father as formidable as Bai Zhou, why not take advantage of it? Bai Zhou continued, still fuming. But this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Rest assured, father, Bai Zhou replied breezily, I will not let them off the hook. I merely meant that you need not intervene. I will personally visit Yuqing. You're going? Bai Zhou momentarily paused, but soon nodded and said, Very well, let those outsiders witness the grandeur of my son, Bai Zhou. Ha ha ha. After expressing a few more words of concern for Bai Zhou, he ended the call. Following the termination of the conversation, the car driven by Steward Li had also come to a halt in the parking lot of the East City Market. Clearly, although the peak hours had passed, a considerable number of individuals were still entering and exiting the market. Upon alighting, Steward Li, who followed Bai Zhou into the market, was utterly perplexed and could not help but inquire, Young master, after narrowly escaping death, you still have the mind to purchase groceries? Moreover, is it necessary for you to personally buy them? Bai Zhou, however, waved his hand dismissively and replied, Who said I am here to buy groceries? I am here to seek someone. Seek someone? Who? Steward Li had yet to comprehend how someone worthy of the young master's personal search could possibly be found in a vegetable market when Bai Zhou had already come to a halt in front of stall number 31. His gaze flickered gently as he beheld a man, appearing to be around 30 years of age, who was in the process of delivering a black fish to the depths of eternal slumber. Name, Su Wenma. Identity, significant supporting character. Age, 31. Charisma, 85. Disconnection level, 0. Sir, what can I assist you with? Just as Bai Zhou's heart swelled with joy upon recognizing the individual he sought, a sweet voice wafted from the side, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Chapter 41. How is it that your sister is still alive? Bai Zhou retracted his gaze from Su Wenma and turned his head. There, he beheld a young girl in her early 20s, adorned with an apron. This girl possessed a sweet appearance, and at first glance, she could rival Xiao Rou in beauty. Clad in a large apron and oversized gloves, she emanated an aura of innocence and charm, captivating in every sense. However, this enchanting maiden did not present herself with a status panel before him, indicating that she was undoubtedly unrelated to the protagonist. Logically, upon encountering such beauty, Bai Zhou should have taken a moment to appreciate her allure. Yet, upon seeing her, a distinct glimmer of disappointment flickered in his eyes. The girl noticed this evident disappointment, causing her expression to shift momentarily. She thought to herself, could he possibly be enamored with my brother? Good heavens! If only Bai Zhou could hear her thoughts. He would undoubtedly nod in affirmation. Indeed, Bai Zhou harbored affections for her brother, Su Wenma. However, his feelings diverged entirely from what this girl perceived as affection. Her thoughts were understandable. From the moment Bai Zhou arrived at this stall, his unwavering gaze had been fixated on Su Wenma, who was busy gutting fish. The adoration radiating from his eyes sent a shiver down the girl's spine, prompting her to interject. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou's heart sank as he mused. This must be Su Wenma's sister, Su Shi. Yet how is it that she remains alive? Indeed, Bai Zhou's disappointment stemmed from the fact that Su Shi was still breathing. What a callous heart Bai Zhou possessed. Yet, one cannot entirely fault him. In the original narrative, Su Wenma appeared only after Su Shi had met her untimely demise. This set the stage for the protagonist's subsequent confrontation with the underground forces, culminating in Su Wenma expressing gratitude to the protagonist. The original text left the timing of Su Shi's death ambiguous, which led Bai Zhou to arrive with the expectation that she had long since perished. Now, Su Wenma had already sown the seeds of vengeance. At that point, he could easily replicate the protagonist's actions to eradicate the underground forces, thus winning Su Wenma's allegiance and, by extension, his own. However, why was Su Shi still alive? Wasn't this a hindrance to his plans? If only Su Shi knew how fervently Bai Zhou wished for her demise. One could only imagine her expression. Sighing in disappointment, Bai Zhou lamented that with Su Shi's survival, he could not employ the protagonist's methods to secure Su Wenma's loyalty. He would have to devise a new strategy. It seemed his efforts today would yield no fruit. Perhaps it would be prudent to return, arrange for someone to keep watch over the situation, and await the moment Su Shi was eliminated before making his appearance. Yet, having come this far, Bai Zhou directed his gaze toward the large fish tank at the stall and casually pointed. That one, please kill it and pack it up for me. Certainly, sir. Just a moment, came the enthusiastic reply from Su Shi, who, despite harboring suspicions about Bai Zhou's intentions, maintained a warm demeanor toward customers. She bounced over to the tank, cheerfully inquiring, "Is it this one?" It mattered little which fish it was. He was merely going through the motions. After nodding, Su Shi gleefully netted a large fish. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. With a loud smack, a forceful blow landed on the net in her hands. "Ah!" she cried out in pain, instinctively letting go and retreating. A brazen voice followed. "Who gave you the audacity to catch my fish?" The unexpected turn of events caught Bai Zhou off guard. He glanced up to see two ruffians with bleached hair standing there. One brandished a stick, clearly the source of the earlier shadow, while the other, munching on sunflower seeds, wore a lewd grin, carelessly spitting out shells and swaying his head. Su Wenma, who had been gutting fish, immediately dropped his knife and stepped protectively in front of his sister, furrowing his brow as he spoke in a low, serious tone. "What are you doing here again?" The one with the stick chuckled. "This is our stall. Why shouldn't we come?" He exaggeratedly pointed at the cutting board behind Su Wenma. "You've got some nerve to kill our fish. Are you looking to get yourself killed?" "That's nonsense." Su Si Zito Bun Li. Her face flushed as she bravely stood her ground despite her brother's protective stance. "This is my brother's fish. This stall belongs to him. What does it have to do with you?" "Uft," scoffed the stick-wielding ruffian. "Your brother borrowed a hefty sum from us and mortgaged the stall. So, whose fish is it really?" Observing the scene, Bai Zhou had no intention of intervening, and a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. How delightful it was to witness the oppressed being bullied. It was a rather normal feeling for him, given that he often relished in overpowering others. Most importantly, Bai Zhou was aware of the original storyline. Although it was only briefly mentioned, he knew that Su Wenma had indeed borrowed money, and it was because of this that his sister met her tragic fate. Unable to repay the debt, she was kidnapped, and the news of her demise was the last Su Wenma received when he sought to save her. Thus, the harassment of Su Shi and Su Wenma by these ruffians indicated that her death was imminent. This meant that Bai Zhou's plans could soon come to fruition. How could he not feel a surge of joy? At that moment, the butler whispered in Bai Zhou's ear, "Young master, the person you seek must be that fishmonger, correct?" Bai Zhou paused and turned to the butler. "You figured it out?" The butler nodded slowly, his gaze penetrating. "Though he is retreating, I can assure you that if that ruffian dares to swing his stick, he will lose his right hand." The butler was also a skilled individual, fully aware of Su Wenma's prowess. "Young master, do you require my assistance?" he inquired, contemplating that since this was the person Bai Zhou sought, he should lend a hand. Yet, Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "This matter does not concern us. Let's take our leave." Though the butler felt somewhat surprised, he nodded in agreement. However, it seemed that fate had other plans. Just as Bai Zhou prepared to depart, the ruffian with the stick called out, "I'll say it one more time. This stall belongs to me now." Meanwhile, the other ruffian, who had been casually lounging, had somehow made his way to the front of the stall, spitting out a sunflower seed shell toward the fish tank. He lazily addressed Bai Zhou and the butler. "Want to buy fish? Scram. Today, the fish isn't for sale." Bai Zhou's identity and the butler's status made it unacceptable for a ruffian to speak so brazenly to them. How could the butler tolerate such insolence? Yet, upon seeing the butler's furious expression, the ruffian seemed to revel in it. "Oh ho, old man, what are you glaring at? Are you looking to back this filthy fishmonger?" With a loud crack, he even hurled the remaining sunflower seeds in his hand directly onto the figures of Butler Li and Bai Zhou. Sigh. Bai Zhou let out a gentle breath, slowly closing his eyes. He was incensed. What had begun as a perfectly fine day, with plans to visit old M.O., had instead been interrupted by an ambush, narrowly escaping with his life, unaware of who orchestrated it. Upon arrival, he discovered that Su Shi was still alive, rendering his efforts futile. Now, just as he contemplated leaving, this scoundrel insisted on approaching, seeking trouble. Damn it! Bai Zhou could no longer endure the provocation. Initially, Butler Li had refrained from taking action, thinking the young master intended to depart. However, Bai Zhou had already opened his eyes, stepping forward with resolve. With a fierce glare filled with rage, he bellowed, "Who the hell are you speaking to?" Crack! The sharp sound echoed as Bai Zhou delivered a resounding slap to the face of the blonde-haired man. The latter staggered, nearly losing his balance, utterly stunned. His cheeks swelled grotesquely, eyes blazing with fury. "You little—" Before he could finish, Bai Zhou was already upon him. "I was about to leave." Crack! Another slap landed. "You insist on provoking me." Crack! A slap from the other side. "Do you truly need to commit to such a death wish?" Crack! This final slap struck the blonde squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Chapter 42. Am I a good person? How embarrassing. So handsome, with a furrowed brow. Su Wenma was watching the scene before him when he heard a low gasp from behind. He couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye. Ding! Su Wenma's split value 1. Turning to glance at his sister, Su Shi, who stood behind him, he noted her complex expression. Although she was not gazing at Bai Zhou with starry eyes like other infatuated fans, her excitement and joy were evident. After all, the often bullying Huang Mao had just been dealt with by a bystander today. However, there was no glimmer of joy in Su Wenma's eyes. Instead, he felt a weight settle in his heart. Upon witnessing his companion being knocked to the ground by Bai Zhou's swift strikes, Huang Mao erupted in fury. "What the hell? Do you know who we are? You're really asking for death," he shouted, leaping over several fish tanks to charge at Bai Zhou. Unfortunately, as Huang Mao attempted to vault the last tank with impressive flair, Butler Li moved to intervene, but Bai Zhou was quicker. As Huang Mao hung in midair, Bai Zhou's hand reached out and firmly grasped his arm. With a deft motion, a sharp crack echoed as Bai Zhou dislocated Huang Mao's wrist. "Ah, damn it!" Huang Mao cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Ding! Su Wenma's split value 1. Su Shi's eyes sparkled with delight at this spectacle. She eagerly nudged her brother's back, exclaiming, "Brother, look, ISNT, that what you once mentioned. Martial arts." However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Wenma swiftly turned, fixing her with a serious glare that made her instinctively shrink back. In a husky voice, he admonished, "Don't say such things." Su Shi immediately lowered her gaze, cautiously sticking out her tongue. Meanwhile, the dislocated Huang Mao, clutching his arm, grimaced as he leaned against the wall. You have such audacity. Just wait. We won't let this go," he threatened, only to turn and flee, clearly aware of his own limitations against Bai Zhou. Yet, after barely 2 steps, he hurried back to assist his fallen companion before they both made their escape. At least he still had a chance to issue threats. The other Huang Mao was already foaming at the mouth. Watching the two retreat, Bai Zhou and Butler Li chose not to pursue them. They were not city enforcers. After all, Bai Zhou took a deep breath, finally feeling a sense of relief. Finally, some comfort. He sighed. Having faced a series of misfortunes since leaving home that afternoon, he had been holding in his frustrations. Now that he had vented, he felt utterly liberated. He motioned to Butler Li, and they prepared to leave. However, Su Shi unexpectedly bounded out from behind Su Wenma. Despite his attempt to reach out and stop her, he failed. Ding! Su Wenma's split value 1. "Excuse me, sir. Please wait." Su Shi's melodious voice rang out as Bai Zhou and Butler Li turned. The little girl appeared younger than Xiao Rou, bouncing in front of Bai Zhou with a sweet smile, performing a slight bow. "Thank you, sir. You truly are a good person. What am I?" Bai Zhou, taken aback, exchanged glances with Butler Li, who also couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Bai Zhou scoffed, "You're handing out good person cards a bit too readily. If you only knew I had just taken a life, would you still issue that card?" It was particularly embarrassing for him, a villain, to be labeled a good person. What a disgrace. How utterly ridiculous. With a dismissive wave and a scoff, Bai Zhou said, "Who cares about you? Move aside." He rudely pushed Su Shi aside and strode away with Butler Li in tow. Ding. Su Wenma's split value 1. To prevent his sister from getting hurt, Su Wenma quickly jumped out to support Su Shi. She was stunned, unable to comprehend why the person who had just helped her with such a significant problem would respond so impatiently to her heartfelt gratitude. Hey, what do you mean by that? Su Shi exclaimed, her anger flaring. She seemed ready to confront Bai Zhou, but was restrained by Su Wenma, who scolded her enough. Don't cause any more trouble. You should avoid the fish stall from now on to prevent further issues. Me? Su Shi's face flushed at her brother's reprimand, her anger intensifying. With her hands on her hips, she retorted, Brother, what do you mean? I didn't cause today's trouble. It was them. I won't talk to you anymore. In a huff, she stomped off into the fish stall. Watching his sister's retreating figure, Su Wenma shook his head in exasperation. However, he quickly turned his gaze towards the disappearing silhouettes of Bai Zhou and Butler Li, his pupils gleaming with a profound light, the meaning behind it unclear. Ding! Su Wenma's split value 1. As Bai Zhou exited the East City Market alongside Butler Li, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Su Wenma's split value has reached 10, earning you 500 split points. Points were of little consequence now, as his balance had already surpassed 101,000. What truly mattered to Bai Zhou was Su Wenma's split value. While today's events had increased it by 10%, it was still too slow for his liking. Furthermore, this was not a sustainable approach. He couldn't possibly confront Huang Mao daily at his stall. Bai Zhou was aware of a method that could completely sever ties with Su Wenma, potentially transforming him altogether, avenging his sister. Even helping Su Wenma repay debts would not yield such effective results. This was why Bai Zhou's attitude toward Su Shi had been so poor. As long as this girl lived, she hindered his pursuit of her brother. Not far into their departure, Butler Li raised his hand to halt Bai Zhou, his brow furrowed in concern. Young master, trouble is approaching. Upon hearing Butler Li's warning, Bai Zhou turned to look into the distance. Indeed, a group of about 10 ruffians was charging toward them. One of the guides was none other than the yellow-haired ruffian who had just been sent flying by Butler Li. Witnessing this scene, Bai Zhou couldn't help but curl his lip, turning to Butler Li with a question. Uncle Li, did I often attract trouble from petty thugs in the past? Indeed, just as the matter with Jiang Hao has barely settled. Yet here comes another swarm of yellow-haired miscreants? Upon hearing Bai Zhou's inquiry, Butler Li was momentarily taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon a new revelation. In the past, I must say, you truly did not. Young master, I now understand the crux of the issue. When you used to venture out accompanied by a dozen bodyguards, it was always you who caused trouble for others. No one dared to trouble you. However, in these past few days, with fewer companions by your side, it seems. As he spoke, Butler Li nodded sagely at Bai Zhou. This was truly. Bai Zhou, exasperated, propped his forehead with his hand. It appears that my role as a villain is still lacking in professionalism. With a hint of resignation, he waved his hand lightly. Understanding the cue, Butler Li promptly gestured towards the distance with a sweeping motion. Just then, they caught the yell of the yellow-haired ruffian. Quick, it's just ahead. Those two fools. Before he could utter the forbidden words, the tone of his frantic voice abruptly shifted. Where did this group come from? It seems they're charging at us. This is bad. Run. Chapter 43. The Golden Legend. Will the protagonist bow to me in the future? Bai Zhou, the eldest son of the Bai family, had just encountered an ambush on his way. Although Bai Zhou came to the Eastern Market with only Butler Li, how could the Bai family's subordinates feel at ease? Even if they were just following from a distance, it was better than doing nothing at all. Thus, the group of yellow-haired thugs that rushed out didn't require Bai Zhou or Butler Li to take action personally. Why should they exhaust themselves when they had subordinates to handle it? The sounds of conflict erupted around them. Although the number of assailants was significantly fewer than those at the hospital, it was still sufficient to overwhelm the yellow-haired group, as his subordinates dealt with the bewildered thugs. Butler Li kindly opened the car door for Bai Zhou, who then drove past the wailing yellow-haired men. Bai Zhou even took the liberty of spitting a mouthful of phlegm outside the vehicle, completely disregarding the thugs. After all, their sole purpose for coming to the Eastern Market was to find Su Wenma. The fact that Su Shi was still alive had caused Bai Zhou to make a trip for nothing. This prompted him to reconsider his strategies and prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Turning to Butler Lee, Bai Zhou said, "Uncle Lee drives steadily. I'm quite exhausted from the journey. I need a rest." "Of course, young master. I will drive. You can relax," Butler Lee replied. He thoughtfully adjusted Bai Zhou's seat so he could recline comfortably. Bai Zhou closed his eyes. However, instead of pondering over how to deal with Su Wanma, he immediately spoke to the system in his mind. Exchange for a golden blind box. Indeed, Bai Zhou's 100,000 points had long been sufficient. His previous interruptions due to Su Wanma had delayed this moment, but now, with no other pressing matters, Bai Zhou eagerly anticipated the golden legend. Ding! Deducting 100,000 points. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden blind box. Would you like to open it?" "Open." Ding! The golden blind box is being opened. As the system's notification sounded, Bai Zhou realized that this golden legend was indeed different from the others. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel a brilliant golden box appearing before him, radiating a dazzling glow. Watching the golden light, Bai Zhou's eager hands began to rub together once more. Following this was the system's announcement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the golden blind box. Item obtained. Qing Shanling 1. What is this? Bai Zhou was taken aback by the system's announcement. An item? He had anticipated that the golden legend would grant him a legendary martial art possessed by the protagonist, enhancing his combat prowess. Or perhaps provide him with a critical character's coordinates more significant than Su Wanma's. He never expected to receive an item instead. Bai Zhou felt a slight weight in his pocket. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and reached in, discovering a cool, smooth token. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be crafted from a type of jade, vibrant green in color, and shaped like an irregular rectangle. The front of the token bore a carving of a mountain shrouded in clouds, while the back was inscribed in small seal script with 3 characters. Qing Shan. Gazing at the cold, heavy token in his hand, a glimmer of recollection sparked in Bai Zhou's eyes. This item, the plot of the original story, resurfaced in his mind. It seemed to relate to the protagonist's sect's secret treasure. Upon realizing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes. He recalled that the Qing Shanling appeared in the latter half of the original story. By that time, the Bai family had already been destroyed by the protagonist. The protagonist returned to his sect, accompanied by his childhood sweetheart and 7 senior sisters, to pay respects to his beautiful master, who then bestowed upon him the Qing Shanling. It was said that whoever possessed the Qing Shanling would become the sect leader of the Qing Shan and gain the right to access the secret caves in the back mountains. Naturally, the protagonist would venture into the secret cave alone under the cover of night. However, the original novel did not elaborate on what lay within. The description merely hinted at a great upheaval following the protagonist's entry, leading to a seismic disturbance and his eventual emergence, leaning against a wall. Bai Zhou pondered the Qing Shanling in his hand. It appeared to be an extraordinary treasure. Yet, in his current situation, it seemed somewhat useless. After all, the Qing Shan was a hidden sect, known only to its disciples. He hadn't even located Qing Xiaoguan, where the protagonist's mother resided, let alone the Qing Shan. However, even if he couldn't find a Qing Shan, possessing the Qing Shanling would make him the sect leader? Wouldn't the protagonist have to kneel and pay respects when he sees him in the future? The thought of this scenario brought an involuntary smile to Bai Zhou's face. Just as he was reveling in this idea, Butler Lee's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Young master, the young mistress is on the line for you." Regaining his composure, Bai Zhou tucked the Qing Shanling into his pocket and turned to the phone Butler Lee held out to him. "Who is the young mistress?" "Shen Qingying is looking for me?" The driving Butler Lee nodded. Bai Zhou chuckled softly, raising the phone to his ear and playfully saying, "Wife, do you miss me?" Ding! Shen Qingying's split value 0. 1. You. Shen Qingying's flustered voice immediately came through. "Don't be ridiculous. How can you call me that? How should I address you then?" Bai Zhou feigned innocence. "We've been married for 2.5 years. Do I need to go back and give you a refresher course?" Ding! Shen Qingying's split value 0. 1. Refresher course on what? The bathtub incident or the Balenciaga shoulder carry incident? Ding! Shen Qingying's split value 0. 1. An irate Shun Qingying gritted her teeth. I called to ask how you were after hearing you were ambushed, and I didn't expect this from you. I should have never called you. Ding. Shun Qingying's split value 0. 1. Listening to Shun Qingying's vexed voice, Bai Zhou's smile widened. He also noticed a critical detail. Wasn't he previously referred to as a scoundrel by Shun Qingying? Why was he now labeled a bad guy? Oh, are you concerned about me? Bai Zhou teased, his tone laden with flirtation. Who would care about you? Shun Qingying retorted, her voice rising. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal on the line did nothing to obscure the system's notifications. Ding. Shun Qingying's split value 0. 1. As Bai Zhou hung up the phone, he nodded in satisfaction. Shun Qingying's current fragmentation has reached 59, merely 1% shy of attaining the 6th-stage reward. Remarkably, she stands as the most rapidly fragmented principal character among them all. Once Shun Qingying hits 60%, she will accrue 32,000 points of fragmentation value. The next golden legend is within reach. Although today has been tumultuous, Bai Zhou has nonetheless reaped considerable rewards. Particularly, the pent-up frustration in his heart has been released through several grand competitions, and now a smile of genuine contentment graces his face. Before long, Butler Lee escorted Bai Zhou back to the villa. After parking the vehicle, Butler Lee exited, and Bai Zhou took the opportunity to disembark early, reminding him, by the way, prepare a copy of the information provided by that female assassin for me. It will be useful. Of course, young master. Butler Lee understood that the female assassin Bai Zhou referred to was the one arranged by Mu Yun. With such a wealth of leverage against Miss Mu, was the young master planning a full-scale assault on the Qinyan group? The master's affairs are his to manage, and Butler Lee would not interfere. At that moment, Bai Zhou entered the villa through the grand entrance. As he stepped inside, he immediately noticed a pale figure trembling slightly. This figure evidently displayed such a demeanor only upon seeing Bai Zhou, though there was little choice in the matter, as one must abide by the roof overhead. Why, young master, you have returned. Let me assist you with your shoes. Xiao Rou's timid voice resonated. Yet, a smirk appeared at the corner of Bai Zhou's lips. What did you call me? Ding. Xiao Rou's fragmentation value 1. Master. Chapter 44. What is the deal with writing letters instead of making phone calls? With Xiao Rou beneath his feet, the act of harvesting the rift value requires no further elaboration. Under the gaze of Xiao Rou, which was tinged with resentment yet held back by fear, Bai Zhou comfortably drifted into a slumber. The following morning, Bai Zhou awoke naturally, feeling refreshed. After all, within the confines of his villa, it was unlikely anyone would attempt to assassinate him. No one besides the protagonist possessed such capability. At the very least, Bai Zhou could indulge in a year of peace within his own abode. As he emerged from his bedroom, the scene was strikingly reminiscent of the previous day. Standing there were Butler Lee and the burly man known as Black Tiger. Upon noticing Bai Zhou was awake, Butler Lee promptly presented a document folder he had prepared in advance. Young master, here are the materials you requested. Without needing to inquire, Bai Zhou recognized it as the interrogation records of the female assassin under Mu Yun's command, which he had arranged the day before. He nodded, accepting the folder. Black Tiger then spoke up. Young master, we have news about the Qingxia temple you asked us to investigate. Oh, Bai Zhou's eyes sparkled at Black Tiger's words. The Qingxia temple was the place where the protagonist's mother, Qing Xiu, resided. This warranted serious attention, prompting him to step closer and ask, have you found it? Instead of answering, Black Tiger continued, one of my subordinates has sent word. He is currently waiting outside the villa. Bring him to me at once. Bai Zhou's urgency was understandable. If he could sever ties with the protagonist's mother, it would undoubtedly carry more weight than any connection with childhood friends or siblings. Soon, in the living room of the villa, Bai Zhou saw the wiry, dark-skinned figure following Black Tiger. The man appeared somewhat shifty, prompting Bai Zhou to raise an eyebrow in disbelief at how such a small and lean individual could be associated with someone as formidable as Black Tiger. Black Tiger introduced him, young master, this is my subordinate, Black Monkey. Black Monkey, pay your respects to the young master. Just as Black Monkey was about to kneel before Bai Zhou, he halted him with an odd expression, asking, what is your name? Both Black Tiger and Black Monkey were taken aback. Black Tiger instinctively explained, Black Monkey. Young master, I named him that. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he continued. He was a local thug when I was out doing business for the master. After I taught him a lesson, he pledged allegiance to me. Given his small stature, I thought it fitting. Black Monkey nodded eagerly, gazing up at Black Tiger in admiration. My godfather is truly incredible. He knocked me out with just 3 punches. Listening to their exchange, Bai Zhou's expression grew increasingly peculiar until he finally couldn't help but remark, "You should really consider changing your name. Your image is quite peculiar." As for the matter of Black Monkey's name change, that would be Black Tiger's responsibility later. The priority was to extract any pertinent information Black Monkey had. Remarkably, he knew about the so-called Qingxia Temple, located on a low mountain next to his village. He even mentioned having played there as a child. The place had long been abandoned. Bai Zhou's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Where is your hometown? Is it far from Jiang City?" "Not far." Black Monkey shook his head, but hesitantly added, "Young master, if you plan to go, I suggest you wait a little longer." Bai Zhou paused, slightly puzzled. "What do you mean?" Black Monkey spread his hands, explaining the area around that low mountain is densely forested, with the village inhabited mostly by elderly residents. Few venture into the mountains. At this season, the mid-slope is filled with miasma, but the wind will pick up soon. Once it disperses, we can ascend the mountain freely. Understanding dawned on Bai Zhou. He finally grasped why the protagonist's mother had chosen to hide in the Qingxia Temple. The protagonist's family had been obliterated, and Bai Zhou's family had played a role in that. However, what mattered was that the enemies of the protagonist's family would undoubtedly seek to annihilate them completely. Why had the mother been able to remain hidden near Jiang City? It was because of the miasma, a natural cloak of protection. It was no wonder the original protagonist had failed to discover his mother's whereabouts during the early to mid part of the story. Bai Zhou, recognizing that success was not a matter of haste, waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I understand. You've done well. Black Tiger, reward him generously." Upon hearing this, Black Tiger handed Black Monkey a crisp bill. "Aren't you going to thank the young master?" "Ah, thank you, young master. Thank you, godfather. Serving the young master is a fortune I have accrued over several lifetimes. Now go and change your name." Bai Zhou shouted as Black Tiger ushered Black Monkey out of the villa. Just as Black Monkey exited, a figure clad in black, tasked with guarding the villa, crossed paths with him and approached Bai Zhou from a distance. "Young master, someone has delivered a letter for you." "A letter?" Bai Zhou, Butlili, and even Black Tiger were momentarily taken aback. In this day and age, someone was delivering letters? The guard shrugged. "It seems to be from the Qinyan group." "The Qinyan group? Could it be that woman, Mu Yin?" Indeed. Upon opening the letter, Bai Zhou's eyes were drawn to the elegant script. "We need to talk." Bai Zhou nearly burst into laughter. "Goodness, Mu Yin has resorted to letter writing to avoid calling me?" He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Where's the messenger?" The guard replied, "He is outside, and he arrived by car. He mentioned that if the young master has time, he should join him." "Young master." Both Black Tiger and Butlerly stepped forward, their expressions wary. Black Tiger cautioned, "Be careful. It could be a trap." Though they were uncertain of the letter's origin, they understood this situation was far from normal. However, Bai Zhou waved his hand and stood confidently, declaring, "No need for concern. She wouldn't dare harm me." His confidence stemmed from knowing that the information Butlerly had provided could easily turn the tables on Mu Yun. Consequently, Bai Zhou strode boldly out of the villa, spotting a pristine white Panamera parked quietly at the entrance. As he approached, the driver opened the door, and Bai Zhou was taken aback. "Aunt Yun, you came in person?" "Ding." Mu Yun Rift Value 1. Chapter 45. This young master has never tasted rice bowls. To Bai Zhou's astonishment, Mu Yun had personally come to seek him out. Today, she donned a qipao that exquisitely accentuated her charm, albeit in a different hue reminiscent of blue and white porcelain. Yet, Bai Zhou found it curious that while others in such attire appeared akin to tea artists, Mu Yun exuded an ancient elegance that set her apart. Her white high-heeled shoes failed to conceal the luminescence of her skin. It must be acknowledged, Mu Yun was undoubtedly the most captivating individual Bai Zhou had ever encountered, consistently leaving him in awe. Naturally, this excluded Shen Qingying, who possessed a charm of 99. However, Was Mu Yun truly so delicate that she could scarcely tolerate his voice? Seated on the opposite side of the back seat, Mu Yun gazed straight ahead, her expression unyielding. Upon hearing Bai Zhou speak, she did not turn to acknowledge him. Coldly commanding, "Get in." Bai Zhou's lips curled slightly, and he adjusted his trousers before climbing into the car. Unbeknownst to him, he inadvertently tripped over something as he entered. Letting out a brief yelp. To stabilize himself, he instinctively braced against Mu Yun's thigh. Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. You. A flicker of panic crossed Mu Yun's eyes, and she quickly glanced at the driver, who was preoccupied with closing the door. Seizing the moment, she grasped Bai Zhou's hand to push him away, gritting her teeth as she warned, "Do not overstep. I am your Aunt Yun." Why must she resort to this familial hierarchy? Unexpectedly, her delicate hand, intended to push him away, was caught in Bai Zhou's firm grasp, and he began to gently caress it. Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Let go! Mu Yun exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she attempted to withdraw her hand. Yet, how could she possibly overpower Bai Zhou's strength? As he held her fragile hand, Bai Zhou, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Aunt Yun, I never expected your hands to be even softer than your daughter's." Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. You scoundrel, you. Let go. Mu Yun struggled, her peripheral vision constantly darting towards the driver, as if fearing this scene would be witnessed. However, she soon realized the gravity of her situation and glared at Bai Zhou. Her voice cold. "How do you know my daughter's hands are delicate?" Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Ding! Mu Qianqian's fracture, value 0. 1. Detected. Mu Yun's fracture degree reached 40, awarded fracture points 4,000. Bai Zhou was well aware of the answer, possessing knowledge that extended beyond merely Mu Qianqian's hands. Yet he feigned innocence, stating, "I guessed." At that moment, the driver approached the front seat, the sound of the door opening breaking the tension. Mu Yun gritted her teeth and, summoning her strength, commanded, "Let go." Finally, she freed herself from Bai Zhou's grasp, but it was evident that had he not released her, she would never have succeeded. Once liberated, Mu Yun swiftly adjusted her attire and posture, restoring her dignified demeanor. The driver, oblivious to his employer's discomposure, respectfully inquired, "Ms. Yun, where are we headed?" Mu Yun replied, her tone returning to normal, to the group. The vehicle commenced its journey, the interior of the Panamera enveloped in an uneasy silence. Neither Mu Yun nor Bai Zhou spoke, and the driver remained silent as well. However, as time passed, a gentle sound of breathing emanated from the back seat. Bai Zhou recognized it distinctly as belonging to Mu Yun. Though she maintained her gaze forward, her mind was tumultuous. Initially, she harbored endless anxiety. Why had she allowed Bai Zhou to occupy the back seat with her? What if he decided to make advances? If the driver noticed, her reputation would be tarnished forever. But as time wore on and she observed Bai Zhou sitting still, a breath of relief escaped her. It seemed he was well-behaved and would not act inappropriately. Yet, as moments passed, her internal conflict grew more pronounced. How could this Bai Zhou, who had been so brazen in the Qianyun group, suddenly become so restrained? Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Surely, he was merely biding his time, plotting to discomfort her with further transgressions. Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. What did he intend? Did he truly remain still simply because she willed it? Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Was he now weary of toying with her? Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Mu Yun, what are you thinking? How can you allow a junior to hold such sway over you? Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Ding! Mu Qianqian's fracture, value 0. 1. Despite his stoic expression, Bai Zhou's heart was elated. The system's notifications in his mind spoke volumes. When he engaged in any form of physical contact with Mu Yun, her fracture value would rise, and she would resist vehemently. Yet, now that he refrained from any advances, it seemed Mu Yun was becoming increasingly restless. Who would have thought her nature was so pliable? Fortunately, this period of conflict was brief, as they soon glimpsed the imposing structure of the Qianyun group. Mu Yun, finally ceasing her inner turmoil, understood that as the true authority of Qianyun group, she could not afford to enter through the same entrance as Bai Zhou. Instead, she maneuvered to a discreet underground parking lot, avoiding the main entrance where gossip would abound, especially concerning her daughter. Once they exited the vehicle, Mu Yun escorted Bai Zhou to the elevator, ascending directly to the top floor of the Qinyan group without anyone noticing. This was precisely what Mu Yun desired. Should they have entered through the main doors, the multitude of eyes would surely have sparked rumors, particularly regarding her daughter. In the familiar office, with its accustomed furnishings, Mu Yun appeared to deliberately create distance from Bai Zhou by choosing her desk. She seated herself behind it, while Bai Zhou took a position opposite her. With a wooden panel shielding them, she was confident that Bai Zhou would have no opportunity to take advantage of her. Once settled, Mu Yun wasted no time, addressing the matter at hand. I shall not offer you tea today. Let's get straight to the point. Lu Wu has not perished, has he? In this moment, Mu Yun shed her pretense, openly acknowledging that the assassin was indeed one of her own. Bai Zhou nodded in affirmation. Mu Yun continued, how much do you want? Or how many shares? What will it take for you to deliver Lu Wu into my hands? For Mu Yun, acquiring Lu Wu was paramount, as he held evidence against her daughter, Mu Qianqian. Thus, securing Lu Wu was her immediate priority. Upon hearing these words, Bai Zhou let out a light chuckle, tinged with disdain, and replied, Aunt Yun, do you truly believe I care about money? Or perhaps your shares in the Qianyan group? Mu Yun was well aware that Bai Zhou was not lacking in wealth, so her remark was merely a test. Consequently, she promptly inquired, then what is it that you desire? Upon hearing this, the smile on Bai Zhou's face became more pronounced. Strangely, this very smile caused Mu Yun's heart to tighten slightly. Ding! Mu Yun's fragmentation value 1. Bai Zhou's voice followed. What I seek, I had already conveyed to Aunt Yun when we were in this room, had I not? Ding! Mu Yun's fragmentation value 1. You. Mu Yun's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of pink, and she gritted her teeth, saying, I refer to your father as elder brother, and yet you dare to wish for me, you scoundrel. You must be dreaming. To her surprise, Bai Zhou slowly shook his head, stating, Not at all, not at all. He then raised his gaze slightly to look at Mu Yun and continued, I have lived my life as a young master and have never indulged in a bowl of rice. So who said I only desire Aunt Yun? Mu Yun. Ding. Mu Yun's fragmentation value 1. Chapter 46. Do not eat the rice bowl just yet. Jiang Tianfeng is coming. A sense of foreboding surged within Mu Yun, a feeling so profound it seemed to fracture her very worldview. What do I mean by that? Bai Zhou's expression remained unchanged, as he remarked, Aunt Yun has nurtured this daughter for so many years. Surely you wouldn't want to part with her? Ding. Mu Yun's fracture value 1. Ding. Mu Yun's fracture value 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian's fracture value 0. 1. Detected that Mu Yun's fracture level has reached 50, earning fracture points 5,000. Just last night, she had spent a staggering 100,000 points, and now Bai Zhou's balance had once again plummeted to 17,000 points. He could even redeem another purple blind box. These main characters truly are a bountiful source. However, the incessant notifications from the system revealed the tumultuous emotions churning within Mu Yun's heart at that moment. With a loud bang, Mu Yun, overwhelmed by emotion, slammed her palm onto the table and stood up. Her eyes were ablaze with indignation as she shouted at Bai Zhou, You scoundrel! What nonsense are you spouting? Just one Lu Wu, and you desire so much. You can only choose one. Bai Zhou. Mu Yun. Upon uttering that statement, Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback, and even Mu Yun herself was astonished. Bai Zhou, perplexed, responded, You can only choose one? Ding. Mu Yun's fracture value 1. No, I did not mean that. Mu Yun was plunged into a state of utter confusion once more. Ding. Mu Yun's fracture value 1. I was flustered because of you. You. Mu Yun seemed eager to clarify, but Bai Zhou, dismissing her entirely, exaggeratedly exclaimed, Oh, Aunt Yun, you actually wish to hoard it all for yourself? As he spoke, Bai Zhou dramatically shielded his body with his arms, declaring, Aunt Yun, you are far too greedy. Ding. Mu Yun's fracture value 1. Who says I am greedy? You. You are truly a scoundrel. Ding. Mu Yun's fracture value 1. At that moment, Mu Yun was on the verge of losing her mind. It was Bai Zhou, the rascal, who sought to take advantage of her. Yet somehow it had turned into her being the one accused of trying to exploit him. How could this be? He was the victim. Little rascal. Great scoundrel. This is infuriating. Ding. Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian's fracture, value 0. 1. As the relentless notifications echoed in her mind, Bai Zhou sensed that his venture to the Qianyun group today would yield fruitful results. Thus, he prepared to administer another dose of his cunning plan. He retrieved the materials that Uncle Li had prepared for him, placing them on Mu Yun's desk, while casually stating, Aunt Yun, I believe it would be wise for you not to make decisions for your daughter just yet. Perhaps you should take a look at this first? For reasons unknown, even before Mu Yun laid eyes on the materials, a slight tremor of apprehension coursed through her. As she grasped the document, her hand quivered. It remained uncertain whether it was due to the previous events still weighing on her or a growing dread of the contents within. Yet, the moment she opened the file, boom! It felt as if a thunderclap had erupted in her mind, sending a shockwave through her entire being. Her complexion visibly paled. This is... Ding. Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Ding. Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. This is impossible. Mu Yun's voice trembled with a sense of unraveling. Ding. Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Where did you obtain this? Where did you get this? Ding. Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Ding. Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian's fracture, value 0. 1. Detected that Mu Yun's fracture level has reached 60, earning fracture points 6,000. Her points balance had swiftly climbed to 23,000. What was contained within this document? It detailed the assassin group Mu Yun had painstakingly built and managed over the years. The women who now surrounded whom, and the roles they played, were meticulously outlined. Individuals from both the dark and light sides were represented, including several prominent figures. Should these individuals discover that their acquaintances were assassins dispatched by her, the consequences for her Qianyun group, and her daughter Mu Qianqian would be unimaginable. At that moment, Mu Yun felt a surge of desperation. Her chest heaved as she gasped for air. Her body swayed slightly, and with a thud, she sank back in her chair. Coincidentally, before Bai Zhou could respond to Mu Yun's hysteria, the office phone rang abruptly. Hearing the urgent tone, Bai Zhou calmly advised, "Take it easy, Aunt Yun. Feeling dizzy is normal. You should answer the phone first." Mu Yun, her mind in a whirl, found herself inexplicably compliant to Bai Zhou's words. She pressed the speaker button without a second thought. Typically, her secretary would contact her through this device, and she would answer on speaker since there was no one else present. But now, her thoughts were so muddled that she hardly considered avoiding the issue with Bai Zhou. The voice of a female secretary soon filled the room. "Oh, President Yun, are you at the group?" Mu Yun had no time for pleasantries and coldly retorted, "What is it? Speak." Sensing something was amiss with Mu Yun's tone, the secretary cautiously replied, "President Yun, a rather intimidating man is outside, insisting on seeing you. I will not meet with anyone." Mu Yun was in no mood to entertain other matters. "I am not seeing anyone today. Tell him to leave." As she spoke, she attempted to hang up the phone, but perhaps due to her agitation, her finger faltered and missed the button. The secretary's voice rang out once more. "But this gentleman claims that as long as you hear his name, you will definitely agree to meet with him. Who is he?" Mu Yun's voice dripped with indignation. Just moments ago, she had been threatened by Bai Zhou, and now another person was daring to threaten her over the phone. She felt an urge to retaliate. "He says his name is Jiang Tianfang." "Who?" Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she glanced at Bai Zhou seated across from her. Jiang Tianfang, while not someone she personally knew, was certainly someone she had learned about through her own channels, especially regarding what Bai Zhou had done yesterday, killing Jiang Hao. And Jiang Tianfang, of course, was Jiang Hao's father, after having been suppressed by Bai Zhou just yesterday. What could he possibly want from her today? Bai Zhou, upon hearing that name, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "What does he want from me?" At this moment, Mu Yun's tone had shifted significantly. "He insists on discussing matters with you in person." "President Yun, what do you think?" The secretary on the other end was clearly awaiting her response. Yet, while curiosity flickered within her, she was acutely aware that the very man who had murdered Zhang's son was seated right before her. And now this man wanted to meet her? Wouldn't that place her in an awkward position? Thus, Mu Yun resolved to decline. However, she had yet to utter a word. With a soft snap, Bai Zhou grasped Mu Yun's delicate hand. Surprisingly, Mu Yun's initial reaction was not to break free, but to turn her head towards Bai Zhou, who then nodded slightly. Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. What does Bai Zhou mean by wanting me to meet Jiang Tianfang? What ulterior motives lurk beneath? At this moment, I find myself with too many vulnerabilities in his hands. I truly have no grounds to refute whatever Bai Zhou may say. Consequently, I nodded in agreement and said, "Then let him come up." After hanging up the phone, I turned to Bai Zhou and inquired, "What do you mean?" Bai Zhou shrugged nonchalantly. "I have no intentions. I merely wish to see what this Jiang Tianfang desires." A glimmer of insight flickered in Mu Yun's eyes as she swiftly deduced Jiang Tianfang's purpose for seeking her. Could it be that he intends to ally with me to exact revenge on Bai Zhou? A shade of resignation mingled with irritation crossed her mind as she thought, couldn't Jiang Tianfang have chosen a time when Bai Zhou is absent? Perhaps we could truly collaborate, but now. Bringing Bai Zhou along certainly ensured that no one else was aware, so I cannot entirely blame Jiang Tianfang. Yet that scoundrel Bai Zhou, our matters remain unresolved. Why must he permit Jiang Tianfang to ascend? How infuriating! Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Unbeknownst to Bai Zhou, Mu Yun's thoughts had spiraled, resulting in an increase in her fracture value. He had already risen to his feet, surveying the surroundings, and remarked, "Should I seek a place to hide?" Chapter 47. Why are you so happy when my son is dead? Upon hearing Bai Zhou's question, Mu Yun rolled her eyes in exasperation and replied, "Of course I need to hide. Otherwise, Jiang Tianfang will reveal his true intentions to me." Yet, Bai Zhou glanced around and lamented, "But there is nowhere to hide in this place." "Oh dear." Mu Yun grew anxious, standing up. "You're not going to hide outside, are you? Hurry." With that, she stepped out from behind her desk, pulling Bai Zhou along in an attempt to flee. Just then, there was a series of knocks at the door. "President Yun, is it convenient for me to enter now?" Both Mu Yun and Bai Zhou jumped in surprise. That was quick. Panic set in for the two. "Where do we hide?" Bai Zhou exclaimed, feeling helpless. "There's not even a cabinet in this office. What do we do now?" Mu Yun was equally frantic. Another round of knocks sounded. "President Yun, never mind. Get in here." In a moment of desperation, Mu Yun yanked Bai Zhou behind her desk. With a swift motion, she shoved him into the empty space beneath her desk. She then sat down in her chair, using her body to shield him, and called out, "Come in." With a creak, the secretary opened the door, followed closely by Jiang Tianfang. Bai Zhou was taken aback. This scene isn't usually the male boss pressing the female secretary down onto the desk. How did this situation reverse on me? I'm the esteemed young master of the Bai family, and now I'm hiding under a desk? As he turned his head, Bai Zhou found himself staring at Mu Yun's fair and slender legs, poised just before his nose. Well, perhaps it isn't unbearable. With that thought, he quietly extended his hand. Meanwhile, Mu Yun was feeling flustered. The events unfolding had overwhelmed her mind, especially with such a significant secret now in Bai Zhou's possession. And now Jiang Tianfang was here too. At that moment, a robust man approached. Jiang Tianfang, clad in a somber black suit with a black armband. His red-rimmed eyes spoke of profound sorrow over his son's death. As he drew near, Jiang Tianfang bowed deeply to Mu Yun. "President Yun, greetings. I am Jiang Tianfang." Out of politeness, Mu Yun instinctively started to rise, inviting him to sit. However, just as she was about to stand, her pupils dilated in shock. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value 1. Looking down, she discovered a sinful arm tucked beneath the hem of her chi pao. What on earth is that rascal Bai Zhou doing? Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value 1. Cough! She couldn't let Jiang Tianfang see the spectacle beneath her desk. If this got out, everyone would know there was a man hiding under her desk at work. No matter who it was, her reputation would be ruined. Thus, she held her ground, gritting her teeth as she spoke to Jiang Tianfang. "Please have a seat." With a deep breath, she grasped the edge of her desk, lifting one leg with a heavy thud. "Do not go any higher." Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value 1. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value 0. 1. Jiang Tianfang, oblivious to Mu Yun's distress, straightened up and shook his head. President Yun, perhaps I shouldn't sit. I said to sit down. Mu Yun's voice suddenly rose several octaves. Jiang Tianfeng froze, completely baffled by her sudden outburst. Yet, he hurriedly pulled out the chair Bai Zhou had just occupied, sitting down with a nervous stammer. Why yes, President Yun Fu, it seemed Bai Zhou had ceased his antics, allowing Mu Yun to exhale softly. She then addressed Jiang Tianfeng. What brings you here? Although she inquired, her mind was racing, scolding herself. Mu Yun, you are utterly mad for allowing Bai Zhou to hide here. Do you not realize he is a scoundrel? Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value won. Regret washed over her, but it was too late. Jiang Tianfeng, his voice choked with emotion, spoke. President Yun, I trust you are aware that my son was killed by Bai Zhou. The young master of the Bai family, I understand that Mr. Bai Zhennan is the tyrant of Jiangcheng, and I have no means to oppose him. I searched everywhere and found that all the big shots in Jiangcheng bow to Bai Zhennan, except for you. You are the only one brave enough to stand against the Bai family. Therefore, President Yun, I implore you to help me set a trap for revenge. What a scoundrel. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value won. As soon as Jiang Tianfeng finished speaking, Mu Yun let out a startled cry. Jiang Tianfeng jumped, alarmed, and stammered, President Yun, are you scolding me? No. Mu Yun quickly shook her head. Her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, I'm scolding that scoundrel Bai Zhou. That little rascal. Actually, the sound trailed off, but in her mind, she continued, actually took off my shoes. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value won. Indeed, Mu Yun had barely caught what Jiang Tianfeng was saying. It was just moments before, when Jiang Tianfeng had requested her assistance, that Bai Zhou had stealthily unfastened the straps of her white high-heeled shoes. In an instant, Mu Yun's delicate feet curled together, her 10 translucent little toes digging in. Bai Zhou could hardly suppress a laugh. However, he was determined to seize this opportunity to exploit her. Once again, he extended his wicked hands. Jiang Tianfeng, oblivious to the turmoil beneath the desk, was touched by Mu Yun's words. President Yun, you are right. Bai Zhou is indeed a scoundrel. He has no regard for human life. My poor son. Tears streamed down Jiang Tianfeng's face as he spoke, completely unaware of Mu Yun's trembling frame. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value won. At that moment, Mu Yun braced herself against the desk, her feet frantically escaping beneath it. She was fleeing. He was pursuing her. There was no escape. In an instant, 2 cunning little rabbits had fallen into the hands of a demon. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value won. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value 0. 1. Detected that Mu Yun's rupture value has reached 70, earning rupture points 7,000. Bai Zhou knew he was on the right track. His points were now up to 30,000. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianfeng's voice, tinged with sobs, continued, President Yun, I earnestly beseech you, help me, my son. He is far too pitiful. Woo-woo. The sudden laughter of Mu Yun caused Jiang Tianfeng to flinch momentarily. What does this mean? Why is my son so pitifully happy? Ding! Mu Yun's rift value won. Cough cough. Mu Yun made an effort to clear her throat, stabilizing her voice as she furrowed her brows and addressed Jiang Tianfeng. Please don't misunderstand. I heard you intend to kill Bai Zhou. I am quite pleased about Bai Zhou's demise. Of course I am delighted. Why doesn't Bai Zhou just die already? If he were dead, he wouldn't be able to tickle my feet anymore. Ding! Mu Yun's rift value won. Jiang Tianfeng let out a long sigh, thinking that Mu Yun had lost her senses. However, upon hearing her words, an intense excitement flickered in his eyes. So, Ms. Yun, does this mean you agree to assist me? Mu Yun clearly heard this and instinctively replied, when did I agree? Ding! Mu Yun's rift value won. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt a sharp pain in her calf. She gasped and quickly looked down, only to see Bai Zhou making a gesture towards her. Is he asking me to agree to him? Ding! Mu Yun's rift value won. Yet, Jiang Tianfeng appeared utterly confused. Especially as he observed Mu Yun's downward glance, he inquired, Ms. Yun, what's wrong? While speaking, Jiang Tianfeng seemed poised to rise and check on her. However, Mu Yun hastily interjected, sit down. Startled, Jiang Tianfeng froze in place. Then, he heard Mu Yun grit her teeth and declare, all right, so you want Bai Zhou dead? I agree. Mu Yun spoke these words with utmost sincerity. Chapter 48. An unquestionable issue upon hearing Mu Yun's prompt agreement, Jiang Tianfang. His eyes, brimming with tears, was suddenly overwhelmed with intense joy. He even contemplated standing up again. However, recalling the fierce insistence from earlier that compelled him to remain seated, he hesitated, choosing instead to express his gratitude to Mu Yun. Thank you, President Yun. I shall forever remember your immense kindness. From this day forth, my life belongs to you, President Yun. Who would cherish such a worthless life? Mu Yun thought to herself, feeling a mix of frustration and regret. Why did you choose to come at this moment, Jiang Tianfang? Even if I were inclined to accept your life, the situation is beyond my control now. She lamented her earlier maneuvers in Jiang City, realizing that had she acted differently, she wouldn't have fallen into Bai Zhou's clutches. Jiang Tianfang, visibly anxious, implored President Yun. What should I do now? When can I take my revenge? The loss of his only son had ignited a desperate desire for vengeance. However, for Mu Yun, this was not the opportune moment for discussions. Continuing down this path could lead to further exploitation by Bai Zhou. Mu Yun firmly responded, I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush. This matter is of great significance, and I must ponder it carefully. Rest assured, I will honor my promise. All right, thank you, President Yun. Jiang Tianfang replied, comprehending the gravity of the situation, especially given Bai Zhou's status as the son of Bai Zhenan, the prince of Jiang City. Eliminating such a figure was no simple task. Finally, with a sense of relief, he stood up, bowing gratefully to Mu Yun. President Yun, I shall take my leave now. Thank you immensely. Enough. Hurry up and leave. Mu Yun's voice, tinged with irritation, echoed, startling Jiang Tianfang into a hasty retreat. As he turned, he couldn't help but think, isn't President Yun supposed to be gentle and dignified? Why is she so irritable today? Yet, he rationalized for someone of her stature. A bit of volatility was to be expected, as long as she could assist him in avenging his loss. Once Jiang Tianfang exited and carefully closed the door, Mu Yun, with a sudden burst of frustration, leaned against the table, her voice cold as she commanded, come out. Yet, Bai Zhou remained comfortably seated, leaning against the table's edge, a playful glint in his eyes as he replied, You expect me to come and go at your whim? Am I to lose face as the heir of the Bai family? Fine. If you refuse to come out, then I shall take my leave. Mu Yun retorted fiercely, as she prepared to rise. However, just as she did, her cheeks flushed once more. Return my shoes, she demanded. You want her shoes? Bai Zhou chuckled. At that moment, a familiar female voice rang out from outside. Mom, when did you arrive at the company? I had no idea. Mu Yun. With a swift motion, she seized the table's edge, propelling her swivel chair back with a forceful push. Bai Zhou, who had been on the verge of leaving, was caught off guard. Mom, you're really here? Mu Yun, striving to maintain her composure and prevent Mu Qianqian from sensing anything amiss, had to hold her ground. The situation had become even more precarious than before with Bai Zhou present. Today is different. Mu Yun bit her lip, struggling to maintain her poise. How is today any different? Mu Qianqian innocently queried, seemingly teasing. Could it be you have a secret you're hiding from me? Absolutely not. How could that be? Mu Yun's tone escalated, her expression betraying her anxiety, causing Mu Qianqian to pause, taken aback by her mother's reaction. This office is so small. Where could anyone hide? In that moment, Mu Yun's expression shifted, a sense of panic washing over her. Mom, why are you buzzing? Mu Qianqian asked, her voice laced with confusion. You're the one buzzing, Mu Yun retorted. Mom, I mean your phone is vibrating on the table. Someone is calling you, Mu Qianqian clarified. With her point total reaching 47,000, Bai Zhou recognized that every visit to Qinyun Group yielded significant gains. Meanwhile, Mu Yun, gripping the table edge tightly, noticed her phone illuminate, as if it were a beacon of hope. Seizing it, she answered the call, greeted by an automated voice. Is this Ms. Mu Yun? Our bank is offering premium real estate services. This was the first time Mu Yun had encountered such a telemarketing call, and it felt like a heavenly sound. She turned to Mu Qianqian. Qianqian, this call is extremely important. Please, could you step outside for a moment? As Mu Qianqian listened to her mother's words, she paused slightly, pouting in disbelief. Was her mother avoiding speaking in front of her, even on the phone? However, Being a person of understanding, she promptly nodded and replied, "All right, Mom. I shall come find you later." After uttering this, Mu Qianqian turned and walked towards the exit. Observing her daughter's departure, Mu Yun instinctively released Bai Zhou and attempted to retreat. Yet, just as Mu Qianqian was about to leave, she unexpectedly turned back, saying, "By the way, Mom, I just saw." Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Mu Yun reacted reflexively, hurriedly moving forward once more. This time, even Bai Zhou could not help but cover his nose. Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Ding! Mu Yun's fracture, value 1. Before Mu Qianqian could speak, Mu Yun gritted her teeth and said, "Qianqian, Mommy is on the phone right now. Let's talk later, all right?" Finally, Mu Qianqian departed. After hanging up, Mu Yun retreated with a flurry, even distancing herself 3 meters from her desk. With gritted teeth, she glared at Bai Zhou, exclaiming, "You are such a scoundrel, a complete rascal." Chapter 49. What identity deserves to sit on my sofa? Observing the furious countenance of Mu Yun, Bai Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Emerging from beneath the table, he straightened his posture and stretched lazily. Witnessing Bai Zhou's demeanor and expression, Mu Yun gritted her teeth in frustration. Ding! Mu Yun's resentment, level 1. Ding! Mu Yun's resentment, level 1. Ding! Mu Qianqian's resentment, level 0. 1. Mu Yun, incensed, bellowed, "Now, I implore you to leave my office at once." In response, a faint smile graced Bai Zhou's face as he replied, "I will leave, but Aunt Yun, you brought me here. Aren't you going to see me off?" Ding! Mu Yun's resentment, level 1. "You dream on. The elevator is right outside. You can walk yourself? Then I shall take my leave," Bai Zhou chuckled, "but should I encounter Mu Qianqian later, I might ding." Mu Yun's resentment, level 1. As Bai Zhou turned to exit, Mu Yun quickly called out, "Wait. I will see you off." Ding! Mu Yun's resentment, level 1. With that, Mu Yun hurriedly rose from her chair, only to realize something amiss with her shoes. She had intended to retrieve her footwear from Bai Zhou, yet she feared he might conjure further mischief. Thus, she dashed to his side, swiftly snatching her shoes away and distancing herself. As she slipped on her shoes, she muttered fiercely within, "You scoundrel! Bai Zhou is nothing but a rascal. He clearly, but why is he so adept at ding?" Mu Yun's resentment, level 1. Could it be that his essence grants him other talents? Alas, Mu Yun, what are you thinking? He's a rogue. Ding! Mu Yun's resentment, level 1. Ding! Mu Qianqian's resentment, level 0. 1. Detected. Mu Yun's resentment level has reached 100, gaining 10,000 resentment points. The company host has successfully severed ties with a major supporting character, receiving an additional random blind box reward. Random blind box is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden blind box. Oh my, a golden legend. Bai Zhou's pupils instantly sparkled with excitement. He no longer cared about the previous 57,000 points. After all, he had painstakingly saved for dozens of episodes to exchange for a golden blind box. Yet, this Mu Yun had drawn one for him. "Aunt Yun, I am growing ever fonder of you." Bai Zhou's words emerged from the depths of his being. Ding! Mu Yun's transformation, rate 5. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun trembled. "You should be silent. You are nothing but a little rascal." Oomph. That huff carried an unmistakable hint of feminine charm. To avoid drawing attention from others, Mu Yun cautiously escorted Bai Zhou out of the office and into the elevator, ultimately arriving at her exclusive underground garage. Mu Yun did not exit the elevator but pointed ahead, stating, "Your car is waiting there. Get in, and it will take you home. Farewell." With that, she pushed Bai Zhou out of the elevator and hastily pressed the button to close the doors. However, before the doors shut, Bai Zhou turned back to Mu Yun and quipped, "Aunt Yun, if you all conspire to do away with me, do let me know." His words were truly. Mu Yun had already ascended, and Bai Zhou was en route home, reflecting on how the Qianyun Group was indeed a land of fortune for him, consistently yielding abundant rewards. Of course, he had not forgotten the previous moment when his phone vibrated while Mu Yun had him locked up. The message remained unread, so he retrieved the third phone he had acquired. It was a message from Butler Li, stating, "Young master, have you finished? Someone has arrived from the Lianghua bar." Lianghua bar? At the sight of those words, Bai Zhou's gaze narrowed, a glint of intrigue illuminating his eyes. I haven't even sought you out in Yuqing, and yet you send someone ahead? Surely, they have not forgotten that I am the young master of Jiangsheng, a quintessential prodigal. Those familiar with Bai Zhou would recognize the dangerous glimmer in his eyes. However, there was still some time before he reached home. Rubbing his hands together, he commanded the system, "Open this golden blind box for me." Ding! Opening golden blind box. The golden radiance once more dazzled Bai Zhou's sight, igniting a surge of fervor within him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the golden blind box, receiving the reward: dragon tendon and tiger bone. Bai Zhou, what on earth is this? Before he could process it, a creaking sound emanated from within his limbs. Instantly, a wave of comfort coursed through his body, prompting him to momentarily close his eyes in enjoyment. Unfortunately, this sensation was fleeting. Opening his eyes, Bai Zhou gazed down at his hands in bewilderment. Is that it? Why does it feel rather unremarkable? He even clenched his fists, discovering that while his physical strength had indeed increased slightly, it remained within the realm of an average person. So what the hell? System, are you giving me junk from the blind box? Please explore on your own. Damn it. Yet, the items drawn from the blind box should belong to the protagonist, and surely they are not without merit? Until he could discover their true essence. Bai Zhou could only console himself with this thought. Before long, the white Palamara came to a gentle halt at its previous location. Butlerly seemed to have been waiting at the door for quite some time, promptly opening the door for Bai Zhou. After Bai Zhou alighted, Butlerly preemptively informed him, "The individual claims to be the manager of Liangyue Bar and is currently awaiting you in the villa." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou paused, turning to Butlerly. "He sat on my sofa?" Butlerly froze momentarily before awkwardly nodding. "Damn!" Bai Zhou's expression reflected his ire. "What right does he have to sit on my sofa? Bind him and confine him to the secret room." "Yes, young master." Of course, Butlerly would not defy Bai Zhou's wishes. He swiftly dashed off to ensure the necessary arrangements were made before Bai Zhou entered. Soon, the sounds of a man struggling echoed from within. "What are you doing? Let me go. I am a manager of Liangyue Bar." "Let me go. I am here to apologize on behalf of Liangyue Bar." The voice abruptly fell silent at that moment. Bai Zhou stepped inside. Upon entering, a figure knelt before him. "Master, please change your shoes." That figure was none other than Xiao Rou, who knelt with her head bowed, tightly clutching a pair of slippers, evidently still haunted by the previous incident. However, this time, Bai Zhou had no intention of changing shoes. Thus, he simply stepped over Xiao Rou's head. Ding! As the sound resonated, Bai Zhou's brow slightly furrowed. It seemed he could reap another wave from her. Without a backward glance, he commanded, "Cease your kneeling on the ground. Take your shoes and follow me." Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value 1. With her head lowered, Xiao Rou's expression remained hidden. Yet she softly replied, "Yes, master." She then rose swiftly to follow. However, upon entering Bai Zhou's chamber, her footsteps involuntarily faltered. She vividly recalled the torment she had previously endured within these walls. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value 1. Yet Bai Zhou would not indulge her. "Get in here." A shiver ran through Xiao Rou, and she hurriedly complied. Upon entering, Bai Zhou immediately spotted a bespectacled man with golden frames, discarded on the floor by stewardly. The bespectacled man, upon noticing Bai Zhou, stood up and, furrowing his brow, addressed him, "You must be young Master Bai Zhou. May I inquire what this means?" "I have come here with sincerity." Upon hearing this, a surge of ire crossed Bai Zhou's face as he stepped forward. "I care not for your so-called sincerity." With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. Chapter 50. This golden legend, even the Hulk can endure. Ah! The bespectacled doctor cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Coughing, he clutched his chest in pain and gritted his teeth, addressing Bai Xiao Yi. "What do you mean by this?" "Damn it." Bai Zhou's expression turned sweet as honey. He turned to Butler Li and remarked, "Has this fool been kicked by a donkey? He just sent someone to ambush me, and now he's here to apologize? Honestly, if apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police?" Bai Zhou's anger seemed to intensify with each word. He stepped forward and, with a forceful stomp, crushed the man's abdomen. Ding! Xiao Rou's grievance value 1. On one hand, this secret chamber brought back numerous painful memories for Xiaorou. On the other, Bai Zhou showed no mercy, giving the man no chance to explain before launching his attack. Startled, Xiaorou shivered. The man, already curled up like a shrimp on the ground, clutched his belly, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he pleaded, "Please, stop, Bai Xiao Yi, please." Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he slowly rose to his feet, looking utterly miserable. Yet, he managed to utter, "Bai Xiao Yi, I truly came to apologize. My boss sent me." She said when she accepted this task, she only knew to attack someone in a car, unaware that it was you, Bai Xiao Yi. It's all a misunderstanding. The panic in the man's eyes left Bai Zhou uncertain of the truth. However, Bai Zhou had little interest in whether his words were genuine. Thus, he replied, "A misunderstanding? Huh, you claim it's a misunderstanding, then it's forgiven." The bespectacled man was momentarily stunned. Just like that? Was it that simple? So, a beating meant nothing? He even breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could fully grasp the situation, Bai Zhou's voice rang out at that time. "I'll simply dump your corpse at the entrance of Lianghua Bar and inform your boss that it was a misunderstanding. That will conclude this matter." "What?" The bespectacled man's pupils dilated in shock as panic washed over him. "Bai Xiao Yi, you can't do this. As the saying goes, one doesn't slay the messenger in battle. I'm just a messenger here to apologize." Bai Zhou couldn't help but let out a scoff. "You think this is a battle? You truly amuse me." He flexed his neck and wrists as he advanced towards the bespectacled man, saying, "Before I kill you, let me enjoy myself. Consider it my personal revenge." As Bai Zhou approached, the man frantically retreated, fear flashing in his eyes. He realized that this young master of the Bai family was utterly unreasonable. Not only did he intend to kill him, but he also wanted to torment him first? Why on earth had he taken this job? Damn it, he might as well fight for his life. Though he came to apologize, he was still a member of Lianghua Bar. The assassins there were professionally trained. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in the bespectacled man's eyes, and he roared, "Do you think you can kill me?" Then, with a swift motion, he drew a baton from his sleeve, launching a powerful downward strike before Bai Zhou could react. "Master, be careful," Butlerly shouted, his eyes wide with alarm. In that instant, he regretted not searching the man. He lunged forward to protect Bai Zhou, startling Xiaorou, who, amid her fear, strangely felt a twinge of anticipation for the man's demise. Bai Zhou, unprepared, instinctively raised his hand to block the baton. However, the force was immense, and the baton was crafted from special materials. The human body typically could not withstand such a blow. "Master," Butlerly was frantic, realizing he couldn't reach him in time. With a resounding thud, the bespectacled man swung with all his might, striking Bai Zhou's arm. In that moment, Bai Zhou thought, "This is it. I won't just be injured. I'll be finished." However, as the thunderous sound faded, Bai Zhou blinked in disbelief. "Huh, it doesn't hurt." Initially closing his eyes, Bai Zhou assumed Butlerly had intervened just in time. But upon opening them, he was baffled. The baton had indeed struck his arm, bent from the impact, yet he felt no pain. Just then, a muffled thud echoed as Butlerly arrived and kicked the bespectacled man away. The baton slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. Butlerly, breathless, exclaimed, "Master, are you all right? Please don't scare me." "Enough with the shouting," Bai Zhou said, pressing a finger against his ear in irritation as he pushed Butlerly away. "Wait, Master, your hand. Are you all right?" Butlerly was taken aback, as was the bespectacled man, now crumpled on the ground, clutching his chest. Even Xiaorou, standing behind with a slipper in hand, was stunned. What was happening? Just moments ago, she had clearly seen. Butlerly's gaze fell upon the fallen baton. Could this thing be fake? He quickly examined it and discovered it was bent into a semicircle. Butlerly grasped both ends of the baton, exerting force to straighten it. Yet, despite his efforts, he was left sweating profusely, unable to restore it to its original shape. Stunned, he gazed at the twisted baton in disbelief. Bai Zhou's arm had managed to do this? Well, it was no longer about the baton striking Bai Zhou. It had become Bai Zhou striking the baton. My goodness! Was Master truly this formidable? Even Xiaorou, holding a slipper, stood with her mouth agape, as if searching for something to stuff it with. Ding! Xiao Rou's grievance value 1. What was going on? Was he even human? Ding. Xiao Rou's grievance value 1. How could he withstand such force and sound? Ding. Xiao Rou's grievance value 1. No way. Could he be an invulnerable demonic king? Ding. Xiao Rou's grievance value 1. They have reached this point, so there's no need to mention the bespectacled man attempting a sneak attack on Bai Zhou. He gazed at the curved baton in Butler Li's hand, then at Bai Zhou, who stood there as if nothing were amiss. His face turned a ghastly white, and he began to shake his head, repeatedly muttering, "Impossible, this cannot be. How could this happen?" To be honest, Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback. After all, he was not an inanimate object. Faced with such an extraordinary phenomenon, his reaction should have been the most pronounced. However, he quickly regained his composure. Yes, the golden legend, the sinews of a dragon and the bones of a tiger. Good heavens, I understand now. No wonder I sensed changes in my flesh and bones, though they were not immediately apparent. It turns out, excitement shimmered in Bai Zhou's eyes. The system truly had not deceived him. The golden legend indeed lived up to its name. No wonder the protagonist was so resilient. It was because of his sinewy strength. Truly, a cow does not give birth to a calf. After the initial surprise, he knew he must address the immediate situation. He instantly lifted his gaze, his cold stare fixed on the bespectacled man. "You little rascal, how dare you ambush me?" With a swift motion, Bai Zhou advanced. A resounding kick sent the man sprawling to the ground. Then, he delivered another fierce kick aimed directly at the man's face. "This is what you get for trying to ambush me." A sickening crunch echoed through the air as blood splattered. Ding. Slashing value 1. Is this your sincerity in apologizing? Another kick sent teeth flying. Ding. Slashing value 1. Detected slashing degree has reached 80, earning slashing points 8,000. Chapter 51. Do you think I am cruel? The balance of my split points had already reached 65,000. Yet Bai Zhou continued his relentless assault. His foot descended repeatedly upon the face of the bespectacled man, whose golden glasses had long since shattered into fragments, leaving his eye pierced by the shards. At this moment, he could only writhe on the ground, devoid of any strength to emit a sound of anguish. Nevertheless, the man was still alive, seemingly by Bai Zhou's design. To Xiao Rou, the scene was unbearably brutal, prompting her to close her eyes. However, for Bai Zhou, cruelty? Is this all? Even disregarding his identity as a villain, the audacity of the Cool Moon Bar's patrons to openly attempt to assassinate him warranted a response. Inflicting such damage upon one of their managers was, in his view, merely a mild retaliation. Having exerted himself for some time, Bai Zhou felt a twinge of fatigue and stood, hands on his hips, catching his breath. With a subtle gesture of 2 fingers, the expressionless Li Butler immediately understood, approaching to light a cigarette for him. As Bai Zhou inhaled, his breathing steadied considerably. He carelessly flicked the cigarette but onto the bloodied visage beneath him, eliciting a hissing sound. Turning to Li Butler, he commanded, "Cut out his tongue and have someone deliver it to the entrance of the Cool Moon Bar." Ding. Xiao Rou's split value 1. Attempting to assassinate Bai Zhou, they ought to learn their lesson. Understood, young master. Li Butler found nothing unusual in Bai Zhou's orders. Such tasks were within his purview, though he had never been so personally involved before. Yet, considering Bai Zhou's recent transformations, this behavior seemed entirely rational. After relaying his instructions to Li Butler, Bai Zhou's gaze fell upon Xiao Rou, who stood trembling at the entrance of the secret room. A spark of intrigue ignited in his eyes. Xiao Rou had her eyes closed, head bowed, tightly clutching Bai Zhou's slippers, her body quaking with fear. Bai Zhou was certain that summoning her would yield results. After all, which woman beside the protagonist is not inherently kind-hearted, particularly at Xiao Rou's age? Her innocent demeanor after reuniting with the protagonist in the original narrative was unforgettable. How could she possibly withstand such a sight? At this moment, Bai Zhou stood before her, his voice devoid of inflection. "Why are you still standing there? Can't you see?" Ding. Xiao Rou's split value 1. Startled by Bai Zhou's voice, Xiao Rou jolted. Yet her fear kept her eyes shut. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Zhou struck her face with a resounding slap. "Am I talking to you?" "Ah!" Xiao Rou cried out in pain, her eyes flying open. Due to her lowered head, Her first sight was Bai Zhou's feet and pant legs. Gasp. Ding. Xiaoro's split value 1. The sticky blood on his shoes and the darkened fabric of his trousers caused her to draw in a sharp breath, intensifying her tremors. She instinctively stepped back, momentarily forgetting the slap she had just received. Yet Bai Zhou had no intention of letting her off the hook. He barked, "Come here and kneel. Do I need to teach you how to change shoes?" Ding. Xiaoro's split value 1. With a thud, she knelt before him as if it were an involuntary reflex, without a hint of hesitation. "Why, yes, master." The terror in Xiaoro's demeanor indicated she was utterly daunted by Bai Zhou's recent actions. The sight of him wielding weapons with such invulnerability, reducing an adversary to that state, was enough to send chills down her spine. The subsequent violence, carried out without a flicker of hesitation, was something she had only ever seen in dramas. Could such cruelty truly exist in the world? Xiaoro's thoughts were consumed by genuine fear. Her trembling hand, resembling a marionette's, reached for Bai Zhou's shoe. The sensation of blood against her skin nearly made her retch, but she stifled the nausea, aware of the dire consequences of such an act. Thus, caught in a tumult of dread and revulsion, she slowly removed Bai Zhou's shoe, swiftly placing the slipper at his feet, desperate to avoid any bloodstains on her face. This time, however, Bai Zhou refrained from such an act. Just as she finished changing his shoes, a creaking sound accompanied a final agonized howl from the bespectacled man, who was indeed still alive. Xiaoro's body quaked anew. The butler had truly. Ding. Xiaoro's split value 1. Hearing the system's notification and observing the trembling Xiaoro before him, Bai Zhou's lips curved into a sly smile. He bent down, gently lifting her chin with 2 fingers, compelling her gaze to meet his. Upon locking eyes with Bai Zhou, the pale-faced Xiaoro quickly shut her eyes once more. Yet, Bai Zhou's voice pierced the silence. "What? Are you afraid? Do you find me cruel?" Ding. Xiaoro's split value 1. Though Xiaoro did not verbally respond, the system notification spoke volumes. She shivered, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Bai Zhou's fingers transformed into a palm, lightly caressing her face, his touch delicate against her porcelain skin. "So, you will obediently listen, understand? Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you, or Shen Xingying, will not meet a similar fate." Ding. Xiaoro's split value 1. Master. Amidst the urgent notifications, Xiaoro's eyes flew open, her call to him more resolute than ever. "Rest assured, master, I will certainly obey you." As she spoke, Bai Zhou observed the sheer terror in her eyes. The previous anger and resentment had vanished without a trace. "Very well." Bai Zhou nodded in satisfaction, gently ruffling her hair. "Good girl." He then waved his hand. "Go, take my shoes to your subordinates for cleaning, and bring me another pair of trousers." "Yes, master." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoro crawled backward a few paces before standing and scampering outside with small, hurried steps. The butler proceeded to place the barely alive, bespectacled man into a body bag, organizing his subordinates to fulfill Bai Zhou's orders. Bai Zhou, attended by Xiaoro, changed his clothes and descended from the upper floor. Ding. Xiaoro's split value 1. Ding. Xiaoro's split value 1. Upon hearing the system notification that the degree of Xiaoro's fragmentation had reached 90, granting him an impressive 9,000 fragmentation points, Bai Zhou, who had summoned Butler Li from downstairs, turned in surprise to glance upstairs. Had his balance already reached 74,000 points? What could Xiaoro possibly be doing alone up there? Though curiosity danced in his mind, Bai Zhou understood that more pressing matters awaited his attention. The secrets surrounding Xiaoro could be unraveled at a leisurely pace later. As he spotted Butler Li approaching, Bai Zhou waved his hand decisively. "Uncle Li, accompany me to the hospital, and please contact Uncle Hu to meet me there, at the Bai family's private hospital." Bai Zhou first paid a visit to the driver and bodyguard who had shared life-and-death experiences alongside him, extending his condolences. Afterward, he swiftly departed and turned to enter another ward. This was, in fact, the primary reason for his visit to the hospital. Wang Ji leaped off the hospital bed, his expression one of utmost respect and flattery. "Young master, what brings you here in person? I hardly deserve such honor." "Enough with the flattery," Bai Zhou interjected, halting Wang Ji before he could launch into further compliments. He then got straight to the point. Do you aspire to become Jiang Tianfang? Chapter 52. On this day next year, it will be Bai Zhou's death anniversary. Do you wish to become Jiang Tianfang? Upon hearing Bai Zhou's question, Wang Ji's entire being trembled and his pupils constricted. Jiang Tianfang? The father of the man he had just killed yesterday, the small-time overlord of the underworld? He pointed at himself in disbelief. Bai Zhou wore a serene smile and nodded, saying, Yes, you. At the affirmation in Bai Zhou's voice, Wang Ji's body quivered with excitement. Yet, he replied, Young master, my life is yours. I will do whatever you ask, but I don't quite understand your meaning. He truly did not grasp what it meant to want to become Jiang Tianfang. Couldn't he simply remain Wang Ji? However, Bai Zhou swiftly clarified Wang Ji's confusion. If all goes as planned, Jiang Tianfang will die today. What? Wang Ji nearly lost his voice upon hearing this. Jiang Tianfang would die today? Just yesterday, he had killed Jiang Tianfang's son, and now he was to take action against Jiang Tianfang himself? Was this how the young lord of the magic city operated? It was all happening too fast. Wasn't there any time for a buffer? Wang Ji's complexion paled. Young master, you want me to kill? Before Wang Ji could finish his sentence, Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Do you have that capability? You are right, young master. Although Wang Ji breathed a sigh of relief, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable after hearing those words. But what could he do about it? Bai Zhou's voice rang out again. My point is, while Jiang Tianfang may die, his territory still remains, along with hundreds of subordinates. Now do you understand? Listening to Bai Zhou's words, Wang Ji's pupils flickered. Young master, you mean for me to take over Jiang Tianfang's assets? Bai Zhou did not respond verbally, but smiled and nodded. Indeed, this was the reason Bai Zhou had inquired if Wang Ji wished to become Jiang Tianfang. Although Jiang Tianfang was merely a small player in the underworld, with a territory too insignificant to catch Bai Zhou's eye, Bai Zhou recalled that in the original story, the protagonist had opened a gateway to the underground world of Jiang City through Jiang Tianfang's domain, gradually consuming the entire underground realm. While Bai Zhou could easily have his father intervene if he desired control over Jiang City's underworld, he realized during his last visit to this hospital that White Jianan's domain would always belong to White Jianan. Bai Zhou needed to secure some means of assurance for himself. Therefore, if the protagonist could use Jiang Tianfang's territory to access the underground world of Jiang City, why couldn't he? Furthermore, the protagonist's capable assistant in this endeavor was none other than Wang Ji. Wang Ji had been given a significant role in the original narrative due to a special ability, which the protagonist had utilized and now was rightfully his. Wang Ji hesitated, saying, Young master, am I capable of this? Bai Zhou preferred straightforwardness and was not interested in beating around the bush. Upon hearing Wang Ji's words, he replied directly, You cannot? If you cannot, what use do I have for you? Then he turned to Uncle Li and gestured, Take him to the meat processing plant in the western suburbs. No. Wang Ji panicked at this command. Young master, I can do it. I promise to complete the task. Indeed, if he failed, he would become minced meat. What else could he say? However, Wang Ji cautiously continued, Young master, when you eliminate Jiang Tianfang, could you take me along? Sure. Bai Zhou did not inquire about the reasons. Wang Ji needed opportunities to demonstrate his abilities. So, he waved his hand. If you're going, go change your clothes. Do not wander around in a hospital gown from the Bai family. Yes, right away, young master. Wang Ji hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Uncle Li approached. Young master, Black Tiger has arrived and is waiting outside. Let him in. Bai Zhou had no need to conceal anything from Wang Ji. When Black Tiger entered the room, he had to slightly bow his head to avoid hitting the door frame. Towering and imposing, he stood before Bai Zhou. Young master, is there something urgent? Just as Black Tiger finished speaking, a notification pinged from Bai Zhou's phone. It was a message from Mu Yun, stating, at 10 o'clock tonight, at the North Dam construction site of Jiangyu Bridge. We need to talk. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Bai Zhou's mouth as he said softly, Is this not the matter at hand? Nightfall soon arrived. In the underground parking garage belonging to Qianyun Group, Mu Yun stood beside her Palamara, dressed in a stunning blue and white qipao, her feet adorned with pristine high heels. Behind her stood 10 men in black, each wearing white gloves, their faces reflecting a stern demeanor. A visibly anxious Jiang Tianfang stood before Mu Yun, his head bowed. After handing Jiang Tianfang a sleek black pistol, Mu Yun said, "I have arranged to meet Bai Zhou at 10 o'clock. I will find a way to lead him to the riverbank alone, while you and my assassins set up an ambush. Rest assured, the first shot of revenge is yours to fire." Listening to Mu Yun's voice and gazing at the pistol in his hand, Jiang Tianfang's eyes sparkled with profound gratitude as he exclaimed, "General Yun, thank you. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten. I will avenge my son. I will avenge my son, ha!" In that moment, Jiang Tianfang's laughter was tinged with tears, his demeanor appearing utterly deranged. Mu Yun frowned and waved her hand impatiently. "Enough. Hurry up and make it quick." "All right, General Yun. I'm on my way. I'm on my way." Jiang Tianfang nodded and bowed to Mu Yun, resembling a dog in his demeanor. At 10 o'clock, Uncle Li drove with Black Tiger in the passenger seat and Bai Zhou in the back. However, the vehicle they drove was a pure black Volkswagen. There was no other choice. Bai Zhou's Maybach had been destroyed, and even the spare was out of commission. The specially modified Maybach would take time to customize. To be honest, Bai Zhou never anticipated he would one day find himself in the protagonist's exclusive vehicle. Upon arriving at the designated meeting spot, they saw Mu Yun's elegant figure leaning against a white Mercedes-Benz G-Class from a distance. Mu Yun had changed her vehicle? It was of little consequence. Uncle Li and Black Tiger followed closely behind Bai Zhou as they exited the car. Seeing Bai Zhou approach, Mu Yun straightened her posture and called out from afar, "You're here?" Bai Zhou chuckled softly, surveying the mature beauty before him under the night sky, and replied, "Aunt Yun, you summoned me here so late. Is there something you wish to discuss?" As her words fell, Mu Yun turned and opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. "Let us talk inside." Li, the steward, and Black Tiger approached simultaneously, their gazes vigilant as they regarded Mu Yun. "Young master, be cautious. There may be deceit." "Not a concern," Bai Zhou replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. "A mere woman like Aunt Yun poses no threat to me." With that, he boldly ascended the grand G-Class vehicle. At a distance, within the shadowy confines of the construction site, Jiang Tianfang peered through binoculars, a fierce glint in his eyes as he muttered through clenched teeth, "On this day next year, it will be your death anniversary, Bai Zhou." The construction site at the northern embankment of Jiangyu Bridge was precisely the project contracted by Qinyun Group. It was precisely for this reason that Mu Yun possessed the authority to temporarily disperse everyone on the site, even the cats and dogs. All surveillance cameras have been disabled, creating a clandestine vacuum. To eliminate Bai Zhou, at that moment, Bai Zhou and Mu Yun were seated in the rear of the vehicle, as Mu Yun's driver navigated the rugged gravel path in the Grand G. This seemed to elucidate Mu Yun's decision to switch cars. However, before the white Grand G could reach the riverbank of the construction site under Bai Zhou's command, the driver uttered a soft exclamation. "Huh? Is there a vehicle ahead?" Just as the driver's words slipped from his lips, a blinding high beam abruptly illuminated the scene, forcing the three occupants of the vehicle to instinctively shut their eyes. Bai Zhou's reaction was particularly pronounced, recalling a familiar scenario. No way. Could it be happening again? Yet this time, the imagined portal to another world did not materialize. Under the glare of the headlights, a shadow approached swiftly, directly yanking open the driver's side door, rendering the driver unconscious with an unknown object and discarding him outside. Subsequently, Bai Zhou and Mu Yun were confronted with an unexpected visage. "President Yun, I didn't anticipate our reunion would come so swiftly." Chapter 53. In the future, do not establish such flags without exception. Jiang Tianfang. Mu Yun's exclamation immediately pierced the air. She stared in astonishment at the figure that had suddenly appeared, instinctively glancing at Bai Zhou, who sat beside her, equally taken aback. Swiftly turning back to Jiang Tianfang, she exclaimed, "Did I not instruct you to lie in wait? Why have you emerged now? Are you unaware that Bai Zhou's subordinates are right behind us?" Reckless. Mu Yun's voice brimmed with urgency. However, Jiang Tianfang had undergone a dramatic transformation from the earlier subservience he had shown before Mu Yun. His eyes reflected a fierce intensity as he aimed his pistol at her and declared, "General Yun, are you still playing your little charade?" quickly relinquish your tricks. Mu Yun. Bai Zhou. Enough with the nonsense. Jiang Tianfeng barked viciously. Get out of the car. And you, my enemy who has wronged my son. The latter part of his statement was clearly directed at Bai Zhou. After speaking, Jiang Tianfeng exited the vehicle. Yet his gun remained pointed through the glass. Inside the car, Bai Zhou and Mu Yun exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Subsequently, they opened the doors and stepped out. Jiang Tianfeng swiftly maneuvered to bring the two together, his gun still trained on both Bai Zhou and Mu Yun. His expression a mask of aggression and mocking derision. He slowly remarked, General Yun, I never anticipated that someone as upstanding as you and Jiangsheng would conspire with someone like Bai Zhou behind closed doors. Listening to Jiang Tianfeng's taunts, Mu Yun pressed herself closer to Bai Zhou. After all, she was still a woman. Yet, she fought to maintain her composure, responding loudly. I do not know what you are talking about. You do not know? Jiang Tianfeng's voice dripped with disdain. With his other hand, he slowly withdrew another pistol from his pocket. This weapon was the very one Mu Yun had previously entrusted to him. The gun you gave me is filled with blanks. ISNT it. With a sharp click, Jiang Tianfeng pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Although the gun discharged, it was indeed devoid of bullets. You think I could be intimidated by such a toy? Do you take me for a fool? In a fit of rage, Jiang Tianfeng hurled the fake gun aside. Mu Yun gasped, instinctively seeking refuge in Bai Zhou's embrace. Ding! Mu Yun's transformation rate 5. Upon hearing the system's notification, a flicker of surprise crossed Bai Zhou's eyes. Could Jiang Tianfeng inadvertently be assisting me? However, that was not the primary concern. The real issue was that our conspiracy with Mu Yun had been exposed by Jiang Tianfeng. Indeed, when Jiang Tianfeng sought out Mu Yun earlier, Bai Zhou had overheard everything clearly. Although Mu Yun desired to eliminate Bai Zhou, it was inconceivable that she would collaborate with Jiang Tianfeng, given that Bai Zhou already knew the truth. Thus, they had intended to stage a play for Jiang Tianfeng, originally planning to kill Bai Zhou by the river, but ultimately aiming to eliminate Jiang Tianfeng instead. Yet, unexpectedly, Bai Zhou and Mu Yun had gravely underestimated Jiang Tianfeng. They had always regarded him as a mere fool. But who would have guessed he possessed such insight and could turn the tables? Indeed, even as a minor leader in the underworld, he was far from simple. After intimidating Mu Yun, Jiang Tianfeng turned his attention to Bai Zhou. In Jiang Tianfeng's eyes, alongside the fierce rage, a hint of sorrow emerged, clearly. Thoughts of his son weighed heavily on him. In a hoarse voice, he began, Bai Zhou, I never imagined that your family would dominate Jiangsheng to such an extent, even having someone like Mu Yun from the Qianyun group willing to collaborate with you. But alas, you never anticipated I would see through your facade, did you? Ha ha ha. Jiang Tianfeng's laughter rang out, wild and uncontrolled, yet devoid of joy. Your family members are outside, unable to enter, while her people are inside, unable to come out. I shall see today what means you. The princeling of Jiangsheng possessed to escape this predicament. Hearing Jiang Tianfeng's words, a palpable panic flickered in Mu Yun's eyes. She felt a chilling realization that instead of being victimized by Bai Zhou, she might meet her end at Jiang Tianfeng's hands. Her complexion paled as her small hands gripped Bai Zhou's clothing tightly. Despite Bai Zhou being a rogue, he was the only source of security for her in this moment. Yet, Bai Zhou's expression remained inscrutable, betraying no change as he calmly stated, You are correct. I currently have no subordinates by my side. However, if you kill me, do you truly believe you will survive? I never intended to live. Jiang Tianfeng's voice resonated with a sense of righteous fervor. Tears glimmered in his eyes as he clenched his teeth and shouted at Bai Zhou, I am but a humble underdog, while you are a lofty young master. The Prince of Jiangsheng, I should grovel before you, but you made the gravest mistake of all, killing my only son. As Jiang Tianfeng's anguish erupted, tears streamed down his face. You killed my son, and now you think a few gold bars can settle the score? Do you believe that a life can be measured in gold in your eyes? Gold bars? Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback. What did I give you gold? Or was it my father who did? He shook his head in disbelief. What has gotten into my father? It was merely a matter of killing someone. Does he really think gold is necessary? How embarrassing. I feel embarrassed for him. Bai Zhou's words left both Jiang Tianfang and the hidden Mu Yun momentarily stunned. Merely killing someone? What is wrong with offering gold? Even for a chicken, one must compensate. No? Ding. Mu Yun's transformation, rate 5. What on earth was this Bai Zhou doing, outdoing his own father? Before Mu Yun could fully articulate her thoughts, Jiang Tianfang's furious shout rang out once more. Enough. Be silent. You bastard. I will kill you now. I will avenge my son. As he shouted, Jiang Tianfang gazed skyward and proclaimed, My son, watch closely. I shall avenge you. Enough. Bai Zhou interrupted Jiang Tianfang's lamentation with an impatient wave of his hand. Why do you people always insist on making such a racket? With a disgruntled expression, Bai Zhou pulled Mu Yun's small hand away from his body. He then stretched his neck and regarded Jiang Tianfang with a steely gaze, stating, I admit you have seen through our plan. You do possess some intellect. Nevertheless, Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly. You have made 2 mistakes. The first mistake is your incessant talking, which you cannot seem to control. So what if you saw through it? Must you flaunt it before me? The second mistake is that you are too close to me. As Bai Zhou finished speaking, a hint of a smirk graced his lips. Jiang Tianfang felt an ominous premonition wash over him. With a resounding bang, he pulled the trigger of his gun. The flash of fire erupted toward Bai Zhou. However, in that fleeting moment, Bai Zhou's figure seemed to vanish like a specter, swiftly sidestepping the shot. The bullet grazed Bai Zhou's arm with a sharp hiss. Yet neither Jiang Tianfang nor Mu Yun had time to react. A crisp crack echoed as Jiang Tianfang's wrist collapsed, causing the gun to slip from his grasp and into another hand, Bai Zhou's. A pained scream escaped Jiang Tianfang's lips as he fell to his knees. Ding. Mu Yun's transformation, rate 5. Mu Yun was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. How had Bai Zhou, who had just stood beside her, suddenly appeared before Jiang Tianfang? Now he knelt on the ground, clutching his arm, while Bai Zhou aimed his own gun at his head. This had all transpired in the blink of an eye. My goodness! Mu Yun gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. What had just happened in that fleeting instant? Ding. Mu Yun's transformation, rate 5. Compared to SpongeBob SquarePants, I prefer cream puffs. Now, do you comprehend your mistake? Bai Zhou's voice was devoid of warmth as he stood before Jiang Tianfang, gun pointed at his temple. Jiang Tianfang tightened his grip on his mangled wrist. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he glared at Bai Zhou, his eyes filled with hatred, fury, and disbelief. No, it's impossible. Jiang Tianfang's voice trembled, as if he were biting down on his own teeth. How? How did you do this? It's impossible for you to possess such skills. Hearing Jiang Tianfang's astonishment, Bai Zhou spread his hands in frustration. This is your third mistake. The nature of this third mistake was self-evident, leaving Mu Yun momentarily stunned as well. Through the course of her recent encounters with Bai Zhou, she had realized she had made the same error as Jiang Tianfang. In the eyes of everyone in Jiangsheng, Bai Zhou had once been regarded as nothing more than a useless playboy, relying on his father's influence to bully others, with no redeeming qualities. Yet, in just a few days, Bai Zhou had completely transformed her perception. Originally, Mu Yun believed that with her years of planning and preparation, the Bai family would have no successor, and with her youth, she could ascend to become the true ruler of Jiangsheng when Bai Zhou faltered. However, it now appeared Mu Yun felt a wave of defeat wash over her as her gaze towards Bai Zhou shifted. Watching Bai Zhou stand there, exuding an attractive charisma, the words he had spoken during their first confrontation echoed in her mind. Should I truly seek a man to rely upon? Wait, what am I thinking? Suddenly, Mu Yun took a step back, shaking her head vigorously. Mu Yun, how could you think this way? Even if you're considering a relationship, it cannot be with Bai Zhou. He is younger and a eunuch. Stay calm. Mu Yun, you must remain composed. In that moment, she fervently admonished herself. Yet she failed to notice the faint blush that had crept onto her previously pale face. Suddenly, Jiang Tianfang's anguished scream shattered her thoughts. My son, forgive me. I cannot avenge you. His wail had an almost theatrical quality. Jiang Tianfang's expression hardened as he glared at Bai Zhou, charging forward, intent on seizing Bai Zhou's hand to force him to end his life. But would Bai Zhou allow him to succeed? With a swift kick, Bai Zhou struck Jiang Tianfang's face, causing his mouth to become a bloody mess. He collapsed onto the rocky ground, dazed, with blood obstructing his breathing, issuing soft coughs. Bai Zhou casually wiped the blood from his shoe against the stones, then casually remarked, "Please, do not die in my presence. I have no desire to kill." Mu Yun, standing behind, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth, thinking, "You must be joking." Bai Zhou continued, "Aunt Yun and I have prepared so many people for this performance. We cannot waste these resources." So, he suddenly turned and bellowed, "Wang Ji, where the hell are you hiding?" His shout startled Mu Yun, but soon after, a small figure rushed toward them, calling out, "Young master, I'm here." Wang Ji, dressed in a new outfit but still sporting a thin bandage on his head, hurriedly emerged from the shadows. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Where had he come from? Had he been there all along? Did Bai Zhou anticipate that Jiang Tianfang would see through their plan? Whether Bai Zhou had guessed correctly remained a mystery, as he chose not to reveal it. Wang Ji approached Bai Zhou, panting, "Young master, I'm here at your service." Bai Zhou tossed the gun to Wang Ji, gesturing toward the incapacitated Jiang Tianfang. "Drag him to the riverbank and let the prepared actors finish this performance." "Understood, young master." Wang Ji was puzzled by Bai Zhou's peculiar sense of humor. If he intended to kill Jiang Tianfang, he could do so immediately. Why prolong the inevitable? Yet, Wang Ji could not fathom Bai Zhou's true intentions. As Wang Ji dragged Jiang Tianfang's half-conscious body forward, Bai Zhou approached Mu Yun. "Aunt Yun, your driver is unable to drive, but I still can. Shall we get in the car?" Mu Yun hesitated, instinctively asking, "Hasn't Jiang Tianfang been dealt with? Why are we still?" Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Zhou interjected, "Jiang Tianfang's issue has been resolved, but it seems our affairs have been interrupted." At these words, Mu Yun's pupils narrowed, her heart sinking with realization. She clenched her teeth slightly, turned, and walked to the other side of the SUV, opening the passenger door and settling into her seat. The vehicle slowly navigated the gravelly terrain, leaving the unconscious driver behind to slumber amidst the stones. Before long, a tranquil river emerged before them, prompting Bai Zhou to gently halt the white SUV at its banks. Through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of the tardy Wang Ji. As Wang Ji carelessly discarded Jiang Tianfang's dazed body onto the gravel, 10 shadowy figures clad in black suddenly sprang forth from shadows. They gazed upon Jiang Tianfang with puzzled expressions, but after Wang Ji's explanation, comprehension dawned upon them. One by one, they drew their firearms, meticulously attaching silencers to each. They then leveled their weapons at the prostrate Jiang Tianfang. Upon witnessing this scene, a smile tugged at the corners of Bai Zhou's mouth as he addressed Mu Yun. Seated beside him, "Aunt Yun, much time has elapsed. How have you contemplated my request?" Mu Yun's pupils dilated in alarm. Indeed, this rascal was poised to coerce her once more. However, Bai Zhou, Mu Yun bit her lip and said, "Considering I call your father brother, could we perhaps negotiate?" Was she attempting to play the emotional card? Unfortunately, it bore no weight with Bai Zhou. "I'm afraid, Aunt Yun, my request is non-negotiable." Just as Mu Yun was about to retort, a series of muffled gunshots reverberated through the air. Startled, she instinctively turned to gaze out the window. The sight before her compelled her to shut her eyes in terror. Simultaneously, Bai Zhou's mind was inundated with system notifications. Ding! Detected Jiang Tianfang's dismemberment level at 60, earning 3,000 dismemberment points. Ding! Detected Jiang Tianfang's dismemberment level at 70, earning 3,500 dismemberment points. Ding! Detected. Ding! Detected Jiang Tianfang's dismemberment level at 100, earning 5,000 dismemberment points. Congratulations, host, for successfully completely dismembering a minor character. A dismemberment blind box is now being drawn. Congratulations, host, for successfully drawing a purple blind box 1. Bai Zhou's dismemberment points had surged to 94,000, just 6,000 shy of redeeming a golden legend once more. Furthermore, Jiang Tianfang's complete dismemberment had rewarded him with a purple blind box. Tonight was indeed bountiful. As the system notifications faded, Bai Zhou noticed Mu Yun beside him, eyes shut, teeth clenched, her body trembling slightly. seemingly unable to fathom the chaos unfolding outside with Jiang Tianfang meeting his demise at the hands of gunfire. Bai Zhou, displaying a touch of compassion, reassured her, "Aunt Yun, do not be afraid. If it becomes too overwhelming, just envision Jiang Tianfang as SpongeBob SquarePants. That should alleviate the fear." Ding. Mu Yun's transformation rate 5. What the hell? Envision him as SpongeBob. Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Mu Yun slowly opened her eyes, her face pale. Yet she managed to respond. Am I to understand that if I do not acquiesce to your conditions, I might become the next SpongeBob? Bai Zhou chuckled softly, gazing at Mu Yun. Aunt Yun, you've misunderstood me. Rather than turning you into SpongeBob, I would prefer a cream puff. Chapter 55. What a shame about the windshield. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's remark, Mu Yun appeared momentarily taken aback. What could this possibly mean? What was the issue? Wasn't it merely a dessert? Observing Mu Yun's innocent expression, Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he maintained a calm demeanor as he continued. Aunt Yun, you won't tell me you're still contemplating this, will you? Our time is quite limited. Following this statement, Bai Zhou directed his gaze straight ahead, fixated on the seemingly tranquil river. Meanwhile, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. She could also perceive the external situation through the rearview mirror. A figure clad in black, a hired assassin, had not departed after incapacitating Jiang Tianfang. Instead, he had formed a semicircle, encircling the white G-class vehicle from afar, though they were at a considerable distance. The sight of the figure standing there, donned in white gloves and wielding a silenced pistol, exuded a palpable sense of intimidation. Mu Yun understood that although these 10 individuals were assassins she had arranged for Jiang Tianfang, they were, in truth, affiliated with the Bai family. A blatant threat. Mu Yun gradually closed her eyes, her mind replaying vivid scenes as if watching a film. Her daughter, all the sacrifices her daughter had made for the Qinyan group, and the information Bai Zhou had provided her regarding the female assassins she had trained. It seemed she had no avenue for retreat. However, the demand Bai Zhou had made was utterly. Reflecting on this request caused Mu Yun to grit her teeth. He actually wanted. But Bai Zhou was a widely known figure. Suddenly, Mu Yun's eyes flew open. Indeed, Bai Zhou possessed a congenital flaw. With this realization, her expression transformed, radiating newfound confidence. The pallor on her face gradually faded, replaced by a smile imbued with assurance. She then sat upright in the passenger seat, gracefully adjusting her chi pao, regaining her composure and poise. Simultaneously, Mu Yun spoke up. I must admit, I'm quite curious. Even if I acquiesce to your request, what could you possibly achieve? Yet at that moment, Mu Yun perhaps exhibited an excess of confidence. It seemed as though she were belaboring a point regarding Bai Zhou's inherent disadvantage, deliberately acting in such a manner. However, Bai Zhou smiled. He chuckled softly and turned to the self-assured Mu Yun, stating blandly, Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. After uttering these words, Mu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Ding. Mu Yun's conversion rate 0.5. The sudden decrease in the conversion rate growth by tenfold reminded Bai Zhou of the burdens he had once shouldered. Indeed, investing effort both mentally and verbally. While the frequency of acquiring severance and conversion values may be slightly lower, each increment was still quite substantial. Yet in deeper levels of severance and conversion, although the growth frequency increased, the increments diminished. It appeared that the system had adjusted according to Bai Zhou's physical condition. Nonetheless, he could not afford to dwell on such matters at present. Ding. Mu Yun's conversion rate 0.5. Ding. Mu Yun's grasp of flower 0.5. Ding. Mu Yun. On the silent riverbank, a group of vigilant men in black stood with dark firearms, ever alert to their surroundings. At the center of their watchful guard stood a white G-class vehicle. However, their distance from the G-class rendered them oblivious to its interior. In that moment, Mu Yun experienced an epiphany. Indeed, I have wasted the past few decades. It was true. In the past, unwilling to be a pawn of the family and wed to some so-called young master, she had resisted her family's wishes. Who said women were inferior to men? Thus, she had toiled alone in Jiangsheng for many years. Yet, It was only now that Mu Yun comprehended why her mother had fervently wished for her to marry. Otherwise, she would not have shattered the windshield of that G-Class. Just then, the phone resting on the armrest began to ring urgently. Without hesitation, Mu Yun chose to end the call. Meanwhile, in the Mu family villa, Mu Qianqian listened to the busy tone emanating from her phone, her gaze flickering with concern. Did Mom not say she was meeting Bai Zhou? Why isn't she answering? Could she be in danger? Anxiously, Mu Qianqian redialed her mother's number. But before the ringtone could even sound twice, it was abruptly disconnected. No way. Mu Qianqian rose from the sofa in a fit of worry. In her concern, her hands trembled slightly as she slipped on her shoes and rushed outside, dialing her mother's number once more. This time, the call went through. I'll be back shortly. Before Mu Qianqian could utter a word, she heard her mother's voice, and then the call was disconnected. Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Mu Qianqian appeared bewildered. In the middle of the night, my mom is eating spicy hot pot, and didn't T take me with her? Goodness, is this all she cares about? Ding. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0. 1. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Bai Zhou gazed at the nearby Mu Yun with astonishment, remarking, Aunt Yun, eating spicy hot pot. I truly did not expect you to have such a vibrant lifestyle. Chapter 56. I shall keep this windshield as a memento. With the sound of a system notification echoing, the suspension of the grand vehicle finally found a moment to pause its labor. At this juncture, Bai Zhou leaned closer to Mu Yun, whispering gently, Aunt Yun, do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun pinched Bai Zhou's back with considerable force. Bai Zhou, taken aback by the notification sound that followed, instinctively glanced at Mu Yun. Before him, Mu Yun's profile unfolded. Name, Mu Yun. Identity, significant supporting female character. Adoptive mother of Mu Qianqian, romantic interest of the protagonist. Charm, 99. Disruption level, 100. Transformation rate, 81. As for the slight increase in her charm value post-evolution, Bai Zhou no longer cared. His primary focus remained on the transformation rate. The recent surge of 10% in Mu Yun's transformation rate had brought him joy. Although he understood that transforming an individual was slightly more manageable than disrupting one, Mu Yun was nonetheless a crucial supporting character. Even if he couldn't completely transform her during this journey, he anticipated significant effects. Yet he wondered, why had her transformation rate now only increased by 1%? Was her resistance heightened after this day? It seemed that was indeed the case. However, Bai Zhou quickly reassured himself. After all, it had surpassed 80%. Why worry? It was clear that his relationship with Mu Yun was not merely a fleeting transaction. What are you thinking, you rascal? Mu Yun's address towards Bai Zhou had shifted. Uncertain of his own thoughts, Bai Zhou replied, I was pondering when I could savor some rice topped with sauce. Rice topped with sauce? Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. She then remarked, somewhat incredulously, you, a distinguished heir of the Bai family, harbor such a desire? Why not enjoy your exquisite delicacies at home instead? Bai Zhou shrugged nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. Rising, he declared, it's getting late. Aunt Yun, we should head home. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she bit her back molar in annoyance. You little rascal. After treating me like this, you still call me. Bai Zhou, puzzled, asked, what should I call you? Mu Yun rolled her eyes dramatically. Don't call me anything. Suppressing a laugh, Bai Zhou raised his hands in surrender. I'll go drive. Wait. Mu Yun interrupted him urgently. Hand me my shoes. Where are they? Bai Zhou replied, still unsure. Aren't they stuck in a glass? Meanwhile, the surrounding assassins, witnessing the slowly departing white G-Class, exhaled in relief. They murmured among themselves, goodness, it's been 2.5 hours. Are we finally leaving? However, as they saw the white G-Class turn back, their expressions shifted to one of alarm. Suddenly, several figures rushed to the side of the grand vehicle. The leader, frowning, addressed Bai Zhou with gravity, young master. Have you been attacked? Are there other hidden gunmen here? Gunmen? Both Bai Zhou, behind the wheel, and Mu Yun, seated beside him, exchanged bewildered glances. Bai Zhou questioned, where did these gunmen come from? When was I attacked? The subordinate, momentarily stunned, pointed at the windshield of the white G-Class. "Young master, aren't he those bullet holes?" "Bullet holes?" Bai Zhou nearly burst into laughter, waving his hands dismissively. "Those aren't bullet holes, they are, don't say it." In a sudden movement, Mu Yan seized Bai Zhou's arm, subtly pinching him. The amusement on Bai Zhou's face was unmistakable, yet he turned to his subordinate, asserting, "Ask what needs to be asked, and refrain from the unnecessary. Get lost." With that, he pressed the accelerator, departing swiftly, leaving a group of bewildered assassins staring at the taillights of the G-Class, utterly confused. If those aren't bullet holes, then what are they? In truth, it no longer mattered. Bai Zhou had already whisked Mu Yun away from the construction site. From a distance, they spotted Butler Lee and Black Tiger standing beside a Santana on the main road. Their dedication was commendable. However, upon noticing the bullet holes in the windshield, they immediately adopted a serious tone. "Young master, has something unfortunate occurred?" It appeared the matter of the bullet holes could not be overlooked. Nonetheless, Bai Zhou was not inclined to divulge the specifics of his and Mu Yun's situation to anyone. Thus, he waved his hand, instructing Uncle Lee, "Take Manager Yun's car with Uncle Tiger and find a place to replace the windshield." Startled by Bai Zhou's directive, both Uncle Lee and Black Tiger exchanged glances. Black Tiger spoke up, "Young master, what about you? No one will be here to protect you at this late hour." Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "Don't forget, we are in Jiangcheng. The gift I sent to Liangweb Bar should have arrived by now. There shouldn't be anyone looking for trouble anytime soon." But Butler Lee and Black Tiger seemed poised to argue further, but Bai Zhou interrupted. "What? Has my word lost its weight?" The two men exchanged a glance. "Young master, please don't be angry. We will attend to it immediately." Thus, under the watchful eyes of Uncle Lee and Black Tiger, Bai Zhou drove away with Mu Yun. Yet, not far down the road, he unexpectedly turned the vehicle around and returned. As he passed by Black Tiger and Butler Lee, he rolled down the window and casually remarked, "By the way, don't dispose of the replaced windshield. I want to keep it as a memento." In an instant, Mu Yun's fingers found their way to the soft flesh at Bai Zhou's waist. "You little rascal, what do you mean by that?" Bai Zhou laughed heartily. "It doesn't hurt." He pressed the accelerator, and the black vehicle vanished into the unlit night. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was driving Mu Yun home. On another side of the unfinished Jiangyu Bridge, within the neon-lit streets of Yuqing, the flickering lights of the Liangweb Bar glimmered enticingly. A black van sped into view, screeching to a halt at the bar's entrance. The bartenders and servers rushed to greet the new patrons, but suddenly, the rear door of the van swung open, and a massive body bag was carelessly tossed out. With a swift acceleration, the van sped away. The server stood there, utterly bewildered. Instinctively approaching the body bag, he mumbled, "What is this?" As he pulled open a small flap, his face drained of color, overtaken by terror, and he sprinted frantically into the Liangweb Bar. At this moment, deep within the depths of the Liangweb Bar, far from the clamor at the end of a bustling corridor, stood a tightly shut door. The room emitted a gentle crimson glow. Within this luminescence, two women, their faces obscured yet discernible by their graceful forms, sat at a small round table, each cradling a glass, savoring its contents. One of them, her voice imbued with a hint of chill, slowly spoke after taking a sip. "Sister, after so many years abroad, you return and immediately ask me to assist you in such perilous endeavors. Is this not an imposition?" The other woman chuckled softly and replied, "What difficulty is there for you? Did you not send your most capable assistant to Jiangcheng to apologize to that fellow? By now, your assistant should be returning. Should she not?" Just as her words lingered in the air, a series of urgent knocks resounded. Chapter 57. The Assassination Incident. Suddenly clear. Upon hearing a knock at the door, both women simultaneously set down their glasses. The first, with a chilling voice, called out, "Come in." The door swung open, allowing the bright corridor lights to spill into the room, illuminating the two women. The first sight to catch the eye was a shimmering sky-blue gown adorned with a deep V-neckline. The owner of this exquisite gown, with her cascading long hair, appeared as if she had emerged from the depths of the ocean, ethereal and graceful. Yet, her slightly mature gaze lacked some of its luster, revealing a hint of coldness. In stark contrast stood the other woman, whose attire was unnecessary to describe. Just her makeup was enough. A pair of oversized earrings that seemed almost capable of pulling her small ears down, and a lipstick shade that was either black or deep brown, accentuated by heavy smoky eyes. With a bizarre hairstyle, she resembled a rebellious young girl. The expression on her face made it evident who had uttered the chilling voice. The pale-faced waiter, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, entered and immediately addressed the woman in the gown, "Boss. Manager Wang has returned." Upon hearing this, the rebellious girl confidently shrugged and said, "See, sister, I told you this would be resolved. I know exactly what that guy is." However, the gown-clad woman furrowed her brow slightly. The young girl failed to notice, but she could tell that the waiter's demeanor was decidedly off. Thus, with a frown, she asked, "Then why hasn't he come to see me?" The waiter, unsure whether it was fear or something else, hesitantly raised his head and replied, "Boss, perhaps you should go see for yourself?" At this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in the depths of the gown-clad woman's eyes. The rebellious girl was momentarily taken aback. Turning to glance at her, even she sensed something was amiss. The two women exchanged a knowing look and turned to leave, with the waiter leading the way. They circled around to the back entrance of the Lianghua bar, clearly indicating that he had already moved the so-called manager Wang. At the back door, amidst a chaotic scene, lay a body bag from which blood continued to seep, causing both women's faces to pale simultaneously. Ding. Liang Yu's fracture, value 1. Ding. Lin Siyu's fracture, value 1. How could this be? The rebellious girl rushed forward, trembling as she slowly lifted a corner of the body bag. In the next instant, her face went ghostly white, and she collapsed to the side, retching violently on the ground. Ding. Lin Siyu's fracture, value 1. Meanwhile, the gown-clad woman, Liang Yu, stood tall, refraining from approaching, yet her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. She turned sharply to the retching girl and coldly exclaimed, "Look what you've done." Coughing, Lin Siyu regained her footing and turned to Liang Yu, saying, "Sister, I didn't expect this either. That Bai Zhou is just a worthless punk. If he knew about Lianghua Bar, he would never have dared to act like this. Unless," at this point, as if struck by a realization, Lin Siyu's voice faltered, "unless." It was his father, Bai Zhou, who intervened. Ding. Lin Siyu's fracture, value 1. Indeed, Liang Yu's voice remained icy, causing such a commotion in Jiangcheng, nearly getting Bai Zhou killed. Could Bai Zhou not be furious? "It's my fault. I've spoiled you too much and failed to consider Bai Zhou's influence. Now look at the situation we've created." Sigh. Liang Yu sighed deeply, expressing her regret. "We must prepare for the wrath of the Bai family in Jiangcheng." Ding. Liang Yu's fracture, value 1. However, at this moment, Lin Siyu slowly straightened herself. Though her face still bore a hint of pallor, her eyes sparkled with newfound determination. "Our Lin family in Yuqing is no pushover." Just then, the waiter approached, holding a bloodied object, his face ashen as he addressed Liang Yu, "Boss, this is writing on it. Read it." Liang Yu's voice was laced with anger. The waiter quickly spoke. "It says, a gift from this young master to Boss Liang. Do you like it?" Ding. Liang Yu's fracture, value 1. Ding. Lin Siyu's fracture, value 1. Impossible. This was actually orchestrated by Bai Zhou. In Jiangcheng, as Bai Zhou drove Mu Yun home, he listened to the incessant system notifications echoing in his mind, a knowing expression dawning in his eyes. "Lin Siyu? That rebellious girl? I never imagined she would be the one attempting to assassinate me." Indeed, upon hearing the system alerts regarding Liang Yu's fracture value, Bai Zhou realized that the bespectacled man he had sent to Lianghua Bar had successfully delivered the message. Liang Yu, naturally, was the owner of the bar. Simultaneously, another name, Lin Siyu, had emerged alongside Liang Yu's fracture value. Bai Zhou instantly deduced that the two were together. Furthermore, he confirmed that Lin Siyu was the true mastermind behind the attempt on his life. He was well-versed in the original storyline. Lin Siyu, the daughter of the Lin family in Yuqing. The Lin family status in Yuqing mirrored that of the Bai family in Jiangcheng. They were both dominant families of the southern region. Moreover, Lin Siyu held an intriguingly significant identity. She was Bai Zhou's fiancée. Yes, Bai Zhou had already married Shen Qingying. So why was there still a fiancée in the picture? The original story did not clarify this initially. It only surfaced when the protagonist took action against the Bai family. As he engaged with the Bai family, it always felt as though an unseen hand was assisting him. When he first met that rebellious girl, everything became clear. He had questioned Lin Xiyu about her motives for aiding him against the Bai family, and she had revealed that it was because he had avenged her by killing Bai Zhou. Her animosity towards Bai Zhou stemmed from their betrothal, which became a source of public ridicule due to Bai Zhou's condition of being a eunuch. To escape the shame, she fled abroad, allowing Bai Zhou to become a laughingstock in the southern region. However, unbeknownst to her, Bai Zhou, bound by their engagement, was indifferent to her status as his fiancée and had married another in Jiangxing. Originally, Bai Zhou was the one meant to be the punchline, yet now, the joke had shifted to her. How could Lin Xiyu swallow such indignity? Now, as Bai Zhou drove, the truth of the assassination attempt at Liangwe Bar suddenly made sense. A playful smile danced in his eyes. The Lin family of Yuqing, indeed. In the past, Bai Zhou may have exercised some caution, but now, Lin Xiyu, you were the one who instigated this. A unique nuance added to Bai Zhou's smile. At that moment, sitting in the passenger seat, Mu Yun, still struggling to calm her thoughts, curiously inquired, "What are you thinking? You seem so joyful." Interrupted by Mu Yun, Bai Zhou retracted his musings and gazed at the mature woman beside him. With a slight smile, he replied, "I was pondering where one might find a place selling spicy skewers at this late hour." You. Mu Yun's eyes flickered as she recalled a previous encounter with Bai Zhou and the phone call from her daughter. Ding. Mu Yun's conversion rate increased by 1. You. Silence yourself. No more words on that topic. Ha ha. Observing the typically aloof and regal Mu Yun display such a feminine demeanor beside him, Bai Zhou's laughter grew increasingly boisterous. Chapter 58. First blind one eye of the protagonist. In a brief moment, Bai Zhou's black Pusan slowly came to a halt outside the villa of Mu Yun. At this moment, Bai Zhou's right hand was still resting on the passenger seat. However, Mu Yun had her eyes closed, leaning against him, her hands delicately placed atop his. Bai Zhou recalled their initial encounter in Mu Yun's office during the tea incident. At that time, Mu Yun would instinctively withdraw at the slightest touch, offering him no opportunity whatsoever. Yet now, Bai Zhou found it amusing. Observing Mu Yun, still with her eyes shut, he remarked, "Aunt Yun, you've arrived home. My hand has gone numb." With a jolt, Mu Yun's cheeks flushed crimson, and she abruptly opened her eyes, swatting Bai Zhou's hand away, exclaiming, "Who cares?" However, her expression belied her words. This left her momentarily stunned, sitting upright. Her first reaction was a bewildered, "What is happening to me? Just yesterday, I harbored such disdain for this rascal Bai Zhou, and now, could it be that it's merely because of him? Mu Yun, how can you be such a superficial woman?" She felt a pang of disappointment toward herself. In a huff, Mu Yun declared, "I'm ignoring you," and flung open the car door as if to escape. Yet, after opening the door, she hesitated, first checking her attire for any disarray. Once satisfied, she leapt from Bai Zhou's car, determined to leave without a glance back. At that moment, Bai Zhou rolled down the window and called out, "Aunt Yun." Startled, Mu Yun turned around, gesturing for him to lower his voice. "Can't you be quieter? What if Qian is still asleep?" Bai Zhou, unfazed, pointed at her and said, "Aunt Yun, have you forgotten something?" Though she had never experienced such a situation, Mu Yun comprehended his implication. Yet, she stood there, torn and almost stamping her foot in frustration. This rascal, what more does he want? He has already gained my attention. Yet, this is simply outrageous. But, if I refuse him, he might wake Qian. What a scoundrel! Mu Yun ground her teeth in indignation, quickly jogging to the side of Bai Zhou's car, circling around to the driver's side. As she peered into the window, Bai Zhou leaned out and said, "Aunt Yun, goodbye." With a roar, the engine thundered as Bai Zhou's car sped away, leaving Mu Yun standing there, mouth agape in disbelief. I feel like I'm going to explode. This rascal, this complete scoundrel. In the past, she had referred to Bai Zhou as a little rascal, given their differing standings. But after today, she realized he was a big child, so perhaps it was time to retire that nickname. In that moment, Mu Yun grasped the sensation of being unable to resist. As she stood there seething, she worried that Bai Zhou would wake Mu Qian. Little did she know, After hanging up the phone, Mu Qianqian had not fallen asleep at all. Now, on the third floor of the villa, she gazed down at her mother in confusion. The darkness of the night and Bai Zhou's failure to exit the vehicle left her unaware of who was in the Santana. But she was certain it was a man. With trembling hands, Mu Qianqian clutched the window frame, her voice stiff and pale. "It seems my mother might be in love." Having just toyed with Mu Yun, Bai Zhou sped through the streets of Jiangcheng, nearly slamming on the brakes upon hearing the sudden system notification in his mind. His eyes widened in astonishment. The increase in Mu Qianqian's split value. How had it risen so dramatically? He knew Mu Qianqian was the protagonist's third senior sister, a character of considerable significance, and her split value typically increased by only 0.1. Yet now, could it be she witnessed my interaction with Mu Yin? Bai Zhou rubbed his chin thoughtfully, but soon a playful smile graced his features. So what if she saw? In time, she will join me for a meal. With that, he pressed the accelerator once more, speeding away. Today, Bai Zhou was genuinely elated. Firstly, he was not far from acquiring the next golden legend through his split points. Secondly, he had gained Mu Yun, severed ties with Jiang Tianfang, and even uncovered the true culprit behind the assassination attempt on him. How could he not be joyful? Moreover, Bai Zhou had not forgotten that severing ties with Jiang Tianfang had earned him a purple blind box. While the purple box paled in comparison to the golden one, it was still a treasure belonging to the protagonist. So why not seize it? On his way home, Bai Zhou promptly addressed the system. "Open that purple blind box for me." The system responded without delay, opening purple blind box. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the purple blind box and received the reward. Address of the Listening Rain Tower S Office 3. Bai Zhou was taken aback. Listening Rain Tower? That name, so fanciful, accompanied by the word office. It was quite absurd. When he had read the original work, he had criticized this aspect. Now, however, he understood what the Listening Rain Tower was. The master of the Listening Rain Tower was none other than the Dragon King protagonist. The Listening Rain Tower served as an intelligence organization under the Dragon King, dedicated to gathering first-hand information across various domains. Its offices were spread throughout the territory, and Bai Zhou was certain that their Jiangqing office numbered more than 3. Moreover, the core staff within these offices were adept at gathering intelligence. Bai Zhou was confident that the Listening Rain Tower was already aware of the assassination plot against him and the demise of Jiang Hao and Jiang Tianfang. However, whether the Listening Rain Tower had infiltrated his home and discovered that he was not the Tian Yin was still unknown to him. Although the reward from the purple blind box was somewhat inferior to that of silver and gold boxes, it was still valuable. If he could preemptively eliminate the protagonist's Listening Rain Tower office, wouldn't that be akin to blinding the protagonist in one eye? Ding! Bai Zhou's phone chimed with a notification. Without needing to check, he knew the system had sent him the addresses of the 3 offices through a special channel. While the purple blind box had only yielded 3 office addresses, who said Bai Zhou couldn't use these to uncover the locations of other offices. After the protagonist crossed the river like a fierce dragon, he suddenly realized that all the spies he had positioned throughout the southern territories were utterly blind. That feeling must be incredibly exhilarating, don't you think? Just the thought of it sent a thrill of excitement through Bai Zhou. Without further ado, since the system had bestowed this upon him, he decided to, postpone further contemplation until after he awoke tomorrow. After all, it was already the latter half of the night. Even though he now possessed the strength of a dragon and the bones of a tiger, the individuals under his command were still mere mortals. They deserved a moment of respite, didn't they? Sighing, Bai Zhou lamented, "Nowadays, a boss as enlightened as I am is a rarity, isn't it?" Wait a moment. With the mention of the Rain Listening Pavilion, the plot of the original story began to resurface in Bai Zhou's mind piece by piece. If memory serves me right, before the protagonist was released, the current head of the Rain Listening Pavilion should be, what was it? Old Seven, perhaps? The moment he thought of Old Seven, a graceful young woman clad in flowing white attire leaped vividly into Bai Zhou's vision. In an instant, his gaze shifted and a smile graced his lips. Previously, due to haste, he hadn't had the chance to take action against her, but now, it seemed his thoughts had begun to flow freely. Chapter 59. I ask once more, will this melon ripen? Tonight, countless souls may find themselves restless. However, after a long day of toil, Bai Zhou surely sleeps soundly. Awakening naturally, he discovers that the afternoon has already arrived. Yet, upon rising, Bai Zhou receives delightful news. Seated in his study, his feet resting on a human-shaped carpet made of xiaorou, Wang Ji stands before him, trembling slightly, reporting, "Young master, I have taken over Jiang Tianfang's subordinates and territory." But, at this point, a hint of awkwardness crosses Wang Ji's face as he continues, "I must apologize, young master. As a mere insignificant figure, I was unable to suppress Jiang Tianfang's men, so I acted in your name. Please do not take offense." I understand," Bai Zhou replies, his tone devoid of emotion, leaving Wang Ji uncertain if his actions were right. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Zhou recognizes Wang Ji's innate talent in this regard. As long as Wang Ji fulfills the tasks assigned to him, Bai Zhou will not question how he accomplishes them. For instance, Bai Zhou never inquired about how Wang Ji managed to take over Jiang Tianfang's territory yesterday. The process was of no concern to him. He only cares about the outcome. Furthermore, he harbors no fear of Wang Ji concocting schemes against him. A mere glance at Wang Ji reveals a panel that unfolds before him. As long as the conversion rate remains at 100%, it signifies that Wang Ji will not betray him that day. "You have done well. Go and seek your reward from Uncle Li," Bai Zhou states. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's voice, a look of surprise spreads across Wang Ji's face, and he hurriedly responds, "Young master, thank you for your recognition and nurturing. I would never dare to claim a reward. You have already granted me Jiang Tianfang's territory. I am content." Originally, Wang Ji sought to flatter, but to his surprise, Bai Zhou's tone shifted upon hearing his words. A chill of sweat trickled down Wang Ji's back as he pondered which of his words had gone awry. Then, Bai Zhou's dismissive voice echoed, "You are satisfied with merely Jiang Tianfang's territory? My subordinates need not such worthless individuals." With a thud, Wang Ji fell to his knees. Drenched in sweat and pale, "Young master, my life belongs to you. I will do whatever you command. But I truly do not comprehend your meaning. I am guilty. Regardless, he resolved to admit fault first. Yet Bai Zhou smiled lightly and said, "Since you have taken over Jiang Tianfang's territory, you should know which powerful figures in this circle oppose him, right?" Hearing this, Wang Ji paused slightly, instinctively nodding before quickly asking, "Young master, do you mean?" Bai Zhou waved his hand. "They hold more territories. Do you not find that enticing?" "Enticing?" Wang Ji blinked, and suddenly, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. "I understand, young master. I see your point. I am not content enough. How could I dare to be satisfied?" Wang Ji indeed proved to be a clever man. Bai Zhou, satisfied, waved his hand and said, "Go on. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, come back to me." "Yes. All right, young master. I shall go right away." With a determined expression, Wang Ji sprang to his feet and dashed off. Bai Zhou envisioned Wang Ji gradually encroaching upon the entire underground world of Jiang City, step by step, through Jiang Tianfang's territory. He eagerly anticipated that day. Not long after Wang Ji's departure, while indulging in a foot massage, Bai Zhou heard a knock on the door. The robust voice of He Hu followed suit. "Young master, as per your instructions, the brothers are assembled." "Good." Bai Zhou clapped the armrest of the sofa and stood up. The next moment, a cry of pain escaped his lips. Ding! Xiaorou's discontent, level 1. Bai Zhou stumbled slightly, turning awkwardly to see Xiaorou, who was covering her mouth tightly with tears brimming in her eyes. Ding! Xiaorou's discontent, level 1. Once again, he had forgotten that Xiaorou was serving as his carpet. Remarkably, this time, Xiaorou seemed to remember Bai Zhou's earlier words. If she cried out again, she would sever her own tongue. Thus, despite the pain, she resolutely stifled her voice. Coughing, Bai Zhou glanced at her and remarked, "Good performance. Keep it up. Keep it up. Will you have me tread upon you for a lifetime?" Ding! Xiaorou's discontent, level 1. Bai Zhou had important matters to attend to today, so it was not the time to ponder Xiaorou's situation. Exiting the study, Bai Zhou addressed the burly He Hu, "Send forth a team of capable men to Rain City for some tasks. I've already sent you the address." Upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, He who retrieved his phone and noticed the message Bai Zhou had sent. His gaze narrowed as he exclaimed, "Young master." These locations seem to belong to the Lin family in Rain City. Bai Zhou, unfazed, replied, "I know. Is there a problem?" He who felt a slight unease at Bai Zhou's calm demeanor, but quickly nodded. "Understood, young master. I will make the arrangements." Bai Zhou nodded and continued, "Once arranged, bring the remaining men and accompany me." Curiously, He who inquired, "Young master, what exactly are we going to do?" "Of course, we're going to stir up some trouble." Bai Zhou answered without hesitation, his tone bright. A hint of excitement sparkled in his eyes as he rubbed his hands together. "Do not forget, I am a prodigal son. I have not had a good time in a while." Before long, Bai Zhou emerged from his villa, clad in a tailored deep blue suit. With his natural charisma and the protagonist's aura, he looked exceptionally dashing in the attire. Just as he stepped out of the villa, the once clear sky rumbled ominously, and a bolt of lightning struck. Clouds gathered, and torrential rain began to pour. At the Heart Rain Fruit Supermarket, a moderately sized fruit store, 7 or 8 male staff members were frantically moving the fruits and vegetables from outside to the shelter. Amidst the downpour, a hurried Bai Zhou rushed into the canopy, appearing quite flustered. Before him stood a drenched shopkeeper who had just finished moving a pile of fruit and was now panting. Upon noticing Bai Zhou, he placed his hands on his hips and inquired, "What can I get for you, customer?" Bai Zhou flicked the raindrops from his hair and gestured toward the 2 baskets of watermelons the shopkeeper had just brought in, casually asking, "Are these melons guaranteed to be ripe?" The shopkeeper, taken aback, replied without hesitation, "Of course they are ripe. Do you think I would sell you unripe melons?" He bent down to select a watermelon for Bai Zhou. However, Bai Zhou followed up with a pointed question, "I will ask you once more. Are these melons guaranteed to be ripe?" At this, the shopkeeper paused mid-motion, straightening his posture as a hint of hostility flickered in his gaze. "Are you looking for trouble?" he retorted. Just as the tension escalated, other staff members, sensing the commotion, began to approach. Bai Zhou smiled slightly at this unfolding scene. With a swift motion, he drew a gleaming half-meter-long machete from behind his suit. In one decisive action, he brought it down into the basket, instantly ruining at least 4 or 5 watermelons. "How dare you chop my melons?" the furious shopkeeper exclaimed, shoving Bai Zhou, who stumbled into the pouring rain. Yet, before he could be soaked, a large black umbrella magically appeared above his head. Standing beside him was a towering figure clad in a black suit, known as the Black Tiger. A faint smile curved at the corners of Bai Zhou's lips, and amidst the sound of rain, his voice, slightly hoarse, resonated, "You were the one who initiated this." Chapter 60. I am indeed the villain, adept in looting and destruction. You initiated this confrontation. As Bai Zhou's slightly hoarse voice echoed in the store, the pupils of the 7 or 8 employees gradually widened. The staff member who had just pushed Bai Zhou even trembled slightly at the knees. In his wide-open eyes, the reflection of the scene opposite was vividly apparent. Bai Zhou stood still, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, accompanied by the towering figure of the Black Tiger, clad in a black suit and exceeding 2 meters in height. In his hand, he held a pitch-black umbrella. Behind them, an array of black umbrellas emerged, filling the entire street in an instant. Beneath every black umbrella stood a man dressed in a black suit. Bai Zhou had often encountered such scenes in the original novel. Typically, such dramatic spectacles were reserved for the protagonist. At the time, he had deemed such portrayals excessively juvenile. However, now that he found himself amidst it, the overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping him elucidated why the protagonist relished orchestrating such spectacles on rainy days, particularly in moments like this. As he observed the deepening fear in the eyes of his adversaries, he couldn't help but revel in the exhilarating sensation. Bai Zhou was increasingly aware of the thrill derived from exerting dominance over others. The employee who had just pushed him now appeared ghostly pale, no longer drenched from the rain, but rather drenched in sweat. Streams of perspiration cascaded down his forehead. His voice trembled as he stammered, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Please, feel free to take the watermelon." Yet, Bai Zhou, with a nonchalant demeanor, merely flicked the water droplets off his shoulder and did not spare the employee a glance. He remarked, if apologies were sufficient, His voice trailed off as he raised his right hand slowly, then let it fall gently. Suddenly, as if a switch had been flipped, the men behind Bai Zhou, concealed beneath the black umbrellas, revealed gleaming knives that sprang forth like coiled springs. What followed was a cacophony of screams. "Ah, no! Who are you? You are killing people! Help! Help!" Bai Zhou's subordinates, clad in black suits, surged into the modest fruit supermarket like a tidal wave. The air was thick with splattering droplets, shimmering with a hint of red, merely a byproduct of the watermelons, one might assume. The outermost circle of black-clad men swiftly turned to form a human wall, obscuring the inner chaos from view. Whether or not this was an overreaction, the hurried passers-by, caught in the downpour, opted to divert their paths upon witnessing the intimidating display. Even vehicles began to reverse, avoiding the blocked street. At this moment, Bai Zhou turned slightly, standing at an angle, seemingly disinterested in the unfolding scene. His mind was already receiving the system's notification. Ding. Old 7's rupture value 0. 1. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou's gaze faltered momentarily. Such a modest increase in rupture value he had only previously witnessed with the core female protagonist. To his astonishment, this old 7, a grown man, exhibited a rupture value increase akin to that of the protagonist's women. Intriguing, indeed. A faint smile graced Bai Zhou's lips. Ding. Old 7's rupture value 0. 1. Ding. Old 7's rupture value 0. 1. As the wails gradually diminished, the notifications from the system continued to resonate in Bai Zhou's mind. However, this state of affairs did not persist for long. With a sharp sound, Bai Zhou slightly turned his head. His subordinates had exited the supermarket, displaying remarkable courtesy as they lowered the roll-down gate and hung a sign indicating a temporary closure. At that moment, the black tiger, who had been shielding Bai Zhou with an umbrella and whose own half was slightly wet, spoke up. "Young master, this should suffice." "Already?" Bai Zhou paused at Black Tiger's words and then nodded with a serene smile. Indeed, his subordinates handled such matters with remarkable proficiency, almost forgetting he was, after all, the villain, most adept at looting and destruction. Why not seize the opportunity to further his endeavors? Onward to the next establishment. The system had provided him with 3 locations. After all, today was the day to press on with fervor. Meanwhile, on the street where Bai Zhou had previously rescued Wang Ji, there was a herbal medicine shop marked only by the character for medicine. In the back room, a space exuding an antique charm, sat Qi Yi, the protagonist's 7th senior sister. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her arms bare, she deftly brewed tea at the table. Opposite her sat an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair and a long white beard, radiating an otherworldly aura. Beside him stood a well-groomed man in his late 20s, dressed in neat casual attire, clearly styled for the occasion. As he watched Qi Yi prepare the tea, his eyes widened in admiration, nearly drooling. The old man, observing the young man's reaction, interrupted without mercy. "Hey, young man, your eyes are about to pop out. Focus." The old man's words were unexpectedly devoid of archaic language, creating a stark contrast. Qi Yi remained unfazed, while the young man, startled, straightened up and awkwardly replied, "Forgive me, Elder Qi, your granddaughter seems like a celestial being," and I momentarily lost my composure. From the address, it was evident that this elder was indeed the so-called Old 7. His words appeared to flatter Qi Yi, but as he spoke, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at her, receiving no reaction in return. Old 7 snorted, "Humph. Being lustful is being lustful. No need to sugarcoat it." The young man's face turned an even deeper shade of embarrassment. Yet, being so publicly called out did not incite anger within him. Instead, he raised his head earnestly and declared, "Elder Qi, though I am young, I am not lecherous. My feelings for Qi Yi are entirely sincere." It seemed that the young man, named Gu Qing, was about to express more, but Old 7 interrupted him, waving his hand dismissively. "There is no need for declarations. I will not interfere in Xiao Ye's personal matters. Whether you like her or not is not for me to decide. It is up to our Xiao Yi." As soon as the words of Old 7 fell, the melodious voice of Qi Ye emerged. "Grandfather tea." With that, she gently placed a small cup of tea leaves before Old 7. Just as Gu Qing was about to reach for it, he realized that Chia had already risen and was walking away. His hand froze in midair. Ha ha! Observing this scene, Old Seven erupted into hearty laughter, casting a sympathetic glance at Gu Qing as he remarked, "Young man, it seems you still have much to strive for." As he spoke, he attempted to lift the teacup, but at that very moment he lost his grip. With a resounding clap, the cup fell onto the table, spilling tea everywhere. Witnessing this, a deep intensity suddenly ignited in Old Seven's eyes. It was at this precise moment that hurried footsteps echoed, and a flustered figure burst in. Upon noticing the presence of others, the newcomer paused momentarily. However, sensing the urgency, he quickly approached Old Seven and whispered something in his ear. 3 seconds later, what? Old Seven exclaimed in astonishment, rising abruptly from his seat, his voice booming. In broad daylight, they dare to commit such acts. Chapter 61. To manipulate the seventh senior sister? Why not tackle it from both ends? Upon rising, Old Seven turned without uttering a word and strode out. Concerned for her grandfather, Chia instinctively followed him. "Grandpa, what has happened?" Responding to her inquiry, Old Seven clenched his teeth slightly and replied, "It's nothing. Grandpa can handle it alone." "Absolutely not," Chia declared with unwavering determination. "Grandpa, I've returned from my training and am no longer the same. I can be of assistance." The mention of her training struck a chord with Old Seven, and he hesitated but eventually nodded. "Very well." Yet to his surprise, Gu Qing also stood up, boasting, "I shall accompany you." In Jiangcheng, the Gu family still holds some influence. It was evident from his words that he was hardly a loyal member of the family. Ding. Old Seven's fragmentation value 0. 1. Ding. Old Seven's fragmentation value 0. 1. Ding. Old Seven's fragmentation value 0. 1. Seated in the back of a Mercedes-Benz, Bai Zhou suddenly heard the system's notifications ringing urgently in his mind, causing him to pause. He had just dismantled 2 of Tingyu Tower's offices and was en route to the 3rd. Logically, there should not have been any fragmentation value generated during this period. However, a spark of intrigue flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes. Truly, Tingyu Tower is well informed. They resolved 2 offices, and Old Seven already received the news. This was even better. Bai Zhou aimed for this very outcome. Not only would he reap a wave of Old Seven's fragmentation value, but if Old Seven couldn't restrain himself from appearing, he might just uncover traces of Tingyu Tower's other offices in Jiangcheng. Before long, Bai Zhou patted the driver on the shoulder and instructed, "Stop ahead." He pointed to an alleyway across the street. "The last one is within there, a pawn shop. Let's go." With that, Bai Zhou swiftly opened the car door and exited. The rain had yet to cease. Black Tiger leapt over from the opposite side of the Maybach, swiftly providing an umbrella for Bai Zhou, yet insisted, "Young master, given this heavy downpour, you needn't exert yourself. We have already wrecked 2 establishments. Let us handle the last one while you rest in the car." "Rest?" Bai Zhou looked at Black Tiger. The latter confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Young master, you can trust me with this." "Fine." With such considerate subordinates. What more could I say? Bai Zhou climbed into the driver's seat of the Maybach. Admittedly, it was his first time in the driver's seat of such a luxurious vehicle. Though not as comfortable as the back seat, it was certainly a far cry from the ordinary car he drove yesterday. Under Black Tiger's guidance, the group of black umbrellas surged into the alley. Before long, Bai Zhou's mind was greeted by another system notification. Ding. Old Seven's fragmentation value 0. 1. Hearing this, Bai Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He could indeed rely on Black Tiger. Ding. Old Seven's fragmentation value 0. 1. However, following this notification, Old Seven's fragmentation value abruptly ceased. Bai Zhou waited a full 3 minutes without receiving any further system notifications. Hiss. Bai Zhou inhaled sharply, turning to gaze into the depths of the alley. Stroking his chin, could something have gone awry? The previous 2 offices had each provided him with at least one of Old Seven's fragmentation value. Why had it suddenly halted at 0? 2. As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Zhou rolled down the window, preparing to call out to the alley and inquire about the situation. Just as he did, a cacophony of furious shouts erupted from the alley. "Get lost, you little brat. Stop right there." Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Was that Black Tiger's voice? Little brat? Who was he referring to? As Bai Zhou pondered, A panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Name, identity, female protagonist, 7th senior sister, age, 25, charm, 94, fragmentation, 1-3 Bai Zhou. His gaze had been fixated on the alley, and this panel's appearance clearly indicated he had laid eyes on its owner. Indeed, the sound of splashing water echoed as a woman in white, barefoot and drenched by the torrential rain, came charging out of the alley. Chia! Bai Zhou exclaimed the woman's name instinctively. What was she doing here? This was indeed unexpected, as he recalled from the original plot that Chia had no inkling that her grandfather was a steadfast subordinate of the protagonist, acting as the agent for Ting Yu Tower. Why then would he encounter Chia while dealing with Ting Yu Tower's assets? What had transpired in that pawn shop? Bai Zhou remained curious about the situation, completely oblivious that Chia, now aware of his presence, had spotted him through the lowered window. Her eyes widened slightly. Isn't that the man from that day? Chia distinctly remembered Bai Zhou. The mere thought of him had kept her restless at night. Unexpectedly, she dashed toward Bai Zhou's vehicle. Just 2 steps away from the window, she aligned her legs, bent slightly, and with a swift motion, dove through the window he had just opened. What the? The sudden leap startled Bai Zhou, prompting him to instinctively recoil. This showcased just how perfect Chia's figure was. She effortlessly passed through the car window, brushing against Bai Zhou's nose before landing with a thud on the passenger seat. Turning to Bai Zhou, she commanded drive. Hurry up. Bai Zhou was taken aback. While he was indeed handling matters concerning Ting Yu Tower, with the ultimate goal of fragmenting Chia, he had not anticipated her involvement so soon. He could hardly suppress the urge to declare, "You all witnessed this." She leapt in on her own accord. It has nothing to do with me. The group of black-clad pursuers chasing after Chia was equally bewildered. Black Tiger halted in his tracks, and his subordinates followed suit. One of them couldn't resist asking, "Tiger brother, how did this girl run straight into the tigress den?" Black Tiger rolled his eyes in response. "What is with your mishmash of idioms? Are you preparing for an exam?" The subordinate, feeling embarrassed, awkwardly coughed and asked, "Tiger brother, should we continue the pursuit?" "Forget the pursuit." With a low growl, Tiger commanded, "Do not pursue. Perhaps in the future, you will still need to address them with courtesy." However, as soon as those words escaped his lips, he caught a glimpse of the look in Bai Zhou's eyes through the window of the Maybach. Despite his robust physique, Tiger had attained his position within the Bai family through astute intellect. A mere glance was sufficient for him to comprehend Bai Zhou's intent. Before he could finish his sentence, he bellowed, "Chase! Quick pursue! Do not let that girl escape." The group, momentarily bewildered, nonetheless took off in a frenzied sprint. At that moment, sitting in the passenger seat, Chi gazed out the window at the throngs of people approaching. Her eyes were clearly filled with urgency as she exclaimed to Bai Zhou, "You must drive now. Why are you not reacting?" Bai Zhou was not unresponsive. Rather, he was contemplating his next course of action. The instant Chi Yi leaped into the vehicle, he promptly secured the doors and windows. He considered confronting her directly with, "How do you know I am not allied with them?" Then, seizing the opportunity while Chi Yi was momentarily taken aback, he added, "Surely, you do not wish for your grandfather to suffer, do you?" This method of creating a rift was one Bai Zhou had employed numerous times, always yielding results. However, on this occasion, he pondered a critical question. If he could manipulate Chi Yi to influence her grandfather, why could he not utilize her to sway old Chi as well? Perhaps a dual approach would yield even greater results. Thus, observing the drenched and anxious Chi Yi, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes. For some inexplicable reason, Chi suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Ding! Chi Ye's Rift Value 0. 1. Chapter 62. Shifting Gears? But this car isn't automatic. Before Chia could grasp the depth of the perilous situation she found herself in, Bai Zhou's voice cut through the tension. "If you want me to drive, I will drive. Wouldn't that be rather embarrassing for me?" Prompt. Chia's Fracture Value 0. 1. What? The sight of He Hu and his gang closing in on the vehicle sent Chia into a panic. As a frail woman, being pursued by so many nefarious villains in this downpour, "Can't you save me?" Strangely enough, her bedraggled appearance, combined with her delicate features, indeed stirred a protective instinct in men. However, Bai Zhou merely shrugged, retorting, "That moral high ground doesn't work on me. I don't even know you. Why should I help?" You. Prompt. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. In a moment of regret, Chia lamented her decision to jump into this man's car. Was he not even more terrifying than the gang outside? Fine, if you refuse to help. With that, she turned to open the door and exit. But alas, Hei, who had already surrounded the vehicle with his thugs. Prompt. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. The raucous shouts of Hei, who echoed outside. Get out of the car. Do you hear me? Hurry up. Open the door. As he shouted, he yanked at the car door. Chia turned to Bai Zhou in a fluster. Please, just drive. Compared to the menacing thugs outside, Bai Zhou appeared more amicable. Yet he merely leaned back, arms crossed, and closed his eyes in indifference. What a despicable opportunist. Chia fumed internally. Prompt. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. Bang. A dull thud resounded, and someone had smashed a hammer against the body of the Maybach. The chaos erupted with a cacophony of banging and crashing sounds. Bai Zhou, evidently unfazed, remarked, though my car is modified, it's merely a matter of time before they shatter the glass. At that moment, a loud crack sounded as Hei, who slammed an elbow into the passenger window, causing a spiderweb of cracks to spread across it. The sudden noise startled Chia, and in her panic, she blurted out, drive now. I'll give you whatever you want. Bai Zhou's lips curved into a slight smirk. That's what you said. With that, he firmly grasped the steering wheel. The engine roared to life, signaling to Hei Hu and his crew. Instantly, Hei Hu made a subtle gesture, and to Chia's surprise, the thugs blocking the front of the car dove to the side, with agility surpassing Bai Zhou's acceleration. With a thunderous roar, the Maybach sped away as the gang barely managed to evade the collision. Meanwhile, at the alley's edge, a furtive figure peeked out. It was Gu Qing, who had previously been waiting for tea beside Lao Qi. His gaze was fixated on the retreating Maybach. He then turned to his cowering subordinates and commanded, Quick, get a car and follow that Maybach. As Bai Zhou sped through the rain, Chia sat in the passenger seat, watching the crowd diminish in the rearview mirror. Finally, she exhaled deeply, wiping the rain from her forehead, and added, Thank you. Quite polite, aren't you? Bai Zhou replied, though he was not seeking courtesy. With a light chuckle, he remarked, I don't do good deeds anonymously. Chia felt her frustration rising. She had lost count of how many times she had been rendered speechless since getting into the car. Prompt. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. Turning to Bai Zhou, she felt a surge of annoyance. The last time they met, he had rescued a man being assaulted in a pharmacy. She had perceived him as a good person, seeing a glimmer of hope in his character. Yet, now, she found herself questioning this notion in light of his behavior. However, she could not deny that her escape from the threatening crowd had been facilitated by Bai Zhou. Thus, she found herself at a loss for words regarding his character. What mattered more was that she had diverted those men away, and her grandfather should have managed to escape the pawnshop. But what connection did the pawnshop have with her grandfather? Moreover, who were those thugs, and why did they feel emboldened to commit such acts in broad daylight? Just as Chia's thoughts began to spiral, she felt a warmth on her thigh. Was it comforting? Only to realize that Bai Zhou was driving with one hand while the other had settled on her drenched leg. Prompt. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. Get your filthy hands off me, she exclaimed, swiftly pushing away Bai Zhou's wandering hand. Yet Bai Zhou wore a playful grin, feigning embarrassment as he said, Oh dear. I sincerely apologize. I was merely attempting to shift gears. Shift gears? Prompt. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. Your excuse sounds rather inappropriate, Chia exclaimed. But that S an automatic. Prompt. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. Before long, Bai Zhou gradually guided the car into an underground parking garage. This particular garage was devoid of any other occupants, for it belonged exclusively to Mu Yun. Previously, Mu Yun had brought Chia here. The guard, recognizing Bai Zhou from his previous visit with the boss, turned a blind eye and allowed them entry. However, he couldn't help but wonder why Bai Zhou had brought a woman this time. Chia, unaware of the garage's secrets, was solely focused on her grandfather's safety. Thank you for today. I must take my leave now. She reached for the door handle, but Bai Zhou's voice interrupted her. I didn't grant you permission to leave. Prompt. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. Bai Zhou's tone echoed the same arrogance as the gang outside. Turning to face him, she heard him say, Have you forgotten what you promised me? Prompt. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. In a moment of panic, she realized she had hastily agreed to Bai Zhou's terms. And now, she felt the weight of her decision. With gritted teeth, Chia said, I have urgent matters to attend to. How about this? I will leave you my contact information, and I will transfer the money to you later. Upon hearing the word money, Bai Zhou chuckled lightly, then shook his head and replied, Since you wish to discuss finances, let us calculate our accounts thoroughly. With that, Bai Zhou yanked open the car door, commanding, Get out. Standing beside the Maybach, Chia's complexion paled slightly. Bai Zhou pointed at his battered vehicle, saying, You recognize this emblem, do you not? You're well aware of its worth. I presume. Just look at what I've done to my car in order to save you. It requires extensive bodywork, a fresh coat of paint, and even replacement windows. Bai Zhou continued his tirade, while Chia gritted her teeth, demanding, Just tell me how much you want. Straight to the point. Bai Zhou extended his hand, declaring, 5 million. What? Ding. Chia's resentment value 0. 1. Are you trying to scam me? Chia felt her face flush with indignation, exclaiming, 5 million is enough for you to buy a new one. Besides, as someone who merely purchases medicine, where do you expect me to find 5 million? Scam? Bai Zhou feigned an exaggerated expression, stating, Let me clarify, miss, it was you who jumped into my car. If we're talking about scamming, it should be you, no? Chia's face betrayed a complex mix of emotions. Observing her reaction, Bai Zhou realized the time was ripe, and he directly stated, In truth, there are ways to settle matters even without money. Chia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What method? Bai Zhou recognized her interest and adopted a woeful demeanor, spinning a tale. I have been single for over 20 years, and seeing how beautiful you are, you have captivated my heart, so... No, absolutely not. Chia gasped sharply. Ding. Chia's resentment value 0. 1. Ding. Chia's resentment value 0. 1. Ding. Chia's resentment value 0. 1. Chapter 63. The more perfect it seems. The less you want to try? Chi appeared as a startled fawn, retreating a couple of steps, her flustered demeanor eliciting an urge to tease. No, absolutely not. Though her voice trembled, her words carried an unwavering resolve. We have only met twice, and I do not even know your name, you. Before Chi Yi could finish her sentence, Bai Zhou feigned a look of mock disappointment and interjected, I didn't expect you to refuse without a second thought. It seems I shall have to seek compensation. Compensation. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, Chia's complexion paled slightly. Despite her grandfather's distinguished status, procuring such a substantial sum of money was no trivial matter. Moreover, she had climbed into Bai Zhou's car without consulting anyone. How could she allow her grandfather to bear the brunt of her recklessness? But where would she find such a large sum? If all else fails, I may have to borrow from my senior sister. But if she finds out, she will surely mock me. Ding. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. At the sound of the system's notification, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes. He gazed wistfully at the ceiling of the parking garage, sighing, alas. Is it so difficult to relive that moment earlier and feel my legs again? Ding. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. I said we have only met twice. And I still do not know. Wait, what did you just say? Chia's pupils constricted in surprise, looking incredulously at Bai Zhou. However, Bai Zhou continued to feign a tragic expression, saying, Never mind. What I say is of little importance now. Just pay up. 5 million, not a cent less. Pay up. I have no money. Chi took a step closer to Bai Zhou and asked, Is this what you want? She raised one leg, pointing at it with her finger. Bai Zhou turned to face her, taking in the sight and slowly nodding. In the next moment, Chi raised her voice, now 2 degrees louder, exclaiming, Just this? Seriously, is that all? How many times do you need to repeat it? Yet, Chi remained oblivious to the absurdity of her reaction. Bai Zhou nodded, feigning an exaggerated expression, and replied loudly, What else did you think? Ding. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. Ding. Chia's fracture value 0. 1. Instantly, Chia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her voice, tinged with stiffness, faltered as she said, I thought. Initially, she had interpreted Bai Zhou's words as an insinuation of desire for her, that he had inappropriate expectations of her. Yet, to her astonishment, it was merely about her legs. In an unexpected turn, she felt a pang of guilt, as if reprimanding herself. Qi, how could you think such things of your savior? So it was simply this. Goodness. Qi, is it possible that the mere mention of legs could also imply something more? At that moment, Qi was completely ensnared in Bai Zhou's game, oblivious to the underlying implications. She gazed into Bai Zhou's innocent eyes, awaiting her response. She certainly could not articulate her true thoughts. So, with a determined bite of her lip, she declared, I thought you wanted me to kiss you. Ding. Qi has fracture value 0. 1. Bai Zhou's reaction was unexpectedly dramatic. He leapt back, distancing himself, shielding his body with his hands, and exclaimed, I saved your life, and you want to kiss me? That is my first kiss. Bai Zhou's outburst was utterly absurd, easily fabricated whether awake or asleep. However, Qi was oblivious to this deception. She perceived his reaction as if she had taken advantage of him. No, who said I wanted to kiss you? Ding. Qi has fracture value 0. 1. Just because it's your first kiss doesn't mean it's not mine. Ding. Qi has fracture value 0. 1. Enough nonsense. Bai Zhou did not allow Qi a moment to respond. Raising his voice, you are far too dangerous. I want no part of this. Just pay up immediately. At the mere mention of payment, Qi's expression turned sour. 5 million. What a joke. If it were merely about legs, he had already. Now, if he were to ask again, it would hardly be a loss for him and could easily be worth 5 million. Thus, Qi steeled herself, stomping her foot in determination, thinking, let it be as if a dog licked me. I must wash up when I return home anyway. She stepped forward, resolutely stating to Bai Zhou, I have no money, but I do have 2 legs. Come at me. Ding. Qi has fracture value 0. 1. In making this declaration, Qi lifted her skirt, deliberately exposing her legs, even closing her eyes as if embodying righteousness. She was completely unaware of the smug smile creeping onto Bai Zhou's face. Now, if he wished to fully grasp Qi, Bai Zhou intended to employ a new tactic. For instance, he feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, perhaps it's best to forget it. You are far too peerless. You even covet my body. Who is coveting whose body here? Qi's eyes widened in indignation. However, she soon realized that Bai Zhou had already dashed to the other side of the Maybach, opening the door and taking a seat as if to escape. But Qi would not entertain the idea of paying him. Having made her decision, she declared, no way. With a sharp exclamation, she spun around and opened the passenger door of the Maybach, plopping down into the seat beside him. She gazed earnestly at Bai Zhou in the driver's seat, saying, do not leave. I have agreed to your terms. I truly cannot produce that much money. You. Yet Bai Zhou firmly resisted, insisting, I think it's best to let this go. I'm not worthy of being with a woman so. Who said that? Qi interrupted, her voice cutting through Bai Zhou's protest. In the next moment, to his astonishment, she raised her legs in the passenger seat and, with a swift motion, placed them into Bai Zhou's lap. And then came the boldest move. Qi showcased her advantages, stating to Bai Zhou, look, how fair, how straight, how long. Can you resist? Do you not wish to try? Ding. Qi has fracture value 0. 1. Ding. Qi has fracture value 0. 1. Ding. Qi has fracture value 0. 1. As Qi's words echoed in the confines of the vehicle, an eerie silence enveloped the interior. The moment the 7 leaves fell upon her, her hand became rigid. Her pupils reflected an expression of disbelief, and her heart raced uncontrollably. In that instant, she silently screamed within her heart, Qi, what are you doing? Chapter 64, what was the amount you just mentioned? Qi was on the verge of madness. When did you transform into such a woman? Indeed, the tables had turned. It seemed as though Bai Zhou had become the victim. Seizing upon Qi's current state of confusion, Bai Zhou laid a series of traps, enticing her to willingly leap into them. Ding. Qi has fragmentation value 0. 1. Ding. Qi has fragmentation value 0. 1. Upon hearing the system's notification and observing Qi's somewhat rigid pupils, Bai Zhou realized that she had grasped the situation. Yet, he would not grant her the opportunity for regret. Thus, he remarked, I feel that it would be more advantageous for you to pay up. The moment Qi heard the phrase pay up, the flicker of rationality she had just regained vanished instantly. She glared at him and retorted, stop talking nonsense. Bai Zhou did not allow her any chance to refuse. Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. Qi Ye's body trembled slightly. Bai Zhou's eyes sparkled with amusement, yet he feigned sorrow as he exclaimed, "Is there no justice? Am I truly being coerced into such actions?" Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. At this moment, Qi had completely ensnared herself in Bai Zhou's trap. The most astonishing part was that she had walked right into it willingly. Who could argue against that? Since Qi had forced herself into this situation, the law stipulated that one could not disregard a woman's will. Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. Not long passed. Qi clenched her teeth for nearly 10 minutes. Finally, "All right, enough." Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. With a delicate cry, Qi could no longer contain herself and pushed Bai Zhou away. However, in a stroke of bad luck, Bai Zhou responded, "It's fine. I'll pay you more." Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. More money 1T do. Following her gritted teeth, Qi abruptly withdrew. Without looking at Bai Zhou, her voice trembled but was colder than before as she stated, "All right, we are even now. Farewell." With that, she truly intended to open the car door and exit. But Bai Zhou's exaggerated voice followed closely behind. "Who said we are even?" Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. Qi Ye's pupils widened in shock, and she turned to Bai Zhou in disbelief. "What do you mean? Didn't you just say?" At that moment, Bai Zhou's demeanor shifted to one of ease. It was evident to any observer that his previous display of deep sorrow had been feigned. Yet, Qi had no opportunity to respond. "I did mention using this to offset your compensation, but do you really think this suffices to settle 500,000? What?" Qi felt as though her voice might shatter. Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. Only 10,000? So what? Bai Zhou, observing Qi Ye's barely contained frustration, stated matter-of-factly, "Even the great sage equal to heaven was subdued in the palm of Buddha's hand for 500 years. Why the urgency?" Naturally, Qi could not decipher any hidden meaning in Bai Zhou's words. Her immediate reaction was, "By this logic, I am indeed worth slightly more than the Monkey King." Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. Bai Zhou continued, "Moreover, consider this. 10,000 is quite a sum. Where else could you find such a lucrative deal?" Qi conceded, "Bai Zhou is right. How about this?" To her surprise, Bai Zhou pulled out his phone and opened a notes application, saying, "Let me draft you an itemized list. The previous encounter equals 10,000. For holding hands, I'll charge you 1,000. Oh, and you mentioned wanting to kiss me." Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. Who said I wanted to kiss you? Silence. "Let me finish." Bai Zhou cut her off. "The effects are similar. I'll tally at 10,000 plus other, if you truly can't resist desiring more." "That's enough." Qi Ye's voice carried an icy edge. "Don't even think about it, you scoundrel." The chilling tone finally made her realize she had indeed stepped into Bai Zhou's trap. Had his earlier demeanor all been an act? The true him was revealed now, a genuine scoundrel. How foolish she had been to think he was a good person. "Umph." Qi scoffed coldly, "You can dream." With that, she turned to leave, but Bai Zhou seized the opportunity to add, "Remember, you still owe me 499,000. Don't forget." Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. With her body trembling, Qi slowly turned, her teeth grinding audibly. "What did you say the price for holding hands was?" Bai Zhou chuckled. The rain continued to pour as his luxurious Maybach came to a slow stop behind the previous pharmacy where Qi Ye's family operated. Upon seeing a blue car parked there, Qi, seated in the passenger seat, broke into a delighted smile and exclaimed, "Grandpa is back." After saying this, she abruptly withdrew her hand from Bai Zhou's grasp and added, "All right, this is it. Thank you for bringing me back. Farewell." Despite everything, Qi still managed to maintain a semblance of politeness. However, Bai Zhou, not one for decorum, remarked, "I saved you and went through the trouble of bringing you back. Won't you invite me in for a moment?" Ding. Qi Ye's fragmentation value 0. 1. Turning to Bai Zhou, her expression was complex as she gritted her teeth and retorted, Let me tell you, my grandfather is no ordinary man. If you aren't afraid, then come along. With that, Qi flung open the car door and stepped out. Bai Zhou smiled faintly, thinking to himself, the one who should be afraid is probably not me. Chapter 65. My granddaughter is still just a child. Not long after Bai Zhou and his companions disembarked, a black Land Rover came to a slow stop behind Bai Zhou's battered Maybach. Emerging from a vehicle was none other than Gu Qing, the individual encountered earlier. Gu Qing's servant held an umbrella above him as he fixated on the Maybach, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he murmured, "After chasing you for so long without success, I never imagined you'd end up here." He clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. "I must uncover who you truly are." With that, he strode purposefully toward the back entrance of the pharmacy. Regrettably, Bai Zhou's Maybach was a hastily modified vehicle by Butler Li, still devoid of license plates. Yet, it must be said, Bai Zhou truly possessed extraordinary talents. While others traversed through mere scrap paper, he had traversed through a dilapidated Maybach. Had he known the cost of his journey would be so steep, one could only wonder if fate would select him as a traveler once more. But that was of little consequence now. Currently, Bai Zhou held an umbrella, entering the courtyard of the pharmacy under the guidance of Qi Yi. Observing Qi Yi engrossed in her mobile device, Bai Zhou inquired, "What are you doing?" In response, Qi Yi raised her phone and declared, "I recorded everything you said to me on the way here. I still owe you 4,953,000. Remember that?" Hearing this, Bai Zhou nearly burst into laughter. "Of course I acknowledge it, as long as you don't deny it." With a confident smirk, Qi Yi replied, "Rest assured, I will repay you everything I owe." At that moment, Bai Zhou felt as though Qi Yi embodied a sense of being sold out, yet still counting the money for someone else. Just then, an elderly voice, tinged with surprise, called out, "Xiao Yezi, you're back." Did anything happen? Upon hearing this, Qi Yi quickly tucked away her phone, darting out from beneath Bai Zhou's umbrella. Grandpa, the elderly man, old Qi, had returned from the pawnshop and was anxiously pacing inside, worried about the whereabouts of his granddaughter. Qi, at last, spotting her approaching under a black umbrella. He rushed forward, unable to clearly see the man holding the umbrella due to the shadow it cast. However, he recognized his granddaughter immediately, calling out in delight. Qi joyfully bounded to old Qi's side, exclaiming, "Grandpa, after I led those bad guys away, you saved all the victims, right?" Yes, we saved them," old Qi replied, his voice choked with emotion. "Xiao Yezi, you must never engage in such dangerous antics again. They had a whole crowd chasing you." "Oh, it's fine." Qi attempted to assuage her grandfather's worries, waving her hand dismissively. She glanced back at Bai Zhou, her expression momentarily faltering as she recalled her dealings with the rascal. Nevertheless, she continued, "I was saved by that gentleman outside, so you needn't worry, Grandpa. I'm perfectly fine." "Oh." Old Qi turned, puzzled, and then expressed gratitude toward the direction of the black umbrella, saying, "Sir, please come in. You saved my granddaughter, and I owe you." Old Qi's voice suddenly halted, for Bai Zhou had raised his umbrella, revealing his strikingly handsome visage. Ding! Old Qi's split value 0. 1. Ding! Old Qi's split value 0. 1. Ding! Old Qi's split value 0. 1. Ding! Old Qi, do I look that intimidating? The incessant system notifications erupted in Bai Zhou's mind. Understanding the situation, he realized that old Qi was the acting master of the listening rain tower, possessing a solid network of information. It was entirely reasonable for him to recognize Bai Zhou's identity and status. Observing old Qi's widened eyes and slightly agape mouth, Bai Zhou chuckled. "Old Qi, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." Ding! Old Qi's split value 0. 1. You need not be overly grateful, for your granddaughter is so exquisite. Wouldn't lend a hand? Bai Zhou emphasized the word granddaughter intentionally. Ding! Old Qi's split value 0. 1. In truth, old Qi was deeply anxious. He knew exactly who Bai Zhou was, the young master of the Bai family, the Prince of Jiangsheng. Moreover, the young master had used coercive methods to force the protagonist's childhood sweetheart into marriage. He was the enemy of the protagonist. Old Qi wanted nothing more than to shout at his granddaughter, "Do you know who he is?" before bellowing outside, "Someone throw him out." However, It was the very emphasis on granddaughter that caused old Qi's heart to clench. Yes, his granddaughter was so innocent, completely unaware of her true lineage or the current situation in Jiangsheng, and she certainly did not recognize Bai Zhou. The fact that she stood beneath the same umbrella as Bai Zhou indicated that she viewed him as a good person. It also implied that Bai Zhou had not revealed his true identity nor acted inappropriately towards her. If I were to expose Bai Zhou's identity now, what would become of my granddaughter? Old Qi's eyes twitched with anxiety. Struggling to maintain his composure, he said, "Sir, thank you for saving my granddaughter. Please, come in for discussion." "Very well," Bai Zhou replied with a slight smile. He stepped forward, and once under the eaves, he folded his umbrella and casually handed it to Qi. Without hesitation or any other reaction, Qi accepted the umbrella and placed it on the ground beneath the eaves. Ding! Old Qi's split value 0. 1. Ding! Old Qi's split value 0. 1. This scene caused old Qi to clench his fists in frustration. Yet, Bai Zhou walked into the house with an air of indifference. As Qi prepared to follow Bai Zhou inside, old Qi interrupted, saying, "Xiao Yezi, you must have gotten wet. Quickly, return to your room and take a hot shower. Be careful not to catch a cold." Surprised by this, Qi instinctively responded, "But there's a guest." "Oh, it's fine. I'm here. Don't worry. Go on." Seeing her grandfather's resolute expression, Qi glanced back at Bai Zhou, then nodded. "All right, I'll be quick." With that, Qi exited the house, heading in the opposite direction. Once her figure disappeared around the corner, old Qi's expression shifted dramatically. He took a couple of steps forward and said in a low voice, "Everything that has transpired is entirely unrelated to my granddaughter. She is merely a young girl, still a child. If there is anything, direct it towards me." Chapter 66. I'm the eldest son of the Gu family. Surprised, aren't you? Old Seven clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking audibly. Yet, Bai Zhou remained unfazed, leisurely wandering around Old Seven's abode as if he were on a casual tour. After surveying the surroundings, he turned to Old Seven with a nonchalant expression and remarked, "I believe you are mistaken. It was your granddaughter who approached my vehicle of her own accord. I did not coerce her." Old Seven's white beard trembled slightly with fury. Bai Zhou continued, "I can take my leave, but I am quite curious. What will you say to your granddaughter when she emerges from her bath?" Old Seven's brow furrowed slightly at this statement. He inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his emotions. Aware of Bai Zhou's identity and the ruthless individuals he had dispatched to confront him earlier, he understood the precariousness of their situation. His master, the indomitable backbone of their operations, was absent, leaving them in a vulnerable state. Old Seven had not anticipated that Bai Zhou would strike first. Due to the connection between the protagonist and his granddaughter, Shun Qingying, Bai Zhou had forcibly brought her into his household, sealing their fate as adversaries. Thus, Old Seven could not entertain any notion of negotiating terms with Bai Zhou. The only priority was to safeguard his granddaughter. The first step was to distance Bai Zhou from her. Therefore, he coolly addressed Bai Zhou, "Now that you know my identity, you should also understand that my domain does not welcome you. Please leave at once." Bai Zhou nodded in agreement. Old Seven was taken aback by Bai Zhou's swift compliance. However, before he could react, Bai Zhou pressed on, "I can depart, but I must inquire. Do you intend to inform her about the Rain Listening Tower or reveal that I am the eldest son of the Bai family, the enemy of your master?" Old Seven's pupils constricted at Bai Zhou's words. Bai Zhou's audacity stemmed from his familiarity with the original storyline. He recognized Old Seven's desire to shield his granddaughter from this chaos. Yet, he had not foreseen that she would become the protagonist's senior sister, ultimately developing feelings for him. At this moment, Old Seven's resolve to keep his granddaughter uninvolved remained unshaken, leading him to deny Bai Zhou's questions without hesitation. Caught off guard, Old Seven struggled to respond. Yet Bai Zhou continued, "Though you wish to expel me, I shall refrain from retaliation, for now. However, should your granddaughter seek me out again for any reason, I cannot guarantee that my frustrations will not be directed at her." Before Old Seven could counter, Bai Zhou waved dismissively, "I take my leave." He strode towards the exit, but Old Seven, in a state of urgency, called out, "Wait." At that moment, a young man's voice echoed from the courtyard. "Old Seven, do not believe his deceit." Bai Zhou paused, glancing upward instinctively. A young man, followed by 4 or 5 lackeys, rushed in without invitation. The followers discarded their umbrellas and formed a semicircle around Bai Zhou, their expressions fierce, as if poised to attack. Old 7, recognizing the leader of the group, exclaimed, "Gu Qing, did you not flee? Why have you returned?" Gu Qing's expression soured at the question, but he quickly asserted, "Old gentleman, I did not run away. I pursued to protect Miss 7. His tone was fervent as he continued, "However, I did not catch up to her, but I uncovered a secret." He pointed accusingly at Bai Zhou. "He is in league with those from the pawn shop. Old 7, you must not be deceived." Old 7's mouth twitched involuntarily. He thought to himself, "Of course, I know this better than you do." Yet, Gu Qing did not allow him to speak and shouted at Bai Zhou, "You scoundrel! Tell me where you have hidden Miss 7. I saw her enter your car. Those people merely pretended to chase her and then gave up. If you're not in cahoots, then who are you? Speak quickly, and I may show you some leniency. Otherwise, I will make you unrecognizable." As Gu Qing raged, his lackeys advanced menacingly. Bai Zhou, however, regarded Gu Qing with a bemused expression, then turned to Old 7, asking, "Who is he? He seems like a spoiled rich kid. Yet he doesn't recognize me?" Old 7 hesitated, unsure whether to answer. Acknowledging Bai Zhou would imply allegiance, yet remaining silent felt equally daunting. Fortunately, Gu Qing resolved this quandary with an expletive-laden outburst, stepping forward to declare, "Listen well. I am Gu Qing, the eldest son of the Gu family in Jiangsheng." Surprised. "Are you?" Bai Zhou observed the arrogant Gu Qing with a bemused expression and turned to Old 7, inquiring, "Since when did the Gu family emerge in Jiangsheng?" Gu Qing erupted in indignation at this remark. "Seeing you driving a Maybach, one might assume you possess a certain level of sophistication. Yet, at this juncture, he scrutinized Bai Zhou from head to toe, noting his impeccably tailored suit, the price of which remained a mystery. He then remarked bluntly, "You are merely a driver, aren't you?" Chapter 67. Gu Qing, it seems I have somewhat perished. Driver? Perhaps. Bai Zhou's explosive temper. He pays no heed to the throng surrounding Gu Qing. Without hesitation, he strides directly before Gu Qing, raising his unyielding iron hand in front of all present. With a sharp crack, it strikes Gu Qing's face. Gu Qing stumbles back a step, the suddenness of the event leaving his subordinates momentarily stunned. After all, in their understanding and experience, how could someone so surrounded dare to take such bold action? After delivering that resounding slap, Bai Zhou's voice, tinged with annoyance, rings out, "Speak with civility. It's a simple principle. Do you not comprehend?" Gu Qing, clutching his cheek, glares back with wide, incredulous eyes. Just as he turns to retaliate, Bai Zhou's merciless iron hand looms before him once more. Crack! A second sharp sound echoes as Gu Qing reels back again. Bai Zhou's voice continues with irritation. "Barging in here, making such a fuss, parading about with a bunch of miscreants. What are you trying to prove?" Now, both of Gu Qing's cheeks are swollen. Regaining his balance, he glares at Bai Zhou, still in shock. "What the—" Yet, to his astonishment, Bai Zhou steps forward again. The third strike of the unyielding iron hand lands squarely on Gu Qing's forehead. Crack! With the same impatient tone, Bai Zhou proclaims, "Do you know what happens to those who dare speak to me in such a manner in Jiang City?" The barrage of slaps leaves Gu Qing feeling lightheaded. He spins around on the ground, struggling to steady himself, still dazed and staring at Bai Zhou. "What the—" After this exclamation, everyone anticipates an explosive outburst from him. However, unexpectedly, after a grand shout, Gu Qing abruptly crouches down, so swiftly that an afterimage appears. The reason? The experiences from the previous 2 encounters had taught him that voicing his opinions would elicit a swift retaliation. Indeed, upon crouching, he hears no crack and feels no pain upon his face. Gu Qing smiles, exclaiming, "Aha, miss me." But a second later, reality dawns on him. Why am I celebrating? I just endured 3 slaps for nothing. He immediately stands up, turning to his subordinates, shouting furiously, "Did I hire you to watch me get beaten? What are you all standing there for? Get in there. Take him down. Yes, yes, yes." Gu Qing's roar finally rouses his subordinates. They, having received no formal training, were utterly enthralled by the spectacle. Suddenly, they roll up their sleeves, baring their teeth, ready to charge at Bai Zhou. Yet at that moment, The silent old seven finally speaks up, his voice tinged with awkwardness. Ahem, well, Gu Qing initially assumes old seven is trying to protect Bai Zhou, and with his swollen cheeks, he waves dismissively. Old man, you needn't defend him. You've been deceived by him. For your granddaughter's sake, I'll teach him a lesson, rest assured. However, old seven exclaims dramatically. Who is protecting him? I'm trying to protect you. His tone carries a hint of exasperation. Old seven genuinely wishes to assist Gu Qing. After all, given Gu Qing's current predicament, he should be considered an enemy of Bai Zhou, who is an adversary of old seven's master. Thus, Gu Qing could potentially become an ally. Yet, this prospective ally is currently too weak to face Bai Zhou. Therefore, it is necessary to provide him with an opportunity to develop. We cannot allow Gu Qing to be extinguished before he even meets his master. Thus, he musters his courage and advises, Gu, my boy, I suggest you take your subordinates and leave. Confused, Gu Qing stares at old seven, his head swelling even more. Old seven, with a weary and raspy voice, continues, because his surname is Bai. What of his surname Bai? I am Gu at the mention of his own surname. Gu Qing's voice abruptly falters, and the next moment, he emits a whimper. His complexion pales visibly, aside from the imprints left by Bai Zhou's hand. He seems to genuinely cry out, I feel as if I am somewhat perishing. As he sobs, his body slowly descends, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a thud. Not just him. His subordinates, who moments ago were eager to confront Bai Zhou, now tremble and kneel, faces contorted in despair. Young master, it seems we are about to perish alongside you. Woe is us, this sudden shift in atmosphere leaves old seven dumbfounded. He had intended to reveal Bai Zhou's identity, urging Gu Qing to temper his actions, lest he provoke a lasting grudge from the Bai family. Yet, he did not anticipate that Gu Qing would kneel before his words could fully escape his lips. A sense of foreboding dawns upon old seven. I seem to have misjudged my investment, ding. Old seven's fracture value 0. 1. Ding. Old seven's fracture value 0. 1. Hearing the notifications in his mind, Bai Zhou glances at old seven, surprised by his sorrowful expression. He contemplates, could this old fellow genuinely believe he could challenge me through Gu Qing? How absurd at such an advanced age, still managing the listening rain tower. What an absurdity. However, the matters concerning old seven can wait. First, I must deal with this audacious Gu Qing. Observing Gu Qing, now weeping on the ground, Bai Zhou steps forward, crouching down to view him with interest, adopting a teasing tone. What is this? Why the tears? I saw you earlier, so boisterous and defiant. And now you've crumbled. Where's that bravado now? You must gather your resolve. Wah. At Bai Zhou's words, Gu Qing's sobs intensify. With tear-filled eyes, he earnestly implores, Young master, by my Gu family in Jiang City is merely a second-rate family, while your Bai family is one of the 4 great families of the southern region, the sole rulers of Jiang City. How could I dare to stand tall before you? Young Master Bai. Chapter 68. The young master holds not the steering wheel, but the future of the city. The weeping Gu Qing became increasingly amusing to Bai Zhou. Yet he remarked, What young master Bai? Did you not just refer to me as the driver? Gu Qing raised his hand and, with a sharp sound, struck his own face without any mercy, continuing, Young Master Bai, I was blind to have mistaken you for a mere driver. Truly, I have underestimated your stature. Woe is me. Your decision to drive is not merely for the sake of experience. When you take the wheel, you grasp not just the steering wheel, but the entire economic future of Jiangcheng, young master. With another resounding slap to his own face, Gu Qing lamented, I, Gu Qing, the scion of a second-rate family, believe that with sufficient effort, I shall one day have the honor of serving as your driver, young Master Bai. Listening to Gu Qing's words, Bai Zhou could not help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. As for the bystander, Lao Qi, his heart was nearly bursting. Good heavens! I sought to keep you grounded to give you a chance to spread your wings. Do not forget today's disgrace. Strive to elevate yourself, so you may challenge Bai Zhou in the future. Yet here you are, proclaiming that your efforts are aimed solely at becoming Bai Zhou's driver. Oh, Gu Qing, the human body consists of 206 bones, yet yours seem to be entirely malleable. Ding. Lao Chi's split value 0. 1. Ding. Lao Chi's split value 0. 1. Bai Zhou's twitching eye revealed his astonishment at the current predicament. He had no inkling that Gu Qing was such a spineless individual. Moreover, the flattery that flowed from his lips was as smooth as a nursery rhyme, as if he had majored in the art of sycophancy at university. Bai Zhou was familiar with Gu Qing. In the original narrative, he had even been brought in for a couple of plot points. However, Gu Qing had no significant ties to the protagonist, existing instead as a minor antagonist, primarily due to Qi Yi, the protagonist's senior sister. When Gu Qing's pursuit of love failed, he resorted to underhanded means to forcibly engage with Qi Yi. Yet, the original plot would never allow such events to unfold. The protagonist would undoubtedly appear at the critical moment to rescue Qi Yi. After being driven away, Gu Qing would certainly not swallow his pride and would seek assistance from Bai Zhou. By that time, Bai Zhou would have already perished as his original self had. Bai Zhou, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward the protagonist, would offer his aid. The outcome was predictable. The protagonist would dramatically declare, "The wind has risen. Let the Gu family go bankrupt." Thus, the Gu family would fall, and the Bai family would suffer yet another blow. It was evident that Gu Qing possessed little worth and would not yield any significant split value. Bai Zhou had not taken him seriously, but he had not anticipated that. With more than 2 years remaining until the plot began, this fellow would already be entangled with Qi Yi. This only made the protagonist's halo of favor all the more detestable. They say companionship is the most enduring declaration of affection. Does that mean the villain's companionship is akin to a dog's loyalty? At that moment, Bai Zhou was internally critiquing the original plot, while Gu Qing mistakenly believed that Bai Zhou found his apology insincere. Turning to his subordinates kneeling beside him, he let out a furious shout. "What you lot dawdling for? I hired you to witness me chastising myself. Hurry, apologize to young Master Bai." These subordinates, unsure of their sins for associating with such a young master, pondered why they endured Gu Qing's excesses. If it weren't for the generous rewards he offered them, well, never mind. Slap. "Young Master Bai, we were wrong." Slap, slap. "Young Master Bai, we failed to recognize your greatness." With a cacophony of slaps, they pleaded, "Young Master, we beseech your mercy. We shall never err again." At this moment, Qi had just turned off the shower in her bathroom and was drying herself with a pristine towel. Gazing at her perfect reflection in the mirror, she found herself momentarily entranced. With her ears perked up, she wondered, what is all that commotion outside? The next moment, a sense of dread washed over her. Oh no. Could it be that man has been unruly in front of my grandfather and is being reprimanded? My grandfather is a martial artist. What if I have to pay for his misbehavior? Whether Qi Yi was concerned for Bai Zhou or simply for her finances, she hastily accelerated her movements. She hastily dried off and dashed into her bedroom to open the wardrobe. Meanwhile, in the room occupied by Bai Zhou and Lao Qi, Bai Zhou stood there, his expression peculiar, listening to the continuous slapping sounds. This group was frantically striking their own ears, interspersed with cries for mercy. Bai Zhou, feeling exasperated, raised his hand and exclaimed, "Enough! Stop howling and get out of here." After all, Gu Qing had not inflicted any substantial harm upon him, and he was quite compliant, having lavished him with flattery for an extended duration. Moreover, there was nothing of value to extract from him. Thus Bai Zhou was disinclined to squander more time on such a character. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, Gu Qing and his companions were instantly elated, as if a great weight had been lifted. Gu Qing could not contain his excitement and asked, "Young Master Bai, is that true? You will spare us?" Bai Zhou retorted, "If you don't leave, I might change my mind." "Please no." Gu Qing panicked. "We will leave immediately." Then, with a clamor, they indeed formed a bundle on the floor and rolled out of the room, even taking their abandoned umbrella with them, although it was of little use now. The rain still poured outside, yet they rolled out into the downpour in a comical manner. Lao Qi could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, they are truly obedient." Ding. Lao Qi's split value 0. 1. Ding. Lao Qi's split value 0. 1. Hearing the system notification, Bai Zhou chuckled softly and remarked, "By the way, what were we discussing earlier?" Lao Qi was momentarily taken aback. Then Bai Zhou smacked his forehead and said, right? It should be this, with a serious demeanor. He turned to Lao Qi and threatened, you wouldn't want your granddaughter to come harm, would you? Lao Qi, when did we even mention that? Ding. Lao Qi's split value 0. 1. Bai Zhou was momentarily stunned. Oh, did we not mention it? Lao Qi replied, no. You were about to leave, and I prevented you from doing so, and then Gu Qing entered. We haven't even reached that part yet. Ding. Lao Qi's split value 0. 1. Is that so? Bai Zhou mused, realizing that Gu Qing's interruption had caused him to forget. Just then, a melodious voice came from the doorway. Grandpa, what are you talking about? What stage are you at? Bai Zhou and Lao Qi turned their heads in unison. Old Qi remained indifferent. Yet Bai Zhou's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. It seemed that Qi was in a hurry, having hastily donned a nightgown before rushing outside. Whether by fate or mere coincidence, the rain outside began to lessen, and a beam of sunlight fell directly upon Qi. The loose-fitting nightgown prompted Bai Zhou to involuntarily inhale sharply, exclaiming, I wonder who still doubts the power of light. Chapter 69. Is he flirting with my granddaughter? Uncertain. Let us observe. Light? Hearing Bai Zhou's inexplicable words, Qi and Old Qi were momentarily taken aback. Old Qi certainly harbored no improper thoughts towards his own granddaughter. His gaze remained fixed solely on Qi's face. However, Bai Zhou was different. He had a penchant for looking up at people, and thus, after merely glancing halfway, he was convinced by the light. Ahem. Noticing the puzzled expressions shared by Qi and Old Qi, Bai Zhou cleared his throat. I say, the rain has ceased, the sun has emerged, and shortly we shall surely witness a rainbow. A rainbow? Old Qi remained perplexed upon hearing this, but Qi laughed and responded, at your age, still hoping to see a rainbow? Indeed. Bai Zhou nodded earnestly. I remain that youthful lad. Upon hearing him refer to himself as a youth, Qi inexplicably recalled their earlier encounter in the underground parking lot, where Bai Zhou had confessed he hadn't touched a woman in over 20 years. This thought led her to consider how Bai Zhou intended to have her repay her debts. In an instant, her cheeks flushed slightly. Ding. Qi's split value 0. 1. Am I truly the first woman he has ever touched? Ding. Qi's split value 0. 1. Qi, what are you thinking? He is merely a lecher. Ding. Qi's split value 0. 1. Oomph. With a delicate huff, she crossed her arms. Listening to the persistent notifications echoing in his mind, Bai Zhou was utterly bewildered. What is going on with Qi? I merely mentioned a rainbow. Is it truly necessary for her to react this way? Indeed, Bai Zhou was incapable of reading minds. Had he been privy to Qi's current thoughts, he would have been overjoyed, for his plans had evidently succeeded splendidly. However, Qi's soft huff had naturally reached the ears of another individual. Old Qi, observing his granddaughter's demeanor, then glancing at Bai Zhou, he mused, good heavens, it seems this young man is flirting with my granddaughter right in front of me, and she appears to be quite taken by it. Ding. Old Qi's split value 0. 1. Ding. Old Qi's split value 0. 1. No. You too. Old Qi certainly would not allow the situation to escalate further. Thus, he prepared to interject. However, Qi's voice seemed to arrive even quicker. Grandpa, you haven't answered my question yet. What stage are we at now? What stage? Hearing this, Old Qi swallowed the words that were poised on his lips. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Unexpectedly, it was Bai Zhou who came to his rescue, saying, Old Qi said it's getting late, and it's time to eat. We've reached the stage where you ought to invite me to dinner and express your gratitude. Upon hearing this, Old Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Zhou had surprisingly extricated him from an awkward situation. Yet, 2 seconds later, Old Qi sensed something amiss. When did I ever intend to invite you for dinner? This was what Old Qi intended to say, but before he could finish his thought, he noticed Bai Zhou's seemingly cheerful yet menacing gaze, as if to say, now is the time for that stage. What stage? Certainly not the dining stage, but rather the stage where you would not wish to see your granddaughter come to harm. Ding. Old Qi's split value 0. 1. He wished he could shatter his cup and signal, summon all his subordinates, and eliminate Bai Zhou right then and there. However, he was acutely aware that he could not. Although Bai Zhou had come to his apothecary alone, let's not forget that Jiang City was the territory of the Bai family. If Bai Zhou were to perish here, it would be one matter for him, but his granddaughter would undoubtedly be implicated. For the sake of his granddaughter, old Qi had no choice but to endure for the time being. Once the master returned, the Bai family would not last much longer. This was the only consolation he could find in his heart. He then forced a disingenuous smile, saying yes, indeed. Grandpa was just about to instruct the staff to prepare a meal. He saved you, so we should certainly express our gratitude properly. Yet, old Qi's tone bore an unmistakable hint of gritted teeth. Qi, however, gave it no further thought. After hearing his words, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is getting rather late. Old Qi then turned to leave, stating, "You two carry on. I shall instruct the staff." With that, he hurriedly exited. Allowing his granddaughter to remain alone with Bai Zhou was certainly not his desire, but he had more pressing matters at hand. The fact that Bai Zhou had come here, even after causing disruptions at several of his offices, was alarming. It seemed his identity as the acting head of the Listening Rain Tower had been exposed. He needed to confer with his subordinates regarding countermeasures. After old Qi departed, Qi, clad in slippers, approached Bai Zhou and initiated conversation. "By the way, I still do not know your name. I am Qi, and you?" With that, she extended her delicate right hand, as if to introduce herself in a polite handshake. Bai Zhou, of course, was not one to stand on ceremony. He grasped her small hand and smiled. "Hello, Qi. I am Zhou Bai." Strangely enough, Zhou could indeed be a surname, so why not Bai? Moreover, Bai Zhou's self-introduction was entirely truthful, for his name comprised these very two characters. "Zhou Bai?" Qi murmured the name softly. Bai Zhou continued, "If you find it difficult to pronounce, you may call me Mr. Bai or Bai Go. Either is acceptable." In that moment, everything suddenly seemed reasonable. From now on, if someone were to refer to him as Mr. Bai or Young Master Bai, even if Qi Yi were to overhear, it would pose no issue. Calling someone by their given name and surname was not the same, after all. Bai Ye. Yet, upon hearing this, Qi inexplicably felt a twinge of disdain, remarking, "Those who do not know you might think you are exceptionally fair-skinned. Is that all you care about?" Bai Zhou observed Qi Yi, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "In that regard, I am certainly not as fair as you, little Yi Zi." Indeed, Qi Yi, somewhat proudly, lifted her snowy, swan-like neck. Yet in the next moment, ding, Qi Yi's split value 0. 1. "What are you saying, you rogue?" Ding, Qi Yi's split value 0. 1. Gritting her teeth, she scolded Bai Zhou before swiftly withdrawing her hand from his grasp. But that was not the end of it. Qi Yi produced her phone, a playful smile gracing her face. "That last time counts as 1. Holding hands is worth 1,000. Now I have returned you 1,000. To san die? Hehe. Bai Zhou, you little rascal and scrupulous merchant. Do you realize this is fraud? Well then, do not blame me." Smack. With a gentle touch, Bai Zhou's palms steadily descended beneath the delicate fabric of Qian Ye's nightgown, resting upon her swaying legs. Ding. Qian Ye's severance value 0. 1. Qian Yi, no giggling. Chapter 70. This matter is not over. I must please her properly. Ah. Ding. Chiba's split value 0. 1. Upon sensing Bai Zhou's attack, Chiba let out a startled cry. She immediately leaped into the air, bouncing backward to evade. Bai Zhou always believed in the light. The sight of Chiba bouncing beneath her nightgown was truly, unbeknownst to her, she completely overlooked Bai Zhou's gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she indignantly exclaimed, "I just took a shower. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Go wash them." At her words, Bai Zhou's pupils widened in surprise. "Wash hands? Do you mean that washing hands is sufficient?" Ding. Chiba's split value 0. 1. Ding. Chiba's split value 0. 1. Ding. Chiba's split value 0. 1. Chiba's face deepened in color. Her pupils grew frantic as she retorted, "Who said that? You. Don't spout nonsense. Whether you wash your hands or not, it's irrelevant. You can't touch me." Just as her words trailed off, an elderly voice suddenly echoed from outside. "What are you washing your hands for?" Chia. Ding. Chia's split value 0. 1. Ding. Chia's split value 0. 1. Having concluded a series of instructions to his subordinates, Old Seven returned at this moment. Startled, Chia nearly lost her balance. Hastily steadying herself against the nearby tea table. Observing her demeanor, Old Seven's eyes flashed with a cold glint, instinctively suspecting, is that rascal Bai Zhou bullying my granddaughter? However, Chia anxiously interjected, it's nothing. He.S. just washing his hands. Washing? Grandpa, aren't we about to eat? I told him to go wash his hands first. This explanation sounded so plausible. Is that so? Old Seven scrutinized his granddaughter, then glanced at Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou approached Old Seven with a tranquil smile, nodding as he said, of course, Miss Chia mentioned that if I don't wash my hands, I can't touch her. Ding. Chia's split value 0. 1. Ding. Chia's split value 0. 1. The utensils. Chia. Sigh of relief. Old Seven was convinced, albeit temporarily. While Bai Zhou followed Old Seven to wash his hands, outside the apothecary's back hall, the nearly deserted street witnessed Gu Qing, caked in mud, along with a few muddy subordinates still lingering. The subordinates looked at Gu Qing with puzzled expressions. At that moment, Gu Qing stared vacantly at Bai Zhou's battered Maybach. After a brief exchange of glances, one subordinate cautiously approached Gu Qing and whispered, young master, if you can't swallow this anger, shall we smash his car? Upon hearing this, Gu Qing immediately snapped back to reality. He turned sharply. How dare you? Slap. Previously, he had been the one receiving blows, but now he finally had the opportunity to retaliate. How exhilarating. The subordinate, covering his muddy face, pitifully protested, young master, why are you hitting me? I was just trying to help you vent your frustration. Gu Qing glared fiercely. Are you trying to help me vent? You're just trying to take it out on me. Do you even know whose car this is? This is the vehicle of the Bai family's young master. If you smash it, our Gu family will be finished the next day. Listening to Gu Qing's words, the subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. The one covering his face continued. Young master, what should we do now? Are we really going to let this go? A peculiar glint flashed in Gu Qing's eyes as he replied, of course. This matter cannot just end like this. At his declaration, the subordinates perked up, eagerly watching Gu Qing. Our young master has risen, daring to challenge the Bai family's young master. Then, he solemnly stated, we must devise a plan to properly ingratiate ourselves with young Master Bai. What? The excitement that had just been building among the subordinates instantly deflated. Goodness, is this how you intend to resolve the situation? Faced with such a leader, they were momentarily at a loss for their emotions. Meanwhile, Gu Qing seemed to have conceived a brilliant idea. He gathered the subordinates closely and whispered, hey, why do you think young Master Bai drove to rescue Chia? The subordinates looked at each other, puzzled. One ventured, young master. Didn't you say young Master Bai was with that previous group? Of course. Gu Qing rolled his eyes. Previously, I couldn't fathom it. They were clearly in cahoots. So why would he take Chia away? Now I understand it was all a staged act by young Master Bai. He orchestrated an attack on Old 7's subordinates. Then she intervened, pursued by Old 7's men, while he appeared at just the right moment to play the hero. As Gu Qing spoke, his excitement was palpable. Radiating pride, clearly, he felt he had uncovered the truth. His subordinates looked at each other in realization. Young Master Bai has feelings for Miss Chia? Precisely. Gu Qing nodded confidently. I have already thought of a way to win young Master Bai's favor. I know Chia's temperament well. If that girl were so easily swayed, I would have succeeded years ago. Thus, as long as we find a way to place Chia in young Master Bai's bed, then Gu Qing, along with his group of subordinates, erupted into a cacophony of sharp, unpleasant laughter within the apothecary's back hall. However, amidst their laughter, an ill-timed voice emerged. A subordinate cautiously remarked, but ISN young Master Bai known to be. Silence. Before the subordinate could finish his sentence, Gu Qing barked. Then, with a chilling tone, he warned, keep your thoughts to yourself. If you dare mention this matter again, if the Bai family doesn't kill you, I will personally cut out your tongue. The subordinate broke into a cold sweat, visibly shaken. Yes, young master, I won't dare again. I won't. All right, off you go. This matter requires careful deliberation. With that, Gu Qing departed. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was preparing to enjoy a meal in the apothecary. On the other side, in a luxurious villa far away in Rain City, a family was destined to have an unpleasant dinner tonight. In a dining room of comparable scale to that of Bai Zhenan's home, a family of three sat at the table. The child seated there, adorned with heavy makeup, was none other than Lin Siyu from the Rain City Lin family. A regal middle-aged woman continuously served dishes into Lin Siyu's bowl, while the middle-aged man appeared to be quite displeased with Lin Siyu's appearance, frowning and scoffing. "You are so beautiful. Why would you choose to adorn yourself in such a ghastly manner?" Lin Siyu, with a resolute demeanor, addressed the middle-aged man defiantly. "It's none of your business." Enraged, the man appeared ready to slam his bowl onto the table when a frantic voice from outside the restaurant pierced through the tension. "Sir, something has happened to the master. It's terrible." Chapter 71. The gift from the young master of the Bai family to the Lin family of Yuqing. The middle-aged man had just lifted his bowl of rice when he set it down at the sound that pierced through the air. After all, the matter of educating his daughter could not be exposed to the servants. Turning to the person who had rushed in, he coldly inquired, "What is it? Why the haste?" The individual appeared exceedingly anxious, but stole a glance at the mother and daughter in the dining room. He quickly approached Lin Siyu's father and whispered something in his ear. Soon, Lin Siyu's father's expression changed dramatically. Once again, he lifted the bowl he had just set down, and with a resounding crash, he shattered it into countless pieces. "What the hell did you say?" The sudden outburst startled Lin Siyu, causing her to instinctively withdraw her neck. Although she had been deliberately irritating her father with her behavior, she was genuinely frightened by his wrath. Lin Siyu's mother hurriedly stood up, rushed to her daughter's side, and embraced her, reproaching her husband. "What are you doing?" The child has only just returned, however. Lin Siyu's father paid no heed to the two women, his face a mask of fury as he turned to the subordinate who had delivered the news, bellowing, "For so many years, have we not kept our distance from the Bai family of Jiangshan? Has that Bai family lost their minds? Why would they disrupt our affairs?" At the sound of his furious shout, Lin Siyu, nestled in her mother's embrace, trembled, her pupils dilating in shock. Ding! Lin Siyu's fracture value 1. Her mother seemed to sense Lin Siyu's unease and gently comforted her. "Don't worry, dear. Daddy isn't angry with you. It's all right hearing this." Lin Siyu's father glanced at her, but did not dwell on it, for the servant had already spoken up. "Sir, it is as follows." The subordinates who were involved in the conflict reported back, claiming that those individuals were exceptionally skilled, clearly trained professionals. Moreover, before they acted, they would announce, "This is a gift from the young master of the Bai family to the Jiang family of Yuqing." The young master of the Bai family? Bai Zhou. Ding! Lin Siyu's fracture value 1. Lin Siyu's father grew even more enraged. The young master of the Bai family? That scoundrel Bai Zhou has the audacity, however. His furious tirade abruptly halted, an expression of suspicion flickering in his eyes as he turned to his subordinate, demanding, "Did they see Bai Zhou?" The subordinate shook his head. "Are you implying that those individuals announced their identity before they attacked?" The subordinate nodded affirmatively. Lin Siyu's father fell silent, lowering his head, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. In his understanding, there had been some unpleasantness between his daughter and Bai Zhenan's son, but that was years ago, and there had been no conflict since. Why would the young master of the Bai family suddenly come all the way to trouble him? Everything felt so illogical, especially the fact that they had announced themselves before attacking. It was confounding. While he was puzzled, his daughter was in stark contrast to him. Good heavens! Upon hearing the name Bai family, Lin Siyu's first thought was, "Have I been exposed?" Indeed, it was she who had requested her dear sister Liang Yu to send someone to eliminate Bai Zhou at the Liyue bar. However, aside from her and Liang Yu, no one else was privy to this information. Could it be that Sister Yu betrayed me? Impossible. Lin Siyu had unwavering faith in the bond she shared with Liang Yu. Yet how could Bai Zhou know it was her? Ding! Lin Siyu's fracture value 1. Could it be that when he delivered the bodies of Sister Yu's subordinates, he realized I was also present? Ding! Lin Siyu's fracture value 1. If that were not the case, why would he target our family's enterprises? Wasn't this a blatant warning to me? Ding! Lin Siyu's fracture value 1. Lin Siyu cautiously lifted her gaze to her father, who was lost in thought. Observing the furrowed brow of her father, she understood that she had truly landed herself in grave trouble this time. Yet, her first instinct was not to confront her father, but rather to flee. Thus, she wriggled free from her mother's embrace and declared, "I'm full," before swiftly exiting the dining room. But Lin Siyu's mother was frantic. "You haven't eaten anything at all. How can you be full?" Ding. Lin Siyu's fracture value 1. Detection. Lin Siyu's fracture value has reached 10, earning 1,000 fracture points. It seemed that Lin Siyu's mother's words caused Lin Siyu's father to momentarily pause, lifting his head to watch his daughter's hurried departure. His demeanor appearing increasingly flustered. His brows knitted tighter. He turned to his subordinate and commanded, "Send someone to investigate what the young master of the Bai family has been up to today. Additionally, find out where Lin Siyu went first after returning." Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was unaware of the events unfolding within the Lin family of Yuqing. However, he was certain that this matter was undoubtedly connected to him. Otherwise, how could Lin Siyu's fracture value notifications have been incessantly ringing, especially since her fracture value had already reached 10%, rewarding him with 1,000 fracture points. After a prolonged period without any increase, his balance had successfully climbed to 95,000 points. Just 5,000 more to reach the golden legend. The primary reason for this stagnant balance was that the individuals he had targeted today were too closely associated with the protagonists. One was the female lead, and the other a loyal servant to the main character. Each instance of fracture value gained only amounted to 0. 1. Fortunately, his current activities were yielding dual benefits. Otherwise, it would have felt like an eternity before he could achieve the golden legend again. Nonetheless, Lin Siyu's fracture value was a delightful turn of events for Bai Zhou. In high spirits, Bai Zhou was dining, instinctively raising his left hand and then slowly bringing it down. A light crack echoed. Ding. 7-Leaf's fracture value 0. 1. Indeed, he was enjoying dinner with 7-Leaf and Old 7. Old 7 sat across the table, while Bai Zhou and 7-Leaf were side by side. The smooth sensation of her hand was truly the perfect accompaniment to the meal. However, 7-Leaf's entire body stiffened, and she instinctively glanced at her grandfather across the table. Noting that his attention was elsewhere, she seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, she pulled her leg away from Bai Zhou's hand. Ding. 7-Leaf's fracture value 0. 1. Taking advantage of her grandfather's distraction, she quickly grabbed her phone from the table and sent a message. To better repay Bai Zhou, they had exchanged contact information long ago. As Bai Zhou's phone lit up, a message appeared. "You big jerk, have you lost your mind? My grandfather is right across from you." Seeing that 7-Leaf's urgent message contained typos nearly made Bai Zhou laugh out loud. However, he maintained his composure and slowly typed a response. "Add money. It seems there is no content provided for me to edit and translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on." Chapter 72. How do you speak to your father? The notifications echoed in the air. Ding. 7-Leaves split value 0. 1. Ding. 7-Leaves split value 0. 1. Ding. 7-Leaves ding. Detection shows that the 7-Leaves split degree has reached 10. Earning split points 1,000. It was evident that Bai Zhou's strategy for accumulating wealth was exceptionally successful. Otherwise, given that 7-Leaves, as the female protagonist, only had a mere 0. 1 increase, how could he have received a stage of split points reward during his inaugural attempt to split her? Currently, his split points balance stood at 96,000, just 4,000 short. Bai Zhou felt a sense of optimism, believing he might indeed gather the coveted 100,000 points for the golden legend today. However, he was uncertain about whom to target first. After some contemplation, he decided it was time to take his leave. As he bid farewell, he wondered if 7-Leaves and Old 7 would breathe a sigh of relief after his departure. Driving his battered Maybach, Bai Zhou gradually distanced himself from the apothecary street, only to spot Black Tiger and his crew waiting for him. Upon seeing him exit the vehicle, Black Tiger, accompanied by his subordinates, approached with his head bowed. With a look of guilt, he said, "Young master, I sincerely apologize for the failure of today's last operation at the pawn shop due to my oversight. Indeed, Most of the pawnshop staff had been apprehended by Old Seven while they were pursuing Seven Leaves. By the time they returned, the place was already deserted. However, the outcome of this mission was starkly different from the previous two endeavors they undertook with Bai Zhou. Had it been merely a case of a failed task, Bai Zhou would have certainly expressed his displeasure. Yet, was it not a serendipitous twist of fate that Seven Leaves ended up in his vehicle? This could be deemed a delightful surprise. Thus, Bai Zhou dismissed the issue with a wave of his hand, saying, "Be more careful next time." Relieved, Black Tiger and his men respectfully expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Bai Zhou chose not to linger on the matter and gestured for them to follow him home. Earlier, while dining, he had contemplated whether he could muster the resolve to accumulate enough split value for the Golden Legend. The first candidate that sprang to his mind was none other than the protagonist's sister, his current little maid, Xiaoro. He recalled that her split value had already reached 90, leaving only a mere 10 to achieve. With Bai Zhou's guidance, he was confident that acquiring that last portion of split value would be a matter of moments. This would not only grant him a random blind box, but also yield an additional 10,000 split points. Thus, his objective for the day would be accomplished. However, just as Bai Zhou was about to enter the car, Black Tiger unexpectedly approached him again, whispering, "Young master, there is someone clamoring to see you." Initially, Bai Zhou was preoccupied with plans to split Xiaoro and casually inquired, "Who is it?" Black Tiger replied quietly, "I don't know him, but he claims to be Su Wenma." "Who?" Bai Zhou, who had just settled into the car, sprang out in excitement upon hearing that name. Observing Bai Zhou's fervor, Black Tiger could not help but smirk, realizing that this Su Wenma must hold significant importance to the young master. Indeed, Bai Zhou was aware that Su Wenma, known as Old Mo in the original story, was a formidable fighter who could spar evenly with the protagonist, the warrior Dragon King. Although the ultimate victor remained the Dragon King, Su Wenma's immense combat prowess was not something Bai Zhou could afford to overlook. If he were to let Su Wenma slip away and the latter aligned himself with the protagonist, it would be futile even if Bai Zhou had the protagonist woman by his side. Su Wenma Black Tiger's voice trailed off awkwardly. Without hesitation, Bai Zhou asked, "Where's he?" If it weren't for that name, he would have proceeded home to split Xiaoro. Yet now, though he remained unaware of Su Wenma's intentions, Bai Zhou sensed that he could potentially gather those elusive 100,000 points from Su Wenma. Moreover, completely splitting Su Wenma would yield extraordinary significance, a pure stroke of fortune akin to acquiring a golden blind box. Seeing his young master so animated, Black Tiger promptly relayed, "He said he is waiting for you at the East Market." "Drive," Bai Zhou exclaimed, promptly sliding into the back seat of his Maybach. Black Tiger obediently started the engine, steering Bai Zhou toward the East Market, with the younger members of their crew trailing closely behind. Seated in the back of the Maybach, Bai Zhou's eyes sparkled with delight, his mind racing with anticipation. I hope Su Wenma's sister isn't dead. If she truly was, that would be splendid. Was it not rather cruel to wish for a young girl's demise? Nonetheless, a familiar and peculiar buff seemed to trigger once more. Earlier, while driving the Maybach, nothing unusual had occurred. However, the moment he took a seat in the rear, his phone began to ring. Bai Zhou, accustomed to such occurrences, felt no inclination to comment. Upon checking, he was surprised to see that the caller was Mu Yun. Why did he say again? Because the last time he visited the East Market, it was Mu Yun who called, only to have him cut the call short. Now, he was inclined to hang up once more. Yet, before he could do so, an amused smile crept across his face as he answered, "Aunt Yun, missing me?" Ding. Mu Qianqian split value 0. 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian split value 0. 1. Startled by the system prompt, Bai Zhou froze momentarily, even taking a second look at his phone as caller ID. Indeed, it was Mu Yun. Yet, how could the system be indicating Mu Qianqian? Before Bai Zhou could fully comprehend the situation, an irate voice erupted from the other end of the line. "Bai Zhou, you scoundrel! How dare you speak to my mother like that?" Bai Zhou gasped. Was that really Mu Qianqian? What on earth was happening? As he pondered, he heard Mu Yun's hurried voice, sounding as if she were rushing from afar. "Qianqian, what are you doing with your mother's phone?" In that instant, Bai Zhou realized the truth. Mu Qianqian had secretly taken her mother's phone to call him. This, I cannot fathom the reason. But Bai Zhou inexplicably uttered into the phone. How do you speak to your father? Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian. Detected that Mu Qianqian's fragmentation level has reached 20. Earned fragmentation points 2000. Chapter 73. Not at home today, Bai Zhou. Mu Qianqian's voice erupted like a roar. Repeat what you just said. Perhaps Mu Qianqian wanted to hear it again? It was unclear. Bai Zhou had already hung up the phone, reveling in his current balance of 98,000 points. Just 2,000 more. The second golden legend beckoned. As for how Mu Yun would explain this to Mu Qianqian, that was beyond Bai Zhou's concern, for Mu Yun was undoubtedly far more anxious about it than he was. The phone did not ring again, likely because Mu Yun had snatched her phone back. Ding. Mu Qianqian's split value 0. 1. Such system notifications echoed in Bai Zhou's mind. He could easily imagine the situation between Mu Yun and Mu Qianqian, mother and daughter. Just picturing that scene brought a smile to his face. Ding. Mu Qianqian's split value 0. 1. This notification continued to play in Bai Zhou's mind at intervals, indicating that Mu Yun was truly fervently trying to explain things to Mu Qianqian, working hard to smooth things over. Ding. Mu Qianqian's split value 0. 1. Ding. Bai Zhou lost count of how many times the system notification rang. Finally, his phone rang again, this time with Mu Yun's name displayed. However, Bai Zhou was confident that this call was not from Mu Qianqian. Had Mu Yun managed to persuade her, or had she been deceived? It was unclear. Nevertheless, a playful smile lingered in Bai Zhou's eyes as he answered the call with, "Miss me, Daddy?" Creak. He recognized the sound of Mu Yun gritting her teeth on the other end. Yet, no notification from Mu Qianqian's system echoed in his mind, confirming that it was indeed Mu Yun on the line. After 3 seconds, Mu Yun's voice, laced with irritation, came through. "Bai Zhou, you rascal. What did you just say to Qianqian? Why were you talking about being a dad?" Listening to Mu Yun's fervent tone only deepened Bai Zhou's smile. "Oh, Daddy's here. So obedient, Ding. Mu Yun's conversion rate 0. 5. Shut up. Be serious. I'm discussing something very important." Mu Yun's demeanor was a mix of embarrassment and anger, or perhaps a combination of both. Yet, Bai Zhou maintained his nonchalant demeanor, seemingly indifferent, and then provocatively added, "Oh, you mentioned that yesterday on the Big G. Why didn't I ask you to call me Daddy? How about trying tonight?" Ding. Mu Yun's conversion rate 0. 5. Ding. Mu Yun's conversion rate 0. 5. You are an absolute jerk. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal, Bai Zhou's face radiated joy, as bright as sunshine. However, he had no intention of calling Mu Yun back to apologize. After all, she was a grown woman, and some matters required her own contemplation. Yet, unexpectedly, as Heihu drove him into the eastern part of the city, his phone rang once more. This time, it was not a call but a message. Again from Mu Yun. Upon opening it, Bai Zhou couldn't help but gasp slightly. It read, "Mu Yun, Qianqian 1 TB home until midnight." His Omayant Yun. Bai Zhou stared at the message on his phone. What does this mean? Did she just agree to his earlier proposal? Goodness. Bai Zhou felt that Mu Yun was not only affected by him, but was perhaps starting to unravel. TSK. His characteristic excited rubbing of hands reemerged. However, Bai Zhou still restrained the urge to instruct Heihu to turn around and head straight to Mu Yun's house. After all, Su Wenma was still a crucial factor. Before long, the familiar sign of the Eastern market appeared before Bai Zhou's eyes. He no longer pondered the system notifications belonging to Mu Qianqian. After Heihu parked the car, he stepped out and strode confidently toward the Eastern market. Heihu and his subordinates trailed closely behind, unsure of Bai Zhou's intentions. This caused some customers preparing to enter the market to turn and flee without a moment's hesitation. For no other reason, they hadn't changed their clothes yet. Bai Zhou, dressed in a blue suit, led the way, while Heihu and his men, clad in intimidating black suits, followed behind. From a distance, they presented a formidable sight. As soon as Bai Zhou and his entourage stepped into the bustling market, the noise abruptly fell silent. Everyone, whether buying or selling vegetables, froze mid-action, turning to gaze at Bai Zhou and his group. Instantly, they adjusted their demeanor to one of submissive deference. This state lasted only a moment before they returned their focus, bowing their heads and quietly attending to their tasks. Internally, they all chanted, "I can't see them, I can't see them." Yet, their curiosity about these individuals' identities and motives lingered. Bai Zhou, however, was resolute in his purpose. He led his subordinates directly to Su Wenma's stall. Inside, only Su Wenma was present, unadorned with an apron. Clearly not working today. Bai Zhou also noticed the absence of Su Shi, which made him secretly hope. "Please let Su Shi be dead. Do tell me she has perished." Inside the stall, Su Wenma sat with a gloomy expression, eyes filled with a frantic anxiety, oblivious to Bai Zhou's arrival. It was evident that his mind was in disarray. At that moment, Bai Zhou's somewhat hoarse voice broke the stillness. "I hear. You wish to see me?" Ding. Su Wenma's split value 1. Upon hearing that voice, Su Wenma instantly looked up. It seemed as though he disregarded Bai Zhou's entourage entirely, as he swiftly appeared right before Bai Zhou. Heihu's pupils constricted, internally exclaiming, "What incredible speed! I didn't even see him move." Yet after a brief shock, he instinctively prepared to shield his young master. However, unexpectedly, Su Wenma was even quicker. With a thud, he knelt squarely before Bai Zhou. This sudden change left Heihu momentarily stunned. Then he heard Su Wenma's voice, tinged with a hint of tears. "I don't know who you are, yet I am certain that your identity is anything but ordinary. As long as you agree to save my sister, I am willing to grant you anything you desire." Ding. Su Wenma's fragmentation value 1. Chapter 74. Is this your sincerity in asking for my help? It was quite unexpected for Bai Zhou to find Su Wenma kneeling directly before him. However, upon reflection, he recalled that in the original narrative, the protagonist had unwavering loyalty to those who had merely avenged his sister's death. This led him to surmise the immense significance Su Shi held in Su Wenma's heart, one so profound that it could compel him to forsake everything. Yet, as he listened to Su Wenma's words, Bai Zhou paused slightly, asking, "Save your sister? What do you mean?" In his mind, he silently wondered, surely, Su Shi isn't still alive? Su Wenma then spoke in a choked voice, "Tonight, as usual. She went out to buy takeout from the market, but she hasn't returned yet. Someone told me she was abducted, but in the heavy rain. Didn't see who took her?" As he spoke, tears streamed from the corners of Su Wenma's eyes. "I know who they are, but I can't find them, so I thought of you." Bai Zhou finally understood. It appeared that Su Shi was merely missing, while she was indeed in peril. She had not yet met her demise. However, Bai Zhou seemed to latch onto another crucial keyword. He turned to Su Wenma, perplexed, and asked, "How did you think of me?" It was true that he had very little interaction with Su Wenma, who had just stated he didn't even know who Bai Zhou was. Thus, why would he consider Bai Zhou? Su Wenma felt a surge of urgency within him. His sister's situation was uncertain, and now he found himself entangled in a discussion. Nevertheless, to secure Bai Zhou's assistance in locating his sister, he felt compelled to respond. "The last time you came, your displayed prowess in the presence of that elder beside you indicated that you are no ordinary individuals. Moreover," Su Wenma glanced at the imposing figure of He, who beside Bai Zhou, continuing, "This further corroborates my assumption." While this reasoning was indeed sound, Bai Zhou had another question. "How did you manage to contact me?" Upon hearing this, Su Wenma was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, "Right?" He rushed back to his fish stall and emerged from behind a fish tank, hoisting a figure clad in black, battered and bruised. Returning to Bai Zhou's side, he unceremoniously dropped the unconscious individual at Bai Zhou's feet. "This person must have been assigned to surveil me, right?" Heihu's brow furrowed in an instant, and he hastily went to assist the fallen figure, scrutinizing him closely. The next moment, Heihu's face contorted with fury as he glared at Su Wenma. "Did you do this?" Heihu's wrath served to validate Su Wenma's claim. Indeed, this individual was one of Bai Zhou's subordinates. However, Bai Zhou's expression darkened slightly. Su Wenma, seemingly unfazed, replied, "He was here to surveil me. If there is blame to be placed, it lies with him for intruding first. I merely sought to use him to find his master, but he was tight-lipped, so..." I eventually extracted the information from his phone records. Rest assured, he only suffered minor injuries. You scoundrel! He Hu roared, ready to confront Su Wenma, but Bai Zhou's calm voice halted him. Uncle Hu, stand down. Young master. He Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. This subordinate was one he had painstakingly trained, and he genuinely cared for his men. He Hu was genuinely enraged. Yet, upon meeting Bai Zhou's emotionless gaze, he clenched his teeth and withdrew his fist. Su Wenma seemed to anticipate this turn of events, his expression remaining unchanged. He then knelt once more before Bai Zhou, sincerely imploring, "Please, sir, save my sister." As Bai Zhou listened to Su Wenma's plea and gazed into his eyes, a flicker of inscrutable light glimmered in his own. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Who took your sister?" Ding! Su Wenma's fracture value 1. Su Wenma's eyes sparkled with surprise at Bai Zhou's question, implying that he was willing to help rescue his sister. It seemed his gamble had paid off. He possessed enough value to warrant Bai Zhou's assistance. That person has given himself a nickname, calling himself Huang Mao Diao Shu. Bai Zhou's expression turned incredulous. What the hell? Even the minor characters in this narrative give themselves such names? No wonder they meet their demise early. He dismissed his thoughts on the matter and turned to He Hu. Do our people know of this Huang Mao Diao Shu? He Hu shook his head slowly. No. But anything related to the underground world of Jiangsheng can be investigated. Very well. Bai Zhou nodded. Look into it. I want results immediately. At this, He Hu's brow furrowed, and he questioned, "Young master, he assaulted our man. Should we still?" But Bai Zhou's indifferent gaze silenced him. Filled with anger, He Hu turned to Su Wenma. I truly don't understand what's so special about you that compels the young master to act on your behalf. Kid, I'll be watching you. After uttering those words, He Hu stormed off. Ding! Su Wenma's fracture value 1. Once He Hu departed, Su Wenma turned to Bai Zhou, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master. As long as you rescue my sister, I will do anything you ask of me." However, Bai Zhou remained silent. Su Wenma then stood and offered Bai Zhou a chair. Bai Zhou accepted and sat down. Before long, the battered subordinate on the floor began to regain consciousness. Upon seeing Su Wenma, he recoiled in fear, almost crawling away. Yet, upon noticing Bai Zhou's composed demeanor, he hesitated to voice his grievances. Sensing the tension in the air, he ultimately fell silent, retreating behind Bai Zhou in a state of distress. After some time, He Hu returned, his expression grim, though not due to anyone else, but because of Su Wenma. Approaching Bai Zhou, he shot a menacing glare at Su Wenma before reporting, "Young master, we found him." At this, Su Wenma's eyes lit up with excitement as he stepped forward. Where? Let's go save my sister. Yet, Bai Zhou seemed to disregard Su Wenma's enthusiasm, turning calmly to He Hu and instructing, "Excellent, Uncle Hu, contact this so-called Huang Mao Diao Shu. Have him kill this person's sister." Su Wenmo. Ding. Su Wenma's fracture value 1. Ding. Su Wenma's fracture value 1. Ding. Su Wenma's heart sank as he let out a piercing scream. What? What do you mean? I summoned you to assist in saving my sister. At that moment, Su Wenma was engulfed in confusion. Indeed, he had sought help to rescue his sibling. Yet why did this individual immediately express a desire to harm her? Could it be that they were conspirators? In the face of Su Wenma's frantic and nearly deranged outburst, Bai Zhou merely raised a hand, pointing with a hint of indifference at the bruised and battered lackey who had just hidden behind him, and softly remarked, "Is this the sincerity with which you sought my aid?" Chapter 75. Your sister's life is worth less than my young brother's dignity. Is this the sincerity with which you request my assistance? Bai Zhou's tone was remarkably calm as he uttered these words. Yet they sent a palpable shock through the gathered crowd, particularly striking Su Wenma. From Bai Zhou's unperturbed demeanor, Su Wenma perceived an overwhelming threat. Beep. Su Wenma's rift value 1. Beep. Su Wenma's rift value 1. Beep. Su Wenmo. Detected Su Wenma's rift level has reached 20, earning rift points 1,000. With a balance of 99,000, Bai Zhou's expression remained unchanged. At that moment, He Hu suddenly grasped the situation. The young master was not seeking this Huang Mao Diao Shu merely to serve Su Wenma. It dawned on him that the young master still cared for his subordinates. Not only He Hu, but even the timid subordinate lurking behind Bai Zhou, tasked with monitoring Su Wenma, felt a surge of emotion upon hearing those words. An overwhelming sense of grievance washed over him, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. He was merely a nameless subordinate to the young master. To think the young master would bring so many people and even contemplate harming that person's sister for his sake. From this day forward, my life belongs to the young master. Yet, Bai Zhou did not share this sentiment. Su Wenma's fists were clenched tightly, his mind racing with disbelief at the current predicament. He had suspected Bai Zhou's esteemed status and recognized his formidable strength. A person of such high standing, coming to meet him twice after learning of his circumstances, indicated that he truly valued Su Wenma's potential. Surely, to gain his favor, Bai Zhou would acquiesce to his demands. However, he had merely intended to reach out and had inadvertently harmed a trivial subordinate of Bai Zhou's. How could he possibly? Threaten to kill my sister? Observing Su Wenma's escalating fury, Bai Zhou noticed the absence of notifications from the rift system. He understood that Su Wenma was engulfed in rage, a state that could jeopardize his rift plan. Nevertheless, Bai Zhou felt no remorse for his actions. The reasoning was simple. One cannot take advantage of my fondness to act recklessly before me. Even the lowliest of my subordinates carries the weight of my name. The Prince of Jiangsheng, Bai Zhou. One must respect the master when dealing with a dog. Su Wenma had yet to recognize his place, daring to ask for assistance. What a joke. I, Bai Zhou, am a villain. Even if you possess great talent, I shall not become your sycophant. Gazing at the furious, speechless Su Wenma, Bai Zhou calmly stated, "You cannot truly believe that your sister's life holds more value than my subordinate's dignity?" What? Bai Zhou's dispassionate voice resonated once more. The notion that his sister's life was worth less than that of a mere dog infuriated Su Wenma beyond measure, triggering an explosive outburst. With a resounding crash, Su Wenma's foot struck the ground, shattering nearby fish tanks with the force of his fury. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, charging towards Bai Zhou. "Young master, be careful." He Hu instinctively rushed forward to shield Bai Zhou. Yet, Bai Zhou raised a hand, halting He Hu's advance. Su Wenma appeared before Bai Zhou in a flash, his massive fist poised to strike without hesitation. But Bai Zhou made no attempt to evade. "Young master," He Hu's anxious shout echoed through the room. But with a sudden thud, Su Wenma's iron fist halted just 5 centimeters from Bai Zhou's temple. Fire blazed in Su Wenma's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Roaring at Bai Zhou, "Why do you not dodge? Are you unafraid?" Bai Zhou, indifferent to such trivial discourse, simply regarded the enraged Su Wenma and said, "Kneel." Those 2 words caused Su Wenma's body to tremble violently. Beep. Su Wenma's rift value 1. In truth, Bai Zhou was gambling. He understood how formidable Su Wenma was. Even if He Hu and his subordinates rushed in, it would only serve as a temporary delay. If Su Wenma intended to strike, it was merely a matter of time. However, Bai Zhou believed this gamble was necessary. Initially, he had thought that if Su Wenma sought his help, he would assist him and subsequently command his obedience. Su Wenma would become his subordinate, and after fully severing their ties, he could reap points and perhaps exchange them for blind boxes. However, after reflecting on the incident involving his subordinate, Bai Zhou realized that even if he severed ties with Su Wenma, the latter would still become arrogant from favoritism. What he desired was not a proud individual, but an obedient dog. Thus, Bai Zhou lightly cleaned his ear. "I do not wish to repeat myself." Beep. Su Wenma's rift value 1. Trembling, Su Wenma gritted his teeth and, with a heavy heart, knelt once more before Bai Zhou. This time, his mindset was undeniably different from before. With this act of submission, Bai Zhou knew he had won his gamble. Beep. Su Wenma's rift value 1. Beep. Su Wenma's rift value 1. Su Wenma, gritting his teeth, took a deep breath and rasped, "I apologize, sir. I extend my apologies to you and your subordinates for my actions against him. I hope you can save my sister." With that, Su Wenma slowly lowered his head to the ground, bowing deeply before Bai Zhou. Beep. Su Wenma's rift value 1. Though his words dripped with anger, Bai Zhou recognized that Su Wenma's sincerity had grown compared to before. However, this alone was insufficient to transform Su Wenma into a loyal subordinate. Consequently, Bai Zhou turned to the bruised subordinate hiding behind him. "You, come here." The subordinate, still touched, trembled at Bai Zhou's command, momentarily stunned but swiftly approached. "Young master, what is your command?" As he spoke, the pain from his injuries caused him to wince. Bai Zhou's voice followed. "How did he strike you?" "Go back and return the favor." Beep. Su Wenma's riff value 1. Beep. Su Wenma's riff value 1. Me? The subordinate was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the command. Then Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow and looked at him saying, "What? Are you afraid? Do you mean to imply that my subordinates can be bullied by anyone in this world, and you dare not retaliate?" Upon hearing these words, the young man gasped in shock. His gaze transformed into an unwavering resolve. He declared loudly, "Young master, I dare. Thank you, young master. From this moment on, I shall never bring shame upon you again." After uttering these words, the young man took a bold step forward and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The sound resonated as it struck fiercely against Su Wenma's face. Ding! Su Wenma's rupture value 1. Ding! Su Wenma's rupture value 1. Ding! Su Wenma's rupture value 1. Detected that Su Wenma's rupture level has reached 30, earning 1,500 rupture points. Chapter 76. The Protagonist Brother My Dog. Bai Zhou's balance of split points had once again reached an impressive 100, 500. With just a word, he could acquire a new golden legend. However, at that moment, Bai Zhou's focus lay elsewhere. For Su Wenma was, in essence, akin to a golden legend himself. Presently, he was at a pivotal moment, training Su Wenma to be subservient. Thus, Bai Zhou would not allow himself to be distracted. Ding! Su Wenma's split value increased by 1. Bang! Thud! Slap! Ding! Su Wenma's split value increased by 1. This bruised little subordinate was currently grinding Su Wenma's face into the floor. Ding! Su Wenma's split value increased by 1. At that moment, Su Wenma gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught without uttering a sound. After all, he was a formidable expert, yet here he was, being mercilessly beaten down by a mere lackey, with no thought of retaliation. He simply did not dare to. Ding! Su Wenma's split value increased by 1. As the subordinate continued to assault Su Wenma, the black-clad lackeys behind Bai Zhou, including He Hu, silently observed the scene before them. Although they refrained from voicing their opinions, their eyes shimmered with fervor. They were certain that if the one suffering indignities were one of them, the young master would surely treat them the same way. The young master was indeed correct. In Jiangcheng, the young master Bai Zhou's subordinates were destined to walk with swagger. They could not be bullied without retaliation. With the young master protecting them, their lives were irrevocably tied to him. They had never felt this way when serving the old master. The young master. He was the future of the old master. They had chosen the right person. Ding! Detected a significant increase in split value due to the host's treatment of a non-hero character. Triggering system's exceptional reward. Random blind box is being drawn. Bai Zhou's pupils constricted as he heard the system's notification in his mind. What was happening? Exceptional? Indeed, the operation to redeem the antagonist had been ongoing for quite some time, yet the system had never emitted such a sound before. This was unusual. It felt decidedly off. What did non-hero character mean? This must refer to the protagonist's halo. Thus, characters unrelated to the protagonist. Bai Zhou paused momentarily, instinctively turning his head. Sure enough, the group of black-clad subordinates behind him gazed at him, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Could it be them? Ding! Congratulations, host. You've drawn a random blind box reward. Silver blind box 1. What the heck? A silver blind box? Such a high-end surprise? A faint glimmer of excitement lit up Bai Zhou's eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips. However, if a significant portion of the split value came from these subordinates, they must be under the command of his cheap father, Bai Zhenan. Would the random blind box drawn from their split value have anything to do with his father's halo? This was something Bai Zhou did not know. After all, the system had never exhibited such occurrences before. Regardless, he would have to open this blind box to find out. Yet now was not the time for that. The subordinate currently beating Su Wenma had ceased his actions, standing with hands on hips, panting. Bai Zhou observed this and immediately queried, "Why had you stopped?" The subordinate turned, his expression one of helplessness as he replied, Young master, I need a moment to catch my breath. I'm a bit tired from the beating. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou smiled slightly. Have you finished returning the favor? The subordinate was taken aback, then nodded. Yes. I believe I may have even gone a bit overboard. Young master, I apologize. Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. Meanwhile, the now bruised and battered Su Wenma had finally escaped the beating and scrambled to his feet. Though he swayed slightly, he steadied himself and knelt before Bai Zhou, thumping his head against the ground. The sound was tinged with more pain than before. Please, young master Bai, save my sister. Oh, his voice had taken on a sobbing tone once more. Ding. Su Wenma's split value increased by 1. Ding. Su Wenma's split value increased by 1. This time, his cries seemed to carry an additional layer of emotion. Su Wenma continued to wail, Young master Bai, if you can save my sister, I, Su Wenma, will be your dog from now on. Whomever you command me to bite, I shall bite. Ding. Su Wenma's split value increased by 1. Ding. Su Wenma's split value increased by 1. Ding. Detected Su Wenma's split value has reached 40, granting an additional 2,000 split points. As Bai Zhou's point balance soared to 102, 500, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within his gaze. He could discern that Su Wenma's cries were entirely genuine. The humiliation inflicted by having his subordinates hold him down before everyone had thoroughly shattered Su Wenma's pride. His words indicated a swift adjustment of his stance. He was now eager to become Bai Zhou's loyal dog. This was precisely the outcome Bai Zhou desired. With that in mind, having achieved his goal, Bai Zhou smiled, clapped his thigh, and stood up. He turned to He Hu, instructing, Take him along. We shall confront that yellow-haired weasel. Yes, He Hu had no objections to Bai Zhou's command. Previously, he had believed that his subordinate's beating would anger Bai Zhou, who would instead assist Su Wenma. Though he would follow Bai Zhou's orders, he had reservations about his master's approach. However, the situation had changed entirely. He had started to internally apologize to Bai Zhou, realizing his misunderstanding and mistrust. It was his fault. The young master was indeed wise. This shift in He Hu's mindset was an unexpected delight for Bai Zhou. Yet it mattered little. He Hu had already arranged for Su Wenma to be lifted off the ground. As Su Wenma, still bruised and tear-streaked, cried out to Bai Zhou's retreating figure, Thank you, young master Bai. Thank you so much, young master Bai. In a silent, daunting market, vendors and customers alike watched the scene with stiff expressions and twitching eyes. Some even wondered to themselves about this young master, who was so formidable that after beating someone, the victim had to express gratitude. At that moment, Bai Zhou walked ahead, listening to Su Wenma's dazed voice behind him. To be honest, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. After all, he recalled that in the original text, Su Wenma and the protagonist had referred to each other as brothers, standing proudly at the protagonist's side, cold and ruthless, decisive in battle. Without the protagonist, he was the epitome of charm in the original story. However, at this moment, the protagonist may establish a brotherly bond with him. Yet the protagonist's brother can only remain as a mere dog to me. Bai Zhou. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, Bai Zhou, accompanied by an underling, steered his vehicle towards the stronghold of that yellow-haired ferret. In Rain City, within the Lin family's villa, Lin Siyu's father sat regally in his study. The subordinate who had previously reported to him in the dining room stood before him, bowing respectfully, and spoke. We have ascertained that Bai's eldest son was in Jiang City today, bringing chaos to 3 small shops. Upon hearing this, Lin Siyu's father felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Indeed, such a deed is characteristic of him. He only bullies the weak, does he not? It seems that Bai Zhou lacks the extra energy to send anyone to Rain City. He then swiftly lifted his gaze to the servant and inquired, Have you clarified the other matter? The subordinate nodded affirmatively and replied, The first place the young lady visited upon her return to the country was the Liangyue bar. Lin Siyu's father's expression darkened instantly. What did you just say? Chapter 77, A New Perspective. A 1 life-size figurine. In a sudden burst of fury, Lin Siyu's father leapt from his chair, his anger palpable. The servant, recognizing the intensity of his master's rage, trembled and quickly interjected, Master, please calm down. Although the Liangyue bar attempted to assassinate the young master of the Bai family, It may not have been Miss Lin Siyu's doing. What? The servant had not anticipated Lin Siyu's father's explosive reaction. His voice rose to a near breaking point as he roared. The Liangwei bar attempted to assassinate Bai Zhou. The servant, taken aback, lowered his head and slapped his own mouth in disbelief. What was intended to appease the master had only intensified his fury. Master, please do not be angry. We must consider your health. Yet, upon hearing these words, Lin Siyu's father felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Gripping his chest, he took deep breaths and collapsed back into his chair, trembling as he pointed toward the door, his teeth clenched in rage. Get out. Go find that little brat Lin Siyu and bring her to me. The servant instinctively prepared to comply, but soon stood frozen in place, a look of embarrassment creeping across his face. Mississippi. She isn't at home. Not at home. Lin Siyu's father's head felt like it was about to explode. Where the hell has she gone? To Liangwei bar. Upon hearing that name, Lin Siyu's father slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud, bellowing, "Gather the men. Surround the Liangwei bar." Meanwhile, Bai Zhou remained blissfully unaware of the storm he had stirred within the Lin family of Yu City. Even if he had known, he would have been indifferent, as it was Lin Siyu who had brought this upon herself. At that moment, he found himself descending in a concealed elevator hidden within an arcade. Ding! The elevator doors opened with a chime, revealing a cacophony of noise. Before him lay a grand underground casino, dazzling in its opulence. Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Who designed such an expansive underground space? Indeed, his own villa only housed a secret room behind his bedroom, which, while useful, felt somewhat unrefined. Yet, if his villa were equipped with such a magnificent underground casino, the possibilities would be endless. His musings did not go unnoticed by Heihu, who smirked and replied, "Young master, if you desire, I can have several of these constructed for you in no time." Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. What would I do with so many underground rooms? A mortuary? Heihu's face flushed with embarrassment. Forget that. Quickly lead the way. Yes. Heihu promptly guided them through the throngs of gamblers, allowing Bai Zhou to admire the beautiful dealers at the tables along the way. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the casino's innermost chamber. Heihu turned to Bai Zhou. The Huangmao Diao Shu should be inside. Bai Zhou merely nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, Heihu kicked the double doors open with a powerful thrust. What the hell? Who dares to intrude? A furious voice erupted from within. Yet Bai Zhou and his companions seemed undeterred, storming into the room. The last of the group remembered to close the door behind them. The noise of the casino had masked their entrance, and as they stepped inside, Bai Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. Instead of encountering Huangmao Diaoshu or his subordinates, they were greeted by 5 stunning women, completely unclothed. Each one stood poised atop a distinct white cylindrical platform, resembling life-size figurines, while Bai Zhou remained unfazed, recognizing that these women, though beautiful, paled in comparison to Shun Qingying and Mu Yun. His companions were entranced. Their eyes widened, some even drooling at the sight. Suddenly, the women, realizing they were not alone, turned pale. "Ah!" they shrieked, hastily scrambling off their platforms and seeking refuge in the corners of the room. At last, Bai Zhou caught sight of the true target, a furious middle-aged man with unruly yellow hair, a long face, and shifty eyes. Surrounding him were burly men, exuding an intimidating presence. With a resounding slam, Huang Mao stood, demanding, "Who the hell are you? Who let you in here?" As his voice echoed, the muscular men at his side drew their weapons, prepared for a confrontation. Heihu braced himself to protect Bai Zhou, yet Bai Zhou, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, remarked, "Huang Mao, I must say, you certainly know how to have fun here." He gestured toward the 5 women on their platforms. Even as he spoke these words, a picturesque vision emerged in Bai Zhou's mind. He mused, if I were to fill my entire basement at home with life-size figurines, starting with Shun Qingying, would that not be? Far away in the villa, Shun Qingying, Xiao Rou, Mu Yun, who awaited Bai Zhou at the Mu family villa, Mu Qianqian of the Qinyan group, and Qi Yi at the apothecary. Among them, some were entirely unfamiliar with one another. Yet, astonishingly, they all experienced a simultaneous shiver, a chill running down their spines. Ding! Shun Qingying's severance value. 0, 1. Ding! Xiaoro's severance value 1. Ding. Mu Yun's transformation rate 0.5. Ding. Mu Qianqian's severance value 0.1. Ding. Qi Ye's severance value 0.1. Ding. Liang Yu's severance value 1. Ding. Lin Siyu's severance value 1. Bai Zhou. I comprehend the reasoning, but how on earth did Liang Yu and Lin Siyu accumulate their severance values? Chapter 78. Training dogs or relying on heartfelt actions. Huang Mao. It must be said that you certainly know how to have fun. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's remark, Huang Mao instinctively retorted, every dealer in our casino must undergo my personal interview. Is there a problem with that? Well, it turns out this was your method of interviewing dealers. Such a novel approach. I wonder if there's a chance to popularize it. However, after speaking, Huang Mao suddenly realized, why the hell am I explaining this to you? Here's your chance. Get out immediately, or how you leave will be entirely beyond your control. To be honest, Huang Mao's words did carry a certain weight. The group of fierce-looking individuals appeared well-trained, stepping forward once again. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou looked at Huang Mao with surprise and asked, "You don't recognize me?" Huang Mao scoffed. "Who do you think you are? Why should I know you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou instantly understood. Huang Mao was likely of a similar status to Jiang Tianfang, yet his operation appeared significantly larger. With this thought in mind, Bai Zhou decided to contact Wang Ji. At that moment, Bai Zhou also restrained He Hu, who was ready to rush forward and teach the insolent Huang Mao a lesson. Bai Zhou raised his hands and said, "It's fine if you don't know me. After all, I'm not the one here to see you." He then slightly turned his head, revealing the bruised and battered Su Wenma stepping out from behind him. Su Wenma's eyes burned with fury, his teeth clenched in rage. Coupled with his battered face, he appeared even more fearsome. As soon as he emerged, he strode forward and bellowed, "Huang Mao, where's my sister? Hand her over." Hearing Su Wenma's roar, Huang Mao finally recognized him. "Su Wenma, I can't believe you got beaten to a pulp." "Ha ha." He laughed merrily. "Aren't you supposed to be quite skilled? You've dealt with so many of my subordinates, yet today you look like this? It seems the heavens are watching. Su Wenma, you have your day too." Su Wenma's teeth ground together in fury. The reason he was in such a state was entirely due to his reluctance to fight back. "How dare you mock me? My anger can only be unleashed upon you. Give me back my sister." Su Wenma roared as he charged forward. Seeing this, Huang Mao waved his hand, and a group of black-clad men quickly surrounded Su Wenma. He Hu, standing beside Bai Zhou, looked to him as if asking whether to intervene. Yet Bai Zhou merely shook his head gently, quietly observing the scene. He was well aware of the original plot, knowing that it wasn't the group of black-clad men who surrounded Su Wenma. Rather, it was Su Wenma who encircled them single-handedly. Indeed, with a flurry of movements, Su Wenma darted about like a ghost. He Hu's eyes widened in astonishment as he began to understand why his master valued this fishmonger named Su Wenma so highly. This fishmonger was a skilled fighter, and his prowess seemed to surpass his own. This was the first time Bai Zhou witnessed Su Wenma in action. Watching the black-clad men being taken down one after another by Su Wenma filled him with uncontainable delight, for he knew that such an exceptional master would become Bai Zhou's loyal dog after today. Before long, Huang Mao's anguished shrieks echoed, "You useless bunch! You can't even handle an injured person. What good are you to me? Su Wenma, what are you doing? I warn you, don't come any closer, you." Huang Mao's voice was filled with pain as Su Wenma seized his hair and yanked him from behind the table, slamming him onto the ground. In a hoarse voice reminiscent of death itself, he demanded, "Tell me, where's my sister?" At that moment, Huang Mao, grasped by Su Wenma's grip around his throat, was gripped by a primal fear of death. Yet he still snarled defiantly, "If you have the guts, kill me. If you do, not only will your sister die, but you will too. Come on." Does Huang Mao possess a shred of courage? Perhaps. But for Su Wenma, his sister was a forbidden line, and his eyes now brimmed with murderous intent. His grip tightened, genuinely intending to strangle Huang Mao right there. Seeing this unfold, Bai Zhou realized it was time to test Su Wenma's obedience. "Lao Montak," Bai Zhou called out sharply. Ding. Su Wenma's obedience value 1. Ding. Su Wenma's obedience value 1. Ding. Su Wenma's obedience value 1. Despite the continuous chimes of the system notifications, Su Wanma showed no sign of relenting. Huang Mao's eyes bulged as they threatened to pop. Bai Zhou frowned and strode forward, delivering a forceful kick to Su Wanma's chest. Su Wanma staggered back 2 steps, releasing Huang Mao in the process. He then turned furiously towards Bai Zhou, as if prepared to strike him. However, upon looking into Bai Zhou's eyes, his gaze flickered uncertainly. Ding! Su Wanma's obedience value 1. Ultimately, he slowly unclenched his fists, his expression darkening as he lowered his head to Bai Zhou and murmured, "Young master." "I'm sorry." Huang Mao, having narrowly escaped death, gasped heavily while clutching his throat. Bai Zhou smiled, realizing that training dogs indeed required heartfelt actions. Ding! Su Wanma's obedience value 1. Bai Zhou understood that Su Wanma had not fully submitted yet. His compliance was motivated by his need for assistance. Nevertheless, this was a promising start. Meanwhile, Huang Mao seemed to have gained some clarity. The once invincible Su Wanma had effortlessly dealt with his subordinates. Yet this young man had simply delivered a kick, and Su Wanma dared not protest, even apologizing. The injuries on his face were likely orchestrated by this young man as well. This young man, Huang Mao, coughing and gasping, propped himself up from the ground and hoarsely addressed Bai Zhou, "Kid, you're the helper that bastard Su Wanma hired, right?" Huang Mao had the audacity to speak to him. Bai Zhou turned to Huang Mao and replied nonchalantly, "You could say that." Huang Mao's laughter sounded unpleasant, yet his eyes glimmered with a cold light as he said to Bai Zhou, "Though I don't know who you are, you must be someone of some standing in Jiangsheng, correct? Today, you dare to lay a hand on me. Have you considered the consequences? I have powerful connections." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhou, He Hu, and Su Wanma instinctively looked up. Yet all they saw above was the ceiling. There was no one there. However, it did not take long for the 3 individuals to realize that what he was saying seemed to be unrelated to the matter at hand. Bai Zhou turned to He Hu and inquired, "Does he have someone backing him?" He Hu slightly curled his lip and nodded, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. Observing He Hu's expression, Bai Zhou appeared to grasp certain implications. Meanwhile, Huang Mao, under the impression that he had succeeded, taunted Bai Zhou, "So, are you beginning to feel fear now?" In response to Huang Mao's retort, Bai Zhou smirked slightly and replied, "Your superior wouldn't happen to be one of my subordinates, would he?" Taken aback, Huang Mao stammered, "What do you mean? Who exactly are you?" Yet, Bai Zhou was disinclined to clarify and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough. I will give you a chance. Call your superior right now." However, before proceeding, he added, "First, tell me where his sister is." Just as he finished speaking, Bai Zhou's peripheral vision caught sight of a pale figure. It was not that he sought to look, it was simply too conspicuous. Hidden behind a large sofa was one of the dealers who had just been interviewed, protecting her front with one hand while cautiously pointing in a certain direction with the other. Instinctively, Bai Zhou turned to look, and to his astonishment, he discovered a small door that seemed to blend seamlessly into the wall, located just behind Huang Mao's previous seat. Suddenly, it dawned on him. So, Huang Mao truly was hiding a beauty in a gilded cage. Chapter 79. Greetings, esteemed sir. The fierce Huang Mao would not deign to answer Bai Zhou's inquiry, instead snarling, "Kid, if you wish to know where his sister is, abandon all hope. Just wait, I will call. You better not run away." With that, he scrambled to the table and seized his phone. Bai Zhou, with a slight shrug, turned to Su Wanma and said, "Stay here. I will go search for your sister." As he prepared to approach the small door, Su Wanma's anxiety surged. "I'm going too." "Not necessary." Bai Zhou shot him a cold glance. "Do you not comprehend my words?" Ding. Su Wanma's severance value 1. Ding. Su Wanma's severance value 1. Su Wanma fell silent, and Bai Zhou calmly continued, "I instructed you to watch him. What if, by the time you find your sister, he calls someone to end her life?" Ding. Su Wanma's severance value 1. Su Wanma believed him. He glanced at Bai Zhou, his expression complex, and clenched his teeth in agreement. Bai Zhou then turned and walked toward the small door. Was Bai Zhou truly so benevolent, intending to help Su Wanma find his sister? That was hardly plausible. Bai Zhou harbored his own schemes. If Su Shi remained unfound, she was effectively in a state of quantum uncertainty. Whether she lived or died was entirely at his discretion, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. If Su Shi was still alive, Bai Zhou would orchestrate her demise, framing Huang Mao, amplifying Su Wanma's hatred, and ultimately eliminating Huang Mao as a matter of course. In doing so, Su Wanma would inevitably become as devoted to him as the original narrative intended, a loyal hound. Was that not desirable? Do not perceive Bai Zhou as overly virtuous. He had never forgotten he was a villain. Thus, he boldly pushed open the small door. Meanwhile, Huang Mao was still struggling to connect his call, and upon witnessing this move, he bellowed, "What do you intend to do? That place is not for you to enter." You! He lunged at Bai Zhou, but in the next instant, thud! Su Wanma appeared behind Bai Zhou and sent Huang Mao flying with a powerful kick. After thwarting Huang Mao, Su Wanma turned to Bai Zhou, his voice hoarse. "Young master, I implore you, please rescue my sister." Ding! Su Wanma's severance value 1. Ding! Su Wanma's severance value 1. Detected. Su Wanma's severance value reached 50, gaining severance points 2,500. Listening to the system notification echoing in his mind and observing his point balance of 105,000, Bai Zhou wore a sincere smile as he nodded to Su Wanma. Rest assured. With that, he slipped through the small door, closing it behind him. Once the door was shut, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He then drew a dark handgun from his waist. As the eldest son of the Bai family, carrying a firearm was entirely justifiable, was it not? Behind the door lay a long corridor. In the distance, Bai Zhou could discern a faint pink glow emanating from the corridor's end. He smirked slightly, a sense of vigilance creeping into his heart. After all, he could not ascertain whether the croupier, treated as a mere figurine by Huang Mao, was genuine or feigned. However, Bai Zhou now possessed the means to safeguard himself. Thus, he activated the Qing Shan concealment technique, rendering both his form and presence utterly invisible within the corridor. Deep within Huang Mao's underground lair, he discovered a room adorned akin to a couple's hotel, replete with flowing drapes. Light filtered through, casting wavering shadows. At the center of the drapery, the faint sound of a struggle akin to a mosquito's buzz emerged. Ooh! Su Shi, her mouth gagged, was firmly bound to the lone grand bed within. Moreover, her clothing lay strewn about the floor. To her side stood 4 alluring women, attending to her with wet cloths. One woman, appearing older and more graceful, gently wiped Su Shi's face while murmuring, "My dear, you are not the first to be brought here, nor will you be the last. Yet, I can assure you, you are the most beautiful among them." What a pity! As she spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes, and drawing a deep breath, she continued, "After tonight, you shall faithfully accompany Lord Huang. Do not contemplate escape. 4. In doing so, you shall ensure a life devoid of worry." Uncertain if the woman aimed to brainwash Su Shi, the latter shook her head violently, struggling against her restraints. Tears streamed from her eyes, unceasing despite the woman's efforts to wipe them away. Just then, Su Shi seemed to catch sight of something, her body trembling violently, her pupils dilated, and amidst the tears, a glimmer of hope shone through, her eyes pleading, "Help me, save me." The woman attending to her was the first to notice the change, but before she could react, crack, a soft sound echoed, and she felt a chill at the back of her head. Before comprehension could dawn, a piercing scream erupted. The other 3 women, pale as ghosts, recoiled in terror. Finally, the woman grasped the reality. An unfamiliar man was aiming a gun at her. "Sir, please do not kill me," she begged, immediately surrendering. Bai Zhou, taken aback by her swift capitulation, had initially intended to resolve matters with the women first. Yet, it appeared they were merely ordinary individuals. With a thud, the woman fell to her knees, terror-stricken tears cascading down her face. "Sir, we are also victims. Huang Mao compelled us to act this way. Please spare me. I shall release her this instant." As she spoke, she pressed a hidden switch on the bed, and Su Shi was freed from her bindings. In a flash, Su Shi tore the tape from her mouth and darted behind Bai Zhou, her voice quivering with emotion. Thank you for saving me. Thank you. Woo-woo." Hearing her voice, Bai Zhou's expression turned peculiar. "Who said I came to save you? I came to end you, dear. Yet, do you not care at all that I've seen you in your entirety?" Cough, cough. Bai Zhou coughed softly and slowly uttered, "Put on your clothes first." Sushi gasped in utter embarrassment, exclaiming, "Ah!" She hurriedly grabbed the scattered garments and began to clumsily don them. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou, casting a cold gaze at the four pale-faced women, barked, "Get lost." The women, feeling an immense sense of relief, responded, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir," and fled in a hurry. However, the last woman turned her head before departing, glanced at Sushi behind Bai Zhou, and said, "Sir, enjoy yourself. If you need anything, just call us." With that, she dashed away. Enjoy? Enjoy what? I came here to kill. Just then, a sharp tearing sound echoed from behind Bai Zhou. Instinctively, he turned to look, his pupils dilating in shock. No, the clothes you just put on. How could they be torn already? Before he could fully grasp the situation, he heard Sushi gasping for breath. Hot. Bai Zhou exclaimed, "What the hell? That bastard with the yellow hair drugged her." Chapter 80. The Golden Blind Box. Just open it without a sound. In a daze, Sushi gazed at the astonished Bai Zhou, suddenly leaping forward to stand right before him. What Bai Zhou felt was not merely the approach of a figure, but rather an overwhelming wave of heat surging toward him. Good heavens! This unexpected shift startled Bai Zhou, causing him to instinctively take a step back. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the meaning behind the woman's words just before she left. So that's how it is? Now, Bai Zhou could piece together how Sushi met her demise. As the events unfolded prior to the original storyline, no explanations were provided in the text. It appeared that after ingesting a drug, Sushi realized she had been taken advantage of by that yellow-haired weasel outside. Upon regaining consciousness, she could not bear the humiliation and took her own life. But now, I am here to kill you. Bai Zhou raised his handgun, aiming it directly at Sushi's forehead. A normal person, confronted with a gun to their head, would instinctively react with fear and beg for mercy. Yet Sushi, she had lost her mind. Staring at the gun pointed at her brow, she seized it with determination. Bai Zhou's pupils dilated in disbelief. My goodness, this is a real gun. Solid metal, loaded with bullets. What on earth? Bai Zhou could hardly fathom the scene before him. At this moment, he could not help but mentally lament. This is it. Please don't do this. If this continues, I won't be able to meet Mu Yin tonight. Stay calm, Bai Zhou, stay calm. You must devise a strategy. Standing his ground while fending off Sushi's onslaught, Bai Zhou took deep breaths, pondering his next move. Logically, if he truly killed Sushi, it wouldn't matter whether she had been drugged. A single shot would suffice. However, he was, after all, a normal man. So, Bai Zhou felt like a character deep in thought, fingers pressed to his temples, contemplating a solution. He realized he needed to come up with a plan quickly. Otherwise, he might catch a cold. He silently recited in his mind. The trope of the female lead being drugged is far too common. As a VIP of the tomato platform, what would the protagonist do in this situation? Of course, a spark of clarity illuminated Bai Zhou's eyes. The protagonist would utilize their formidable skills or extraordinary medical expertise to help the female lead detoxify without any incident. Yes, that's it. But I can't do that. The legendary Qing Shan Duanjin? Don't be ridiculous. Bai Zhou was in a panic, but in the next instant, he realized, I have some points to spare. Suddenly, he marveled at how wise his previous decision to conserve his cutting points had been. Rubbing his hands together, he called out, Golden Legend, save my brother's life. System, give me a golden blind box. It must be golden. Such powerful techniques or miraculous medical skills are certainly not ordinary. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming 100,000 cutting points, obtaining a golden blind box 1. Would the host like to open it? Of course I will. Goodness, if I don't open it now, this suit will be ruined, and it was quite expensive. Opening golden blind box. After what felt like an eternity, a dazzling golden light appeared before Bai Zhou. The system's prompt followed. Congratulations, host, for opening the golden blind box and receiving the reward. Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens, dragon hidden in the world. Huh, what is this? This ambiguous reward left Bai Zhou perplexed. Yet, in an instant, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind. The volume of information the system forced upon him was far greater than before, causing a sharp pain in his head. Fortunately, the discomfort was short-lived. The phrases "Phoenix Dance" in the Nine Heavens and "Dragon Hidden in the World" were instantly etched into Bai Zhou's consciousness, as if he had always possessed this knowledge. His eyes gradually brightened. This is a cultivation technique. This is actually the protagonist's cultivation technique. The secret of the great Qin Shan. The protagonist became the world's most formidable powerhouse through such an extraordinary, even obscure, technique. Truly, this is the golden legend. And this is precisely what I needed. Now I have a way. However, the intense excitement in Bai Zhou's eyes suddenly froze, and his complexion began to blanch. 3 seconds later, this is actually a set of leave no holiday cultivation techniques. Truly, a masterpiece from the golden legend. Yet for Bai Zhou at this moment, goodness, system, is this intentional? Of course, the system would not respond to Bai Zhou's query. But he quickly comprehended. Everything is predestined. Even as a transmigrator, one cannot defy fate. As the saying goes, what is meant to be will always find a way. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. What the heck is this? In any case, Bai Zhou ceased to resist. The moment he stopped resisting, ding, Su Wenma's cutting value 1. Upon hearing this system prompt, Bai Zhou's expression darkened. After all, goodness, at a time like this, the system's prompt indicates a man's cutting value. That is a bit. Never mind, as long as I'm not the focus. Ding. Su Wenma's cutting value 1. Ding. Su Wenma's cutting value 1. Ding. Ding. Su Wenma's cutting value 1. Detected. Su Wenma's cutting level reached 60, rewarded with 3,000 cutting points. Having just depleted a wave of cutting points, his balance was restored to 8,000. However, Bai Zhou was too fatigued to care. Today's objective was unfulfilled. Su Shi would likely not perish. She might become one of the collectibles in his basement. Perhaps, in this way, Su Shi's value would surpass that of simply killing her. He could effectively bind Su Wenma to himself through Su Shi. With this shift in perspective, Bai Zhou felt increasingly adept, while he was indirectly severing ties with Su Wenma. Elsewhere, in Rain City, the streets, illuminated by vibrant neon lights, were devoid of patrons in the Lianghua bar. The reason was simple. The bar had been surrounded by the Lin family, the local tyrants of Rain City. At this moment, they were in the same office-like room as before. The young girl, Lin Xiyu, stood before Liang Yu, her face awash with tears as she grasped Liang Yu's hand, shaking it fervently. "Sister Yu, I implore you, save me. My father has sent someone to capture me. Can you bear to send me back to that heartless home?" Upon hearing this, Liang Yu coldly shook off Lin Xiyu's hand, her gaze icy and her voice devoid of emotion as she replied, "Can you bear to watch the bar I have painstakingly built over the years crumble to dust?" Lin Xiyu faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Liang Yu continued, "You return to the country seeking me, which brings me a measure of comfort. However, you expect me to send someone to eliminate the heir of Jiang City? Now look where we are. The plan has been uncovered. Did you not claim that the Lin family from Yuqing held the Bai family from Jiang City in contempt? Why then do you seek refuge here?" Tears brimmed in Lin Xiyu's eyes, rendering her speechless. After a prolonged silence, she finally stammered, "But you did not stop me back then. You were eager to eliminate Bai Zhou yourself, weren't you?" Liang Yu's expression stiffened at her words. "Is this what you call a rational conversation? Am I wrong?" Lin Xiyu retorted, "Sister Yu, we are inextricably linked in this matter. Although the assassination of Bai Zhou was orchestrated by me, the assassin was dispatched by you. When blame is cast, you cannot absolve yourself of culpability." At that moment, a sharp explosion resonated from outside the room. "Boss, trouble is brewing. Mr. Lin has barged in with his men." "What?" Liang Yu and Lin Xiyu exclaimed in unison. Chapter 81. One pampered, one foolish. With a resounding crash, the door to their room was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Before anyone appeared, the voice of Lin Xiyu's father, tinged with anger, echoed in, "Boss Liang, my daughter has been indulged since childhood and is naive, but I remember you, Boss Liang. As a respectable person, how could you commit such a foolish act?" Accompanied by this cold voice, Mr. Lin strode in, flanked by a group of men in black. Although Mr. Lin's words seemed somewhat diplomatic, the underlying tone was clearly a reprimand directed at her. Even Liang Yu, usually composed, exhibited an uncharacteristic discomfort. Yet, in the face of the local tyrant, she managed to maintain her composure, offering a slight bow and politely responding, "Uncle Lin, your admonishment is duly noted." However, before she could finish, Mr. Lin waved his hand dismissively. "No, Boss Liang, please do not call me uncle. We are not relatives." At this, Liang Yu's eyes narrowed in confusion. Mr. Lin continued, "You dare to send someone to Jiang City to assassinate the young master of the Bai family. As a resident of Yi City, I might also become your hunting target one day." Hearing Mr. Lin's voice, Liang Yu understood that he was subtly threatening her, serving as a reminder of her precarious position. After all, her establishment, the Lianghua Bar, was the only unregulated zone in Yi City, largely thanks to Mr. Lin's influence. This connection had fostered her friendship with Lin Xiyu and persuaded her to undertake certain actions. But now, confronted by Mr. Lin's ire, Liang Yu felt utterly at a loss for words, fully aware of her culpability. She shot a glance at Lin Xiyu, as if to say, "Look at the mess you've created." Mr. Lin's voice broke the silence once more, but not before casting a fierce glare at Lin Xiyu, who was hiding behind Liang Yu. "Boss Liang, may I have my daughter back now?" Before Liang Yu could respond, Lin Xiyu could no longer contain herself. Her voice tinged with grievance. "Dad, I merely sought to have that scoundrel, Bai Zhou, assassinated. So what if he isn't dead? Besides, our family's strength likely surpasses that of the Bai family. Why should we fear them?" "Shut your mouth, mister." Lin was far less courteous with his daughter than with Liang Yu. His roar sent a shiver through Liang Yu, who stood frozen in place. "You're still talking, mister." Lin's face was flushed with fury, his chest heaving with anger. Yet, certain words seemed too sensitive to utter in front of others. Hence, he bellowed, "Since you still call me Dad, it proves there is still hope for you. Now, immediately, come with me to Jiang City and apologize to the Bai family." "Why? Just because I want to live a little longer?" Amidst the swirling thoughts of Liang Yu and Lin Xiyu, Bai Zhou felt a mix of surprise and relief at the system alerts echoing in his mind. The current situation was far more melodious than the previous notifications he received regarding Su Shi's actions. At least now, it felt less out of place. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying the name Mu Yun, which caused Bai Zhou's expression to shift awkwardly. How interesting. Earlier, it was Mu Qianqian calling Mu Yun, and now, a complete reversal? Instinctively, Bai Zhou ended the call, aware that Mu Yun could control her voice, but the oblivious Su Shi could not. Yet, Mu Yun was as persistent as her daughter. Bai Zhou silenced his phone, but when Mu Yun couldn't get through, she resorted to messaging him. Given that his phone was resting against Su Shi's back, she easily caught sight of the message. "Mu Yun, are you eating spicy hot pot too?" Bai Zhou instinctively exclaimed, "How do you know?" Before he could process further, Mu Yun called again. With no other choice, Bai Zhou grit his teeth and answered, growling, "What do you want?" On the other end, Mu Yun was taken aback by Bai Zhou's irritated tone, then asked, "What is that noise? Are you really eating spicy hot pot?" Bai Zhou felt an inexplicable tension rise within him. His eyes flickered to the handgun he had placed at the foot of the bed. In a swift motion, he picked it up and pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed, followed by a flash of light. As for the oblivious Su Shi, well, there was no need to elaborate. On the other end of the line, Mu Yun gasped, her voice filled with urgency. "Was that a gunshot?" Bai Zhou responded, "Now you know what I'm doing? We'll discuss your matters later. Be careful." This was the last thing he heard from Mu Yun before he hung up. What Bai Zhou did not realize was that the gunshot had not only alarmed Mu Yun, but also Su Shi's biological brother, Su Wenma, who was just outside in the long corridor. Though the corridor was lengthy, Bai Zhou's handgun, lacking a silencer, produced a sound far louder than mere conversation. Su Wenma turned sharply, his gaze fixed on the secret door Bai Zhou had just vanished through, a look of concern etched across his features. In an instant, he felt his heart race. The only person he held dear enough to elicit such a response was his own sister. Thus, the tremors he felt were undoubtedly linked to her. And that sound was unmistakably a gunshot. Su Wenma swiftly resolved to pursue, despite Bai Zhou's orders to stay back and the presence of Bai Zhou's subordinates. For within that room was not just Bai Zhou, his sister was likely there as well. With a determined clench of his fist, Su Wenma turned and headed towards the secret door. Black Tiger, present at the scene, also heard the shot and glanced towards the small door. However, He understood the implications better than Su Wunma. That gunshot belonged to the young master's handgun. Indeed, Black Tiger was well-trained and recognized the distinct sound, confirming it was the same weapon the young master carried today. Although it cannot be ruled out that someone might use a pistol akin to that of the young master, the unmistakable sound unmistakably signifies his involvement. With absolute trust and understanding towards Bai Zhou, he is certain that it is indeed the young master who has fired the shot. As for the others, the underlings of Black Tiger are utterly preoccupied with the high-heeled figurines nestled in the corner, indifferent to the unfolding events. However, Black Tiger's gaze sharpens, for he observes Su Wunma preparing to open the door. He hastens forward to intervene. Yet, at that precise moment, a resounding bang reverberates through the air. The office door, previously obstructed by Bai Zhou's subordinate, is abruptly kicked open with force from the outside. This unforeseen turn of events halts Su Wunma in his tracks, while Black Tiger, frowning, turns to look. Entering is a man clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, adorned with a gold chain around his neck, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of arrogance as he strides in with a few lackeys in tow. It must be noted that the interview office of this yellow-haired rodent is indeed spacious. Otherwise, it would be quite impossible to accommodate such a multitude. Upon entering, the man immediately bellows, "Damn it! Who dares to bully my brother Diao?" Chapter 82. Allow me to fulfill the protagonist's sense of anticipation. Damn it! Who dares to bully my dear brother, the ferret? That so-called brother, of course, refers to the yellow-haired ferret. Upon seeing the floral shirt, he felt an instant surge of sunshine. With a cry of wow, he burst into tears. "Brother Hua!" Came a heart-wrenching howl. The yellow-haired ferret lunged toward the floral shirt, sobbing, "You must stand up for me, brother. I was beaten by a filthy fish vendor." However, in his lamentation, the yellow-haired ferret failed to notice that the person he called Brother Hua had frozen in place, his gaze fixated on the Black Tiger. In the next moment, his complexion paled visibly. The cigarette dangling from his lips fell lightly to the ground. The yellow-haired ferret had already charged forward, but Brother Hua raised his hand. "Get away from me." With a resounding slap, he struck the yellow-haired ferret's face. The ferret fell to the ground, tumbling head over heels, and Brother Hua paid him no mind, swiftly moving toward the Black Tiger. Upon reaching the Black Tiger, he bowed nervously and cautiously spoke, "Master Tiger, what brings you here? If there is anything you need, just command me, and I shall see it done." The yellow-haired ferret, still dazed from the slap, intended to express his grievances to Brother Hua. Yet, upon witnessing the scene and hearing Brother Hua's words, he felt as though his throat had been seized. His face turned ashen, and he stood frozen. The Black Tiger regarded Brother Hua with a cold, emotionless expression, stating flatly, "Not only have I come, but the young master has also arrived." "What?" Upon hearing the Black Tiger's words, Brother Hua could not suppress a cry of astonishment. Fear flooded over him. The young master Bai. His voice began to stutter. "The young master of Jiangsheng? My heavens!" Brother Hua's demeanor shifted to one of utter anxiety as he frantically searched the room. Where is the young master? Where is he? He failed to even notice the 4 pristine figurines. His gaze finally landed on Su Wunma, and he exclaimed, "You must be," before he could finish his sentence. A sound sharper than the previous slap echoed in the air. The Black Tiger had delivered a swift slap to Brother Hua's face, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? The young master is busy and will return shortly." It was evident that although Brother Hua ranked above the yellow-haired ferret in status, knowing the Black Tiger, he had never encountered a figure of such legendary stature as Bai Zhou. Brother Hua spun around from the force of the slap, his head spinning, yet he did not forget to apologize. "I'm sorry, Master Tiger, I'm truly blind." "Then, why have you and the young master come here?" The Black Tiger sneered. "Who summoned you? Inquire with them." Upon hearing this, Brother Hua hesitated slightly, then slowly turned his head. During this process, his expression transformed dramatically, appearing almost ferocious. When he turned to see the yellow-haired ferret slumped on the floor, the explosive roar he had been suppressing erupted forth. "Yellow, what the hell did you do?" Brother Hua kicked the ferret squarely in the face. However, the pain did not rouse him from his stupor, for it was at this moment he finally comprehended Bai Zhou's earlier words, "Those above you are my subordinates." How could this be? Just moments ago, he had boasted about summoning his elder brother to deal with others. And now, his elder brother had arrived, addressing the other's younger brother as master. What about himself? Moreover, Brother Hua had just mentioned the young master of the Bai family, Jiangqing's crown prince. The very individual he had dismissed as insignificant was, in fact, the pinnacle of Jiangsheng, who, then, was truly ignorant of their own standing. It's over. I, the yellow-haired ferret, am utterly finished. At that moment, the yellow-haired ferret lay on the ground, receiving a relentless beating from Brother Hua. Yet he remained motionless, allowing the blows to rain down upon him, paralyzed by fear and devoid of the will to resist. Meanwhile, outside the corridor, Bai Zhou remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Ding! Su Wenma's fragmentation value 1. He was only aware of the extraordinary sensation building within him, a power he had never experienced before. As this energy coalesced, Bai Zhou felt an enhancement of his physical strength. He quickly realized it was indeed the protagonist's unique cultivation technique. This technique perfectly aligned with his current state, and he had just unlocked it from the blind box. Although the item from the blind box was not what Bai Zhou had initially sought. Ding! Su Wenma's fragmentation value 1. On another level, this reward was timely. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed Bai Zhou's mind. After much contemplation, the plot of the original story resurfaced in his thoughts, and he muttered with a hint of skepticism, I don't recall the protagonist possessing such a technique. Wasn't it called the Xianyuan War God's Art? That name is rather kitsch, hence it stuck in my mind. So what then is this phoenix dance in the 9 heavens? Dragon hidden in the world. Ding! Su Wenma's fragmentation value 1. Suddenly, as he pieced together the original plot, a light bulb went off in Bai Zhou's head. He slapped his forehead, realizing, the Xianyuan War God's art requires the practitioner to maintain a particular state of being to reach its pinnacle. No wonder my master at Dakingshan said that true cultivation only begins after mastering the Xianyuan War God's art. That beginning must refer to the very item he had just drawn from the golden blind box. Bai Zhou's eyes sparkled with understanding. The original narrative had crafted a sense of anticipation around the cultivation technique, yet he had never aimed to elicit any such expectation. Coincidentally, the system had not granted him the so-called Xianyuan War God's art. A subtle smile graced Bai Zhou's lips as he mused, protagonist, your anticipation shall be fulfilled by me. Ding! Su Wenma's fragmentation value 1. In this moment of inner delight, Bai Zhou reveled in his newfound clarity. Unbeknownst to anyone, Su Shi had regained her senses a mere 10 minutes prior. The poisoning that had afflicted her was only just beginning when Bai Zhou commenced the antidote process. The simplest method of detoxification is, in fact, through expulsion. Su Shi had already undergone this process once. However, Bai Zhou, preoccupied with pondering the origins of the Golden Mystery Box reward, failed to notice. Thus, Su Shi had come to a clear understanding of her present reality. Upon awakening, she experienced a whirlwind of panic, fear, pain, and despair. Yet as time passed, she recognized Bai Zhou. She remembered that he was the one who had saved her, and she recalled the reasons behind her plight. Consequently, her initial feelings of panic, fear, pain, and despair gradually dissipated, replaced by a newfound determination for her future. All of this became inconsequential. Ultimately, within the interview room of the yellow-haired weasel, everyone had endured a lengthy wait. Even the underlings began to find the 4 figurines somewhat tiresome. At last, the concealed door creaked open. Su Wenma immediately cast a desperate glance in that direction. Bai Zhou emerged, appearing invigorated. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Young master, where is my sister? How is she?" "Brother." It was evident that Su Shi's voice had grown hoarse. Chapter 83. The Golden Legend of the 2nd Battalion. Once again, silence enveloped the scene. Su Wenma and Su Shi shared a profound sibling bond, being the only family each had in this world. At least, that was how Su Wenma perceived it for now. The two were in tears, with Su Shi, her voice hoarse from weeping, lamenting, "Brother, I thought I would never see you again." Hearing her choked voice, tears welled up in Su Wenma's eyes as he replied, "Shi, I am sorry. It is my failure to protect you. Brother, you have done no wrong by me, she reassured him, wiping away her tears. Then, with a grave tone, she continued, "It was Bai Zhou who saved me, not once, but twice. If it weren't for him, I truly cannot fathom what torment I would have endured." As she spoke, her voice broke again, and she succumbed to tears once more. What did she mean by twice? That remained unclear. Su Wenma, however, assumed she was referring to the incident at the East City Market and did not notice the glow on her face. His heart ached for her, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "It's all right now. You need not speak further. Your throat is hoarse. I can only imagine what you've endured." At these words, Bai Zhou paused, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he thought, "You cannot begin to fathom your sister's joy." Was it a double entendre? Irrelevant. Su Shi, hearing his words, trembled slightly and instinctively glanced at Bai Zhou. Her tear-filled eyes betrayed an indescribable emotion. Meanwhile, Su Wenma had turned to face Bai Zhou, taking deliberate steps towards him. In the next moment, with a thud, he knelt before Bai Zhou, tilting his head slightly upward. With utmost sincerity, he declared, "Young Master Bai, my previous words remain unchanged. From this day forth, my life belongs to you." After uttering these words, Su Wenma slowly lowered his head to the ground, performing a profound act of submission. At that moment, countless system notifications echoed in Bai Zhou's mind. Ding! Su Wenma's severance value 1. Ding! Su Wenma's severance value 1. Ding! Xu Venmo. Detected Su Wenma's severance level reached 70. Awarded severance points 3,500. Detected Su Wenma's severance level reached 80. Awarded severance points 4,000. Detected severance points 4,500. Detected Su Wenma's severance level reached 100. Awarded severance points 5,000. Bai Zhou's severance points soared to an astonishing 25,000. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes, though it was not enough to astonish him. As he had anticipated this outcome, what he truly awaited was the system rewards following Su Wenma's complete severance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully severing a major supporting character. Drawing an additional random blind box. Random blind box drawing in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a golden blind box 1. Bai Zhou exclaimed internally, "Oh my goodness! Su Wenma, you do not disappoint. A golden legend indeed." Initially, Bai Zhou had hoped that Su Wenma would draw a golden legend for him, especially since it was Su Wenma who had previously earned rewards from the system's silver blind box. Furthermore, Su Wenma's role in the original narrative was exceedingly significant, surely surpassing that of Wang Ji. Yet, even with that knowledge, Bai Zhou could not contain his exhilaration upon beholding the radiant golden glow. Although he had just opened a golden blind box, the effects of these two golden blind boxes were distinctly different. The first was earned through painstaking accumulation of points, while this one was a gift from the heavens. A free gift is always delightful. Without hesitation, Bai Zhou commanded in his mind system, "Open it for me." Ding! The golden blind box is being opened. With Bai Zhou's anxious heart and trembling hands, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the golden blind box, receiving the reward. Heavenly Mysterious 9 Needles." Bai Zhou was taken aback. Heavenly Mysterious 9 Needles? I remember this clearly. The protagonist of the original story was a Dragon King war god, possessing not only formidable combat prowess, but also unparalleled medical skills. The heavenly mysterious 9 needles were rumored to be long lost, with only the protagonist possessing the knowledge of them. But now, there are 2, including me, the villain. Bai Zhou. Does this mean I can? Wait. Just as Bai Zhou reveled in the thought of such a remarkable reward emerging from the golden blind box, he caught a glimpse of Su Shi watching him intently. Wait a moment. System. Suddenly, Bai Zhou realized a critical issue. The sequence of rewards from the 2 golden blind boxes had been reversed. Indeed, he recalled that when Su Shi was poisoned, he had hoped for this very reward. Had he received it then, he would not have needed to personally detoxify Su Shi. Instead, he received a technique that was now rendered useless since Su Shi had already transformed into Su Shi. Why give him a traditional Chinese medicine technique now? Returning to the host. At that moment, the system unexpectedly responded to Bai Zhou's concerns. All system blind box rewards are random and beyond the system's control. I don't believe you. Bai Zhou's expression darkened. You must have done this deliberately. Regardless of his protests, the system offered no further reply. Frustrated, Bai Zhou felt a twinge of displeasure. Although he had not suffered any loss and was quite pleased, he could not shake the feeling that these passive accomplishments paled in comparison to the earlier incident with Mu Yun's windshield. However, Bai Zhou chose not to dwell on this issue too deeply, for after completely severing Su Wunma would enter a transformation phase. He needed to ensure Su Wunma's transformation reached 100 for him to fully become a character within his aura. Previously, Bai Zhou had not given much thought to how he would transform Su Wunma. His focus had been on swiftly severing such a character from the protagonist. But now, Bai Zhou slowly turned his gaze towards Su Shi. Perhaps he could use this girl to facilitate Su Wunma's transformation. This could indeed be a blessing in disguise. Could it not? The system, witnessing Bai Zhou's opportunistic behavior, could only remain speechless. At that moment, Bai Zhou's attention drifted away from the system. Observing Su Wunma kneeling on the ground, he gently uttered, "It is but a trifling effort. Rise, please." Once Su Wunma stood, Bai Zhou continued from now on. "You shall accompany me and work diligently. I shall not treat you poorly. Your sister is still in school, is she not? Henceforth, her tuition fees can be obtained from my steward. You have met him before." Ding. Su Wunma's conversion rate 5. Hearing these words, a glimmer of surprise illuminated Su Wunma's eyes as he eagerly addressed Bai Zhou. "Thank you, young Master Bai. Thank you, young Master Bai. Were it not for my desire to prevent she from abandoning her studies, I would not have resorted to borrowing money, and we would not be in this situation." Alas! At this point, Su Wunma sighed heavily and immediately turned to Su Shi, saying, "Shi, quickly express your gratitude to young Master Bai." Upon hearing her brother's words, Su Shi slightly pouted and murmured, "I have already thanked him, and I shall continue to do so. What are you mumbling about?" Su Wunma's voice rang out. Su Shi was momentarily startled, her face flushed, and she hurriedly replied, "Thank you, young Master Bai," as Bai Zhou raised his hand to indicate that no thanks were necessary. A sudden, explosive shout echoed from a distance. "Young Master?" This exclamation startled all present, particularly Bai Zhou, who instinctively turned to look. He beheld a man clad in a flamboyant shirt, adorned with a large gold chain, lunging towards him. The intensity of the movement caused the buttons of his shirt to pop off, revealing a dense patch of chest hair. "What on earth do you intend to do?" "I assure you, I have no interest in such affairs." Chapter 84. The lock is already open. What need is there for a key? The crux of the matter lay in that flamboyant shirt and the call of young master, which resonated with a depth of emotion. Accompanied by the sight of the shirt's buttons popping off as the wearer spread his arms wide, Bai Zhou sensed the gravest peril since his arrival in this world. Just as he was about to shout for Lao Mo to prevent any biting from the fish, thud, the man in the flamboyant shirt suddenly lowered himself gracefully to the ground, executing a rather stylish slide on his knees. He came to a halt right before Bai Zhou. With a resounding thud, the man's head struck the ground, followed by his anguished cry. "Young Master Bai, I was wrong. It was my incompetence. I have caused you trouble. Young Master Bai, do as you wish with me. I'm truly sorry." Thud! The man's head hit the ground again with considerable force. "Ah, so that is the case." Bai Zhou exhaled a long sigh of relief. Good heavens, he nearly misjudged this flamboyant shirt-wearer's intentions towards him. Meanwhile, just as Bai Zhou was collecting his thoughts, thud, 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 a sound akin to someone laying tiles echoed in the air. The crowd turned to see the yellow-haired fellow, his face ashen, devoid of any hope. Gritting his teeth, he remained silent, kneeling at a distance, repeatedly bowing his head towards Bai Zhou, each knock on the ground powerful enough to draw blood from his brow. Yet, he showed no sign of stopping, fully aware of the gravity of his transgressions. In truth, it was not a crime. He was merely as arrogant as anyone else. Unfortunately, he had gravely misjudged the one he chose to antagonize. Bai Zhou understood the scene before him. It seemed the yellow-haired man had summoned his elder brother, who was none other than the man in the flamboyant shirt. This flamboyant individual was acquainted with He, who instantly grasped the situation at hand. Consequently, The yellow-haired man recognized the profound meaning behind the saying that 1's superiors often stem from 1's subordinates. Of course, Bai Zhou had also encountered another individual in the office, Wang Ji. Indeed, prior to arriving here, Bai Zhou had instructed He who to get in touch with Wang Ji. The timing of his arrival was impeccable. Bai Zhou had grown weary of dealing with the yellow-haired man's antics, for he had already accomplished the primary objective of his visit today. The matter at hand did not involve Su Shi, but rather Su Wenma. Bai Zhou turned to Su Wenma, pointing at the yellow-haired man on the ground, and declared, "This individual is yours to handle as you see fit." Ding. Su Wenma's conversion rate 5. Handle him as you wish, without concern for the consequences. If anything arises, just consult Uncle Hu, understood? Ding. Su Wenma's conversion rate 5. Thank you, young master. Su Wenma spoke with a hint of gritted teeth. However, his gratitude towards Bai Zhou was entirely sincere. At this moment, Su Wenma's icy gaze was fixed upon the yellow-haired man, who continued to bow repeatedly. Standing beside Su Wenma, Su Shi's eyes flickered with an inscrutable light as she covertly observed Bai Zhou. Although she had learned Bai Zhou's name while inside, she had also come to understand her future prospects. Yet, she never anticipated the sheer magnitude of Bai Zhou's status. The yellow-haired man who had bullied her and her brother, whom she had presumed to be a powerful and unrestrained figure in Jiangcheng, was now reduced to kneeling before Bai Zhou, bowing his head in submission, too fearful to utter a word. What manner of man was he? The normal procedure dictates that one first makes a key, then opens a lock. However, in the case of Bai Zhou and Su Shi, they had opened the lock before considering the key, an unavoidable circumstance given the sudden turn of events. Nevertheless, as long as the outcome remained unchanged, the order of operations mattered little. Observing Su Wenma preparing to deal with the yellow-haired man, Bai Zhou decided it was time to take his leave. After casting a glance at Su Shi, who was adorably avoiding his gaze, Bai Zhou chuckled softly and turned to depart. As he passed by Wang Ji, Bai Zhou patted his shoulder, saying, "This situation originally belonged to that yellow-haired man. It is now entrusted to you. Be sure not to let this opportunity slip away, understand?" "I understand, young master. Should I allow this opportunity to falter, I shall bring my head to you," Wang Ji exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Indeed, before meeting Bai Zhou, he had merely been a lowly security guard in a big city. Yet, after being beaten by Bai Zhou, he had not only risen to become a small leader in Jiangxing's underground world, but was now poised to annex territories from other leaders, including this vast underground casino. In an instant, his status had undergone several transformations. Wang Ji increasingly felt that the beating he had taken was truly worth it. Having briefed Wang Ji, Bai Zhou was about to leave when it suddenly dawned on him to mention something. He turned and spoke, "Oh, by the way." Then, he pointed at the corner, "Those women." Upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, the previously cowering high-heeled figurines sprang to their feet, immediately showcasing their attributes to him. They even seemed concerned that he might overlook their merits, eagerly approaching him one after the other. Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display. These women were clearly intelligent, quickly discerning that Bai Zhou's status was anything but ordinary. If the young master were to take an interest in them, even as mere playthings, it would be their chance to soar. However, their seductive exhibition did not go unnoticed by Su Shi, whose cheeks puffed up in indignation as she shot Bai Zhou a resentful glance. Yet the next moment, she froze. "Wait a minute. I've only just detoxified him once. Why am I feeling jealous?" I. Ding. Su Wenma's severance value 5. The system notification signified that Bai Zhou's strategy of leveraging Su Shi to transform Su Wenma was indeed successful. Thankfully, the sound of the system brought Bai Zhou back to reality. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that while the figurines were indeed impressive, their quality was still rather mediocre in his eyes. Thus, he addressed Wang Ji. These individuals were originally candidates for the yellow-haired man's dealer position. How you choose to handle them is up to you. Just remember to send the platforms they were previously standing on to my home. Understood? Wang Ji gazed at the figurines with a look of fascination and, after hearing Bai Zhou's instructions, instinctively nodded. "I understand, young master. I will ensure the task is completed." But soon he paused. "Wait, The young master one of the platforms? Is he not seeking a woman? What purpose does he have for those few platforms? By the time Wang Ji grasped the gravity of this question, Bai Zhou had already departed with He Hu and his subordinates. A peculiar glimmer appeared in Wang Ji's eyes. If the young master has no use for it, then I shall. Bai Zhou found little interest in the notion of picking up what others had discarded. However, should someone wish to engage, he would gladly assist in their endeavors, embodying his spirit of helpfulness. For instance, Shun Qingying, Mu Yun, and perhaps Su. As for Su Shi, she was an anomaly. Yet, the mention of Mu Yun inevitably reminded Bai Zhou of the message she had sent him prior to his arrival here. Qian will not return home before midnight. This was an invitation to embark on a fatherly mission. Yet now, after the experience with Su Shi, Bai Zhou glanced down at himself, nodded affirmatively, and confidently declared, I am capable. Chapter 85. Maintain a bit of distance, Bai Zhou. One must never say no. However, what about the time? Glancing at his watch, it was already 10:30, nearly 11. Wasn't the time until midnight a bit too short? Surely, Mu Qianqian would discover it. Strangely, when this thought crossed his mind, Bai Zhou's eyes unexpectedly lit up. If I were to be discovered, wouldn't that be even better? Heiha, who followed Bai Zhou out of the underground casino, observed Bai Zhou's back. Suddenly, it seemed he had noticed a distinct change in Bai Zhou's demeanor. Unable to suppress a smirk, Heiha thought to himself, I can't shake the feeling that the young master is contemplating some peculiar new tricks. Did Bai Zhou truly conceive some novel scheme? It was unclear. Anyway, after getting into the car and preparing to instruct Heiha to head to Mu Yun's villa, that bizarre buff surprisingly activated once again. This time, upon seeing the caller ID, Bai Zhou's eyelids twitched slightly. The name Bai Jinan was flashing on the phone screen. A wave of contemplation washed over Bai Zhou. This was the second time since his arrival in this world that his father had reached out to him. The first time was right after he had narrowly escaped an assassination. It was only natural for a father to be concerned for his son. But this time, it couldn't possibly be about the matter with the yellow-haired ferret. Could it? Hello, Dad. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to answer this call. It's quite late. You're still awake? Bai Zhou offered a token polite remark. On the other end, Bai Jinan's voice came through, tinged with a hint of exasperation. I indeed wanted to sleep long ago, but your Uncle Lin's family is visiting us. You should come back quickly. It's been ages since you last saw your Uncle Lin, hasn't it? Uncle Lin? Bai Zhou instinctively reacted, wondering when he had an uncle with the surname Lin. But in the next moment, realization struck him. Could it be the Lin Siyu family? With that thought in mind, Bai Zhou tentatively asked, Your Uncle Lin's family traveled all the way from Yuqing at this late hour? Yes. Bai Jinan's voice sounded exceedingly polite. It's quite a journey. You can imagine how arduous it must be. The courteous tone carried a slightly sarcastic undertone. Nevertheless, it confirmed for Bai Zhou that the visitors were indeed Lin Siyu and her family. A faint smile graced his face. So, Lin Yongtian, that old fellow, has already learned of his daughter's escapades? Lin Yongtian, the underground emperor of Yuqing, father to Lin Siyu, a family that would one day become a formidable ally to the protagonist. However, by then, Lin Yongtian would no longer be around. The control of the Lin family would rest in the hands of the little gang leader, Lin Siyu. The original storyline indicated that Lin Yongtian's wife succumbed to a long-term illness, resulting in her untimely death. Following her demise, Lin Yongtian was plunged into despair and ultimately passed away the day before the protagonist's return. When the protagonist first encountered Lin Siyu, she was dressed in black, with a character of mourning emblazoned on her arm. However, that day was still far from the protagonist's return, so it was safe to assume everyone was doing well. Their late-night journey to Jiangsheng must certainly pertain to the assassination incident. Once Bai Zhou discerned their purpose, he responded with a hint of a smile. All right, I'll head back right away. After hanging up, Bai Zhou glanced once more at the message Mu Yun had sent, his anticipation growing. Yet, it was evident that more pressing matters awaited his attention today. Thus, he instructed Heiha, let us go to my father's villa. Yes, Heiha responded, starting the car and gradually departing from the gaming city. Shortly after their vehicle left, Su Wunma, cleaning his hands with a wet wipe, emerged from the gaming hall alongside his sister, Su Shi. Bai Zhou had not dispatched anyone to escort the Su siblings, as long as Su Wenma was present. There was little danger as long as the protagonist stayed away. Su Wenma casually discarded the blood-stained, wet wipe into a trash bin. The blood on his knuckles was certainly not his own. As the siblings walked towards home, Su Wenma spoke in a low voice. I'm sorry, but it seems I may have to return to my former way of life. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he said this. Su Shi paused momentarily, wanting to inquire further, but ultimately held her tongue and replied, Is it to work for that, Bai Zhou? Su Wenma nodded slightly, then let out a soft sigh. He turned to Su Shi and said earnestly, although this Bai young master has helped me and saved your life, you must avoid contact with him as much as possible, understand? The farther away, the better. This person is truly dangerous. Hearing this, Su Shi's heart jolted slightly. She forced a smile, silently thinking, Brother, what you don't realize is that I may not be able to keep my distance from him at all. Unaware of Su Shi's inner thoughts, Su Wenma continued to emphasize, maintain your distance from him. Do you understand? Is a negative distance acceptable? Su Si Muset Inwali. Su Wenma, noticing her prolonged silence, asked, What are you thinking? Did you hear what I said? His voice interrupted Su Shi's chaotic thoughts, and she hurriedly looked up. I heard you. I was just thinking. After a brief pause, she turned to Su Wenma and said, He has done so much for us, even saving my life. We should express our gratitude. Shouldn't we? Of course. Su Wenma nodded in agreement. I will work diligently under him to repay his kindness. Ding. Su Wenma's conversion rate 5. However, Su Shi shook her head and said, That's for you, brother. After all, he saved my life. I must show my appreciation as well. You. Upon hearing Su Shi's words, Su Wenma's brows furrowed immediately. Didn't you hear what I just said? I said he is very dangerous. You must. I know, brother, he is dangerous. Su Shi's voice carried a hint of impatience. Let us just find a time to invite him over for dinner. I'll cook. Consider my way of thanking him. Just this once, and besides, you'll be there too. What danger could there be, right? Listening to Su Shi's innocent voice and observing her earnest expression, Su Wenma felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. With no other option, he sighed softly and nodded. Since you insist, I'll find a way to contact him later. Ding. Su Wenma's conversion rate 5. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Bai Zhou realized that Su Shi's value was just beginning to manifest. Thankfully, by a twist of fate, he had not met her demise. Otherwise, he would have to devise alternative plans. Whether this was a justification Bai Zhou concocted for himself, he could not tell. Time was fleeting. Bai Zhou had already caught sight of a magnificent villa. Of course, in comparison to his own residence, it still fell slightly short. However, upon beholding this villa, a flicker of nervousness stirred within Bai Zhou's heart. This marked his first return home since his arrival in this world. This home belonged to the local magnate of Jiangsheng, Bai Zhenan. Although this Bai Zhenan was his estranged father, one could hardly deny the unease that arose in the presence of such a formidable figure. Under the attentive service of the staff, Bai Zhou stepped into the villa. As he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by the sight of 2 men and 2 women seated in the brightly lit living room. The moment his gaze fell upon these 4 individuals, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. He couldn't help but internally muse, truly captivating. It was uncertain whom he referred to. Bai Zhenan had already noticed Bai Zhou, and his voice resonated through the air. Xiao Zhou, you have finally returned. Your uncle Lin and the others have been waiting for quite some time. Yet before Bai Zhou could utter a word, he received a series of notifications. Ding. Lin CU's fragmentation value 1. Ding. Lin CU's fragmentation value 1. Ding. Lin CU's fragmentation value 1. Detected Lin CU's fragmentation level has reached 20. Reward of fragmentation points 2,000. His point balance surged to 27,000. Bai Zhou's gaze gradually settled on a young girl seated among the group, her eyes sparkling with an intriguing glimmer. Chapter 86. Substitute? Do you think you deserve it? As Bai Zhou prepared to step inside, a melodious yet soft voice called from behind. Bai Zhou. Upon hearing this voice, a flicker of surprise crossed Bai Zhou's eyes as he turned around. He was taken aback to find Shun Qingying standing right behind him, her appearance weary, as if she had just hurried over. Today, Shun Qingying's attire bore a striking resemblance to the outfit she wore when they first met after his arrival, albeit in a different hue, still the familiar Balenciaga and Valentino. However, now, with her charm maximized at 99, Shun Qingying looked even more captivating in this ensemble. What brings you here? Bai Zhou was genuinely surprised that Shun Qingying had come to his father's villa. She bit her lips slightly and replied, "It was Bai, my father, who asked me to come." Ding. Shun Qingying's rift value 0. 1. Shun Qingying instinctively wanted to address him as Mr. Bai. After all, throughout their 2.5-year marriage, she had never regarded Bai Zhou as her husband, let alone as her father-in-law. However, given that Bai Zhenan was seated nearby, she quickly corrected herself. "My father sent for you?" Upon hearing her explanation, Bai Zhou paused momentarily, glancing at Bai Zhenan in the living room, and suddenly understood. What was Lin Siyu's status? She was his betrothed, yet due to his congenital shortcomings, this woman had gone abroad, seemingly intent on making a mockery of him. After all, he was Bai Zhenan's son, and upon learning of this, Bai Zhenan must also harbor resentment. While it was unwise to confront Lin Yongtian directly, Bai Zhou couldn't help but smile faintly. It appeared that what his father desired aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. With a decisive motion, Bai Zhou grasped Shun Qingying's delicate hand. Ding! Shun Qingying's rift value 0. 1. In her flustered state, Shun Qingying could hardly react as Bai Zhou led her with large strides toward the living room. Observing this scene, Bai Zhenan couldn't help but smile softly. As Bai Zhou and Shun Qingying approached, the sharp sound of her high heels echoed, drawing the attention of Lin Siyu, who had been keeping her head down. Upon seeing the dashing Bai Zhou confidently holding hands with an exquisite beauty, her heart involuntarily twinged. Ding! Lin Siyu's rift value 1. Unbeknownst to herself, Lin Siyu's small fists clenched tightly. When she finally realized this, she was taken aback. Wait, why am I reacting this way? Could it be jealous? Ding! Lin Siyu's rift value 1. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Siyu vehemently shook her head. How could I possibly be jealous of this? This wretch. Nonsense. It must be because I see him thriving. Does he deserve it? Ding. Lin Siyu's rift value 1. This was precisely the effect Bai Zhou sought. He was indifferent to who had arrived or what Lin Siyu's thoughts entailed. His sole concern was to harvest rift value from her, amassing points to enhance his own strength. Bai Zhou and Shun Qingying entered the living room, first greeting his stepfather Bai Zhenan before turning to the other middle-aged couple present. With a calm and confident smile, he said, "Uncle Lin, Aunt Li, good evening." He then introduced Shun Qingying, bringing her in front of him. "This is my wife, Shun Qingying." Ding! Shun Qingying's rift value 0. 1. Ding! Shun Qingying's rift value 0. 1. Ding! Lin Siyu's rift value 1. Shun Qingying was taken aback by how Bai Zhou introduced her, a blush unexpectedly creeping on her cheeks. Nevertheless, she quickly greeted Lin Yongtian and his wife. Lin Yongtian's hearty laughter filled the room. "Ha ha! How long has it been since we last met? You've grown up, and now you're even more handsome." Amidst Lin Yongtian's polite remarks, Bai Zhou's expression remained unchanged as he took Shun Qingying's hand and sat down on the sofa, positioning themselves directly across from Lin Siyu. Upon seeing Lin Siyu with her heavy smoky eye makeup and disheveled hair, a hint of surprise flickered in Shun Qingying's eyes. She thought to herself, how does the Lin family harbor such guests? Indeed, the contrast between Lin Siyu and her parents was quite stark. Lin Yongtian continued his pleasantries. "Your wife is quite beautiful. You two truly make a perfect pair." Ding! Shun Qingying's rift value 0. 1. Though Shun Qingying recognized Lin Yongtian's flattery for what it was, she couldn't shake the feeling that he spoke a certain truth. The atmosphere appeared pleasant enough, yet inevitably, after Lin Yongtian praised Shun Qingying, Lin Siyu, sitting there, murmured disdainfully, "Humph. She's merely a substitute." Although Lin Siyu's voice was low, everyone present heard her. The most affected was Shun Qingying, who immediately turned to Bai Zhou, her expression clearly questioning if there was some hidden connection between him and this girl. Lin Yongtian's brow furrowed as he prepared to reprimand his daughter. But another voice cut in more swiftly. It was Bai Zhou. Without hesitation, as soon as Lin Siyu's words fell, he shot back coldly. And you think you're worthy? Ding. Shen Qingying S rift value 0. 1. Ding. Lin Siyu S rift value 1. Ding. Shen Qingying S rift value 0. 1. At these words, Shen Qingying, sitting beside Bai Zhou, felt an unexpected warmth surge within her. Her gaze toward him shifted subtly, and she couldn't help but ponder, is he protecting me? Protecting me? Bai Zhou had no such intentions. He merely sought to retort Lin Siyu and harvest her rift value. Lin Siyu was taken aback. Upon hearing those 3 words, a fire ignited within her. Yet, she instinctively glanced toward her parents, unable to fathom Bai Zhou's audacity to speak so boldly in front of them. However, she noticed her mother was eager to defend her, but her father held her back, intensifying her fury. She turned to Bai Zhou, seething with anger. What are you saying? Bai Zhou, with an air of mockery, scoffed, regarding Lin Siyu as if she were a fool. Have you no brain? Or perhaps you lack eyes? He gestured for Lin Siyu to compare herself to Shen Qingying. Subsequently, with a gentle tap on Shen Qingying's knee, she instinctively, or perhaps habitually, crossed her legs in a most ladylike manner. Bai Zhou, satisfied, placed his hand upon the soft fabric of the Balenciaga. Ding. Shen Qingying's rupture value 0. 1. What am I doing? Have I been tamed? Following this, Bai Zhou's voice continued. Do you think you deserve this? Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. It seems Lin Siyu had more to say, but a thunderous reprimand from Lin Yongtian swiftly interrupted. Enough. Lin Siyu, Bai Zhou is right. You ought to consider the situation you find yourself in. Dad, you. Lin Siyu appeared suddenly aggrieved, as if about to throw a tantrum, but Lin Yongtian's low growl silenced her. Be quiet. He then turned to Bai Zhou, softening his tone. Bai Zhou, Siyu has been spoiled by Uncle Lin. You must. However, to Lin Yongtian's astonishment, Bai Zhou interjected with a remarkably calm demeanor. All right, Uncle Lin, there's no need for these roundabout discussions. My wife and I would like to return home to rest soon. Please let us get to the point. Who are you performing for? A sharp intake of breath escaped Lin Yongtian. Ding. Shen Qingying's rupture value 0. 1. Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. The atmosphere in the living room plummeted to a freezing point. Chapter 87. An eye for an eye. Lin Yongtian was utterly bewildered. He had long been aware of Bai Zhou's audacious behavior in Jiangcheng, yet he never anticipated such brazen arrogance. After all, he held a position of comparable stature in Yuishing, and being his elder, how dare Bai Zhou address him in such a manner? However, Lin Yongtian discerned that Bai Zhou's demeanor was not merely that of a spoiled rich kid. He understood the true nature of a debauchee who would never possess such audacity. A peculiar emotion welled within him. If Lin Yongtian felt this way, one could only imagine the astonishment of Bai Zhenan. Bai Zhenan, taken aback, had not expected his son to exhibit such defiance. Yet, beneath his surprise lay a glimmer of delight. Nevertheless, he had to maintain a facade of sternness, feigning severity as he addressed Bai Zhou. Young Zhou, how can you speak to your Uncle Lin in such a manner? He then turned to Lin Yongtian with a smile, saying, Old Lin, your daughter has been spoiled by you, and my son is no exception. Please bear with it. This statement had originally been intended for the Bai family. It now emerged from Bai Zhenan's lips. In that instant, Lin Yongtian felt utterly outmaneuvered, as the Bai family had seized the upper hand, all due to Bai Zhou's momentary display of attitude. He gazed at Bai Zhou, his eyes sparkling with newfound understanding, silently reflecting, had all my assumptions about this young master been entirely erroneous? Despite these thoughts, Lin Yongtian maintained an air of resignation, sighing at Bai Zhenan. Every family has its own troubles to bear. At that moment, Shen Qingying was oblivious to the intricate psychological dynamics at play between Lin Yongtian and Bai Zhenan. She simply felt an inexplicable surge of charm emanating from Bai Zhou, who was seated beside her, dressed in his Balenciaga attire. She dismissed it as a mere illusion. After all, he was still the familiar rogue she had known. Bai Zhou spoke again, this time not to apologize, but to address Bai Zhenan. Father, I am aware of the reason for Uncle Lin's family visit today. Since this concerns our generation, and to prevent it from affecting your friendship with Uncle Lin, we shall handle this matter ourselves, shall we? Without hesitation, Bai Zhou replied. Of course. Let the children manage their own affairs. He then turned to Lin Yongtian, asking, What do you think, old Lin? Lin Yongtian clenched his fists inwardly, pondering why Bai Zhou sought his opinion when the decision was already made. However, as they were in Jiangcheng, the Bai family's territory, and since Lin Yongtian's purpose was to seek reconciliation, he conceded, Let the children resolve their own issues. We have grown old and are no longer of use. Bai Zhou chuckled in agreement. Yet, Lin Yongtian's wife, sitting beside him, gripped his sleeve, her beautiful, mature eyes revealing profound concern. It was evident that this mother was genuinely worried about her daughter. However, Lin Yongtian shot her a glance that implied silence, leaving her to sit there, anxious. Bai Zhou's gaze shifted to Lin Xiyu, who trembled slightly upon meeting his eyes. What do you intend to do? She stammered. With a light chuckle, Bai Zhou remarked, You acknowledge your involvement in the assassination attempt against me, do you not? Assassination? Lin Xiyu was still processing his words when Shun Qingying, seated beside Bai Zhou, gasped, realizing it was Lin Xiyu who had orchestrated it. Her expression turned icy as she instinctively moved closer to Bai Zhou, unaware of her own actions. Lin Xiyu, gritting her teeth, finally admitted, Indeed, it was I who arranged it. What do you plan to do about it? She felt a sense of recklessness, believing that since the secret was out, she might as well boldly confess. Why hide? Did she fear him? Perhaps he would even kill her? Bai Zhou simply smiled and shook his head. I'll one-t kill you. However, his next words nearly caused Aunt Li to leap from her seat. Because that would be rather uninteresting, wouldn't it? What did you say? The system chimed, indicating that Lin Ciyu's rupture value had reached a critical threshold, granting her a significant amount of rupture points. Yet, Bai Zhou did not afford her a moment to react, as he called out, Uncle Hu. In the next instant, Lin Xiyu felt the room darken. The towering figure of the Black Tiger, a man resembling a bear, emerged. Upon seeing this intimidating presence, Lin Xiyu's complexion drained of color. The tension escalated, and her rupture value surged. Not only was she terrified, but Aunt Li also appeared pale, filled with dread for her daughter. Young master, the Black Tiger respectfully greeted Bai Zhou before the latter turned to Lin Xiyu, stating, I believe in reciprocity. You sent someone to kill me, so I shall send someone after you. Lin Xiyu. Aunt Li could no longer contain herself, standing up to plead with Bai Zhou. Xiyu has realized her mistake. Bai Zhou interrupted her, his tone indifferent. Aunt Li, you heard what my father and Uncle Lin said. We will handle our own matters. Aunt Li felt her heart sink, her complexion shifting from pale to a sickly yellow. Yet, Bai Zhou was unfazed as he continued to Lin Xiyu. My car is outside. I now grant you the opportunity to get in and flee. Uncle Hu will pursue you in a dump truck. Isn't that how you intended to chase me? You'll get a taste of your own medicine. Regardless of whether you live or die, this matter will be settled, understood? White Zhou. Lin Xiyu glared at him. Have you lost your mind? Aunt Li stood there, her expression one of urgent desperation, as she turned to grasp Lin Yongtian's arm, exclaiming, Old Lin, speak up. Your daughter is in grave danger. She is my only child. At that moment, Lin Yongtian's countenance was undeniably grim. However, the words that had just escaped his lips were his own, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and endure, while his mind raced to devise a strategy. Yet, Bai Zhou had no intention of granting him that opportunity, continuing to speak, Your time is running out. Ding. Lin Ciyu's fragmentation value 1. Ding. Lin Ciyu's fragmentation value 1. Detected that Lin Ciyu's fragmentation level has reached 40, granting fragmentation points 4,000. Bai Zhou realized that his strategy was proving exceedingly successful. Otherwise, his balance of fragmentation points could not have soared to 34,000 so swiftly. Old Lin, Aunt Li suddenly cried out in a chilling shriek. Yet, in the next instant, her body stiffened, her pupils dilating in horror. With a sudden cough, a stream of blood erupted from her mouth and nose. With a thud, she collapsed backward onto the ground. Mom! Lin Ciyu's heart-wrenching cry pierced the air as she and her father rushed towards her fallen mother. This sudden turn of events caused Bai Zhou and his wife, Bai Zhou, to rise simultaneously, their expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. While the astonishment of Bai Zhou and Shun Qingying was evident, Bai Zhou's gaze was peculiar as he regarded Aunt Li, who was now spitting blood, his eyes twitching in disbelief. What a remarkable coincidence. Chapter 88. The Fourth Sister's Alchemy, Melting at First Taste. Had I just acquired a heavenly, profound 9 needles? And Aunt Li collapsed? How peculiar it seems. Almost as if the narrative were crafted solely for my grandeur. Indeed, Bai Zhou was aware of Aunt Li's chronic ailment. Had she not perished before the tale commenced? Yet, I did not anticipate such a sudden turn of events. It must be said, the heavenly profound 9 needles could indeed save Aunt Li in her current state. However, Bai Zhou had no intention of complying with such a contrived plot. Why should I save Aunt Li? What connection do I have with her? Moreover, I lacked acupuncture needles. I could not possibly use my own to puncture her. Could I? Although Aunt Li still possessed her grace, such an act would be rather undignified. Hence, Bai Zhou opted for silence. Yet, not everyone wished for his silence. Take Lin Siyu, for instance. She was already terrified beyond measure. But witnessing her mother spitting blood and collapsing before her eyes, how could she remain composed? Bai Zhou, her voice erupted, filled with venomous rage. You have harmed my mother. I will kill you. She charged at Bai Zhou, claws bared, as if she truly intended to take his life. However, Bai Zhou seized the moment, raising his hand. With a sharp clap, he struck Lin Siyu before she could grasp his collar, sending her hurtling through the air. Quite literally, Lin Siyu spun in midair before crashing onto the nearby sofa with a resounding thud. Bai Zhou was taken aback by the sight. When had he become so strong? Suddenly, he recalled the powers he had obtained from the golden blind box, the phoenix dance of the 9 heavens, and the dragon hidden from the world. Was this not the technique that allowed for a holiday without rest? Moreover, after mastering it, he had immediately taken a break alongside Su Shi. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented energy coursing through him, and now, Lin Siyu was still reeling from the slap, dazed and sitting on the ground, her face swollen and showing signs of frothing at the mouth. Observing her condition, Bai Zhou cleared his throat and withdrew his hand, coldly declaring, "If anyone is to blame for Aunt Li's plight, it is you, the unfilial daughter. Were it not for your actions, would Aunt Li be in this state?" Ding. Lin Siyu's resentment value 1. Ding. Lin Siyu's resentment value 1. Ding. Lin Siyu's resentment value 1. Though Lin Siyu was now dazed, it did not diminish the impact of Bai Zhou's words. Naturally, she was devoid of any combat capability at this point. Kneeling on the ground, Lin Yongtian's eyes blazed with rage. This Bai Zhou had not only driven his wife to such a state, but had also battered his daughter. Truly, this was intolerable. I shall unleash my fury. Bai Zhou interjected. Hold on a moment before you unleash your wrath. He had approached hastily, speaking urgently. Old Lin, do not panic. I will find a doctor, the best in the southern region, right here in Jiangsheng. After making this declaration, he turned to the waiting He, who, commanding, go find Director Chun. If he is asleep, drag him here by force. Yes, He who did not hesitate and dashed away. Once he had given his orders, Bai Zhou shouted at Bai Zhou, look what you've done. Although his voice was raised, it lacked genuine anger, merely a facade. He then turned to the seething Lin Yongtian, saying, Old Lin, do not worry. With Director Chun Baozhong, our finest physician, your sister-in-law will assuredly be fine. Lin Yongtian replied, I shall wait before I unleash my fury. Indeed, his wife's life was paramount. It would be inappropriate to erupt now. Thus, he cast a cold glance at Bai Zhou before swiftly redirecting his focus to caring for his wife. With a thud, Lin Siyu ultimately could not withstand Bai Zhou's slap, collapsing dizzily onto the sofa. Witnessing this, Bai Zhou could not help but smirk slightly. Was there still a pursuit for vengeance? Yet, he understood that neither he nor his father would permit Aunt Li to perish in their home. That would be tantamount to declaring war on Yuqing. Though Bai Zhou was unafraid, such an outcome would hinder his progress in severing the protagonist's halo. Thus, he could only wait patiently for the arrival of Director Chun to stabilize Aunt Li's condition. As this group eagerly awaited Chen Baozhong in an unknown wilderness, A patch of parched earth suddenly cracked open, revealing a dark passage. Shortly thereafter, a petite woman, covered in dust, emerged from within. She brushed off the dirt, inhaling the fresh air under the night sky, her starry eyes gleaming with profound delight, even shedding tears of relief. Unable to contain her joy, she spread her arms wide and exclaimed, "I'm out. I've finally made out. Ha ha ha." After a fit of laughter, she quickly rummaged through her tattered bag, retrieving a satellite phone. Upon seeing the signal, her excitement surged. There's a signal. Finally, there's a signal. This cursed place had no reception. But now I'm free. She promptly dialed a number. In Jiangcheng, Mu Qianqian, returning home under the starlit sky, heard the melodious ring of her phone from her pocket. The absence of a caller ID made her frown, yet she answered the call. The next moment, a bright, bell-like laughter rang out. "Third sister. I'm out. I've finally escaped." Startled by the cheerful voice, Mu Qianqian paused. "Fourth sister?" The title alone revealed that this woman was indeed the protagonist's fourth sister. "What do you mean you're out? You haven't gone tomb raiding again, have you?" Mu Qianqian's tone carried a hint of exasperation. "This time is different. You know?" The fourth sister's voice brimmed with excitement. "This ancient tomb is like the alchemical furnace of the supreme old lord, filled with rare medicinal herbs." "Third sister, do you know what I discovered?" Not yet having guessed, Mu Qianqian listened attentively as the fourth sister, unable to keep her secret, exclaimed, "It's the divine herb of the affectionate monarch." The divine herb of the affectionate monarch? The peculiar name elicited a strange expression from Mu Qianqian. "What is that?" The fourth sister, seemingly eager to enlighten her, explained, "Aren't all 7 of us sisters, along with our junior brother, cultivating the Xianyuan war god technique? Until we reach the pinnacle, there are certain limitations we cannot bypass. However, with this particular herb, the limitation can be, third sister, do you not desire a man?" Mu Qianqian. At the moment those words were uttered, a man's silhouette instantly appeared in Mu Qianqian's mind. Yet, this figure was not their junior disciple, but rather Bai Zhou. It was the very scene of her walking alongside Bai Zhou in the corridor. Mu Qianqian. Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. What on earth? Mu Qianqian, have you lost your mind? What are you thinking? Just as she scolded herself internally, the voice of her fourth sister once again echoed through the phone. "Third sister, why are you silent? Have you drooled?" Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Fourth sister, do you not have a single serious word to say? I suggest you return to your alchemy furnace and best be transformed into a golden elixir, melting upon entry." Beep, 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 beep. Meanwhile, seated in the living room of his father's villa, Bai Zhou listened with astonishment to the system notification that belonged to Mu Qianqian echoing in his mind. What is going on? Has she inexplicably begun to self-fragment? Before Bai Zhou could comprehend the situation, a loud bang resounded as the villa's front door was flung open. The urgent voice of Black Tiger rang out. "Master, Dean Chun has arrived." An elderly man with a white beard, carrying a medicinal box, stepped out from behind Black Tiger. Upon seeing this old man, Bai Zhou's pupils constricted sharply. Good heavens! So it's him. Chapter 89. Why? Aren't you scolding me? Name: Chun Baozhong. Identity: main supporting character, the first divine doctor of the southern region. Age: 67. Charm: 80. Disconnection level: 0. This panel materialized before Bai Zhou, accompanying the figure of the old man. Previously, Bai Zhou's attention had been entirely diverted from the words of Bai Zhenan. He had only felt that the name was somewhat familiar. Now it all became clear. As the foremost divine doctor of the southern region, how could he not intersect with the protagonist? Bai Zhou recalled the original plot, where it seemed that in another city of the southern region, an elder from a prominent family had fallen ill. Local physicians were helpless, and they had to summon Chun Baozhong from afar. On the plain, he fortuitously encountered the protagonist, who was preparing to flaunt his superiority in that city. In that well-worn narrative, inevitably someone on the plain would suffer a sudden ailment, leading Chun Baozhong to exclaim, "I am Chun Baozhong." Initially intending to show off, He was instead overshadowed by the protagonist, who had a penchant for meddling. Witnessing the protagonist's extraordinary needle technique, he was immediately stirred to seek apprenticeship. Through Bai Zhou, the protagonist had indeed elevated many influential figures, incorporating them into his own aura of brilliance. Gazing at Bai Zhou's eyes flickered with determination. He is indeed a crucial branch of the protagonist's halo. To sever those connections, it appears necessary to address the roots. However, Bai Zhou's expression remained peculiar. A slight twitch at the corner of his eye. While I understand rationale, I never anticipated this old man's charm would reach a value of 80. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. In a meticulously arranged room, Aunt Lee lay motionless on the bed, her hands folded over her abdomen, her complexion pale, and her eyes tightly shut. She looked exceedingly unwell, her jaws clenched in distress. Bai Zhou stood beside Lin Yongtian, while Bai Zhou and Shen Qingying lingered at the doorway. At that moment, Lin Xiu also awakened from her stupor, covering her cheek and glaring fiercely at Bai Zhou. She longed to confront him, demanding why he dared to strike her, a question devoid of substance. But now, her mother's condition was paramount. Bai Zhou spoke solemnly. The patient appears to harbor an internal ailment that has persisted for quite some time. It may now be exacerbated by emotional distress. Bai Zhou ceased to listen closely, his gaze fixed on Bai Zhou, his mind racing with thoughts. How should I sever this Bai Zhou at the roots? Indeed, to inflict substantial damage upon the protagonist's aura, dismantling Bai Zhou is of utmost importance. Should I perhaps eliminate him outright? As this thought crossed his mind, a cold glint flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes. Bai Zhou at the bedside slightly paused in his exposition of Aunt Lee's condition, glancing around with a retracted neck, instinctively asking, "Is the air conditioning on in here? It feels rather chilly." Bai Zhou, of course, did not hear this. He slowly shook his head, dismissing his earlier notion of a swift solution. In the original narrative, the influential figure Bai Zhou was summoned to treat was indeed the one the protagonist sought to impress. Thus, without Bai Zhou, the protagonist would still encounter certain prominent individuals. Even in the absence of Bai Zhou's introduction, the protagonist's formidable charisma could turn the tide in any situation. Hence, for now, Bai Zhou must serve my purposes, transform him from the protagonist's conduit into my own. Only then can I deliver a profound blow to the protagonist. If that is the case, Bai Zhou's expression grew increasingly peculiar. I truly must employ this heavenly 9 needles technique. Alas, though Bai Zhou was reluctant, he could not conceive of any other methods at the moment. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to take a step forward and address Bai Zhou. "Director Chun." At that moment, Bai Zhou was engrossed in alarmist descriptions of the patient's dire condition. Hearing Bai Zhou's words, everyone in the room paused, instinctively turning to him. Bai Zhou immediately responded, "Young Master Bai, is there an issue?" "Indeed," Bai Zhou affirmed, nodding. "Do you have a granddaughter?" Bai Zhou, Lin Yongtian, and Bai Zhou, Shen Qingying, and Lin Xiu. While he was here attending to a patient, why pose such a question? Yes, Bai Zhou truly nodded. But before Bai Zhou could explore further, he continued, "She is currently studying abroad." "Abroad, you say?" Bai Zhou's voice dripped with disappointment. "Then forget it." Shen Qingying, Lin Xiu. "What on earth do you mean, forget it? What are you thinking?" Lin Xiu glared at Bai Zhou, grinding her teeth in fury, cursing inwardly. This scoundrel must be up to no good. Ding! Lin Xiu's disconnection value 1. Shen Qingying, standing behind Bai Zhou, observed his profile, her pupils revealing a hint of melancholy. Unable to resist, she pinched his waist with 2 fingers. Ouch! He winced in pain. Ding! Shen Qingying's disconnection value 0. 1. Ding! Shen Qingying's disconnection value 0. 1. Ding! Shen Qingying's disconnection value 0. 1. Listening to the system's notifications echoing in his mind, Bai Zhou turned to Shen Qingying, his expression bewildered, sensing her grip and the petulance in her gaze. He was momentarily stunned. Is this woman jealous? Yet, before he could revel in this realization, he encountered another dilemma. Wait, I never suggested I would do anything to his granddaughter. Why the jealousy? Am I truly perceived in such a manner? Shun Qingying. Haven't you any awareness of your own heart? M. At this juncture, the path Bai Zhou was most familiar with was temporarily inaccessible. It seemed he would have to resort to Sai. Bai Zhou began to reminisce. How would the protagonist flaunt his prowess at this moment? It seemed he would say. As he pondered, he raised his gaze forward, just in time to see Chun Baozhong retrieving an unknown item from his medical kit, preparing to administer it to Aunt Li. Could he simply do that? It seems I must intervene. That is not the issue. Bai Zhou had already stepped forward. Thus, he feigned indifference, speaking in a detached tone. You might want to reconsider before administering that medication. Otherwise, she may not survive. Upon his utterance, the room fell into an immediate silence. Chun Baozhong halted his actions, turning to regard Bai Zhou with surprise. Bai Zhou remained oblivious to Chun Baozhong's gaze, as his mind continued to replay. In the original story, after such a statement, Chun Baozhong would become furious, rebuking the protagonist, exclaiming that he was just a young upstart, and so on. There would inevitably be others chiming in, calling the protagonist a waste for daring to question the first divine doctor of the southern region, and a few choice insults would surely follow. Alas, I, Bai Zhou, never imagined I would one day find myself subjected to reproach akin to the protagonist. This is truly. Young Master Bai, do you possess any unique insights? I, an old man, am all ears. Chun Baozhong's voice was calm, his demeanor reverent. Above Bai Zhou's head, 3 enormous question marks materialized. No, this is not how the script is written. If you do not scold me, how can I put on airs? If you do not reprimand me, how can I strike back at you? Such words, how could Chun Baozhong dare? Good heavens! It is well known that even the most formidable figures would hesitate to offend a physician, especially a renowned one. Yet, does a distinguished doctor dare to offend the powerful? Countless doctors abound in this world, but there is only one local emperor of Jiangsheng, and only one young prince of Jiangxing. Your father could effortlessly lift me from my sickbed to treat others, and it would be gratis. Would I dare to insult you in your father's presence? Of course. Chun Baozhong could not hear Bai Zhou's inner thoughts, just as Bai Zhou could not perceive Chun Baozhong's. At that moment, disappointment washed over Bai Zhou. He had initially intended to emulate the protagonist, to put on a show and deliver a sharp retort, thereby severing Chun Baozhong's allegiance. However, if you do not scold me, to whom shall I display my bravado? A tinge of sorrow even crept into his heart. Sometimes, being a young master is quite perplexing. Those who know me would never dare to scold me, which is truly, since I can no longer maintain this facade. Bai Zhou decided to dispense with idle chatter. He stepped forward decisively, walking towards the sickbed while declaring, "Observe closely, learn well." Chapter 90. When did I say I would save her? As the crowd remained momentarily stunned, Bai Zhou had already pushed aside Chun Baozhong and approached Aunt Li's bedside. He then reached into Chun Baozhong's medicine box and withdrew an acupuncture needle. With a remarkably deft motion, he aimed for the center of Aunt Li's closed eyes and delivered a swift needle thrust. With a sharp sound, a silver needle gleamed ominously at her brow. At this spectacle, someone finally reacted. Although Chun Baozhong dared not scold himself, others were not so restrained. For instance, Lin Xiu, her cheeks swollen, exclaimed, "Bai Zhou, you scoundrel! What are you doing?" With a startled cry, she rushed over from a distance, seemingly intent on grappling with Bai Zhou. However, Bai Zhou paid her no mind, for a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. With this system notification bolstering his confidence, Bai Zhou smiled faintly and once more retrieved a silver needle from Chun Baozhong's medicine box. He aimed at the philtrum above Aunt Li's lips and executed another swift needle thrust. Ding! Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. Ding! Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. Ding! Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. Chun Baozhong was taken aback, exclaiming, you seem to be some kind of teacher." What the uninitiated perceive as mere spectacle, the knowledgeable discern as profound technique. While Bai Zhou's actions appeared nonsensical to the onlookers, Chun Baozhong immediately recognized their significance. Although Bai Zhou himself was uncertain how he grasped this understanding, it was evident that he had gleaned it from the original text. "Don't touch my mother, scoundrel!" Lin Xiu had lunged forward, ready to seize Bai Zhou's collar. But at that moment, a loud thud reverberated beside her. Lin Xiyu cried out, hurtling sideways and landing on the ground. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her rear, she glared at the elderly man, Chun Yuan, her voice laced with indignation. "What are you doing?" Indeed, it was Chun Baozhong. Despite his age, he exhibited astonishing agility, having swiftly collided with Lin Xiyu. Then, with fervor and reverence, he stood before Bai Zhou, his expression exaggerated, even his beard bristling, as he trembled with excitement. This is the heavenly profound needle technique. Unbelievable. Ding. Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. Ding. Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. Ding. As Bai Zhou observed Chun Baozhong's near ecstatic demeanor, a gentle smile graced his lips, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, indeed. His acknowledgement was not merely in response to Chun Baozhong's inquiry, but rather an affirmation that when the protagonist employed the heavenly profound needle technique in the original narrative, this was precisely the kind of reaction elicited. Though the circumstances of his own display were starkly different from the protagonist's initial humiliation, the outcome remained the same. What heavenly profound needle technique? Chun Yuan, what are you talking about? Lin Xiyu, just rising from the ground, exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Lin Yongtian stepped forward, urgency in his voice. Chun Yuan, what do you mean? What has Bai Zhou done to my wife? While Lin Yongtian harbored doubts about Bai Zhou's intentions, his demeanor was markedly more composed than Lin Xiyu's. For if Bai Zhou had truly endangered the patient's safety, Chun Baozhong would not be reacting in such a manner. Chun Baozhong, now visibly animated, declared the heavenly profound needle technique. I have only read about it in ancient texts. It has been lost for over a century. It is the pinnacle of traditional Chinese acupuncture, attainable only by a true divine physician. Even I have not mastered it. Yet you, young Master Bai. Ding. Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. Ding. Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. Ding. Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. Listening to Chun Baozhong's impassioned words. Ding. Chun Xingying's rupture value 0. 1. Ding. Chun Xingying's rupture value 0. 1. Ding. Chun Xingying's rupture value 0. 1. Ding. Lin Xiyu's rupture value 1. The system notifications revealed the emotional turmoil experienced by the two women. Meanwhile, Lin Yongtian and Bai Zhou's father, Bai Zhenan, exchanged glances, both men grappling with the shock that such a young individual could possess such skill. Even Bai Zhenan found himself unable to comprehend his son's capabilities, prompting him to question Chun Baozhong. Director Chun, you must be mistaken. I know my son well. What he understood was the previous frivolous Bai Zhou. The Bai Zhou before them now was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Ding. Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. No. Chun Baozhong replied emphatically. Ding. Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. Look, the patient has awakened. What? Lin Yongtian and Lin Xiyu gasped in unison, rushing towards the bed. Indeed, Aunt Li had opened her eyes, her large, beautiful orbs filled with profound confusion, darting around as if assessing her surroundings. Mom, Lin Xiyu cried, how do you feel? She reached out to shake her mother, but Chun Baozhong shouted, stop. Everyone step back. Do not touch the patient. His commanding voice startled the father and daughter, causing them to instinctively leap back. Yet Chun Baozhong turned to Bai Zhou, asking, young master, is that correct? Bai Zhou smirked slightly. If he was already certain, why ask him? Nevertheless, he nodded and explained, the first 2 needles of the heavenly profound 9 needles can forcibly stabilize the patient's life, temporarily restoring their consciousness, allowing them to hear voices and see images. Beyond that, they remain akin to a vegetative state. Ding. Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. Chun Baozhong, visibly excited, turned to Lin Yongtian, proclaiming, Mr. Lin, your wife can be saved. Ding. Chun Baozhong's rupture value 1. Ding. Lin Xiyu's rupture value 1. How can someone turned into a plant still be saved? What do you mean? Lin Yongtian inquired urgently. Chun Baozhong gazed at Bai Zhou with admiration. I never expected young master Bai to be the true divine physician. If young master were to apply all 9 needles of the heavenly profound technique and follow up with proper care and rest, any obstinate illness could be resolved. Moreover, Only young Master Bai possesses the ability to save her. Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. Lin Siyu and her father regarded Bai Zhou, their eyes ablaze with fervent hope. Yet Lin Siyu felt a tumult of emotions. It was bewildering that the very person who had caused her mother's plight was now her sole savior. Ding. Shun Qingying's rupture value 0. 1. Ding. Shun Qingying's rupture value 0. 1. As for the transformation in Shun Qingying's astonished gaze directed at Bai Zhou, it is hardly worth mentioning. Shun Baozhong, brimming with excitement, addressed Bai Zhou, saying, "Young Master Bai, please proceed. I am here to assist you. What should I do next?" Listening to Chun Baozhong's fervent tone and observing his expression, Bai Zhou slightly curled his lips and inquired, "What should I begin with?" Chun Baozhong was taken aback. Of course, to save the person. A sound akin to derision escaped Bai Zhou's lips, and with an air of indifference and disdain, he replied, "When did I say I would save her?" "What?" A chorus of astonishment erupted throughout the room. Ding. Lin Siyu's severance value 1. Chen Baozhong was taken by surprise. How could this be? Meanwhile, Bai Zhou waved his hand, turning to leave while saying, "Her daughter just hired someone to kill me a few days ago. Why on earth would I save her?" What a joke. There was a palpable indifference in Bai Zhou's voice. Indeed, his intent with the heavenly mysterious 9 needles was merely to sever ties with Chen Baozhong. Whoever suggested saving anyone? However, Chen Baozhong, being a doctor, could not stand idly by as a patient's life ebbed away before his eyes. "Young master, only you can." Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp sound rang out. Shortly thereafter, Bai Zhenan's startled exclamation was heard. "Old Lin, what are you doing? Don't kneel. Get up." Chapter 91. I am doing this to save you. Lin Yongtian nearly spat blood, casting a resentful glance at Bai Zhenan. "You still want me to get up? I kneel before your son, and you must be overjoyed." Nevertheless, this was not the moment for such musings. His voice trembled as he called out to Bai Zhou's retreating figure, "Bai Zhou, young Master Bai, Uncle Lin is kneeling before you. I implore you, save your Aunt Li. Use that. Tianxian, 9 needles, acupuncture. I beg you, treat my wife." "What are you saying?" Bai Zhou was taken aback by Lin Yongtian's words. Turning around, he was struck by the uncanny resemblance of Lin Yongtian kneeling to the previous scene where a man in a floral shirt had knelt before him. Yet, the sensation was entirely different. Lin Yongtian, in Rain City, was akin to an emperor of his own realm. The contrast was palpable. The floral shirt-wearing lackey kneeling before Bai Zhou was entirely expected, but Lin Yongtian's status made this act feel surprisingly gratifying. The moment was not over. Lin Yongtian turned and glared at the stunned Lin Siyu. "You ungrateful girl, what are you still standing there for? Come here and kneel. Is this your doing? Do you truly want to witness your mother perish before your very eyes?" Lin Siyu's face went pale. Thud. Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. Detected Lin Siyu's rupture degree has reached 50, gaining 5,000 rupture points. Bai Zhou's rupture points surged once more, now reaching 39,500. In contrast, Chen Baozhong's meager 500 seemed rather insignificant. However, this mattered little to Bai Zhou. He valued Chen Baozhong for reasons beyond mere rupture points. "White Zhou." Lin Siyu's voice trembled with sobs. "I was wrong. I am guilty. I deserve punishment. I should not have pursued you." As she spoke, she raised her palm and with a resounding slap, struck her own unblemished cheek. Tears streamed down her face. Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. "If you can save my mother, I will do anything you ask, even if it means death." Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. Observing the scene of Lin Siyu, the little diva, kneeling and slapping herself, Bai Zhou felt a flicker of surprise. He knew Lin Siyu to be headstrong, a typical spoiled child. Yet, he had not anticipated her profound affection for her mother. Perhaps she cared little for her father's fate. Bai Zhou was unaware of this. As in the original narrative, Lin Siyu's parents had perished before her introduction, leaving him in the dark. However, it appeared that, similar to Mu Qianqian, if he were to exploit Aunt Li to rupture Lin Siyu, the process might be expedited. Bai Zhou's mind began to wander into other territories, but to validate his thoughts, he decided to probe further. "As I said, killing you would be rather dull. Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, Lin Siyu gritted her teeth before exclaiming loudly, "As long as you save my mother, I will do whatever you command." Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. With this declaration, Bai Zhou's suspicions were confirmed. Lin Siyu and Aunt Li indeed shared a deep maternal bond. Given this, Bai Zhou subtly tilted his head toward the bed, where one could see, hear, yet not move or speak the lingering grace. He slowly uttered, "You have spoken." Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. You agree? Lin Yongtian's voice brimmed with excitement. "Thank you, Xiao Zhou. Uncle Lin is eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." Chen Baozhong, witnessing Bai Zhou's nod, was equally animated. Ding. Chen Baozhong's rupture value 1. Ding. Chen Baozhong's rupture value. Detected. Chen Baozhong's rupture degree has reached 20, gaining 1,000 rupture points. Look, the balance has soared to 4,500. Chen Baozhong's excitement was warranted, as he felt the opportunity to witness the complete form of the Tianxian 9 needles was within reach. However, Bai Zhou's next words brought him back to reality. "Everyone, please leave." The three present immediately objected: Lin Yongtian, Lin Siyu, and Chen Baozhong. Lin Yongtian remained skeptical of Bai Zhou. Lin Siyu feared for her mother's safety, and Chen Baozhong lamented the loss of a chance to witness the Tianxian 9 needles. Yet, Bai Zhou did not grant them the opportunity to protest. Turning to Chen Baozhong and saying, "Your keen vision should recognize the Tianxian 9 needles. You must also be aware of the last 3 needles." At these words, Chen Baozhong was momentarily stunned. The next moment, he swiftly turned and said, "Everyone, do not disturb the young master while he treats. We must step outside. Trust me." In truth, Bai Zhou found this somewhat amusing. The original text indicated that Chen Baozhong indeed knew the 9 acupoints of the Tianxian 9 needles. Yet, he had never demonstrated such knowledge. How infuriating! Bai Zhou had often found himself exasperated by this while reading. Who would have imagined that after traversing into this world, he would actually put this knowledge to use? Chen Baozhong was a renowned physician of the Southern Territory, and his words held considerable weight. Soon, only Bai Zhou and the immobile Aunt Li remained in the room. Bai Zhou gradually approached the bedside. Aunt Li, lying there, gazed at him with wide, vigilant, and even fearful eyes. Yet, she could neither speak nor move, only listen to Bai Zhou's voice. "Aunt Li, I know you can hear me, and you have heard their pleas. It is your husband and daughter who implore me to save you. Hence I am compelled to assist." As he spoke, Bai Zhou scanned Aunt Li from head to toe. The 4 words he uttered upon entering the villa aptly described her. Although Aunt Li bore no connection to the protagonist, Bai Zhou could not discern her age, yet she was certainly older than Mu Yun. However, the passage of time left no trace upon her, particularly her figure and dignified demeanor, truly captivating. Coughing lightly, Bai Zhou seemed to catch Aunt Li's gaze, and he proclaimed with feigned solemnity, "Aunt Li, a healer's heart is akin to that of a parent. Rest assured, I am doing this for your own good, am I not?" As he spoke, Bai Zhou extended his hands. "Russell, Aunt Li, what is he doing? My clothes. Why are you? Let go." With a faint click, the sound of a clasp echoed. In the next moment, Aunt Li's eyes widened, her face gradually paling, her pupils trembling violently. She could neither move nor speak. The sole thought racing through her mind was to raise her hand and deliver Bai Zhou a resounding slap, followed by a furious rebuke. "You scoundrel, you filthy lecher. Don't touch me." Yet, in her current state, such thoughts were utterly futile. "Do not continue any further, I implore you. This is sufficient, you, Bai Zhou, you wretched scoundrel. Who will come to my rescue? Who will lend me aid? See you. Where are you? Yong Tian, where's my husband? I." Aunt Li's complexion grew increasingly pale, and a semblance of despair gradually emerged in her pupils. Yet, she heard Bai Zhou's low exclamation, "What the hell?" For, as he had just conveyed to Chen Baozhong, the final 3 needles of the Tianxian 9 needles are of utmost significance. The administration of these needles must occur without any obstruction. Thus, Bai Zhou needed to ensure a thorough cleansing of the area. However, he had not anticipated that upon removing all barriers, he would be whole. "Xiao Rou is young. I can understand that, but you. Good heavens! Are you perhaps born to this? Bai Zhou could not hear Aunt Li's thoughts. Likewise, Aunt Li was oblivious to Bai Zhou's inner musings. Yet, Bai Zhou's utterance, albeit a mere particle of speech, conveyed certain understandings to her. A clear tear crystallized slowly in Aunt Li's eyes. Why must such an embarrassing matter occur? Let me die, let me perish. Embarrassing? If Bai Zhou were to overhear her inner turmoil, he would undoubtedly offer her a lesson. Ahem. Bai Zhou could not suppress a cough. After all, the notion of a healer's parental heart was merely a facade he donned. Chen Baozhong may possess a parental heart because he is a physician, but he himself is not. He has no time to play the role of another's father or mother. Nevertheless, at this moment, it was indeed inappropriate. Bai Zhou took several deep breaths. Aunt Li, I am doing this to save you, so. I beg your pardon. Chapter 92. Impossible. They could not possibly have a love rivalry. Aunt Li wept, her sobs steeped in despair. Yet, in this moment, she found herself utterly voiceless and motionless. Although she was aware that her awakening was due to Bai Zhou, her heart was devoid of any gratitude. Was this meant to force her to endure such torment while conscious? She would have preferred to remain in the unconscious state she had previously been in. Meanwhile, her husband and daughter, anxiously waiting outside, were completely oblivious to her plight, for they could hear nothing. Even if they could, all they would perceive was Bai Zhou as polite apology. Aunt Li, I am sorry. They might have thought that Bai Zhou had experienced a moment of conscience and was apologizing for having upset her. Lin Yongtian, in his anxiety for his wife, incessantly questioned Chen Baozhong. Lin Xiu, though also concerned for her mother, stood there gritting her teeth, her fists clenched tightly, revealing her profound anger. Her mind was consumed with the events of the day. Someone had attempted to harm her. Her mother was nearly driven to the brink of collapse, and she was humiliated. She had just been made to kneel before him. In that moment, she seemed to have forgotten her earlier promise to Bai Zhou to comply with his every request. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. However, she pondered, how could she not contend with Bai Zhou, yet stand down against the daughter of a second-rate family? This thought darkened her expression as she slowly turned her gaze to the distant figure of Shen Qingying, who stood quietly, adorned in Balenciaga. Upon observing Shen Qingying's exquisite beauty and elegant stature, Lin Xiu couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Little vixen," as though she felt that Shen Qingying had stolen her fiancé. Indeed, Lin Xiu's audacity was evident. She had initially traveled abroad to witness Bai Zhou's humiliation, yet now she was confronting Shen Qingying. Regardless, she was now genuinely approaching Shen Qingying. At that moment, Shen Qingying stood lost in thought, wondering how Bai Zhou could possess such qualities, as she had always perceived him to be an inept and frivolous scion. Shall we chat? Lin Xiu's voice broke the silence, causing Shen Qingying to pause slightly, her brow furrowing. Perhaps it was Lin Xiu's earlier attempts on Bai Zhou's life that had soured her opinion of her. Instinctively, she wished to refuse, but upon noticing Bai Zhenan comforting Lin Yongtian, she understood the delicate ties between their families. Thus, to spare the adults any discomfort, Shen Qingying nodded and turned to walk away. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to consider Bai Zhou and his family. Bai Zhenan's villa was expansive and certainly boasted a balcony, though it was now bathed solely in moonlight. The cool evening breeze prompted Shen Qingying to hug her shoulders, retreating slightly, an image that evoked sympathy. However, the fiery glint in Lin Xiu's eyes became even more pronounced. Without reservation, Lin Xiu boldly declared, "Is it amusing to be my substitute?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingying instantly turned, her expression now brimming with disdain. Yet, she recalled Bai Zhou's reaction the first time Lin Xiu had uttered those words. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "My husband is right. You truly do not deserve him." Ding. Lin Xiu's division value 1. Ding. Shen Qingying's division value 0. 1. It seemed the phrase "my husband" had unexpectedly slipped from Shen Qingying's lips, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Lin Xiu, of course, clenched her fists, seemingly on the verge of a furious outburst. However, Shen Qingying remained unfazed, her demeanor towards Lin Xiu as cold as Bai Zhou's. "If you brought me here just to say that, I believe our conversation is unnecessary." Ding. Lin Siu's division value 1. After saying this, Shen Qingying made to leave. Yet, Lin Siu had come to deliberately provoke her and was unwilling to let her depart so easily. So she called out, "Will your family not mock you for marrying a eunuch?" Ding. Shen Qingying's division value 0. 1. Seeing Shen Qingying halt, Lin Siu seized the opportunity. "You've been married for quite some time now, and I bet you've yet to consummate your union." Ding. Shen Qingying's division value 0. 1. Ding. Shen Qingying's division value 0. 1. Ding. Shen Qingying's division value 0. 1. Shen Qingying's current state was not due to Lin Siu's provocative remarks. Had this been earlier, she might have reacted differently, but now she recalled how her misunderstandings of Bai Zhou had led her to utter such words. The consequences had indeed been. Even now, her face flushed at the memory. Initially, she had not wished to bring the matter up, as she too had been coerced by Bai Zhou. However, the venomous gaze of Lin Siu and her cutting tone ignited her ire. Thus, she boldly retorted, "You actually believe the rumors outside? My husband's words carry far more weight." Ding. Lin Siu's division value 1. Before Lin Siu could react, Shen Qingying feigned surprise and asked, "Is it possible that you didn't end up with my husband for this reason?" With a sarcastic tone, Shen Qingying stepped closer, grasping Lin Siu's hand, her eyes gleaming with gratitude. "If it weren't for you, I would never have gained such a formidable partner in Bai Zhou. I never imagined that married life could be so joyous. Thank you." With that, Shen Qingying enveloped Lin Siu in a warm embrace, leaving her momentarily stunned. Ding. Lin Siu's division value 1. Ding. Lin Siu's division value 1. Detected that Lin Siu's division value has reached 60, gaining division points 6,000. Before Lin Siu could process the moment, Shen Qingying released her and, as she turned to retreat, exclaimed, "I mustn't linger. I'm already longing for my husband." With that, she vanished into the night, leaving Lin Siu standing under the moonlight, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. What was she implying? Was she suggesting that Bai Zhou was not? Ding. Lin Siu's division value 1. No, that is absolutely impossible. I had someone investigate. Ding. Lin Siu's division value 1. Yet why is that Shen Qingying? Lin Siu felt a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Ding. Lin Siu's fragmentation value increased by 1. No, I refuse to believe it. It is impossible. Bai Zhou could not possibly be normal. At that moment, Shen Qingying was struggling even more than her own thoughts. She had retreated to the bathroom, seated on the toilet, cradling her head in her hands. Shen Qingying, what on earth were you just saying? Ding. Shen Qingying's fragmentation value increased by 0. 1. Ding. Shen Qingying's fragmentation value increased by 0. 1. How could you utter such words? Ding. Shen Qingying's fragmentation value increased by 0. 1. I'm truly going insane. I might as well be dead. Ding. Shen Qingying's fragmentation value increased by 0. 1. Meanwhile, in the room, Bai Zhou stood still, holding the silver needles of Chen Baozhong. Having just inserted 4 needles into Aunt Li's limbs, his expression peculiar. He pondered, is the balance really at 46,500 now? What on earth are these 2 women up to outside? Could it possibly be a battlefield of chaos? However, Bai Zhou quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought from his mind. No way. Shen Qingying is coerced, and Lin Siu is intent on eliminating me. Would they really create chaos for my sake? What a ridiculous notion. Clearing his mind of such trivial distractions, Bai Zhou turned his gaze back to the patient lying motionless on the bed. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "The last 3 needles are about to come. Please endure a little longer." Chapter 93. That familiar. Please accept me as your disciple. Is it finally coming to an end? With her eyes closed and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, Aunt Li finally slowly opened them. She gazed at Bai Zhou, who stood there with a silver needle in hand, his head bowed in concentration. A resolute thought surged within her. I never expected that at my age and in my position, I would one day. I want in my life. Once I regain my mobility, I will undoubtedly take my own life before him. If Bai Zhou were to hear this inner turmoil, he would surely deliver her a resounding slap. Of course, why would he go to such lengths to save her if she intended to end her own life? However, at that moment, Bai Zhou was entirely focused on his task, engaged in a mental preparation. He fixed his gaze upon the precise spot for acupuncture, inhaled deeply, and murmured, "The 7th and 8th needles must be placed symmetrically between the 4th ribs on either side. The horizontal distance from the Zhongfu point is approximately 4 inches. Right beneath the sternum. This location is generally avoided for acupuncture, yet due to the Tianqian 9 needles, caution and precision are paramount. To ensure the needles are placed accurately, Bai Zhou needed to stabilize the area with his other hand. Leaning down, he swiftly inserted the needle. In an instant, Aunt Li's eyes widened dramatically. Her pupils visibly trembled. In her mind, a cacophony of outrage erupted. How dare he? Since my husband was injured decades ago, I have never. Let go. Yet, as time passed, the fury within Aunt Li abruptly ceased. She once again tightly shut her eyes. What transpired remains a mystery to all. At that moment, Bai Zhou had just inserted the 7th needle and was poised to place the 8th. The heart of a healer mirrors that of a parent. Bai Zhou recited this mantra like a mantra. Yet, he soon realized it bore no fruit. Thus, he altered his refrain, "My father is still outside. Shen Qingying is still outside. Lin Yongtian is still outside." For reasons unknown, Bai Zhou found himself incessantly repeating these thoughts. Shouldn't one focus entirely on healing? Nevertheless, at last, Bai Zhou exhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and rubbed his nose. Thankfully, at this point, Bai Zhou could no longer afford to observe Aunt Li's expression. He turned and performed 50 push-ups. Then, springing up, he declared, "All done. The Tianqian 9 needles. The final needle. Aunt Li, your ailment is about to be cured." The location for the last needle was relatively straightforward. One could easily identify it on the human meridian map. Within the context of the 13 ghost needles, this needle is termed ghost concealment. After explaining this to Aunt Li, Bai Zhou signaled with his left hand in a gesture of an inverted Y, while his right hand swiftly administered the needle. The 9th needle of the Tianqian 9 needles was flawlessly placed. Just as Aunt Li had just closed her eyes again, she suddenly reopened them. This time, her pupils no longer trembled. Instead, they appeared somewhat dilated, as if she had crossed into death. Her complexion gradually paled. Yet soon, a healthy flush began to emerge. Cough, cough, cough. Inexplicably, Bai Zhou began to cough violently, as if he had transferred Aunt Li's affliction onto himself. Approaching the bedside, he inadvertently remarked, "No worries. The servants at my father's house are even more diligent than those at mine." Visibly, after Bai Zhou uttered these words, Aunt Li's body began to convulse violently, her face, head, neck, and ears all stained with the hue of blood. In the next moment, could she move? Yet the first thing she did upon propping herself up was to emit a loud cough, expelling a mass of purple-black blood from her mouth and nose. Then, she turned to Bai Zhou, gritting her teeth, her voice trembling. Subsequently, her eyes rolled back, and with a thud, she collapsed back onto the bed, perhaps having lost consciousness. Witnessing this, Bai Zhou merely shrugged and remarked, "The stagnant blood accumulated from her chronic ailment should have all been expelled. The Tianqian 9 needles. I never anticipated such extraordinary power. It truly is a technique reserved for protagonists." Power? What power? With that, Bai Zhou couldn't help but glance back. Yet, upon closing his eyes, he thought, "No, they are still waiting outside." Thus, he turned to leave, but after taking only a few steps, he recalled a pressing concern. In this state, it would be inconvenient for them to see her, even Lin Yongtian or Lin Siyu. What if they misinterpreted the situation? Hence, Bai Zhou returned swiftly, gathering Chun Baozhong's medical instruments with lightning speed. He then carefully restored Aunt Li to her original state. Taking a deep breath, he turned and exited the room. Those waiting outside had indeed been there for a considerable time. Upon seeing Bai Zhou emerge, Lin Yongtian rushed forward, gripping Bai Zhou's hand anxiously. "Xiao Zhou, how's my wife?" "Bai Zhou, quite well." Really?" Lin Yongtian showed no sign of skepticism, his face lighting up with joy as he dashed past Bai Zhou to check on his wife's condition. Lin Siyu, without sparing Bai Zhou a glance, followed him inside. Yet the next moment, her piercing scream echoed, "Mom! Mom! Why are you coughing up blood, Mom?" Hearing this, Chen Baozhong had yet to greet Bai Zhou, but hurriedly rushed in. He swiftly approached the bedside to check Aunt Li's pulse. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyu was already in tears. "You bastard Bai Zhou! You've harmed my mother! I will kill!" As she screamed, she rushed out to confront Bai Zhou. But Chen Baozhong's voice boomed. "Enough! She is completely well. The pulse that seemed to signify a chronic condition has vanished." My heavens! The Tianxian 9 needles truly possess such miraculous properties? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyu halted in her tracks. On the other side, Lin Yongtian also raised his head to look at Chen Baozhong. Lin Xiyu, still apprehensive, quickly inquired, "Director Chen, are you truly speaking the truth? My mother is really all right now?" Chen Baozhong's voice was filled with excitement. "Your mother is in excellent condition. In fact, her bodily functions seem to have rejuvenated by 20 years. What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyu and Lin Yongtian both gasped in shock. Ding! Lin Xiyu's trust level 1. Lin Yongtian turned to gaze at Bai Zhou. The look he cast upon him appeared to carry deeper implications. As if he were mulling over in his heart, her bodily functions rejuvenated by 20 years. His acupuncture has such astonishing effects. Then what do you mean I? Stop talking nonsense. Do you wish for Bai Zhou to pierce you? That is utterly impossible. At this moment, Bai Zhou addressed the stunned Lin Xiyu, asking, "What? Do you still wish to kill me?" Ding! Lin Xiyu's fracture value 1. Do not forget the promise you made to me. Ding! Lin Xiyu's fracture value 1. The sound of grinding teeth, or perhaps tightly clenched fists, emanated from her. As she conflictedly uttered, "I will not forget." Just as Lin Xiyu finished speaking, she witnessed a figure soar past her. Before she could even comprehend the situation, there was a loud thud. To her astonishment, the 70-year-old Chen Baozhong executed a stunning slide on his knees. This movement was even more fluid than his previous flamboyant shirt. Following that, a frail yet fervent voice echoed, "Young Master Bai, your heavenly Xian 9 needles are truly miraculous. Though I bear the title of the foremost divine physician of the southern region, I am utterly insignificant before you. Young Master Bai, please accept me as your disciple." Ding! Chen Baozhong's fracture value 1. Ding! Chen Baozhong's fracture value 1. Ding! Shen Qingying's fracture value 0. 1. Ding! Lin Xiyu's fracture value 1. Ding! Chen Baozhong detected that Chen Baozhong's fracture value has reached 30, earning fracture points 1500. Chapter 94. Husband, daughter, you have finally arrived. This scene was remarkably familiar to Bai Zhou, though it was not from personal experience, but rather from the original work. In that narrative, Chen Baozhong, upon witnessing the protagonist use the heavenly mysterious 9 needles to heal, behaved similarly. Of course, the individual saved by the protagonist on the airplane was not in as dire a situation as Aunt Li, requiring only 6 needles for his recovery. Nevertheless, it was indeed the authentic heavenly mysterious 9 needles. Consequently, Chen Baozhong's knee was instantly lost, and Bai Zhou now found himself preemptively usurping that knee. However, at that moment, Bai Zhou gently shook his head. "I do not take disciples. I seek steeds." Chen Baozhong was taken aback. Bai Zhou recalled that in the original story, when Chen Baozhong first knelt before the protagonist, he was not accepted as an apprentice either. The reason given was that Chen, being advanced in age, possessed scant knowledge and demonstrated little talent. If for Bai Zhou, it was not merely a lack of talent that deterred him, but rather his own singular mastery of the heavenly, mysterious 9 needles. If he were to hastily accept Chen Baozhong as a disciple, he was acutely aware of the proclivity of such student doctors to seek guidance at every turn. Upon encountering perplexing medical dilemmas, their first instinct would be to call their teacher. And Chen Baozhong was hailed as the foremost divine physician of the Southern Territory. If he were to face an insurmountable challenge, there would be no one else, aside from the protagonist, capable of resolving it. Should he call upon Bai Zhou for assistance, and a case arose that the heavenly mysterious 9 needles could not remedy, would not his own limitations be laid bare? Thus, it was prudent for Bai Zhou to exercise restraint to bide his time. After all, it would not be untimely to accept Chen Baozhong once more relevant medical knowledge emerged from the system's blind box. Nevertheless, Chen Baozhong continued to express fervent urgency. young Master Bai. In his dim, aged eyes, a few murky tears began to glisten. I have lived for decades, believing myself to be an expert in the medical arts. Yet today, upon meeting young Master Bai, I realize I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. Young Master Bai, I implore you, please accept me. With a resounding thud, Chen Baozhong prostrated himself before Bai Zhou. This spectacle left all present in utter bewilderment. Ding. Shen Qingying S fracture value 0. 1. Ding. Shen Qingying S fracture value 0. 1. Ding. Shen Qingying S fracture value 0. 1. The gaze Shen Qingying directed at Bai Zhou sparkled with unspoken emotions. As for Lin Xiyu, she paid no heed to Bai Zhou, her thoughts consumed by the belief that he, that rascal, had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Had Bai Zhou known this sentiment, he would have retorted, "Do you not resemble that protagonist's mother-in-law?" There were also two others present, Lin Yongtian, the local emperor of Yuqing, and Bai Zhennan, the local emperor of Jiangxing. Lin Yongtian's gaze toward Bai Zhou flickered with fervor, and a hint of dread seemed to lurk in his eyes as he mused. The premier divine physician of the Southern Territory kneeling before the young master of the Bai family? Should word of this spread, the Bai family will undoubtedly thrive in the Southern Territory. Countless families will vie for favor with the Bai family, all for the sake of the divine physician's renown. My long-cherished plans. Unbeknownst to Bai Zhou, Lin Yongtian indeed harbored plans. However, it was evident that my plans must be temporarily shelved. This Bai Zhou is truly unpredictable. Even if he did not shelve them, according to the original plot, those plans would be for naught, as he would be no more. Bai Zhennan, observing his son, was filled with elation and satisfaction, immensely satisfied, particularly when recalling Lin Yongtian's supplication for his son's aid in saving his sibling. How delightful! Bai Zhennan had initially deemed Bai Zhou a hopeless case, opting instead for a hands-off approach. Yet, unexpectedly, this laissez-faire attitude yielded such astonishing results. Witnessing the scene of his son disinclined to take on a disciple, while Chen Baozhong fervently prostrated himself, Bai Zhennan felt compelled to intervene on his son's behalf. Thus, he stepped forward and addressed Chen Baozhong. Director Chen, do not be overly anxious. While I am unfamiliar with the heavenly mysterious 9 needles you mentioned, my son must have endured considerable hardship to master such healing. Allow him a moment's respite, if you would. However, Chen Baozhong, seemingly eager to retort, lifted his gaze only to be met by Bai Zhennan's penetrating eyes, causing a chill to run down his spine. After all, he was the local emperor of Jiangxing. Yes, Mr. Bai is right. Master, please take a moment to rest. I shall check on the patient's conditions. He had not absorbed a single word of Bai Zhennan's counsel, had he been granted permission to address him as master. Nevertheless, Chen Baozhong was promptly dismissed by Bai Zhennan. Bai Zhennan, chuckling heartily, turned to his son and suggested, "Shall we retire to my study for a chat?" Bai Zhou, aware of Bai Zhennan's intentions, nodded in agreement. Before departing, Bai Zhennan did not forget to add, "Qingying, you come along too." Once the 3 members of the Bai family had exited, Aunt Li's somewhat relieved voice resonated. "Husband, see you. You have finally arrived?" Finally? Upon hearing her voice, Lin Yongtian and Lin Xiyu immediately rushed to the bedside. "Mom, you're awake." Lin Xiyu burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mom, I thought I would never see you again." Aunt Li, tightly embracing her daughter, could not contain her own tears. "I thought I would never see you again either." As the mother and daughter wept together, Lin Yongtian felt an urge to join in, yet he reminded himself of the presence of others and resolved to maintain his masculine demeanor. He sat beside Aunt Li and remarked, "Your fainting spell was quite alarming. However, we never anticipated that young Zhou would be a divine physician. He saved you, do you understand?" With tear-filled eyes, Aunt Li glanced at Lin Yongtian, clenched her teeth slightly, but remained silent. Yet within her heart, she thought, "Of course I know more than you realize. Now, regarding me, Bai Zhou knows more than you do." This thought, however, Aunt Li chose to swallow for reasons unknown. While the mother-daughter bond flourished on one side, the father-son bond deepened on the other. Meanwhile, at the pharmacy on the walking street, the slumbering Qi Yi was abruptly awakened by the urgent ring of her phone. Groggily, she glanced at the caller ID and answered, "Third sister, It's so late. Why are you calling? I need to sleep too. Qi Yi, the seventh disciple of the protagonist, referred to her third sister as Mu Qianqian. On the phone, Mu Qianqian spoke directly, saying, "Fourth sister just called me." Qi Yi rolled her eyes in response. "You cannot take out your frustration on me just because fourth sister disturbed your sleep." "Oh no, that's not it." Mu Qianqian exclaimed anxiously. "Fourth sister mentioned she found a wondrous herb, and I thought your family hailed from a lineage of medicine, so I came to inquire." With a hint of exasperation, Qi Yi sat up in bed and asked into the phone, "What herb?" She said something like, "The loving monarch herb?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yi's lips quirked slightly, and she retorted, "Third sister, are you yearning for a man?" Notification. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Notification. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value 0. 1. Mu Qianqian was utterly dismayed. Why did both of her junior sisters have to mention this? However, this also served to confirm that what fourth sister had spoken about during the call was indeed true. After confirming with Qi Yi, the two sisters exchanged a few more playful remarks before ending the call. As Qi Yi prepared to turn back and resume her slumber, she paused briefly, turning her gaze towards the door. It seemed she had heard a sound. Cautiously, she got out of bed and opened the door. To her surprise, she spotted her grandfather in the courtyard below, conversing with an elderly servant late into the night. Just as Qi Yi was about to voice her curiosity, the servant's words made her halt instantly. The old servant, bewildered, asked, "Master, are you so eager to arrange for the young lady to leave?" Old Qi nodded emphatically, his voice hoarse. "She must depart. Remaining with me will put her in grave danger." Chapter 95. What on earth is burning? Standing atop the building, Jie se gazis soudain sherpenit. She seemed eager to utter words of reassurance, perhaps to proclaim, "Grandfather, I have returned from my training in the Great Green Mountain. I shall be safe." However, a glimmer of surprise flickered within her pupils at the unfamiliar title of building master. It was a term she had never encountered before. In a moment of reflection, she recalled the day's events when a servant reported that her grandfather had rushed out in a state of agitation. Had she not followed, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that her grandfather had visited a pawnshop she had never known existed. When had the pawnshop become connected with him? The subsequent incident involving Zhou Bai had overshadowed her memory, but now it resurfaced. Was her grandfather concealing something from her? Meanwhile, the servant below spoke again, "Building master. The incident occurred unexpectedly, and to avoid their surveillance, the earliest we can transfer the young lady will be after lunch." "Then it shall be after lunch," old Qi replied, his voice low. He then trembled slightly, as if sensing something, and glanced toward Qi Yi's direction, though nothing was there. A hint of moisture appeared in old Qi's eyes as he thought, "My granddaughter. She is the apple of our family's eye, and I cannot bear to part with her yet." His expression hardened as he turned, speaking with an unsettling seriousness. "This matter must not go awry. Do you understand?" "Yes, building master." In Qi Yi's room, her petite figure stood firm against the door, her eyes flickering, their meaning obscured. Yet, it seemed she had resolved upon a secret determination. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was unaware of the happenings at the apothecary, seated in his father's study. Bai Zhou amiably poured hot water for both Bai Zhou and Shen Qingying, remarking, "It is getting late, and I wouldn't want to disturb your rest, so I won't brew tea." Bai Zhou remained silent, while Shen Qingying sweetly thanked, "Thank you, Dad." Bai Zhou paused, surprised by her address. "Qingying, this is the first time you called me Dad since you married into our family." Ding! Shen Qingying's rift value 0. 1. "Did I?" she exclaimed, astonished. Ding! Shen Qingying's rift value 0. 1. Unbeknownst to her, the words had slipped out instinctively, much like her previous declaration in front of Lin Siyu. Ding! Shen Qingying's rift value 0. 1. "When did I become this way? This isn't me." Ding! Shen Qingying's rift value 0. 1. At that moment, Shen Qingying appeared anxious, her small fists clenched tightly, and her head bowed. The recurring notification in Bai Zhou's mind revealed her inner turmoil. Yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. His current rift point balance had reached 48,000 points, and should he continue to induce rifts in Shen Qingying, her next 10 reward would net him a staggering 32,000 points. Soon, he could prepare to exchange for a golden legend. Though he understood that increasing Shen Qingying's rift value further would be a challenge. However, he mused, he had other avenues to explore beyond just her. At that moment, Bai Zhou addressed Bai Zhou. Xiao Zhou, how many secrets do you still keep from your father? Bai Zhou wore a playful smirk, responding, oh, quite a few. Bai Zhou burst into hearty laughter. Ha! I await the surprises you have in store for me. His son had transformed remarkably, and Bai Zhou could hardly contain his delight. How could he trust his legacy to a son who once seemed incapable? Yet now, Bai Zhou had exceeded all expectations. After exchanging casual pleasantries, Bai Zhen's expression grew serious. Xiao Zhou, I initially planned for Xiao Li to convey this news to you, but since you are back, I shall tell you directly. The Haiqing Summit is less than a week away. What do you say? Are you inclined to accompany me this time? Though it appeared as an inquiry, Bai Zhou realized he had no option to refuse. It was more a notification than a discussion. Nevertheless, upon hearing Haiqing Summit, his eyes sparkled with interest. He was well-versed in the original plot and understood the significance of the summit for the Southern Territories. The Bai family, along with the other 3 prominent families, were obligated to attend, as were various secondary families who, while deemed lesser by the 4 main clans, were still at the pinnacle of their respective cities. Importantly, though the summit was located in the southern capital, families from the northern territories and even the imperial capital would also attend, seeking opportunities for collaboration and expansion. The protagonist's first moment of brilliance occurred at the Haiqing Summit, where he met a young lady from the imperial capital, who would later bolster his resolve to conquer it. A faint glow flickered in Bai Zhou's eyes, contemplating whether the upcoming summit might hold unexpected delights prior to the unfolding of events. Thus, he responded to Bai Zhou, of course, Dad. I have been of age for a while now, and this is the first time you have invited me to this grand event. Bai Zhou feigned annoyance. You rascal. How can you say that? What kind of person were you back then? Could I possibly take you with me? As he spoke, Shen Qingying, sitting beside Bai Zhou, lifted her head, pondering. Indeed, the current Bai Zhou seems entirely different from the one I once knew. But why is that? Could it be because of that day? Ding. Shen Qingying's rift value 0. 1. Ding. Shen Qingying's rift value 0. 1. She recalled how she had helped Bai Zhou feel the weight of burdens he had borne, her cheeks flushing. Could it be that his hidden ailment had been cured? By his own hand? Surely, she connected it to the so-called Tian Xianjiuzhen from earlier that day. As Shen Qingying reminisced about Bai Zhou's transformation, Bai Zhou stood, declaring, it is getting late, nearly midnight. The Lin family should be finishing up as well, so it is time for rest. With that, Bai Zhou rose, prompting Bai Zhou and Shen Qingying to leave their cups behind, following him back to the room they had previously prepared. Bai Zhou once again savored Lin Yongtian's expression of gratitude, the averted gaze of Aunt Li, and the disdainful glance from Lin Xiyu. Of course, he also noted the admiration emanating from Chen Baozhou. Bai Zhennan remarked, Old Lin, it is quite late, and given that your sister-in-law has only just recovered, you should stay the night. Lin Yongtian hesitated for a moment before responding, Brother Bai, to be frank, I'm a light sleeper. Not to worry, I shall have someone prepare earplugs and a mask for you. Bai Zhennan declared with a sweeping gesture. With Bai Zhennan's insistence, Lin Yongtian found it difficult to decline and ultimately acquiesced. At that moment, however, Shen Qingying, standing beside Bai Zhou, appeared to have an epiphany. She turned to glance at Lin Xiyu in the corner and, with a slight clenching of her teeth, said, Darling Dad, I will go tidy up the room. After speaking, she strode alone toward the bedroom that old Bai had prepared for Bai Zhou. Watching Shen Qingying's departing figure, Bai Zhou felt a peculiar sensation stir within him. Yet he could not quite articulate it. He dismissed the thought, knowing he needed to first arrange accommodations for their guest before he could excuse himself. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bai Zhou finally pushed open the door to the bedroom. As he stepped inside, he suddenly inhaled deeply and remarked, What on earth is burning? Chapter 96. In Jiang City. Only Bai Zhou dares to do this. My goodness, it is actually Shen Qingying. Bai Zhou was utterly stunned. Shen Qingying mentioned that she needed to tidy up in her room, but it turned out she was tidying herself up, standing there like a Venus with 2 arms. Bai Zhou was bewildered. What is happening? Although he and Shen Qingying had shared moments before, He had never experienced a situation where she was the one to take the initiative. Moreover, gazing at the dazed Bai Zhou, Shun Qing, with a faint blush on her cheeks and a flicker in her eyes, said, "The room here doesn't have my pajamas, so I can only." Ding. Shun Qingying's rupture value 0. 1. Husband. Ding. Shun Qingying's rupture value 0. 1. Shall we rest early? Ding. Shun Qingying's rupture value 0. 1. Bai Zhou could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief, observing Shun Qingying's panel. He thought to himself, it hasn't fully ruptured yet, not even begun to transform. So how could she be like this today? Regardless, Bai Zhou had initially contemplated visiting the Mu family after transforming Su Shi into Su Shi Wet, but due to matters concerning the Lin family, he had to return home. Yet, he never anticipated such a delightful surprise upon his return. Husband, there are no suitable slippers at home, so I... Ding. Shun Qingying's rupture value 0. 1. Bai Zhou rubbed his nose. In light of this, ding. Shun Qingying's rupture value 0. 0. 1. Ding. Shun Qingying's rupture value 0. 0. 1. Ding. Shun Qingying's rupture value 0. 0. 1. Ding. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind it, Bai Zhou would certainly not conceal anything. However, as time passed, he heard in his mind, ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. At that moment, Bai Zhou looked down at Shun Qingying's softly shimmering pupils, seemingly beginning to comprehend something. No wonder Shun Qingying's voice had been more assertive today. It was because of this? So, did they have a battlefield today or not? It remained unclear. But Shun Qingying's early return to her room to transform into Venus was undoubtedly driven by the competitive spirit among women. She did it on purpose. Meanwhile, Lin Siyu, in the darkness of her room, was utterly dumbfounded, sitting there with her ears perked up. That room over there is Bai Zhou and Shun Qingying's. How could this be? Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 1. Was what Shun Qingying said true? That Bai Zhou is not. Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value 0. 1. Detected Lin Siyu's rupture level reached 70, gaining rupture points 7,000. The points balance immediately reached 55,000, making the silver blind box easily purchasable. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Siyu's cheeks flushed as she gritted her teeth. They must be pretending. It has to be intentional. I must see it with my own eyes, verify it personally. I will surely expose their lies. After making a series of fierce declarations, she buried her head under the blanket. However, it wasn't long before she couldn't help but emerge, grinding her teeth. Is there no sense of public decency? Can't anyone let me sleep? But neither Shun Qingying nor Lin Siyu could have anticipated that another person was struggling in a room at that very moment. Lying beside Lin Yongtian was Aunt Li, Lin Siyu's mother. She had difficulty sleeping that night, tossing and turning in bed. Unexpectedly, she never thought that the war between Shun Qingying and her daughter would spill over to her. Without needing to think, she knew what was happening. She turned to look at Lin Yongtian, who was fast asleep with earplugs and an eye mask. A look of deep disdain appearing in her eyes. After decades, you sigh. Lin Yongtian's snoring grew louder. Aunt Li wrapped herself tighter in the blanket, resembling a cocoon ensnared by a spider. Trembling slightly, she dared not close her eyes, for as soon as she did, images of Bai Zhou would invade her thoughts. Sigh. Aunt Li gazed up at the ceiling. Oh heavens, who will save me? Fortunately, the war between them did not extend to Bai Zhenan. After all, Bai Zhenan's bedroom was on a completely different floor, so he remained oblivious to the fact that his son's congenital flaw had seemingly been cured. Nevertheless, the sleepless night was not confined to the few women in Bai Zhenan's villa. There was also Qi Yi, who, after being awakened by Mu Qianqian's phone call, had not slept a wink all night, enduring until dawn. However, perhaps due to her natural beauty, she didn't even have dark circles under her eyes. Old Qi, evidently not having slept well the previous night, emerged from her room while stifling a big yawn. Turning to glance at Qi Ye's room, she walked over without a second thought, knocked on her door, and called out, "Little Yezi, it's already late, the curtains are still drawn. Get up." As old Qi's voice echoed, silence reigned in Qi Ye's room. This sudden quietness made old Qi's pupils constrict, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. She quickly knocked again. "Little Yezi?" Still, there was no response from inside. Old Chi could no longer contain herself. With a loud bang, she kicked the door open and rushed inside. The scene before her instantly drained the color from her face. The room was in utter disarray, as if a tornado had swept through. Naturally, Chi was nowhere to be found. Anxiously trembling, Old Chi let out a thunderous shout. "Someone! Bring me someone!" Due to her urgency, her voice was loud. The previously frantic servant rushed in. "Master, you, what happened?" Clearly startled by the chaos in the room, Old Chi replied, "I was going to ask you what is going on. It's evident that I am genuinely worried. Send someone to find her. Dispatch everyone we have in Jiang City. Find her. If you cannot locate little Yezi, I will hold you accountable." "Yes, master." The servant hurriedly turned and dashed out. Old Chi stood there, gazing at the wreckage of the room, her body trembling heavily. However, Old Chi did not linger long. She turned and ran out, determined to join the search for Chi. Just as she left, the door of a wardrobe slowly creaked open. Chi emerged from within. Old Chi, in her flurry of concern, had neglected to search the room first. Otherwise, she would not have given Chi such an opportunity. She delicately balanced on her toes, stealthily emerging to find that the apothecary was utterly deserted. Thus, she gradually and silently departed from the establishment. Before leaving, Chiet gazed deeply at the apothecary's grand door and softly declared, "Grandfather, I shall not leave Jiangcheng." Thereafter, she vanished into the streets of Jiangcheng. Time swiftly advanced to noon. 3 robust men, who bore an intimidating presence, stealthily entered the apothecary. They made their way to the back hall, where they discovered the despondent Lao Chi, resting his head in his hands. Unaware of the circumstances, they boldly approached and cupped their fists in greeting, saying, "Master Chi, we have arrived. Where's Miss Chi? We must relocate her at once." Upon hearing this, Lao Chi slowly lifted his head to regard them. It was then that they noticed the bloodshot eyes of Lao Chi, glistening with traces of tears. The 3 men exchanged startled glances, and the leader solemnly inquired, "What has transpired?" Lao Chi remained silent, while a distressed servant interjected, "You have arrived too late. Miss Chi has been kidnapped." "What?" The 3 men exclaimed in unison, furrowing their brows as they pressed further. Who could have done this? In Jiangcheng, the only one bold enough to commit such an act is the eldest scion of the Bai family. We can think of no other. The servant spoke through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, the trio's pupils slightly quivered. "You mean the Bai family's young master, Bai Zhou, who forcibly claimed the master's wife as his own?" Achoo! Oblivious to the unfolding events, Bai Zhou had just seated himself at the dining table when he suddenly sneezed. Strangely, for reasons unknown, when Bai Zhou sneezed, Shun Qingying, Lin Xiu, and even Aunt Li all trembled slightly in unison. Chapter 97. The Fate of Bai Zhou. The master must come collect personally. Yesterday was indeed an arduous day. They only awoke around noon. Bai Zhou's mother had long since passed away, leaving Bai Zhou as the sole master, seated at the head of the table. The table was laden with delicacies from both land and sea. However, Bai Zhou, with a hint of curiosity, glanced at the 3 members of the Lin family and inquired, "What is the matter? Did you not sleep well last night? Why do you all have such pronounced dark circles under your eyes?" Ding. Lin Cu's fracture value 1. Ding. Shenqing Ing's fracture value 0. 1. The 3 of them, almost in unison, turned their gazes towards Bai Zhou. Just as he wiped his nose, he caught sight of this moment, and his expression instantly became peculiar. Bai Zhou, seemingly puzzled, remarked, "Why are you all looking at Xiao Zhou?" Ding. Lin Cu's fracture value 1. Ding. Shenqing Ing's fracture value 0. 1. Bai Zhou waved his hand. "All right, Dad, let us eat. Everyone is hungry. Let us start the meal." However, just as Bai Zhou lifted his chopsticks, his phone rang unexpectedly, causing both him and Bai Zhou to furrow their brows. Previously, if Bai Zhou's phone had rung during a meal, Bai Zhou would have surely scolded. "You can't even focus on eating." Yet now, due to Bai Zhou's transformation, those words remained unspoken. Bai Zhou acquiesced, allowing Bai Zhou to answer the call. As it was an unknown number, Bai Zhou's voice turned somewhat somber. Hello? Who is this? Master Bai. A hoarse voice came through the line, belonging to Lao Qi. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Lao Qi was reaching out to him? The man who had previously avoided him was now making contact? Could there be an urgent matter? Well, I'm eating right now. Let us discuss it after the meal. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Ding. Lao Qi's fracture, value 1. Ding. Lao Qi's fracture, value 1. Ding. Lao Qi's fracture, value 1. Listening to the incessant notifications echoing in his mind, Bai Zhou was astonished. He recalled that previously, Lao Qi's fracture value had risen at a rate akin to the female protagonist's, consistently at 0. 1. Why had it suddenly surged tenfold? Was there truly a significant issue at hand? But what did their troubles have to do with him? It was time to eat. Unbeknownst to Bai Zhou, as he indulged in his meal, Lao Qi was in the apothecary, seething with rage. He was shouting at the top of his lungs, "It must be him. It's definitely him. That scoundrel. He swore he wouldn't harm my granddaughter. Truly a rogue. His words are as empty as the wind." Despite his fury, he refrained from dialing Bai Zhou again. It wasn't until nearly 2 hours later that Lao Qi finally redialed Bai Zhou's number. Hello? Bai Zhou's voice came through, sounding somewhat languid. Lao Qi was nearly gnashing his teeth in frustration. Ding. Lao Qi's fracture value 1. Yet, Lao Qi held back his outburst. He genuinely cherished his granddaughter. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Master Bai, I initially intended to invite you for a meal. But I wonder if you have time now to join me for tea? All right. Bai Zhou replied without hesitation. Time and place. His prompt agreement only reinforced Lao Qi's suspicions. After hanging up, Lao Qi raised his icy gaze towards the 3 robust men before him and stated Asan, are you prepared? From what I gather, there are at least 2 experts in Bai Zhou's company. The 3 men exchanged glances. Ada nodded and said, Master Qi, we were personally trained by the master. You need not worry. And Asan can handle 1 each. And I shall take care of Bai Zhou. Lao Qi nodded and added, remember, do not kill Bai Zhou. Just ascertain the whereabouts of Xiao Yi. His life is to be claimed by the master personally. The 3 men nodded in unison, understood. Lao Qi anxiously scoured the city for any sign of his granddaughter. 7 leaves. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou remained blissfully unaware of her disappearance.